Chapter 380, Tearing the Fabric of Reality. With Zanesti's death, this earth-shattering battle was finally coming to an end. A thick scent of blood permeated the battlefield, and scattered pieces of shattered armor and weapons bore witness to the life and death struggle between the Daemon Princes. Chen Xi, who was in the middle of chanting a spell, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He could clearly sense the violent churning of the warp, and an unimaginably vast will was observing this place. The gaze contained pure brutality and a desire for slaughter, making him tremble all over. Undoubtedly, because a victor had emerged between the two Daemon Princes, the millennium of punishment had come to an end, and the blood god Kern had personally come to deal with the victor. In fact, from the moment the two Daemon Princes revealed their true forms and began to fight, the blood god's gaze had already fallen upon this battlefield. For Kern, who commanded war and slaughter, nothing could please him more than this brutal carnage. The war currently raging on this planet was unprecedented in scale, with countless lives perishing in blood and fire, coupled with someone deliberately offering sacrifices, naturally attracting the special attention of this chaos god. However, the blood god did not descend directly, nor did he manifest any earth-shattering miracles. He merely bestowed Musewag, the victor, with his deserved reward. Musewag's power suddenly surged, quickly returning to his peak strength as a Daemon Prince, and even surpassing his former power. At the same time, accompanied by a bloody lightning bolt striking Musewag, a set of blood-red brass armor appeared out of thin air, perfectly encasing his scarred body, and the battle axe in his hand also glowed with a crimson light, becoming even sharper and more deadly. This was enough for Musewag. The blood god's forgiveness filled him with more ecstasy than any power. It meant he was no longer the exiled traitor, no longer the wanderer hiding in the shadows. He had regained Kern's favor and could return to the blood throne with his head held high, continuing to fight for the blood god as a noble Daemon Prince, earning glory in endless slaughter. No longer did he have to cautiously suppress his bloodthirsty desires for the past 1,000 years, wandering barren planets, hiding from mortal eyes like a stray dog. He had been forced to restrain every urge to swing his axe, fearing that he might accidentally kill a soul that shouldn't die, leading him to completely lose the chance to return to the blood god's embrace. And now, the shackles that bound him were finally severed. Now, he could finally unleash the long-suppressed desire for slaughter within him. Blood, screams, skulls, these were the meaning of his existence. Thinking of this, Musewag roared up at the sky in excitement, his deafening roar echoing across the battlefield, making even the air tremble with his ecstasy. Immediately, his crimson eyes, burning with bloodlust, locked onto the Imperial Army's position, especially the living saint radiating golden light. His battle axe hummed excitedly in his hand, a surging impulse to fight welling up in his chest. If he could slay the Emperor's living saint and offer that head, shining with holy light, to Kern, he would surely receive even more blessings. The blood god would grant him greater power, and might even reserve a higher place for him before the brass throne. As for those ordinary human soldiers, they would serve as his first bloody celebration upon his return to the blood god's command. Without further ado, Musewag unhesitatingly swung his battle axe, slashing fiercely through the void. The sharp axe blade tore through reality, opening a blood-red warp rift, from which boiling killing intent surged out. The next second, countless bloodthirsty Kern demons poured out like a tide. Bloodletters roared and wielded their blades, skull cannons let out insane laughter, and flesh hounds drooled as they charged out. They swarmed behind Musewag, forming a terrifying army of slaughter. This army, driven by pure desire for slaughter, was eager to please their god with the blood of imperial soldiers. At the same time, the remaining Kern cultists and demons on the battlefield also responded to his call. The bodies shattered by artillery fire eerily writhed and reassembled, beheaded berserkers picked up weapons with their headless torsos, and fallen demons rose again, infused with warp energy. They crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, letting out fanatical war cries, following this re-glorified Daemon Prince, and charged towards the Imperial Army's positions. The entire battlefield came alive under the impetus of this evil force, as if even death itself was serving Kern. Chen Xi was not surprised by Musewag's betrayal. A mocking sneer even appeared on his lips. Chaos demons had always been like this, he had anticipated this when he sought Musewag's cooperation. These monsters, dominated by the desire for slaughter, knew nothing of the spirit of a contract. Betrayal was as natural to them as breathing. He merely withdrew his consciousness slightly, issuing a brief command to the living saint through their psychic link, intercept the Daemon Prince. Then, he immediately focused all his attention on the spell in his hand. This grand ritual, guided jointly by the three supreme wizards, had already accumulated enough energy and could be activated at any moment. Even better, with the blood god's gaze just now, Chen Xi had precisely located the coordinates of Kern's domain in the warp. Now, all that remained was to finally activate the ritual and then throw these two damned planets together into Kern's domain. Thinking of this, a ruthless glint flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. Initiate the ritual, he roared towards Ahriman, his voice, amplified by psychic power, piercing through the clamor of the battlefield, as the three supreme wizards simultaneously raised their staffs. As the ritual began, a continuous tremor emanated from the ground beneath their feet. At first, it was just a slight tremble, which quickly escalated into violent shaking, with the metal ground rippling like waves. The staff in Chen Xi's hand burst forth with dazzling light, the light twisting like a living thing, condensing into a searing white orb at the tip of the staff. Ahriman and the other supreme wizards stood in a triangular formation, and the warp runes beneath their feet lit up one after another, first dark red, then turning to eerie blue, and finally becoming dazzling gold. These runes connected to each other, forming a massive magic circle several kilometers in diameter that enveloped the entire battlefield. Vast energy surged out from the center of the magic circle like a swimming dragon. These translucent energy torrents snaked across the surface, spreading towards the entire planet. Wherever they passed, metal plating was melted and reformed, and crude orc creations disintegrated under the pure energy wash. As the incantation reached its climax, the entire battle moon began to tremble violently. The orcs watched in panic as the weapons crafted by their mechs exploded one after another, those crude mechanical constructs twisting and deforming as if crushed by an invisible giant hand. The metal bodies of the Necron warriors suddenly twisted and deformed, the ancient metal groaning under the strain, those living metal constructs that had been immortal for millions of years now softened like wax figures. The space at the collision point of the two planets developed spider web-like cracks like glass, through which an eerie purple light permeated, as if another universe was peering through the cracks. The spatial structure let out a teeth-grinding groan, and then... crack! With a soul-shattering snap, reality was forcibly torn apart. Chapter 381, Blood God's Move. A scarlet rift, spanning across the heavens, suddenly bloomed in space, its edges seething with countless wailing demonic phantoms. These twisted phantoms extended their sharp claws, frantically tearing at the rift's edges, causing this spatial wound to continuously expand. The blood-red light pouring from the rift dyed the entire starfield a dark red, as if the universe had been gashed open, a bleeding wound. The warring orc and Necron warriors' armies were simultaneously seized by an invisible force. The orc war boss's body melted like a candle into a bloody pulp, his green skin peeling away in the energy storm, revealing the boiling muscle tissue beneath. Meanwhile, the Necron lord's metallic body disintegrated into a shimmering stream of particles, the living metal, immortal for 60 million years, now scattered like grains of sand. His throne began to collapse, countless millennia of accumulated technological creations exploding one after another under the warp's corruption, ancient energy cores overloading one by one, erupting in dazzling blue light. Chen Xi's ears and nose bled, tiny drops of blood floating around him in the zero-gravity environment. But he still held his staff high, the veins on his arms bulging like tree roots. The magic circle's light had already enveloped more than half of the battle moon, its runes moving across the metallic surface like living things. Energy spread along the collision surface towards the Necron throne world, and wherever it passed, the fabric of reality shattered like fragile glass. The warp rift, like a hungry maw, slowly swallowed the two planets, the turbulent energy erupting from its edges pulverizing all nearby planetary debris. With a deafening void explosion, these two colossal objects were forcibly pushed into the boiling Kern's domain. The battle moon's rough steel shell and the throne world violently collided in the warp's chaotic currents, unleashing world-destroying energy impacts. The impact of metal against metal generated visible shockwaves, temporarily dispersing even the nearby subspace storm. Boom! Kern's domain vibrated violently under this unprecedented impact. Brass fortresses collapsed in swathes, those eternally burning furnaces exploding on impact, scalding brass liquid pouring down like a torrential rain. The sea of blood churned up 1,000-meter waves, viscous blood plasma crashing against the collapsing fortresses, dragging countless demons into the abyss. The demon legions, engaged in eternal warfare, were torn to shreds by the sudden metal storm, their severed limbs mixing with fragments of the battle moon, forming a bizarre storm of flesh and metal. Countless skull towers were pulverized in the explosions, those trophies cherished by Kern for millions of years turning to dust in an instant. The blood god's roar echoed throughout the dimension, the sound like the convergence of battle cries erupting simultaneously from a million battlefields. Damn it! But then, this lord of war let out a low chuckle, a muffled sound like boiling lava reverberating through the sea of blood. Because he saw the orcs and Necron warriors still fighting on the planets, these fanatical warriors continued to attack each other even amidst the chaos of dimensional transfer. Orc chain swords were deeply embedded in the Necron warriors' metallic skeletons, while the Necron warriors' beam weapons evaporated the green-skinned warriors into charcoal. Their blood and fury became the perfect sacrifice, every splattering drop tracing a scarlet trajectory in the void. A massive vertical pupil suddenly opened in the blood-red sky, reflecting countless worlds in the process of destruction. It stared directly at Chen Xi, its gaze burning his soul like a tangible flame. A scorching blessing power poured into his body, and dense, blood-red runes immediately appeared on Chen Xi's skin. At the same time, the void split open a crack, and a scarlet battle axe entwined with chains pierced the reality barrier, drops of never-coagulating demon blood still dripping from its blade. It plunged heavily before Chen Xi, smashing spider-web-like cracks into the metallic ground. Ahriman's face changed drastically, his psychic senses detected the terrifying curse contained within this weapon. Quickly, throw it away. This is... His warning was cut short, his voice drowned out by a sudden surge of war drums. But Chen Xi had already grasped the axe handle. In an instant, countless war visions surged into his mind like a tide. He saw himself standing atop a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, stepping on the shattered heads of gods, blood staining the entire land. He saw himself leading endless legions of demons, unleashing a tide of destruction across the galaxy, civilizations turning to ash wherever he passed. He saw himself standing shoulder to shoulder with the blood god before the brass throne, raising a toast and drinking wine brewed from mortal souls. His lips uncontrollably curved into a dangerous arc, and his eyes flashed with a scarlet glow no different from that of an abyssal demon. His formerly clear and rational gaze was now completely consumed by pure murderous desire. He could feel a savage power surging through his veins, every inch of his skin craving the baptism of blood. The blood god's laughter echoed across countless dimensions, that hoarse and delighted voice carrying the satisfaction of a player laying down a crucial piece. The blood pools in the brass fortress boiled even more intensely with excitement, the viscous blood plasma churning, and countless hideous demons crawled out of the pools, raising their ugly heads, greedily sniffing the fresh scent of blood in the air, emitting hungry roars one after another. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. Chen Xi's body suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, and a cold sun slowly rose behind him, its holy golden radiance piercing the sky like a sharp sword, completely dispelling the blood-red clouds that covered the heavens. The blood-red energy on his body receded like a tide, forcibly driven into the battle axe, and the hideous demonic runes on his skin also faded away. When the blood-red color in his eyes completely receded, it was replaced by a golden light shining like stars. The battle axe he gripped tightly vibrated violently, emitting a deafening clang of blades, interspersed with the angry shouts and wails of countless souls. When the light dispersed, the formerly hideous demonic battle axe had been reborn, transforming into a brand new weapon, golden red all over, radiating divine majesty. The light flowing on the axe blade contained both destructive power and the sacredness of salvation. Seeing his move so easily cleared, the blood god let out a deafening roar, its bellow shaking the entire brass demon domain, causing countless demons to tremble in terror at the terrifying sound wave. But facing the cold sun rising behind Chen Xi's head, even the tyrannical blood god had to temporarily retreat. A hint of apprehension flashed in the scarlet eye in the sky, then it gradually disappeared into the churning blood mist. After the blood god retreated, Chen Xi immediately turned to Ahriman, the golden light still in his eyes, his voice deep and authoritative, "Teleport everyone who is still alive away." They were still aboard the Orc Battle Moon, and at this moment, this fortress of war, forged of steel and savagery, had been completely dragged into Kern's domain. The blood-red sky all around surged with killing intent, the air permeated with a rusty, bloody smell, and in the distance, the insane sounds of demons and orcs clashing could be heard. For Chen Xi and the others, dying here was not a matter of great concern, but it was different for the Imperial Army soldiers still fighting. If they died here, their souls would be devoured by the blood god, never to find release. Fortunately, with the help of the cold sun, teleporting these survivors was not difficult for him. Chapter 382, Vacation in Hainan. The war in the Mariupol sector had finally come to an end, with only ruins and uncleared war debris remaining on the smoke-cleared battlefield. The Rostov expedition was also entering its final mop-up phase, with the remaining enemy forces being gradually eliminated. The intense fighting that had lasted for several months finally drew to a close, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and their strained nerves to finally relax temporarily. So, Chen Xi, 32, Mai, Twilight, Gutierrez, and Hai Tu returned to the peaceful 3K era, planning to take a good rest for a while. The sudden return from the war-torn 40K world to the calm modern society made everyone feel a bit unaccustomed. The bustling traffic on the streets and the joyful laughter in the shopping malls, these ordinary daily scenes, seemed particularly strange and distant in their eyes. After all, in the final battle of the 40K world, they not only directly faced 2 Kern demon princes and an entire Kern demon army, but also personally witnessed the appearance of Kern and the Emperor. Those bloody and cruel battle scenes, those twisted and terrifying demon figures, still occasionally flashed in their dreams late at night, waking them up from their sleep. 32 and his group attended the Air Force Open Day event with Lu Yi, which was a well-deserved break from their high-intensity adventures. Lu Yi pulled some strings to get them valuable exhibitor passes, allowing them to enter before the public and experience some weapons and equipment not accessible to regular visitors. This excited 32 and his companions, and they cheerfully formed a group to head to the exhibition site early in the morning. However, Chen Xi's situation was somewhat different. After returning from the 40K world, he clearly felt that his mental state was abnormal. Although Huang Laohan immediately cleared the Kern blessing from him, the illusions he had seen with his own eyes and the chaotic power he had touched still left an indelible impact on his mind. Recently, he would involuntarily experience violent impulses, especially when seeing spherical objects. He would inexplicably have the urge to chop off heads. This abnormal impulse alarmed him, so he decided to seek professional psychological counseling during this rest period. Upon learning of this, Lu Yi immediately contacted a comrade who ran a travel agency in Hainan, arranging a 7-day Hainan tour for Chen Xi for recuperation, and specifically recommending a reliable psychologist. Chen Xi accepted this kind offer and was soon arranged to go to the picturesque Hainan island. But when he arrived at the agreed meeting point on the beach at the appointed time, he saw an unexpected psychologist, a young woman wearing a cool beach dress and stylish sunglasses, leisurely holding a fresh coconut. Although Lu Yi assured him that this doctor was excellent in her professional field, her vacation-like attire made her look more like a tourist enjoying a holiday than Chen Xi, who had come for treatment. The sea breeze ruffled her skirt, and the sunlight danced on her exquisite sunglasses. This scene made Chen Xi freeze in place. "Are you Dr. Li?" Chen Xi was stunned for a moment before greeting her. "Yes, you must be Mr. Chen," whom Lu Yi introduced. Dr. Li extended her hand to Chen Xi gracefully. "Would you like a coconut too? This place's coconuts are especially sweet." Chen Xi nodded and followed her to a small stall by the roadside. Dr. Li skillfully picked out a coconut for Chen Xi. Lu Yi said, "This is your first time in Hainan." "Yes, I've rarely had the chance to travel before." Chen Xi took the coconut, handed it to the vendor to open, inserted a straw, and began to drink. As they drank their coconuts, they walked slowly along the coastline. The coconut water was sweet and cool, and Chen Xi found his steps unconsciously lighter. "The first time I came to Hainan was also this season," Dr. Li said, looking at the waves in the distance, the sea breeze making her voice sound a little ethereal. "I had just graduated then and came with my mentor for research, but as soon as I got to the beach, I forgot all about the serious business." She smiled and shook her head. "We stayed in a hotel in Sanya for 3 days. My mentor's notebook was filled with classifications of various shells on the beach, but she completely forgot about the actual research data." Chen Xi smiled, the coconut shell gently swaying in his hand. "Lu Yi said you're an expert. He always exaggerates." Dr. Li took off her sunglasses and hung them on her collar, squinting at the sea. But the seaside really does make people relax. Look at the children playing in the sand over there. She pointed to a pair of siblings not far away. They spent half an hour building a castle, and then a wave came and washed it away, but they still enjoyed it immensely. Chen Xi followed her gaze. The little boy was frantically building a dam, while the little girl was focused on planting a small flag on top of the sand castle. Another wave crashed, and their masterpiece instantly vanished, but the two children giggled and started over. The tide began to rise, and several small crabs scurried past their feet in a line, leaving a string of tiny marks on the sand. Dr. Li suddenly squatted down and used her index finger to draw a simple smiley face on the wet sand, with a crooked pair of glasses on the round face. When I was little, I always loved to play like this, waiting for the waves to come and take it away, as if the sea was playing a game with you. As she spoke, a small wave surged in, and the edges of the smiley face began to blur. Dr. Li rested her chin on her hand, watching the sea water slowly engulf the drawing. Look, the sea is smiling. Chen Xi looked at her hair, disheveled by the sea breeze, with tiny grains of sand clinging to it, and suddenly said, "You don't look like a doctor." "Oh, really?" Dr. Li stood up, casually brushing the sand from her hands, the fine grains rustling down between her fingers. "Maybe it's because here, even I forget I'm a doctor." She pointed to a prominent cluster of reefs in the distance. "Do you want to go check that out tomorrow? When the tide is out, you can find really beautiful shells. Last time, I even found a heart-shaped coral stone." As they walked and talked, Chen Xi unknowingly felt his tense nerves relax quite a bit. And time also passed without them realizing it. The sun gradually set in the west, casting long shadows of the two. Dr. Li looked at her wristwatch, the dial glowing with a warm orange light in the afterglow. "I have to go back. Same time tomorrow." She turned to leave, then seemed to remember something and turned back to add, "Oh, by the way, there's a local band playing at the beach bar tonight. The lead singer is a friend of mine. If you can't sleep, you can go listen. Their music is perfect for a night by the sea." She smiled and mischievously winked. "Mention my name for free entry." "I'll go listen." Chen Xi nodded slightly. Chapter 383 Sunny Day. Thanks to Dr. Li, Chen Xi had a rather good night. The beach bar had a distinctive decor, with a wooden structure adorned with shell decorations, and the sea breeze gently wafted in through the open windows. The resident band was indeed excellent. The lead singer's husky voice sang lazy blues, and the bassist occasionally interacted with the audience. When the band started playing a classic folk song, Chen Xi felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. He was so familiar with this song, having played it countless times in college, so he unconsciously started humming along. The lead singer seemed to notice him humming along and smiled, handing over the microphone. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chen Xi took the guitar, and his fingers naturally found the familiar chords. His voice was already good, deep, and magnetic, and he earned a round of applause after the song. Some people whistled, and others shouted, "One more." Chen Xi then remembered that he was indeed quite good at singing. In college, he even managed to win over the campus beauty by playing the guitar. Back then, his figure playing and singing was often seen downstairs of the dorm building, and his roommates often joked that he should participate in a talent show. It was just that after he started working, the pressures of life and work surged like a tide, making him breathless. The guitar was put away, its strings gradually rusted, and the campus beauty had long since become a stranger to him. Last night's impromptu performance was a long-awaited moment of an old man indulging in youthful exuberance. When he left the bar, the sea breeze brushed his face, and Chen Xi was still humming a tune, and he surprisingly slept well after returning to the hotel. It must be said that after such an outlet, he felt much better today. At least now, Chen Xi no longer instinctively estimates the thickness of a passerby's neck, pondering how to decapitate them with a single stroke. Although dangerous thoughts like "this head looks good, I want to chop it off" still occasionally flash through his mind, he can at least suppress this urge and not actually act on it. In fact, Gurn's influence on him had been completely purged by Huang Lao Han. What bothered him now was merely a spiritual after-effect, like the lingering smell of blood in the nostrils after gunpowder smoke dissipates. This level of symptom would be negligible in the Warhammer world. Whether it was the iron will forged by inquisitors through years of combating chaos corruption, or the resilient minds of Astartes who had undergone gene modification and mental training, both could easily resist this level of residual influence. But for an ordinary earthling, this influence still cannot be underestimated. It was like the trace amount of venom remaining in the body after being bitten by a poisonous snake. Though not fatal, it would cause continuous irritation and unease. Chen Xi could clearly feel himself becoming more irritable than before, sometimes even feeling murderous intent over a spilled cup of coffee. If this state were in the Warhammer world, a space marine could seek spiritual purification from a chapter chaplain, an Astra Militarum soldier could seek guidance from a commissar, and ordinary civilians could find solace with an ecclesiarchy priest. However, Chen Xi was well aware that those so-called treatments were essentially just another form of mind control. Filling every brain cell with fanatical faith in the Emperor, occupying all thought space with endless prayers and rituals, turning believers into war machines that only shout, "For the Emperor." This method of treatment, rather than healing, was another form of spiritual castration. In contrast, Chen Xi would rather choose a gentle approach like walking and chatting with Dr. Li by the sea. Compared to the treatments full of iron and blood in the Warhammer world, this kind of conversation under the coconut trees, listening to the sound of the waves, was more in line with his imagination of psychotherapy. When Chen Xi saw Dr. Li in the hotel lobby, he couldn't help but show an expression of admiration. She had changed into a mint green tracksuit today, and its slim fit perfectly outlined her well-proportioned figure. If the Dr. Lee he saw yesterday was the youthful girl next door by the sea, then today, in her sportswear, she gave off a vibrant and energetic feeling. She tied her long hair high into a ponytail, swaying gracefully as she walked, exuding a healthy and sunny aura. Dr. Lee, you look absolutely stunning today. Chen Xi couldn't help but compliment, his gaze unconsciously lingering on her for a few extra seconds. Mr. Chen, you flatter me. Dr. Lee, however, smiled gracefully, casually tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I hope you slept well last night. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like morning dew drops falling on leaves. Chen Xi nodded, smiling as he replied, thanks to you, Dr. Lee, I had a great time at that bar last night and slept well when I came back. He paused, then added, I haven't been this relaxed in a long time. Sounds good. Dr. Lee nodded contentedly, her eyes curving into crescent moons, then today I'll take you somewhere even more fun. She winked playfully, showing no intention of discussing any treatment topics, just like a normal friend inviting someone out to play. I wonder if Mr. Chen is good at sports. She said, while doing a stretching motion, showcasing her good flexibility. Sports? Chen Xi considered for a moment, that depends on what kind. If it's mountain climbing, I should be alright. He deliberately spoke somewhat conservatively. Although he could climb Mount Everest barehanded if he used psychic powers to enhance his body, that was clearly not the kind of answer this question called for. He didn't want to appear too abnormal. That's great. Dr. Lee clapped her hands lightly, a joyful smile spreading across her face, like ripples on a lake stirred by a spring breeze. I'll take you to experience a true tropical rainforest in Hainan, but... She deliberately drew out the last word, tilting her head and showing a mischievous expression, if you get tired halfway, I won't carry you back, you know. When she smiled, her eyes curved into two beautiful crescent moons, her thick eyelashes gilded with a golden edge in the sunlight, casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. That smile seemed to carry warmth, making the surrounding air feel warmer, and her whole being exuded an irresistible amiability, like a ray of sunshine shining directly into one's heart. This smile made Chen Xi involuntarily freeze, his heart seeming to skip a beat. He unconsciously looked for a few more seconds before somewhat flusteredly averting his gaze, clearing his throat and saying, speaking of which, we're friends now, so let's drop the MR and drive formalities. He paused, his tone becoming relaxed and natural again, just call me Chen Xi. Alright. Dr. Lee no, now it should be Li Jingyi nodded slightly. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome of the lobby, casting a soft glow on her. Then you shouldn't call me Dr. Lee either. She looked directly into Chen Xi's eyes, her gaze clear and profound, a bright smile on her lips, even more radiant than the sunlight outside the window. My name is Li Jingyi, Jing is in tranquil, Yi is in at ease. Chapter 384, Waterfall and Deep Pool. The tropical rainforest in Hainan was completely different from what Chen Xi had imagined. The moment he stepped into the forest, humid air enveloped him, carrying the fresh scents of earth and vegetation. The branches and leaves of towering ancient trees intertwined above, forming an impenetrable green canopy, allowing only a few golden rays of sunlight to occasionally filter through, casting dappled shadows on the fallen leaves below. Stay close to me, don't get lost. Li Jingyi turned back and smiled at Chen Xi, her ponytail swaying gently with her movement. She held a wooden stick, picked up from who knows where, and occasionally pushed aside vines blocking their path. This is a small path, not many people know about it. Chen Xi nodded, following behind her. The soil beneath his feet was soft and damp, every step felt like treading on a sponge. The surrounding vegetation was suffocatingly dense, with various nameless plants growing wildly. Some vines were as thick as arms, winding around tree trunks like some kind of sleeping giant snake. Watch your step. Li Jingyi suddenly turned around, reaching out to steady Chen Xi, who had almost tripped over a tree root. Her palm was warm and soft, yet surprisingly strong, pulling Chen Xi upright in an instant. Thanks. Chen Xi stood steady, feeling his ears slightly warm with embarrassment. Li Jingyi didn't seem to notice his discomfort. She pointed to a peculiar plant epiphyte on a tree trunk ahead. Look, that's a praying mantis mimicking an orchid. They disguise themselves as flowers to wait for prey. Her eyes sparkled, like a child who had discovered a treasure. Chen Xi followed her gaze and indeed found a pinkish-white flower on the tree trunk. Only upon closer inspection could he discern it was a disguised insect. You're very familiar with this place, Chen Xi said. It's sort of an occupational hazard. Li Jingyi gently pushed aside a clump of ferns with her stick, revealing a hidden path behind them. Psychotherapy isn't just about talking in a clinic. The natural environment has a wonderful healing effect on a person's psyche, especially for... She suddenly paused, looking back at Chen Xi. Especially for people under a lot of stress. Chen Xi knew she originally wanted to say for people like you who've returned from the battlefield, but she thoughtfully changed her words. He appreciated this subtle consideration, just like the smiling face she drew on the beach yesterday that would be washed away by the tide. The two continued deeper into the rainforest. As their elevation increased, the vegetation gradually changed, and the air was filled with a sweet scent Chen Xi couldn't quite place. Li Jingyi told him it was the fragrance of a certain wild orchid, most potent only in the early morning and at dusk. We're here. Li Jingyi suddenly quickened her pace, pushing aside the last palm frond. The sight before Chen Xi made him catch his breath. A hidden small waterfall cascaded down a rock face, plunging into a crystal clear pool below. The waterfall wasn't tall, but the sound of the water was crisp and pleasant, like a symphony carefully composed by nature. Smooth rocks, covered in emerald green moss, were scattered around the pool, shimmering with a jade-like luster in the sunlight filtering through the tree canopy. Beautiful, isn't it? Li Jing'ai smiled triumphantly, already having taken off her sneakers and stepping barefoot onto the rocks by the pool. I bet fewer than 10 people in all of Hainan know about this place. Chen Xi couldn't help but smile along. It was indeed beautiful, so beautiful it felt unreal. Li Jing'ai squatted by the pool, cupped some water in her hands, and splashed it on her face, letting out a satisfied sigh. Perfect. Chen Xi mimicked her, squatting down. The moment his fingertips touched the water's surface, a coolness spread from his fingertips straight to his heart. He cupped water and splashed it on his face, the fatigue of the past few days seemed to be washed away by the clear water. Do you know? Li Jing'ai sat on a flat rock, immersing her feet in the water. The sound of water has a special healing effect. Different frequencies of flowing water can stimulate the brain to produce alpha waves, helping people relax. Chen Xi watched her swaying feet create ripples on the water's surface, suddenly realizing how long it had been since he had purely enjoyed a moment like this. Whether in the 3K era or the 40K era, it had been a long time since he had been able to calm down and relax like this. I guess you're thinking about something very heavy, Li Jing'ai's voice pulled him back to reality. She had turned her head at some point, her gaze clear and focused. Your brow is furrowed again, just like yesterday at the beach. Chen Xi subconsciously touched his forehead and indeed felt a deep crease. He tried to smooth his brow but found his muscles had formed a habitual tension. Don't always frown. You need to learn to relax. If you keep frowning, people will age very quickly, Li Jing'ai advised Chen Xi, then looked at the waterfall before them. Life is so beautiful, why always dwell on bothersome things? Chen Xi was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the splashing waterfall. I've seen too much death, his voice was so soft it was almost drowned out by the sound of the water. More than you can imagine. Every person who died was because of my decision. But I had to let them die, only then could more people survive. Li Jing'ai didn't respond immediately. She listened quietly, her toes creating shallow ripples on the water's surface. These memories are like a brand. Chen Xi's voice grew deeper, yet he maintained his restraint. Constantly reminding me that every decision hinges on countless lives. I wish I could kill all my enemies, this is the mission I must complete. But I also can't indulge in slaughter, otherwise, more innocent people will die. A leaf spun and drifted down, twirled on the water's surface, and slowly sank into the deep pool. Chen Xi gazed at the disappearing leaf, a hint of a sigh in his voice. That's why I need your therapy, to help me stay clear-headed and not get lost in the killing. Although I can't explain the specific reasons to you, when I'm with you, I can find a moment of peace. Li Jing'ai gazed at the trajectory of the sinking leaf. The ripples on the water gradually subsided, but deeper thoughts rippled in her eyes. Her fingertips gently skimmed the water's surface, raising a few glistening drops. Do you know? Her voice was like a breeze sweeping across the pool. This pool looks crystal clear, but it's actually 5 or 6 meters deep. She pointed to the faint shadows visible beneath the water's surface. Looking from the surface, you can never guess what's hidden beneath. It could be centuries-old sunken wood, schools of fish, or perhaps, just unfathomable emptiness. A mountain breeze swept by, carrying mist that brushed against both their faces. Li Jing'ai turned around, the sunlight filtering through the strands of hair by her ear, casting fragmented light and shadow on her cheek. She looked directly into Chen Xi's eyes, her gaze neither evasive nor aggressive. Memories are like this pool of water. She raised her hand, a patch of sunlight dancing in her palm. The ripples on the surface might be trivial matters, like a dragonfly touching the water, or the aftermath of a storm, but they don't necessarily reflect the undercurrents deep within. Her hand pointed to Chen Xi's feet. See, even your reflection is distorted in the water. Several water striders glided across the water between them, drawing intersecting silver lines. Li Jing'ai suddenly leaned forward, a movement that made Chen Xi unconsciously hold his breath. But none of that matters. She reached out and caught a beam of sunlight piercing through the tree canopy, golden flecks of light swirling between her fingers. What matters is that at this moment, you are standing in the light. Her palm gently pressed against her chest. You can feel your heartbeat, breathing air scented with pine. Li Jing'ai's voice grew softer. And not at the bottom of a dark pool, looking at an unreachable light above. The pool water suddenly rippled unusually. A fish leaped out of the water, its scales flashing a fleeting shimmer in the sunlight, then plunged back into the deep with a plop. This sudden leap brought a warmth to the silence between them. Chen Xi felt something loosen in his chest. Li Jing'ai's words contained no affected comfort, yet they inexplicably brought him a sense of relief. Perhaps she was right, instead of dwelling on unchangeable memories, it was better to focus on the beauty that could still be felt in the present. Chapter 385, Life's Surprises. You're a very special psychologist, Chen Xi said. Li Jing'ai chuckled, sunlight dancing on her eyelashes. Is it because I'm not wearing a white coat, or because I bring patients to places like this? Because of the way you see things. Chen Xi couldn't help but laugh either. In my impression, psychologists are the type who prescribe me medicine or make me lie on a couch to recall childhood traumas. Oh, we do that too. Li Jing'ai winked slyly, it's just not the right time yet. She stood up, shook the water droplets from her feet, and put her shoes and socks back on. Hungry? I brought lunch. Li Jing'ai patted the backpack beside her, a gentle curve forming on her lips. She deftly took out 2 insulated containers. The moment she lifted the lids, the fresh scent of coconut mixed with the sweet aroma of glutinous rice wafted out. Hainan's special coconut rice, and a few home-cooked dishes. I hope they suit your taste. With that, Li Jing'ai handed one of the insulated containers to Chen Xi. As Chen Xi took the container, his fingertips accidentally brushed her hand. The momentary touch made him pause slightly, but Li Jing'ai simply withdrew her hand naturally and pulled out 2 pairs of bamboo chopsticks from her bag. Try it, I specifically added more coconut milk. The two sat on a flat rock by the waterfall, the rushing water splashing tiny droplets at their feet. Li Jing'ai placed the lunchbox on her lap and picked up a piece of pickled sour bamboo shoot. This is soaked in mountain spring water, it's very appetizing. As she spoke, she naturally placed it into Chen Xi's lunchbox. Chen Xi looked down at the golden sour bamboo shoot, hesitated for a moment, then put it into his mouth. Unexpectedly, a sweet, sour, and crisp flavor burst on his tongue, making him unconsciously pick up another piece. Seeing this, Li Jing'ai's eyes curved into crescent moons. Is it good? It's my mother's secret recipe. Accompanied by the roaring water and the intermittent chirping of birds, this simple picnic tasted exceptionally sweet. Chen Xi realized he had finished the entire box of rice, which was a first since returning from the 40K world. During this period, influenced by Kern, he had almost lost the ability to taste food. Every meal was merely to maintain vital signs, his taste buds seemingly covered by a layer of bloody mist, making even the most delicious food tasteless. Want some more? Li Jing'ai shook the lunchbox, which still had a little less than half left. Seeing Chen Xi shake his head, she smiled as she packed up the utensils. It seems my cooking isn't bad. After lunch, Li Jing'ai winked mysteriously. I'm taking you somewhere. She led Chen Xi around to the back of the waterfall, where a hidden path, perennially moistened by mist, lay. The damp air was filled with the scent of moss, and various ferns climbed the rock walls on both sides. Fluffy moss covered the ground, feeling like a thick carpet underfoot. Be careful, it's very slippery here. Li Jing'ai suddenly turned, naturally grabbing Chen Xi's wrist. Her fingers were warm and strong, the warmth of her palm transmitting through his sleeve. Chen Xi subconsciously clasped her hand in return, and the two walked one after another on the slippery path. Li Jing'ai's hair tips were damp with mist, shimmering with tiny lights in the sunlight. Look over there. She pointed to a cluster of wild flowers blooming in a rock crevice. This kind of flower only grows near waterfalls. I call it water sprite. As she spoke, her hand remained firmly holding Chen Xi's, as if it were the most natural thing. When they emerged from behind the waterfall, the sky was already overcast. Distant thunder rumbled, but Li Jing'ai was slow to let go of his hand. It wasn't until the first raindrop fell on their clasped hands that she gently withdrew her hand as if waking from a dream, but her fingertips lingered in Chen Xi's palm for an extra second, almost imperceptibly. It's going to rain. Li Jing'ai looked up at the sky. The weather in the tropical rainforest changes in an instant. We need to get down the mountain quickly. No sooner had she spoken than large raindrops began to fall, at first only a few sporadic drops, then in an instant forming an impenetrable curtain of rain. The world instantly turned a blur of white, the roar of the waterfall swallowed by the downpour, leaving only the rushing sound of rain hitting rocks and leaves. Hurry! Li Jing'ai grabbed her backpack and pulled Chen Xi, running back. Rainwater streamed down her hair, and her eyelashes were covered with fine droplets. Chen Xi followed closely, the ground quickly becoming muddy, each step splashing murky water. The path was quickly submerged by rainwater, forming a rapid stream. Li Jing'ai's sneakers were already soaked, and she almost slipped on the wet rocks. Chen Xi quickly steadied her arm, the warmth from his palm strikingly distinct in the cold rain. This way. She suddenly turned, pulling Chen Xi into a rock crevice half hidden by vines. The entrance was narrow, requiring a slight duck of the head to enter, but the interior was surprisingly spacious and dry. The rocks on the cave walls emanated a faint warmth, as if they had been heated by geothermal activity for years, forming a stark contrast to the damp cold outside. Li Jing'ai let out a long breath, shaking her wet hair, water droplets scattering. She turned to Chen Xi and suddenly burst out laughing. You look like a drowned rat. Chen Xi looked down at his soaked clothes, then at her equally disheveled appearance, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. Same to you. The sound of rain outside was still noisy, but in this small refuge, time seemed to slow down and become peaceful. Sorry, I didn't expect the weather to change so quickly. Li Jing'ai wrung water from her hair, her sportswear was soaked, clinging to her body and outlining her slender figure. It's all right. Chen Xi took off his jacket and handed it to her. At least we saw the waterfall. Li Jing'ai took the jacket and draped it over her shoulders, then suddenly started laughing. You know, the first time I took a patient for outdoor therapy, my mentor warned me that I might encounter all sorts of unexpected situations. But the unexpected situations I imagined were patients having emotional breakdowns or physical discomfort, not being trapped in a cave by rain. Chen Xi also smiled. Life is always full of surprises. Yes. Li Jing'ai looked at the curtain of rain outside, her voice soft. Just like I didn't expect to receive Lu Yi's call, and I didn't expect to meet a patient as special as you. The sound of rain filled the silence between them. Chen Xi found that he didn't mind this quietness, even feeling a strange comfort. When he was with Li Jing'ai, he didn't need to explain those inexplicable experiences, didn't need to hide his abnormalities, because she always seemed to understand the unsaid words. The rain has lightened. About half an hour later, Li Jing'ai poked her head out to look. Let's go down the mountain now. we should be able to get back to the hotel before dark. The return journey was muddy and difficult due to the rain, but by supporting each other, they were even more in sync than when they arrived. When they finally saw the sign for the forest exit, the setting sun happened to pierce through the clouds, casting a golden hue over the wet rainforest. What are your plans for tomorrow? Chen Xi asked before they parted. He was surprised to find himself looking forward to their next meeting. Li Jingyi tilted her head, thinking, water droplets dripping from her hair, tomorrow I'll take you somewhere even more interesting. She smiled mysteriously, but it's a secret for now. Get some good rest, you did great today. Chen Xi watched her receding back and suddenly realized that the violent thoughts about chopping heads had not appeared even once today. Perhaps Li Jingyi's therapy was indeed effective, or perhaps her mere presence was enough to make him temporarily forget those dark memories. Chapter 386, Let's go diving together. Before the morning dew had dried, Li Jingyi was already seated in a wicker chair in the hotel lobby. The faint morning light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining a hazy halo around her, making her figure appear like a lady stepping out of a classical painting. A navy blue long-sleeved quick-dry diving suit clung to her form, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Her smooth shoulders were as elegant as a swan's, her cinched waist was slender enough to be encircled by a hand, and her full bust was subtly revealed beneath the professionally tailored suit. Her exposed legs were exceptionally long and fair, gleaming with a pearl-like luster in the morning light. Her professional diving shoes still bore traces of water, and a few grains of fine sand clung to the edges of the soles, as if she had just returned from a morning swim. The wicker chair creaked softly as she adjusted her posture. The special fabric of the diving suit had a matte finish in the morning light, her long legs naturally crossed, and her knees showed a faint pink blush, like blooming peach blossoms. Her fingers rested lightly on her dive watch, her slender wrist bones were elegantly sculpted, and her rounded nails were trimmed short and neat, exuding a sense of capability. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, palm leaves rustled in the morning breeze, casting a flowing play of light and shadow over her. She turned her head slightly, and the morning light obliquely traced her silhouette. The stand collar accentuated her delicate neckline, the concave shadows at her collarbone resembled meticulously sculpted artwork, and her eyelashes cast tiny shadows on her porcelain-white cheeks, trembling gently with her breathing. The pearl stud earring on her earlobe trembled slightly as she tucked her hair, this unintentional movement carrying a hint of lazy sensuality. She occasionally glanced towards the lobby entrance, her gaze calm yet tinged with anticipation, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, revealing a shallow dimple, as if recalling something amusing. Inside the waterproof bag on her lap, a neatly folded bath towel and the corner of a waterproof notebook were faintly visible. A large bag rested by her feet, neatly storing various diving equipment, with the snorkel and mask meticulously arranged. And by her hand, there was a smaller waterproof bag, also containing a set of diving gear, clearly prepared with care. She periodically glanced towards the elevator, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the dive watch face. When the elevator chimed open and Chen Xi's figure finally appeared, a subtle flicker of joy passed through her dark eyes, quickly masked by professional composure. Have you had breakfast? Li Jingyi asked Chen Xi with concern. We'll be out all day today, so you can't go without eating enough. Don't worry, I'm stuffed. Chen Xi patted his belly and chuckled, then asked curiously, you look really professional in that outfit. Where are we going today? Today, I'm taking you to see the real Hainan, she said as she stood up, the morning light flowing down the smooth muscular lines of her back, the high elastic fabric of her navy blue swimsuit presenting a soft luster as the light shifted. As the waterproof bag was handed over, her fingertips, cool like morning dew, lightly brushed Chen Xi's hand, a fleeting yet unforgettable touch. All the gear is ready, her voice was softer than the morning breeze, carrying an undisguised anticipation. Chen Xi took the bag, his gaze lingering on her for a few extra seconds unconsciously. When I saw you yesterday, you were like a mountain sprite. Today, his voice suddenly trailed off, as if he was breathless, or searching for the most fitting words. She paused her movements of organizing the gear and looked up, the morning light swirling in her dark eyes, reflecting a flowing radiance like pearls from the seabed. The slight tilt of her head caused that unruly strand of hair to arc gracefully through the air again, its tip almost transparent in the light. She inquired softly, her voice rising slightly at the end, carrying a hint of curiosity. Today, you're like a mermaid diving into the deep sea. Chen Xi's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze lingering on her graceful curves encased in the swimsuit, from her slender neckline to her smooth shoulders and back, every line perfectly proportioned. This gear suits you very well. His tone was so sincere it was almost clumsy, making it all the more touching. Her lips curved slightly, and as she turned, the arc of light created by her hair made Chen Xi unconsciously soften his breathing. It's the first time I've heard someone describe a diving suit so poetically. The sunlight outlined the smooth lines of her back muscles, rising and falling with her movements. I suggest you change into your swimsuit at the hotel. She pointed towards the lobby restroom, her eyes conveying a kind reminder. That way, when we get to the beach, you can go straight into the water without having to fight with tourists for the changing rooms by the sea. Okay, thank you. Chen Xi nodded and turned to walk towards the restroom. Li Jingyi's gaze followed him, the hum of the lobby air conditioning unable to mask the increasingly audible heartbeat in someone's chest, while her earlobes also quietly turned a faint pink in the morning light. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the beach yacht marina, where Li Jingyi had already rented a yacht. The white speedboat gently rocked with the waves, and the mooring line slapped against the hull with a rhythmic pat-pat sound, intertwining with the distant cries of seagulls to form a morning seaside symphony. I'll drive the boat. Li Jingyi deftly untied the mooring lines, her slender fingers moving flexibly through the knots. Her graceful leap onto the driver's seat was as skilled as an experienced sailor's, the navy blue swimsuit shimmering in the sunlight, outlining the smooth muscular lines of her back. The roar of the engine suddenly erupted, and the speedboat shot across the mirror-like calm water like an arrow from a bow, trailing a white wake on the azure surface, like an invisible pair of scissors cutting through a silken sea. Upon arriving at the dive site, Chen Xi proactively lifted the anchor and cast it into the water, the crisp splash startling a few seabirds hovering low over the surface. Li Jingyi stood by the boat's railing, her hair slightly damp from the seawater, shimmering with a golden halo in the morning light. Glistening water droplets slowly trickled down her slender neckline, briefly resting at her delicate collarbone, and finally disappearing into the navy blue collar, leaving a fleeting trace of water. Are you ready? She adjusted her mask strap, the professional demeanor she had shown while explaining diving techniques now transformed into a playful invitation, her dark eyes shining like two sparkling black pearls under the sunlight. Chen Xi nodded steadily. Although it was his first time snorkeling, these techniques were not a problem for him, he could basically remember most of them after hearing them once. His movements while carefully donning the equipment, though a bit clumsy, were precise in every step. Follow me. Li Jingyi arched backward into the water with the grace of a mermaid, her body tracing a perfect arc, barely creating a splash. Chapter 387, Once Bitten, Twice Shy, 4th Update. Follow me. Li Jingyi arched backward into the water with the grace of a mermaid, her body cutting a perfect arc, barely disturbing the surface. Chen Xi followed closely, the warm seawater instantly enveloping him, as if countless gentle hands were softly lifting him. The moment he entered the water, Chen Xi felt as though he had plunged into an entirely new universe. Through the clear water, he saw Li Jingyi in front of him making an okay gesture, sunlight weaving a dreamlike net of light underwater, outlining her figure like a mermaid, her deep blue form stretching in the clear blue water, like a dynamic watercolor painting. The seawater was breathtakingly clear, sunlight penetrating the surface and casting swaying pillars of light on the seabed, like countless golden ribbons dancing in the water. Tiny bubbles slowly rose from his regulator, refracting colorful glints in the light. All he could hear was the flow of water and his own breathing. The world became quiet and profound. Before him was a vibrant underwater forest. Colorful coral reefs layered upon each other, some branching like deer antlers, some rounded like mushrooms, and others spreading out like fans. Orange-red fire coral, indigo-blue sea whips, and emerald-green soft corals intertwined, swaying gently with the current, as if performing a silent dance. Schools of fish of various shapes darted through them. Yellow and black butterfly fish glided elegantly, blue-green parrotfish gnawed on coral with their hard beaks, and shimmering silver snapper swam in schools, like a flowing sheet of metallic foil. An aged sea turtle slowly swam past them, its shell covered in mottled algae, like the marks of time. It lazily paddled its flippers, its shadow moving slowly across the sandy bottom, soon to be surrounded by a group of curious small fish. Li Jingyi led the way like a graceful dolphin. Her athletic swimsuit shimmered in the water, her slender legs gently swaying, creating a string of crystal-clear bubbles that looked like scattered diamonds in the sunlight. Her movements were fluid and precise, each kick perfectly executed, barely stirring any excess water. She suddenly turned and made a follow-me gesture to Chen Xi, then skillfully darted into a cluster of staghorn coral. The coral branches intertwined, forming a natural archway, through the gaps of which several timid damselfish could be seen peeking out. Chen Xi followed closely, passing through the coral tunnel. The scene here was even more dreamlike. Purple soft corals resembled underwater wisteria, expanding and contracting with the current. A group of clownfish played among the corals, their orange and white bodies deftly weaving through the tentacle-like sea anemones, showing no fear of these two uninvited guests. Li Jingyi stopped beside a giant brain coral, its surface crisscrossed with grooves, like the fossil of some ancient creature. She gently touched its surface, and the coral polyps immediately retracted, leaving only the grayish-white skeleton. She winked at Chen Xi and gestured for him to touch it. When Chen Xi's fingers touched the coral, a rough sensation came from his fingertips, along with the slight coolness of the seawater and the pulse of life. Li Jingyi suddenly swam closer, their masks almost touching. Through the clear water, Chen Xi could clearly see the smile in her eyes, her ember pupils shining like underwater treasures in the sunlight. She pointed to her ear, then upward. A school of silver sardines was passing over their heads, thousands of fish forming a flowing silver screen, sometimes dispersing, sometimes gathering, reflecting ever-changing light and shadow in the sunlight. The vortex formed by the fish enveloped them, as if they were in a silent ocean storm. Just then, Li Jingyi's movements suddenly froze. Her gracefully swimming figure from the previous second abruptly became still, like a movie scene paused. Her eyes widened, her pupils rapidly contracting behind her mask, her body trembled violently, and her fingers unconsciously clutched towards her calf. Chen Xi's heart tightened, and he quickly swam towards her. Through the clear water, he saw a black and white banded sea snake swimming away from Li Jingyi's calf, its slender body twisting as it disappeared into the coral crevices. On her exposed calf, two tiny tooth marks were oozing dark red blood, spreading a faint red mist in the clear blue sea water. Almost instinctively, Chen Xi's spiritual energy erupted instantly. An invisible force field expanded from him, pushing away the surrounding seawater to form a temporary bubble of space. He wrapped his arm around Li Jingyi's waist, feeling her entire body convulsing uncontrollably. Through her mask, Chen Xi saw the terror in her pupils rapidly spreading, and her hurried breathing condensed into a white mist on the mirror. The snake venom was rapidly invading her nervous system. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xi tightened his arm, holding Li Jingyi firmly in his embrace, spiritual energy coursing through her body like an electric current. He kicked his legs violently, the force of this kick far exceeding human limits, brutally tearing through the seawater, and the two of them shot forward like torpedoes. 10 seconds later, they burst out of the water like cannonballs, landing heavily on the beach with enormous inertia, stirring up a golden wave of sand. Chen Xi quickly laid Li Jingyi flat on the sand. Her lips had already begun to turn blue, and her breathing became weak and erratic. He tore off the strap of her diving gear and tied it tightly around her calf above her knee to prevent the venom from spreading. When he saw the unhealthy dark red blood oozing from the wound, he unhesitatingly bent down and began to suck out the venom with his mouth. Each time he spat out the poisoned blood, it left shocking marks on the sand, until the blood he finally sucked out returned to a fresh red. At this point, Li Jingyi had completely fallen into a coma, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her pale face. Chen Xi looked around. This deserted beach was at least 5 kilometers from the nearest tourist area. A distant speedboat bobbed in the waves, like a tiny white dot. He took a deep breath, picked up Li Jingyi in his arms, and with his spiritual energy lifting them off the ground, they glided over the sea at an astonishing speed. When they landed on the speedboat, the deck barely even swayed. Chen Xi didn't waste time starting the engine, instead, he directly used his spiritual energy to pull up the anchor, then enveloped the boat with his spiritual energy to propel it. The bow cut through the waves, rushing towards the shore at a speed far exceeding its design limit. If he hadn't enveloped it with spiritual energy, the boat would most likely have fallen apart. At the same time, he used a satellite phone to precisely describe Li Jingyi's symptoms and their location. When the speedboat docked, an ambulance was already waiting at the pier with its blue lights flashing, and medical personnel quickly lifted Li Jingyi onto a stretcher. Watching Li Jingyi being carried into the ambulance, Chen Xi finally let out a sigh of relief, also realizing that his hands were still trembling uncontrollably, and his wetsuit was soaked with cold sweat. Chapter 388, A Rage Fueled by Love. Chen Xi's ongoing psychotherapy was abruptly interrupted by Li Jingyi's unexpected injury. This sudden turn of events was like a heavy hammer, striking the calm lake of his heart, which he had only just managed to soothe, stirring up monstrous waves. The dark emotions that Li Jingyi had temporarily appeased with her gentle patience now roared wildly in his mind, like beasts unleashed from their cages. Watching Li Jingyi, pale-faced on the hospital bed, Chen Xi felt an unprecedented savagery boiling in his veins. His fingers twitched uncontrollably, and his knuckles cracked with an unnerving sound. Bloody scenes flashed through his mind, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood he had witnessed in the 40K world, the twisted faces corrupted by chaos, and what angered him most at this moment, that black and white banded sea snake. Each image was like a sharp knife, brutally gouging at his reason. The moment the doctor declared Li Jingyi out of danger, Chen Xi practically fled the hospital. He had to find a place to vent, or this destructive impulse might very well affect the innocent. The sea wind howled past his ears as he streaked along the coastline like a black lightning bolt, stopping only in the distant sea once he confirmed there was no human presence within dozens of kilometers. Standing on the turbulent sea, Chen Xi finally stopped suppressing himself. He let out an inhuman roar, and the psychic energy within him erupted like a nuclear explosion. Centered on him, the sea surface instantly caved into a massive vortex hundreds of meters in diameter. The surrounding seawater was pushed far away by an invisible force, forming a circular wall of water dozens of meters high. Immediately after, various supernatural forces began to rage in this sea area. Dark clouds gathered overhead at a visible rate, and thick lightning bolts, like the whips of a god, continuously struck the sea, each time exploding into towering columns of water. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into countless ice shards, which then poured down like a torrential rain. Even more terrifying, eerie phosphorescent blue flames suddenly ignited on the sea surface. These flames could spread across the water, burning everything they touched to cinders. The sea within several kilometers became a living hell. Giant waves rolled, thunder roared, and ice and fire intertwined. When this insane catharsis finally ended, a thick layer of fish remains floated on the sea surface. Some were charred by lightning, some impaled by ice shards, and others reduced to mere skeletons by the flames. In the murky seawater, one could occasionally spot the panicked figures of 1 or 2 surviving fish fleeing. Chen Xi stood on the ravaged sea, his chest heaving violently. After venting, the violent emotions finally subsided temporarily. But looking at the destruction he had caused, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. This level of destruction was nothing in the Warhammer universe, but in this peaceful world, it was already shocking enough to astound the world. Ordinary people naturally could not observe the psychic storm Chen Xi had unleashed in the distant sea. After all, the incident occurred hundreds of nautical miles from the nearest shipping lane, and ordinary fishing boats and yachts would not approach this remote area. Even if a vessel accidentally passed by, it would only mistake it for a sudden extreme weather phenomenon. However, at an altitude of several hundred kilometers in space, the precise sensors of multiple military satellites fully recorded this supernatural storm. High-definition cameras captured lightning trajectories that defied meteorological laws, infrared detectors discovered abnormally violent fluctuations in sea surface temperature, and synthetic aperture radar clearly mapped the bizarre energy distribution in that sea area. These anomalous data instantly triggered the early warning systems of various nations' militaries. When Chen Xi finished venting and returned to the hospital under the cover of night, he did not know what kind of shock his actions had just caused in the command centers of over a dozen military powers worldwide. As he walked into the inpatient lobby, he was stopped by 4 officers in naval uniforms with gleaming epaulets, drawing the attention of surrounding patients and medical staff. The leader was a captain, about 40 years old, with a square face edged with a few lines of age. Behind him stood 3 serious-looking lieutenants, all standing rigidly, yet unable to hide the shock and vigilance in their eyes. "Mr. Chen Xi, may we speak? We are from the Navy. The captain's voice was deliberately lowered. His gaze quickly swept over Chen Xi, noticing the salt stains remaining on his clothes and a few suspicious dark red marks. What is it? If it's not urgent, I'd like to visit my friend first. Chen Xi couldn't help but frown slightly at this, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't had water in a long time. At this moment, Chen Xi's emotions were filled with intense irritability and destructive urges, and the veins at his temples were faintly visible. But he still tried his best to control himself, and having just vented, he was able to maintain calm and normal conversation. However, the military personnel who had come could all feel the immense, unrestrained killing intent emanating from Chen Xi, as if facing a beast that could erupt at any moment. The terrifying red bloodshot eyes and the scent of the sea emanating from him made the youngest lieutenant unconsciously step back half a pace. Knowing that Chen Xi's state was not quite right, the naval officers exchanged a glance. The leading officer made a gesture, and the other three immediately dispersed tacitly, forming a loose encirclement to prevent eavesdropping. Only then did the captain lower his voice and say, "Mr. Chen Xi, your actions at sea just now were captured by satellite." A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, carrying both a soldier's vigilance and a certain inexpressible awe. With that, he pulled out a stack of photos from his briefcase. The top one clearly showed a blurry figure standing amidst raging waves, with the surrounding sea surface appearing unnaturally swirling. The corners of the photo were also marked with precise latitude and longitude coordinates and a timestamp, indicating that this was top-secret imagery taken less than 2 hours ago. Is there a problem with that? Chen Xi seemed a bit impatient, his gaze occasionally darting towards the ward at the end of the corridor, clearly preoccupied. If only our satellites had captured it, then of course there would be no problem, but other countries' satellites also captured your actions just now. Now, militaries from various countries are urgently contacting us, and some matters might become very serious. The captain gave a wry smile, he intentionally emphasized the word serious while observing Chen Xi's reaction. The captain patiently explained to Chen Xi, he also saw that Chen Xi was probably not in the mood to deal with these matters right now, and might even handle them in a very extreme way. The captain's forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat, he could clearly feel the dangerous aura emanating from the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him. But due to various reasons, and because Chen Xi was the person involved, it was truly essential to find him for this matter. Chapter 389, Sleeping Beauty. Chen Xi's answer was somewhat unexpected for the officer, because after taking a deep breath and controlling his urge to smash something, Chen Xi said to the colonel, "I will provide a reasonable explanation for this matter later. As for now, just say it's a rare celestial phenomenon. Approaching Science has filmed so many episodes, I believe you can gloss over this issue." As he spoke, Chen Xi was clearly trying to restrain something, the colonel could see his left hand had unconsciously clenched into a fist. If that doesn't work, then ask those grumbling fellows if they can withstand a single-person orbital drop strike of this magnitude. His voice suddenly turned cold when he said this, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by several degrees, causing several officers to swallow their saliva in unison. After speaking, Chen Xi said nothing more to the colonel, merely saying excuse me before entering Li Jingai's ward. He pushed the door open very gently, a stark contrast to his earlier sharp demeanor. The colonel watched his retreating figure, shook his head slightly, and then led his men away. In the corridor, the youngest major finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Leader, are we just going back to report like this? Otherwise?" He's already given an explanation, which is quite considerate. The colonel shook his head, his expression quickly returning to sternness. Although this incident put them in a somewhat passive position, just as Chen Xi said, with all that fuss, which capital could withstand an orbital drop strike? Only those who could withstand it were qualified to question at the table, those who couldn't didn't even have the right to sit at the table. The ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and the electrocardiogram monitor emitted a regular beep-beep sound. Chen Xi stood before the bed, gazing at Li Jingai's pale face, his eyes devoid of cruelty and killing intent, only a faint heartache. Her lips had lost their usual color, slightly chapped, and her breathing was so shallow it was almost imperceptible. Chen Xi remembered that at this time yesterday, she was still smiling and waving at him by the waterfall, water still dripping from her hair, sunlight dancing on her. And now, she lay quietly, like a flower wilted by a storm. He stood by the bedside, his chest churning with an indescribable emotion. This complex feeling was like a tangled mess stuck in his throat, making even his breathing difficult. This feeling was very unfamiliar, as if something was slowly fermenting in his heart, yet he couldn't find the right words to describe it. It wasn't simple sadness, nor pure anger, but a complex blend of bitterness and powerlessness. Was it heartache? Yes, but not purely heartache. The feeling was more like watching a blooming flower suddenly wither, leaving one both regretful and helpless. A life that was vibrant and bright just yesterday, instantly becoming so fragile, this contrast left him at a loss. A sense of guilt also lingered in his heart, but it wasn't that strong. His rationality told him it was just an accident, but emotionally he couldn't help but wonder, if he had been more alert, reacted faster, could all of this have been avoided? Now he only felt a dull ache in his chest, as if his windpipe was blocked by a soaked sponge. Every breath became laborious, and his temples throbbed faintly. He slowly sat down on the chair by the bed, carefully taking hold of her familiar hand. He knew this hand all too well. Just yesterday, it was still full of vitality, pulling him through the mountains, deftly pushing aside obstructing branches, and steadily supporting him across slippery stream rocks. The touch then was warm and dry, her palm bearing the thin calluses from years of climbing and swimming, her knuckles strong yet soft, giving a strange sense of reliability. But now, it lay quietly on the white sheet, cold like the deep sea. Her once healthy skin tone had faded to a sickly pallor, and bluish veins were faintly visible beneath her almost transparent skin. Her slender fingers were weakly curved, even the knuckles appearing exceptionally fragile, like a magnolia branch broken by a downpour. Chen Xi carefully touched her hand with his fingertips, not daring to use force, fearing that a slight squeeze would crush this suddenly fragile life. He remembered how these hands were skillfully tying climbing knots yesterday, but now they showed not even the slightest tremor. He didn't know what to say. She couldn't hear, nor would she respond. He could only watch her in silence, watching her slightly furrowed brow, as if she was still enduring some hidden pain, watching her bloodless cheeks, where healthy rosy color once bloomed, now a ghastly pale, watching her disheveled hair scattered on the pillow, with a few strands still damp with seawater. He reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, his fingertips touching her skin, the cold temperature making his heart tremble. He suddenly remembered what she said yesterday, life is so beautiful, why always dwell on troubles? But now, she lay here, because of a sea snake, because of an accident, because, his oversight. Chen Xi's fingers unconsciously tightened, then quickly loosened, afraid of hurting her. He stared at the needle in her hand, the transparent medicine dripping one by one, slowly as if time had stretched out. The wind outside the window gently stirred the curtains, and the sound of distant waves could be heard. Everything was so peaceful, only the emotions in his chest churned incessantly. He didn't know if he liked her, but he knew that when he was with her, he didn't need to pretend, didn't need to explain, and didn't even need to deliberately think about his heavy past. She simply smiled, taking him to see the sea, to hear the rain, to feel those simplest things he had long forgotten. And now, she lay here, so quiet, unlike her. Chen Xi took a deep breath, his fingers gently caressing her fingertips, like a silent plea, wake up quickly. Oh, Emperor, please bless her, let her awaken. Chen Xi suddenly began to pray devoutly, although he did not believe in the undying monarch on the golden throne. At this moment, besides praying to him, Chen Xi did not know what else he could do. The power of psychic energy might have some effect, but unable to calm his mind, he suspected that if he were to do so, the violent power would instantly tear apart the delicate and fragile person before him. The hospital's treatment had made the utmost effort, and the anti-venom serum had been injected. The doctors had also done their best to save her life. Theoretically, she had passed the critical stage and would soon wake up. But she remained with her eyes tightly closed. Occasionally, her fingertips would tremble slightly, and her brow would unconsciously furrow, making Chen Xi's heart clench, but the next second, everything would return to silence, as if the movement just now was merely his illusion. Chapter 390 Nerve Damage. Chen Xi had been staying at the hospital, sitting by Li Jingai's bedside without moving an inch. The sky outside the window changed from dusk to deep night, and then from deep night to dawn. He maintained the same posture throughout, his gaze never leaving Li Jingai's pale face. It wasn't until the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the ward, that Li Jingai's eyelids finally fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes. You're finally awake. If you had slept any longer, I would have had to try kissing the princess awake. Chen Xi's voice was slightly hoarse from the long silence, but his tone carried an undisguised joy. He leaned forward, carefully taking Li Jingai's hand, afraid of hurting her. Li Jingai's lips were still pale, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly upward. Then wouldn't I have woken up too early? Her voice was as weak as a mosquito's hum, yet she still played along with Chen Xi's joke. She tried to lift her hand, but could only move her fingers slightly due to weakness. What if Sleeping Beauty wasn't woken by the prince's kiss? Chen Xi's gaze deepened. He gently stroked Li Jingai's hand. If all fairy tales are lies, then I can only prostrate myself before Buddha for 1,000 years and ask him to return you to me. His tone was half joking, half serious, and a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't believe in Buddha, he knew a certain big shot from Central Asia, who always claimed he wasn't a god, definitely had the ability to cure Li Jingai. Don't lie in front of a psychologist. Li Jingai looked directly into Chen Xi's eyes, weakly but firmly. I can tell from your micro-expressions whether you are telling the truth or not. Despite lying in the hospital bed, she still maintained the keenness of a professional psychologist. Chen Xi smiled bitterly and nodded. I promise I won't intentionally deceive you. He had too many secrets, his experiences in the 40K world, his psychic abilities, and those unspeakable battles. He truly couldn't tell everything to the person in front of him. That's true. Li Jingai seemed to understand something and nodded slightly. She moved her body gently, her brows furrowing slightly from pain. Can you call the doctor for me? I want to know what my condition is like. Upon hearing Li Jingai ask about her condition, Chen Xi's expression instantly darkened. He recalled the doctor's previous words, the sea snake venom has already caused nerve damage, and the possibility of complete recovery is not high. But he quickly controlled his emotions, forcing himself to show a reassuring smile. Then wait a moment, I'll go call the doctor. With that, Chen Xi gently released Li Jingai's hand, rising with movements as delicate as if he were protecting something fragile. A moment later, the doctor and Chen Xi entered the ward together. He walked to the bedside, skillfully adjusted the 4-drip speed, and then began to examine Li Jingai. After a detailed neurological examination of Li Jingai, the doctor pushed up his glasses and said cautiously, the snake venom has caused significant damage to your nervous system. Although it was treated promptly, some sequelae are still unavoidable. He flipped through the examination report in his hand, continuing to explain, from the current examination results, both your motor and sensory nerves have been affected to varying degrees. As for the specific situation, it will depend on subsequent treatment and rehabilitation effects. If you recover well, there won't be too much impact. The doctor looked up at Li Jing'ai, trying to comfort her with a gentle tone. We have already formulated a detailed rehabilitation plan, including medication and physical therapy. As long as you actively cooperate with the treatment, there is still a good chance of recovery. Then doctor, what if I don't recover well? Li Jing'ai's expression remained calm, and her voice was steady, but Chen Xi noticed her fingers curling slightly under the bedsheet. The doctor sighed softly and professionally explained, snake venom can cause neurological damage, interfering with nerve signal transmission, and may lead to symptoms such as muscle weakness, difficulty breathing, and swallowing difficulties. He paused, observing Li Jing'ai's reaction. Some patients may still experience limb numbness, decreased muscle strength, or autonomic nervous system dysfunction after the acute phase. Seeing Li Jing'ai still maintaining a calm expression, the doctor tried to add in a relaxed tone, however, this kind of damage is generally not permanent. After a few weeks or at most a few months of recovery, it will improve. It's like a small bug in a computer system that needs time to be fixed. At this point, the doctor suddenly paused, his gaze lingering on Chen Xi for a few seconds, as if deliberating his words, and then continued, however, snake venom can cause acute kidney damage. If the recovery is not good, it may develop into chronic kidney disease later, so this point must be paid attention to. After speaking, seeing that neither Chen Xi nor Li Jing'ai had much reaction, the doctor then continued, these are the main sequelae. As for symptoms like local tissue necrosis and rhabdomyolysis, because the treatment and handling were timely, these symptoms did not appear. He closed the medical record book, showing an encouraging smile. In short, get good rest, the doctor finally instructed, as long as you actively cooperate with the treatment, there will be no serious sequelae. We will arrange for a rehabilitation specialist to consult tomorrow. After explaining the condition, the doctor then left the ward. Chen Xi listened to the doctor's words, leaning silently against the ward wall, his gaze heavily fixed on Li Jing'ai in the hospital bed. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, but he ultimately said nothing, only clenching his fists until they turned white. It was Li Jing'ai who broke the silence first. She weakly raised her hand and gently tugged at Chen Xi's sleeve. Thank you. Her voice was very soft, but it made Chen Xi stiffen all over. Why are you thanking me? Chen Xi's voice was extremely hoarse. He lowered his eyelids, not daring to look directly at Li Jing'ai's pale face. I'm not worth thanking at all. Because you saved me. Li Jing'ai tried hard to force a smile, and though the effort made her unconsciously frown, she still said, if you hadn't gotten me to the hospital in time, I might have died, right? She moved with difficulty, patting the empty space beside the hospital bed. Don't stand so far away, come sit down. Seeing Chen Xi still standing motionless, she added, don't feel guilty, don't think this happened because I took you diving. Li Jing'ai's gaze fell on Chen Xi's clenched fists. She took a deep breath and said, I was the one who took you diving. As the initiator, I should have considered these factors. So it should be me apologizing to you. After all, that snake could have bitten you, couldn't it? If it had bitten me, it would have only broken 2 teeth. Chen Xi finally stepped forward and sat down by the bed, gazing at the stubborn girl up close, his voice deep and firm. He unconsciously reached out, carefully brushing away the stray strands of hair from her forehead, his fingertips trembling slightly as they touched her cool skin. After a moment of silence, Chen Xi let out a long sigh. Anyway, it's good that you're okay. These words seemed to be squeezed from the deepest part of his heart, carrying a trembling sense of relief. That's right. Li Jing'ai's eyes were half closed from weakness, yet they still shone with a gentle light. She gently held Chen Xi's hand. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Her thumb rubbed reassuringly on the back of his hand, just like the smiling face she drew on the sand that would be washed away by the tide when they first met by the sea. This made Chen Xi feel as if their roles were somewhat reversed. Li Jing'ai was the one in bed, yet she was comforting him, which made Chen Xi feel even more uneasy. However, Li Jing'ai seemed completely unaware, and even eagerly pressed Chen Xi. How did you get me to the hospital? I remember after I was bitten, you seemed to drag me to shore. Yes, you lost consciousness in the water at that time. I just picked a direction and dragged you to shore, tied your leg, helped you suck out the poisoned blood, and then took you back to the pier and called an ambulance to take you to the hospital. Chen Xi omitted some processes and details, not wanting the other party to know certain truths. But Li Jing'ai seemed to know something. She just looked into Chen Xi's eyes, and then didn't ask any more questions. Feeling Li Jing'ai's understanding, Chen Xi's expression flickered between gloom and resolve, but then he made up his mind to definitely cure the person in front of him. Chapter 391, Return to 40K, First Update. After Li Jing'ai woke up, Chen Xi stood by the hospital room window, looking at the bright sunshine and swaying palm trees outside, his heart filled with complex emotions. He did not stay in Hainan Island, as it could no longer offer him any help. His initial reason for coming to Hainan Island was to resolve his mental issues and seek treatment from a psychologist. However, now, the psychologist Li Jing'ai herself had collapsed, which made Chen Xi feel a touch of irony. Staying here would only lead to unnecessary waiting and might even destabilize his mental state further. After consulting with several authoritative doctors, Chen Xi confirmed a fact. For Li Jing'ai, the optimal rehabilitation treatment plan was to undergo rejuvenation surgery. This conclusion might sound incredible at first, as in Chen Xi's understanding, rejuvenation surgery was primarily used for anti-aging and extending life. But upon closer examination, one would discover that the core functions of this technology extended far beyond that. It could promote human nerve regeneration, repair damaged tissues, and even deeply maintain organs. As long as these key functions could be achieved, it would not be difficult for Li Jing'ai to fully recover her health. Currently, the only place in the entire country, and even the world, with mature rejuvenation surgery technology was the high-end sanatorium in Chen Xi City. His parents had undergone surgery there with significant results. Thus, Chen Xi used his network of connections to quickly arrange Li Jing'ai's transfer to the sanatorium. The medical team at the sanatorium was well versed in such procedures and quickly completed the handover. Chen Xi himself did not delay and returned home directly. Although his mental state was still somewhat volatile, there were more important matters awaiting his attention. He had to return to the 40K world. The Rostov expedition was nearing its end, and although Chen Xi had become a hands-off manager during the concluding phase, even delegating command of the war to his subordinates and going on a vacation in the real world, this did not mean he could completely detach himself. The victory of the expedition was just the beginning. The real challenge lay in how to transform this war-torn subsector into a formidable imperial fortress. Currently, the large-scale conflict in the Rostov subsector had subsided, the remaining Necron's forces were being progressively cleared out, and the Orc threat had vanished with the destruction of the battle moon. But this did not mean they could relax. On the contrary, the next 20 years would be crucial. The shadow of the Great Rift was approaching, and whether Rostov could stand firm in the coming turmoil depended on the current construction and planning. Chen Xi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This war, initially just a chain reaction triggered by his grave-robbing exploring Necron's ruins, who would have thought it would evolve into a decade-long Rostov expedition? In the 3K era of the real world, 10 years might be just a small segment of life, but in the 40K universe, 10 years was enough for a sector to go from barrenness to prosperity, or from flourishing to ruin. Fortunately, although the war slowed down the pace of development, the basic infrastructure construction of the Rostov subsector did not completely halt. Part of the initial plan had been realized. The orbital ring was completed, the shipyard was taking shape, and several key planets had been colonized and undergone initial industrialization. Now, with the end of the war, the development plans that had been delayed by the conflict could finally be fully implemented. Resource extraction, industrial expansion, military deployment, population migration, each required Chen Xi's personal oversight to ensure Rostov could stand firm in the coming storm. Time waits for no one. 20 years seemed long, but on the grand scale of the Imperium, it was but a fleeting moment. Chen Xi had to seize every minute and second to make the Rostov subsector truly his foundation, not a fleeting battlefield. Although specific construction plans did not require Chen Xi to personally execute them, he still had to ensure the entire administrative system operated efficiently. This meant he had to personally oversee key decisions, reviewing development proposals submitted by his staff, signing his name on every important document, and handling governmental affairs that only a Star District governor could decide. These tasks were cumbersome and tedious, but they were necessary steps to consolidate power. As the initiator of the Rostov expedition and the Star District governor of the subsector, the distribution of spoils after the war was the real highlight. Chen Xi was well aware that this expedition had consumed enormous resources, and now was the time to reap the rewards. The primary goal was to firmly control the entire subsector. Originally, according to the initial agreement, he needed to share some of the benefits with the sector nobles in exchange for their support. But fate seemed to favor him exceptionally. The rampage of 2 Daemon princes and a greater demon in the Star Sector capital caused many noble families who had previously cooperated with him to be wiped out. The demise of these nobles, on the contrary, cleared obstacles for Chen Xi. Now, he no longer had to cede large chunks of profits. Control of the entire subsector could almost be fully brought into his hands. Although the demise of the nobles also meant that their promised resources and support vanished, for the current Rostov subsector, this was no longer important. Through accumulation during the war, the subsector established its own industrial base, the shipyard could independently produce warships, the orbital ring became operational, and it even began to attract orders from the Imperial Navy. These achievements gave Rostov the ability to self-sustain, no longer needing to rely on the whims of the nobles. Though this decade-long expedition was brutal, it unexpectedly forged a unique industrial system for the Rostov subsector. While this system was not yet sophisticated or perfect, and even appeared quite crude in some aspects, its strength lay in its complete structure and efficient operation. Like a newborn mechanical heart, though not yet powerful enough, it could already stably pump the blood of development to the entire subsector. In the field of heavy military industry, Rostov was indeed still powerless. Building behemoths like battleships? Assembling organized Titan legions? These were still distant dreams for the current subsector. But encouragingly, daily military supplies, basic equipment production, and various materials needed for planetary development could now be self-sufficient here. The most proud achievement was undoubtedly the Rostov shipyard. This industrial jewel, which grew amidst the flames of war, evolved from initially only being able to repair small frigates to now being capable of independently constructing light cruisers. Over 10 years, its docks witnessed the birth and rebirth of countless warships, and the workers' skills advanced by leaps and bounds through numerous emergency repairs and urgent productions. Today, this once regional small factory has earned the favor of the Imperial Navy. The Solar System Fleet not only listed it as an important supply point but also placed a large number of orders to replenish the light vessels lost during the expedition. Every order was an acknowledgement of Rostov's industrial capability, and every newly launched warship was accumulating valuable construction experience for the subsector. These achievements laid a solid foundation for Rostov's future development. Chapter 392, Adeptus Mechanicus Affairs. Second update. The orbital ring, which Chen Xi had planned early on, has now been completed. Although Wise 1 Kristen was very interested in the Necron's ruins in the Rostov subsector, she and her team had to return to Gria after the orbital ring's construction was finished. Wise 1 Kristen stood on the observation platform of the orbital ring, data streams flickering with reluctance in her mechanical eye. She knew that unless she could find a sufficiently compelling reason, one that could persuade Archmagoskal and leave the Mariupol Forge world speechless, she would have to take her research team back to Gria. The subtle struggle between the three major Adeptus Mechanicus factions quietly unfolded amidst data streams and contractual documents. The tech priests of the Mars faction constantly emphasized their legitimate inheritance rights, their logic engines deducing various ancient legal provisions in an attempt to prove that all Necron's ruins should be under Mars jurisdiction. The Gria Forge world was relatively weaker, as they had only been invited to construct the orbital ring. Now that the ring was complete, Kahl was fully leveraging this point to make the Gria Forge world leave. As for future orbital ring orders, Kahl stated that Mars also had considerable achievements in this area, and if Chen Xi had a need, Kahl could connect him with Mars' construction team. Amidst this undercurrent of contention, the Mariupol Forge world adopted a completely different strategy. They did not participate in the struggle between Mars and Gria, but instead quietly solidified their control over the core worlds they had already occupied. While representatives from Mars and Gria argued endlessly in virtual conference spaces, Mariupol's mechanical servitors had already completed the physical blockade of the target ruins. They only uploaded a brief statement to the other two parties, indicating their willingness to relinquish jurisdiction over all other disputed areas. This seemingly yielding move actually concealed a deeper strategy. While the two major factions were busy vying for more ruins, the tech priests of Mariupol had concentrated all their resources on a single target. The encrypted firewalls and independent energy networks they established turned this core world into an independent kingdom that could not be remotely interfered with. When Mars and Gria finally realized this, Mariupol had already completed the thorough control of the ruins' basic infrastructure. Under these circumstances, neither Mars nor Gria could risk pushing the Mariupol Forge world into the opposing camp just to seize their interests. So, while seemingly giving up a lot of benefits, the Mariupol Forge world instead maintained its independent status and gains in the struggle between the Mars and Gria factions. At the same time, Kahl's clone had already contacted his main body via an encrypted data link. A massive Adeptus Mechanicus fleet had already arrived in the Rostov subsector. This fleet not only brought the promised Titan Legion but also carried the Mars faction's ambition for Necron's technology. The withdrawal of the Rustblade Legion was proceeding in an orderly manner. Massive Titan bodies stood silently in the hangars, as Adeptus Mechanicus priests led technical servitors in performing the final maintenance work. Sacred oils were carefully extracted and preserved, and precision repair equipment, after being subjected to sacred purification rituals, was loaded into specially designed transport crates. Members of the pilot crews meticulously checked their respective equipment, carefully packing away operation manuals and personal belongings that had accompanied them for years. Some princeps even engaged in final communications with their titans, softly reciting farewell prayers. The entire withdrawal process was filled with ritual, every step strictly adhering to Adeptus Mechanicus traditions. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Titan forces were planning the layout of their permanent base on the Rostov 3 planet. Their arrival marked a new chapter in the Rostov subsector's defensive capabilities. Although the handover between the two legions would still take some time, the Rustblade Legion's return journey had entered its countdown. Ever since Chen Xi banished the Necron's throne world along with the Orcs' battle moon into Kern's Daemon realm, this protracted expedition had come to an end. The remaining Necron's forces, having lost their core command system, were like a beheaded giant beast. Though they could still struggle, they no longer posed a substantial threat. Against this backdrop, the full-strength Rustblade Legion seemed overqualified. In fact, during the period when Chen Xi returned to the real world, the Expeditionary Force Command had already broken down this powerful Titan force into smaller combat groups, deploying them to different battlefields. It was astonishing that even when operating in small teams, these Titans remained invincible, easily crushing the remaining Necron's defenders on various planets. Now, with several key core worlds having fallen, the remaining cleanup work didn't even require the Rustblade Legion's intervention. The few Titans Chen Xi controlled early on were sufficient. Therefore, the Rustblade Legion's crews had completed their combat missions and were now just waiting for Chen Xi's official approval to complete the handover with the newly arrived Titan Legion and embark on their journey back to their garrison. The new Titan Legion dispatched by Mars was ready to be stationed, with their garrison chosen on the planet Rostov 3. This initially developed industrial world possessed unique advantages. The basic infrastructure of the number 32 Forge complex was largely complete, the geothermal energy network had been laid, and there were existing plasma reactors available for use. Although it couldn't compare to the sacred forge temples of Mars itself, it was more than sufficient as a frontline garrison. However, the scale of this legion was certainly not massive, 3 majestic Warhound-class Titans like mobile fortresses, 12 agile Warhound-class Titans forming a quick reaction force, plus 2 Predator-class Titans specifically for fire support. It's worth noting that one of the Warhound-class, 3 Warhound-class, and 2 Predator-class Titans were all new blood that arrived with the fleet this time. Each Titan was equipped with a complete pilot crew. Descendants of the Divine Machine families who had served the Machine Spirit for generations were already in position. They could pilot the Divine Machines into battle at any time, but logistical support appeared somewhat stretched. The soldiers of the Titan Guard were still adapting to the new garrison's gravity environment, while the accompanying tech priests were busy debugging equipment in temporarily erected sanctuaries. This was not due to any intentional neglect from Mars. In fact, the transport ships carrying precision maintenance equipment had only just finished unloading. Building a standard compliant Titan maintenance workshop was no easy task. It required laying sacred mechanical flooring, installing gravity stabilization devices, and setting up a complete set of consecrated altars. Fortunately, the war was nearing its end, and these steel giants had plenty of time to settle down slowly. The tech priests estimated that by the time they were fully prepared, even the last few Necron strongholds would likely have been cleared. Chapter 393, Subsequent Arrangements, Third Update. Chen Xi stood on the observation deck of the governor's office, gazing at the gradually forming administrative map of the Rostov subsector. 10 years ago, when he first arrived, the entire subsector only had Rostov 2, a solitary colony planet, but now it has developed into an administrative region with multiple developing star systems. Now, he must strive for more benefits on the political stage of the star sector capital to make the establishment of the Rostov subsector a fait accompli. A pressing issue lay before him: the assessment of the tithe level. Chen Xi recalled the predicament when Rostov 2 was first established. This remote, emerging colony world didn't even have an official tithe level in the Imperial Department of Internal Affairs archives. The imperial bureaucrats simply didn't expect to extract any wealth from such a backwater. Moreover, not only did the Department of Internal Affairs not levy taxes, but it also continuously provided food subsidies to Rostov 2, and these free rations are still being transported in an endless stream even now. Although Rostov 2 has long achieved food self-sufficiency, and agricultural development in other colonies within the subsector is progressing smoothly, the Department of Internal Affairs administrative system clearly hasn't caught up, and subsidies are still being issued on time. Chen Xi couldn't help but feel fortunate for the inefficiency of the imperial bureaucracy. This unexpected windfall helped him greatly. But the situation is different now. As the subsector's war gradually subsides, the Department of Internal Affairs watchdogs will sooner or later sniff out the wealth here. Chen Xi could almost imagine the tax auditors. They would surely arrive with precise measuring instruments and data slates filled with clauses, scrutinizing every factory and every farmland in Rostov with critical eyes. As an imperial official, Chen Xi never thought of evading the tithe. But he knew that in the bloated imperial administrative system, paying taxes was never a simple matter of numbers, but a delicate game of strategy. The key was how to use the rules to pay this tax at the most appropriate time and in the most advantageous way. 20 years, Chen Xi murmured softly to himself. This time frame repeatedly flashed in his mind. According to his plan, he could completely drag out the tax assessment until after the regent's return. After all, a simple approval from the Department of Internal Affairs often takes decades, let alone a comprehensive tax assessment of an emerging subsector. During this precious time, the taxes that should have been remitted could continue to be invested in the subsector's construction. By the time Guillemon returns, Rostov will have long been transformed, and it won't be too late to pay the back taxes then. And by the time the Great Rift unfolds 20 years later, the connection between the Rostov subsector and Holy Terra will be severed, making the payment of this tax optional. What to do specifically at that time will depend on how much influence Chen Xi can wield. If he could command tens of thousands of Astartes, Chen Xi felt he might even be able to contend for the position of High Lords. In addition to these, among the post-war cleanup efforts, how to deal with the various Astartes chapters that participated in the war became a key issue for Chen Xi to consider. These angels of the Emperor were completely different from ordinary armies. They neither needed monetary rewards nor sought worldly honors. For them, fighting for the God Emperor itself was the highest reward. As the war ended, most chapters had already begun packing their gear, preparing to withdraw. Those chapters that suffered heavy losses in the battle were able to recruit qualified new recruits locally, thanks to Chen Xi's specially approved reinforcement policy. Although the number of new recruits could not fully compensate for the battle losses, it at least kept the chapter's formations at an acceptable level. In terms of equipment, thanks to Archmagos Call opening his armory, the participating chapters received far more excellent weaponry than expected. Now, the armories of the various chapters were piled high with brand new bolters, master-crafted power armor, and even a few precious land raiders. This abundance, paradoxically, caused a happy dilemma for many chapter masters. They began to privately inquire with Adeptus Mechanicus representatives whether they could be allocated more new style equipment that they had grown accustomed to using. However, beyond these superficial equipment supplies, Call's secretly advancing Primaris Astartes modification plan remained under absolute secrecy. The chapters were completely unaware that their precious gene seed had unknowingly been injected with new possibilities. This benevolent intervention might cause new disturbances in the future, but for now, it was merely classified data hidden deep within data slates. However, these were not the main points. The main point was that Chen Xi needed to establish good relations and connections with the various chapters before they withdrew. He personally arranged multiple private meetings, holding one-on-one confidential talks with the chapter masters of the major chapters in the strategic command center of Rostov 3. Not to make them obey his direct orders, but at least when something arose, they would respond to his call. To this end, Chen Xi specially prepared a detailed strategic memorandum, meticulously recording the heroic deeds of the major chapters during the expedition, and promised to report these accomplishments to the Terra High Lords Council. Because those who could participate in this expedition, besides a few chapters from the Blood Angels and Imperial Fists lineages, were other chapters stationed around the Rostov subsector and Mariupol sector, or even within the Mariupol sector itself. Chen Xi paid special attention to these local chapters, ordering the quartermaster to prepare ample supplies for each chapter, including master-crafted weapons and blessed ammunition. These chapters might not be much now, but after the Great Rift unfolds, they will be important strategic support and key forces for the Mariupol sector and surrounding sectors in resisting the threat of chaos. During the talks, Chen Xi subtly alluded to future threats, suggesting that these chapters might face even more arduous challenges. If he could establish good relations with these chapters and organize them after the Great Rift opens, even if it was just to form a loose alliance, it would be enough to greatly enhance the security of the Mariupol sector and surrounding sectors. To this end, Chen Xi proposed establishing an encrypted communication network to ensure that the various chapters could maintain real-time contact. Even before the Indomitus Crusade began, he aimed to establish a pocket empire-like entity in this region to maintain the peace of the Imperium. Chen Xi had already begun to formulate detailed defense plans, preparing to link the defense zones of the major chapters to form a mutually supportive defense system. It should be known that the Mariupol sector is located on the edge of the solar system. Although remote, it is still within the protective range of the Empire Holy Land. Even after the Great Rift opens, this area will still be able to receive the guiding light of the Astronomicon, and the overall threat of chaos faced is relatively small, which provides Chen Xi's strategic layout with a unique geographical advantage. Chapter 394, Saturn Pattern Terminator Armor, 4th Update. After the Regent's return to the Imperium, Chen Xi could even leverage the network of chapter relationships he had built over the years to integrate these dispersed forces, forming a powerful attack cluster to participate in the Indomitus Crusade. By then, this joint force composed of multiple chapters would become a formidable contingent under Guilliman. If circumstances were ideal, Chen Xi could act preemptively without waiting for Guilliman to formally launch the Indomitus Crusade. He could directly disseminate Primaris technology within the Rostov subsector, rapidly arming troops using the existing industrial base, and then raise an expeditionary force to begin the great work of rebuilding the Imperium. With his foreknowledge of the future and ample preparation time, it was entirely possible for him to achieve significant breakthroughs before Guilliman awakened. If Chen Xi could accomplish all of this, having established a powerful Primaris legion and even reclaimed vast swathes of lost territory by the time Guilliman awakened, then even Guilliman, as a Primarch, would likely have to show him respect. Such an achievement would be enough to leave an indelible mark on imperial history. Therefore, at present, seizing the precious opportunity before the various chapters withdrew, Chen Xi had to quickly establish deep friendships with every participating chapter. At the very least, he needed to ensure that these chapters would actively respond to his call when support was needed in the future. This not only concerned the security of the Rostov subsector but also his future position in the Imperium's power structure. To achieve this, Chen Xi unhesitatingly used the substantial points he had earned from resolving the Necron's throne world and the Orc battle moon. After carefully browsing the exchange list, Chen Xi's gaze was firmly drawn to a piece of equipment with immense strategic value: the Saturn Pattern Terminator Armor. This latest miniature released by GW, which had only just been announced and not yet officially released, had its STC template already appearing on the exchange list, tempting Chen Xi to acquire it. As the pinnacle of the Imperium of Man's single-soldier defense technology, the Saturn Pattern Terminator Armor did not originate from the Mars Mechanics but was developed by the mysterious Saturnine Technical Conclave, representing the most indestructible protective technology within the diverse technical systems of the Great Crusade era. Its thick armor plates, reinforced skeletal structure, and unique thermal diffraction fields generators all highlighted its unparalleled defensive capabilities. According to chapter archives, this armor was personally modified by Vulcan, the Lord of the Fire Dragons, during the Great Crusade, enabling it to play a decisive role in key battles such as Istvan V. Although its production was scarce due to complex craftsmanship and a bulky form, making it far less common than Ironclad or Tartaros pattern Terminators, this very scarcity highlighted its preciousness. This armor not only symbolized supreme glory but also meant that on future battlefields, he would be able to wield the Imperium's most powerful single-soldier weapons, whether plasma bombards, heavy disintegrators, or disruption fists capable of tearing through armor. The Saturn Pattern Terminator armor was both the ultimate defensive bulwark and the perfect vessel for destruction. Chen Xi planned to establish a dedicated production line in the Rostov subsector for manufacturing this top-tier equipment, the Saturn Pattern Terminator armor. Although limited by complex production processes and scarce material supply, the capacity of this production line was destined not to be very high, possibly unable to fully meet the equipment needs of the Ashes Knights chapter itself. But Chen Xi was well aware that the ability to independently produce such top-tier equipment held significant strategic importance. It would not only enhance the chapter's equipment level but also become an important bond for long-term cooperation between the various chapters in the Rostov subsector. In an era where imperial technology was gradually being lost, a production line capable of stably producing Saturn Pattern Terminator armor was far more valuable than a simple supply of weaponry. It represented the continuation of technological heritage and would become a key bargaining chip for the Rostov subsector to enhance its influence among the Space Marine chapters. To further solidify strategic relationships with the various chapters, Chen Xi specifically exchanged for a dozen sets of unpainted blank Saturn Pattern Terminator armor from the exchange list. These precious original armors remained in their pristine factory state, without even the most basic chapter markings applied, making them perfect as special gifts for the various chapters. Although each chapter would only receive one set, Chen Xi knew that for any Astartes chapter, such a set of original Terminator armor was priceless. They not only represented the purest manufacturing craftsmanship but also allowed the receiving chapter to customize them according to their own traditions. This unique value was enough to make the various chapters develop a special fondness for the Rostov subsector. Chen Xi deeply understood the strategic significance of these valuable pieces of equipment. They would become important bargaining chips for rallying the various chapters in the future. When Rostov needed Space Marine support, these gifts sent in advance would be the best justification and negotiation terms. More importantly, this favor had to be personally delivered by him as the planetary governor, never through Gutierrez or the Ashes Knights chapter. Chen Xi was well aware of the subtleties of political maneuvering. The identity of the gift giver was often more important than the gift itself. If Astartes monks were to deliver them on his behalf, this favor would become an internal exchange between chapters, completely unrelated to Chen Xi's political achievements and influence as governor. He had to ensure that the various chapters remembered the generosity of the Rostov planetary governor, not some intermediary from a chapter. This also meant he couldn't immediately summon his technical consultant, Auvelia. As governor, he needed to first handle the liaison with the various chapters, ensuring that each set of Terminator armor was accurately delivered to its intended recipient. However, after a period of busyness in arranging all matters, Chen Xi still took half an hour to find Auvelia in the small reception room of the governor's office. Treating an ordinary human bitten by a venomous snake, without any enhancements or genetic modifications. Auvelia's mechanical optical eye flashed with a stream of data after hearing Chen Xi's request, then returned to calm. This is a very simple matter, whatever effect you wish to achieve, the Adeptus Mechanicus's technology can accomplish it. Her voice carried the unique electronic quality of the Adeptus Mechanicus, yet revealed clear nonchalance. After all, in her view, this didn't even qualify as a technical problem. Simply treating a mortal bitten by an ordinary venomous snake, requiring neither genetic adjustment nor complex bionic modifications, was utterly insignificant compared to the cases she routinely handled involving warp contamination or alien technology. Chapter 395 Chen Xi's demands, 5th update. She has already received initial emergency treatment, and the neurotoxins in her body have been mostly cleared, Chen Xi said with a hint of gravity, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the data pad. But the problem is, the toxins have caused continuous damage to her central nervous system, and multiple internal organs have also suffered varying degrees of damage. If she doesn't receive thorough treatment, it's very likely to leave permanent sequelae. He looked up, his gaze fixed on Auvelia. So I need you to design a complete treatment plan that not only fully repairs her nerve and organ damage but also ensures the entire treatment process won't cause her any secondary harm. It must be a 100% safe plan. At this point, Chen Xi paused, a slight hesitation in his manner, as if weighing his words. Finally, he lowered his voice and added, and for certain special reasons, I cannot let you see her directly. It would be best if you could create a portable treatment device, or something similar, that I can take with me and use directly. A flicker of complex emotion, almost imperceptible, crossed his eyes. It needs to be simple to operate, but the treatment results must be perfect. That's a bit of a high demand, Auvelia murmured, her brow furrowing slightly after hearing Chen Xi's request. Her bionic eye, embedded with precision instruments, gleamed with the light of thought. Her slender fingers tapped gently on the metal table, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound, as if performing some complex calculation. Her data stream scrolled rapidly across her visual interface, analyzing the feasibility of each condition. These demands themselves weren't excessive for her, a biological sage proficient in Adeptus Mechanicus medical technology, designing a discrete medical plan was not difficult. But what puzzled her was why Chen Xi had imposed so many limiting conditions: secrecy, portability, no direct intervention. Given his current status, treating a patient could be done openly, even mobilizing the resources of the entire medical chapter would not be an issue. To go to such great lengths to design an independently operating medical system was almost as if he was, deliberately avoiding certain people's attention. Her logic processor rapidly extrapolated various possibilities, but in the end, Auvelia did not ask further. She simply nodded slightly and agreed, I can design a specialized medical servitor skull. It will be able to provide precise medical services that fully meet your requirements, and you won't need to bring the person to me every time. Her slender mechanical fingers swept through the air, bringing up a set of holographic design blueprints. Various special effect medicines will be pre-configured in the skull's built-in medicine chambers, using the most stable preservation methods. The servitor skull will automatically execute the complete treatment program through an intelligent diagnostic system, from wound treatment to organ repair, while simultaneously conducting 24 standard hours of real-time physiological monitoring to ensure complete healing. She paused, and the vocoder beneath her metal mask emitted a faint hum as she added, the skull will be equipped with the most precise medical sensor array, including molecular-level scanners and nanometer-level probes. Every treatment step will undergo millions of simulated computations to ensure that the treatment process does not cause any secondary harm to the patient, perfectly avoiding even the most subtle nerve damage. Very good. When will it be ready? Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction, highly pleased with Auvelia's professional competence and efficiency. It will take some time, Auvelia calculated. After all, you require that no harm be done to the patient, which necessitates special debugging. You can come pick it up in a week. She gave a definite commitment period. Hearing Auvelia say this, Chen Xi nodded, finally feeling relieved. He secretly congratulated himself for finding the right person. This biological sage from the Adeptus Mechanicus was indeed trustworthy. Over the past period, Auvelia had already proven her worth with her professional capabilities. From the most basic medical equipment to the rejuvenation potion for Chen Xi's parents, every project she handled was completed flawlessly. She was not only technically proficient but also always gave her full effort to the tasks Chen Xi assigned, never disappointing him. Looking at the diligent biological sage before him, Chen Xi decided to give her the reward she deserved. After a brief thought, he spoke, I have an STC template here. Try to analyze it and see if you can produce it. Before he finished speaking, he had already taken out an STC template, gleaming with golden metallic luster, from his arms and carefully handed it to Auvelia. This is the STC template for Saturn pattern Terminator armor. I believe you must have heard of this type of Terminator armor. This is actually real. Auvelia's bionic eye instantly widened, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. She took the STC template as if holding a sacred relic, her voice distorted by excitement. This is a type of Terminator armor used during the Great Crusade era. It is said that Vulcan, the Lord of Drakes, personally improved it. Her mechanical tendrils unconsciously extended, gently stroking the patterns on the template's surface. But for various reasons, it was lost after the Great Rebellion. This is simply a miracle bestowed by the machine god. Her voice trembled with excitement, her devout appearance making her seem like a devotee of the Adeptus Mechanicus who had witnessed the miracle of the Omnissiah with her own eyes. Where did you find it? This is the legendary Saturn pattern Terminator armor. A technology completely lost since the Great Crusade era. Don't ask. If you ask, it's the Emperor's grace, Chen Xi said without further explanation, then sternly made his demand. I require you to immediately begin production of this Terminator armor, and you must complete a prototype within 10 years and achieve mass production within 20 years. Your demands are too high, Governor. Avilia's excitement was instantly diluted by reality. She shook her head in difficulty, saying, I am only a biological sage, not a forge master. I cannot handle analyzing STC templates and establishing production lines. This level of armor requires special adamantium forging techniques. Just the miniaturization of plasma reactors alone. She suddenly realized she had said too much and quickly stopped. In short, you must find my teacher. She paused, then lowered her voice and added, only an existence of Archmagos Call's level can achieve such a thing. Just replicating those lost neural synchronization interfaces would take an entire forge world hundreds of years to research. All right. Chen Xi sighed with a hint of disappointment, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armor's shell, producing a dull echo. Then go discuss it with Archmagos Call. Whatever resources are needed, I will fully support it. His tone was unequivocal. I only want one result within 20 years, I want to see it mass-produced in the Rostov Armory, no matter the cost. Chapter 396 Silver Blades. The reception hall of the Rostov governor's office was bathed in the light streaming through the massive arched windows from the star, appearing solemn and understated, with decorations that were not luxurious, but instead highlighted the practical aesthetics of imperial authority. The smoothly polished stone walls reflected the warm light, illuminating the high-hanging imperial aquila banner and the emblem symbolizing the planetary governor's power. The air was thick with the rich scent of high-grade wood, the inky aroma of ancient parchment, and a faint, soothing incense that calmed the mind. Chen Xi, as the governor, sat behind a heavy, solid wooden desk. To maintain sufficient authority during the meeting, he had specifically donned his Inquisitor Lord uniform today and wore the Inquisition's rosette. Along with the rosette, he also wore various imperial medals awarded to him as the supreme commander of the Rostov expedition. Although Chen Xi had no habit of awarding himself medals, as the supreme commander of the expeditionary force, the Department of Internal Affairs and the Department of Military Affairs still sent commendations for the victory of this expedition, which resulted in Chen Xi acquiring several more personal shields. A high-ranking medal was equivalent to a personal energy shield. While it couldn't withstand high-powered weapons, ordinary personal equipment couldn't penetrate it. So, from a certain perspective, it was also a form of safety protection. On the desk, several data slates glowed with a faint light, and a projector displayed a sector star map, silently speaking of his dual responsibilities as both planetary governor and supreme commander of the expeditionary force. The heavy door slid open silently, and a massive figure stepped into the hall. Sarkin Company Commander, the commander of the Silver Blades Chapter's first company, entered with a slightly heavy but agile stride in his power armor. His power armor bore the marks of intense combat, with clearly visible repair rivets and rewelded plates at the joints. Only the chapter emblem of the silver blade on his shoulder guard seemed to have been repainted, looking clean and new. He stood resolute, like a moving fortress, then struck his right fist against his left chest plate, producing a resounding clang of metal, delivering a standard Space Marine salute to the governor. Greetings, Governor, his voice was deep, like muffled thunder. Sarkin, Company Commander of the Silver Blades Chapter's first company, answers your summons. Chen Xi's gaze was sharp and steady as he scanned the warrior from the Star Fortress, giving a slight nod. After standing up, he performed an Aquila salute to Sarkin Company Commander. Welcome, Sarkin Company Commander, his voice was steady and powerful, carrying the unique authority of a long-time superior. Rostov will forever remember the sacrifices and merits of the Silver Blades. He gestured for him to take a seat. The metal chair, specially crafted for an Astartes physique, gleamed coldly under the lights. 2 fully staffed companies departed, and now only over 160 brothers have returned. Chen Xi began in a slightly somber voice, commending the Silver Blades for their sacrifice in the expedition. The weight of this sacrifice, the brilliance of this glory, will be recorded in the annals of the expeditionary force. Sarkin's armor servo system hummed faintly as he slowly sat down. Even the customized chair seemed cramped beneath his massive frame. To die for the Emperor is the destiny of an Astartes. His voice was like thunder from deep underground, carrying the unique resolve of a space marine. We were originally stationed in the sector neighboring Mariupol. Upon receiving the Inquisition's summons, we immediately dispatched 2 companies to participate in this glorious expedition. In the assault on the Necron Tomb world, we lost 73 brothers. But their sacrifice earned us the glorious moment of slaying the Necron Lord and destroying the Tomb world's rebirth protocol. It was precisely this decapitation strike that cleared the greatest obstacle for the expeditionary force to conquer the entire star system. Chen Xi's eyes glinted with approval. As far as I know, the Adeptus Mechanicus specifically rewarded you with a badge of valuable equipment for this. Yes, Governor. 3 sets of Centurion armor, 5 sets of Terminator armor, and 20 sets of brand new power armor, Sarkin's tone rarely showed a hint of pride. Although it can't compare to the armory of a newly founded chapter, for the silver blades, it's a rare and generous gift. Chen Xi's gaze slowly swept over the patched armor plates on the company commander's body. The rough weld points and re-riveted armor plates silently spoke of the chapter's hardships. He nodded slightly, his fingertips gently tapping the desktop, choosing the most appropriate phrasing. These rewards are invaluable to any chapter, especially to chapters like the Silver Blades, which prioritize practical combat over equipment. Sarkin's armor servo system emitted a low hum, as if in agreement with this assessment. He let out a metallic chuckle, raising his armored arm to display the clearly new armor plate at his elbow joint, admitting frankly, "You are too diplomatic, Governor, we are indeed a poor chapter. But the Emperor is above, and this does not hinder our loyalty to the Imperium. And now, at least the new recruits can wear complete power armor." He accepted the assessment openly, his power armor's shoulder plate tilting slightly, revealing a warrior's characteristic straightforwardness. "The Governor is discerning, the Silver Blades are not a renowned powerful chapter. The sector where our recruitment world is located is not wealthy." Chen Xi noticed that as the company commander spoke, his body beneath the power armor unconsciously tensed for a moment. "Equipment is barely enough," Sarkin continued, his fingers unconsciously rubbing a deep scratch on his chest plate, his voice suddenly becoming heavy. "The veterans can still piece together old model components, but the power armor for new recruits and ordinary warriors is mostly cobbled together from the relics of fallen brothers." The lights in the reception hall seemed to dim slightly at this moment. The light from the star outside the window was obscured by passing clouds, casting dappled shadows on the stone floor. A solemn atmosphere permeated the air, even the faint hum of the servitors seemed to have stilled. But then, Sarkin straightened his body, the adamantium-forged armor joints clanging with metallic impact, exceptionally clear in the quiet reception hall. His armored fingers unconsciously rubbed his knee, a rare hint of anticipation showing, "But this does not hinder our determination to serve the Emperor." His voice was deep and firm, each word carrying the metallic quality unique to a space marine. "It's just," he leaned forward slightly, his armor servo system humming faintly, "if we could receive more support, we would be able to fulfill our sacred duties with even greater strength." These words were spoken slowly and solemnly, as if each word had been carefully considered. Chen Xi nodded slightly, his fingertips gently tapping the desktop. "The Expeditionary Force High Command deeply sympathizes with the losses of the Silver Blades. Supplies have already been issued." He paused meaningfully, his gaze fixed on Sarkin's face. "I hear the abundance of it even made you momentarily think you were going to board the throne world or a battle moon." Sarkin couldn't help but show a wry smile, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. The spacious dome of the reception hall made the laugh echo strangely, reverberating between the stone walls for a long time. Chapter 397, The Shock of the Saturn Pattern. "Indeed, Governor," Sarkin's voice trembled slightly, a mix of disbelief and genuine gratitude in his tone. His armored fingers unconsciously caressed the battle scars on his knee armor. "That batch of supplies, 50 sets of brand new power armor, standard equipment for half a codex company, and 80 new recruits supplemented at Rostov all far exceeded our expectations." The armor's servo systems hummed softly with his breathing as he continued, "This allows us to return to our garrison with dignity and strength." These words were spoken with particular solemnity, each one carrying significant weight. Suddenly, his posture became extremely formal, the armor's servo systems making subtle adjustments to position him in the most standard military stance. "I am deeply honored to receive your private invitation before my departure." His voice became deeper and more solemn, his gaze behind the faceplate fixed on Chen Xi. "I just wonder if there is anything else you need to instruct." Although Sarkin maintained perfect etiquette, Chen Xi keenly perceived the subtle changes in the other party's demeanor and movements, as well as the wariness in his seemingly relaxed yet always ready for action posture. This was not surprising. Chen Xi understood Astartes too well. For any chapter, the identity of an inquisitor was like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Whether it was a compliance review of the chapter's codex, an investigation into the purity of their gene seed, or the requisitioning of Astartes for a special mission an inquisitor needed to perform, all of these meant enormous risk and burden for any chapter. Chen Xi did not answer directly, instead, he leaned back comfortably in his chair, asking with a hint of genuine curiosity, "Sarkin Company Commander, the legacy of the Silver Blades is impressive. Whose scions are you?" "Nominally, we are a successor chapter of the Salamanders," Sarkin replied, a hint of imperceptible helplessness in his voice, as his armor joints made a slight metallic friction sound, "but in practice, we use more of the Ultramarines' gene seed." "Oh." Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, his slender fingers lightly tapping the table, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes, his voice carrying a scholar's inquisitiveness. "Then your chapter's history must be quite ancient?" "Only the era of the second founding would have such a blend." He was referring to that special period the Great Rebellion had just ended, all legions had suffered heavy losses, gene seed was extremely scarce, and even the primarches had to set aside their pride and support each other during those difficult years. Sarkin shook his head. "Our progenitor chapter might trace back to that era, but the Silver Blades are merely a successor chapter split from the progenitor, so our history is not that long. We merely inherited the legacy of that special period." Chen Xi nodded understandingly, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table, wisely avoiding this sensitive topic that might touch upon the chapter's secrets. He readjusted his posture, crossing his hands on the table, and brought the conversation back on track. "Regardless, the loyalty and bravery displayed by the Silver Blades during the Rostov expedition have been noted by the Emperor and the Imperium." The light outside the window suddenly brightened at this moment, illuminating Chen Xi's solemn face. He continued, "Every fallen warrior will not be forgotten. To express the respect of Rostov and myself, I have a personal gift I wish to bestow upon you in the Silver Blades chapter. Sarkin's armor servo systems made a slight adjustment sound, and he bowed slightly, his gaze holding cautious anticipation. In his mind, this was most likely a symbolic token, perhaps an honorary medal engraved with the chapter's emblem, or a jewel-encrusted ceremonial dagger. Such gifts were not uncommon in interactions between Astartes and other factions. Thank you for your generosity, Governor. Sarkin's voice, transmitted through his armor's vocalizer, carried just the right amount of respect. The Silver Blades cherish every loyal friendship. He was already considering how to properly place this token in the chapter's archives. Just then, the heavy, massive wooden doors of the reception room slid smoothly open under the action of silent hydraulic mechanisms. Two powerfully built servitors, moving with precise steps, slowly entered, pushing a large equipment crate equipped with sophisticated damping devices. A massive Adeptus Mechanicus symbol was printed on the surface of the crate, which was so large it almost occupied the entire central area of the reception room. Chen Xi's gaze turned to this behemoth, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Sarkin Company Commander, this is my gift. The servitors stopped with the Adeptus Mechanicus characteristic precision in the center of the reception room, their multi-jointed mechanical arms unlocking the complex securing latches with dazzling speed. With an elegant gesture from Chen Xi, the crate hissed as air pressure was released, and the heavy armor plate slowly unfolded, revealing the astonishing gift contained within. Inside the crate, under soft internal lighting, a Terminator power armor of ancient and majestic design stood quietly on a special stand. Every inch of its armor exuded the cold luster unique to ancient technology. Unlike the blocky design of modern models, the curved plates of this armor presented perfect lines, and the massive energy shield generators on its shoulder pads shimmered under the light, making the entire armor resemble a work of art from the Golden Age. Sarkin Company Commander shot up, his power armor and chair emitting a sharp hum from the sudden movement. His breathing became rapid, his eyes wide, his jaw almost dislocated. The design of this armor was so ancient and unique that at first glance, he even mistook it for some rare Adeptus Mechanicus combat robot. Its massive size and unique shoulder structure were utterly different from the rugged style of modern Astartes equipment. This is... Sarkin's voice stuttered noticeably for the first time, revealing the intense emotional turmoil within him. Chen Xi's voice chimed in at the opportune moment, with a hint of pleasure at the other's reaction. Saturn Pattern Terminator Power Armor, Sarkin Company Commander. His fingers lightly traced the edge of the crate, an ancient relic long extinct from the armories of most chapters, and even difficult to find a trace of in the Mars archives. S.A. Saturn Pattern. Sarkin's voice suddenly rose, as he finally recognized this legendary equipment he had only seen in the chapter's ancient texts. His armor's life support system blared an alarm, indicating his heart rate and blood pressure were rapidly rising. This, such a precious relic, his voice trembled with excitement. Can it really be given to me? Given to our chapter? A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Sarkin had to grip the armrest of the chair to steady himself. The Silver Blades were famously a poor chapter. Their entire chapter's Terminator power armor amounted to no more than 5 sets, and all of them were pieced together second-hand goods. As a company commander, he wasn't even qualified to wear one, let alone this Saturn pattern, which was a rare treasure even for newly founded chapters. Was he, a mere company commander, truly worthy of wearing such a sacred relic that might be even older than the chapter's history itself? Chen Xi looked at the battle-hardened Astartes' current shock and gently explained, thanks to the victory of this expeditionary force, my tech advisors discovered an extremely valuable STC fragment in the ancient ruins excavated on Helsin 3. It contained the complete production blueprints for Saturn pattern Terminator armor. This set of armor was specially commissioned by me to Archmagos Call on Mars, meticulously forged according to those blueprints. I believe it is perfectly suited to honor the irreplaceable contributions of the Silver Blades in this expeditionary force. Your generosity fills me with trepidation. The merits of the Silver Blades are far from deserving of such an honorable reward. Sarkin tried to calm his emotions, responding humbly. He truly felt that no achievement in this expeditionary force could compare to a Saturn pattern Terminator armor, especially since it was a personal gift from the planetary governor. Under Chen Xi's sincere and firm persuasion, Sarkin finally accepted this incredible and generous gift. He took a deep breath and promised in the most solemn tone, it will become one of the most precious treasures in the Silver Blades chapter's reliquary, guarded for generations. No, Sarkin Company Commander. Chen Xi immediately shook his head in refutation, his tone becoming serious, even with a hint of worry. I am giving it to you not because I hope it will gather dust in a stasis field. I hope you wear it, use it to eliminate more enemies for the Imperium, and achieve greater feats. He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowered, filled with the solemnity of a prophet. I have glimpsed fragments of the future, Sarkin Company Commander. They are visions filled with darkness and despair. I don't know what it is specifically, or when it will arrive, but I must prepare for its coming. The Silver Blades is a loyalty chapter, you have already proven this with your blood on Rostov. Therefore, I offer you aid. In the future, when that dark moment truly arrives, I will need the strength of the Silver Blades in return. But before then, I implore you, accumulate strength, and be fully prepared for the Imperium, for the Emperor. Sarkin Company Commander stood rigidly, all the shock and humility on his face replaced by a heavy sense of mission. Chen Xi's words were etched into his soul like a brand. Seeing Sarkin's reaction, Chen Xi's tone softened slightly and he continued, as for the Saturn pattern Terminator armor itself, since Rostov has acquired its STC blueprint, it will have production capabilities in the future. If the Silver Blades need more to arm your warriors, you can purchase them from us. Of course, the price might not be too cheap. I might request an honor debt as partial payment, please understand. Sarkin Company commander clenched his right fist and heavily struck his left breastplate, producing a clang of metal. His voice was loud and firm, filled with the indomitable oath of an Astartes. The Silver Blades chapter will answer your call at any time. We will serve you wholeheartedly, and be loyal to the Emperor. Until death. After seeing off Sarkin Company commander, Chen Xi rubbed his somewhat stiff face and let out a long sigh. He turned to Rachel, who had entered from the side of the reception room, with a hint of weariness and helplessness. How many more? According to your arrangements, there are 3 more chapters that need to receive your personal gifts. The Chamberlain quickly checked the data slate in her hand, and when she looked up, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. They are representatives from the Iron Wings, Night Hunters, and Thunder Fists. The chapter master of the Thunder Fists is visiting in person. Chen Xi rubbed the bridge of his nose heavily, feeling a faint ache in his temples. Meeting representatives from 8 chapters consecutively in one morning, expressing the same meaning with different rhetoric, and ensuring that each gift was given in just the right measure, this was even more mentally exhausting than commanding a galactic campaign. The most frustrating thing was that no one could replace him in this work. On Rostov too, only his triple identity planetary governor, commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force, and Lord Inquisitor allowed him to converse with these Astartes representatives as equals. Especially when the visitors included not only company commanders but also figures like chapter masters, there was no one else on the entire planet who could command the situation besides him. Rachel's talent was certainly sufficient for the job, but her status meant she couldn't gain the Astartes' respect. As for Chen Xi's other companions, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. This issue had been discussed before. Number 32, as an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, while of noble status, was clearly not suitable to represent Rostov. Astartes chapters always maintained a distant attitude towards the Adeptus Mechanicus. No chapter wanted to get too close to Mars' influence. Moreover, the Adeptus Mechanicus itself was cautious about deep cooperation with the Astartes. Their relationship was more like mutually wary partners. Avilia's situation was much the same. She was also a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Mai was an ideal candidate. The rogue trader's status was both noble and neutral, maintaining a proper distance from all factions. Unfortunately, he and Twilight had already been arranged by Chen Xi to return to the Star Sector capital to deal with the incidents caused by the Unseen Brotherhood and various post-expeditionary force matters. There was even less to say about Gutierrez, who was accompanying them. He wouldn't be much help even if he were present. Chen Xi rubbed his temples. These considerations had been repeatedly weighed when formulating the plan. This favor had to clearly and unequivocally fall upon Rostov, without any involvement from other organizations. After all, in the dark times to come, he needed the chapter's direct loyalty to Rostov, not vague agreements conveyed through third parties. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and straightened the collar of his uniform. Despite complaining about the heavy workload of receptions, he still rallied his spirits and greeted the next chapter representative with the most perfect demeanor. After all, for the coming dark future, all this hard work was worth it. Interestingly, no matter what attitude these Astartes initially brought, arrogant, wary, indifferent, the moment they saw the Saturn pattern Terminator armor, their eyes would subtly change. Some chapter masters would even unconsciously lean forward, as if they had seen a long-lost holy relic. Chen Xi understood this reaction too well. For an Astartes, nothing was more captivating than lost technology. While there was still a long way to go to form a stable alliance, at least for now, Chen Xi could be certain of one thing: when he needed support in the future, these chapters would seriously consider his summons. And this was the entire meaning behind his enduring facial muscle soreness and repeating lines today. Chapter 3 Ticus. Chen Xi was well aware of the Achilles heel of these Space Marine chapters. When dealing with ordinary chapters, his strategy was always simple and effective: a brief meeting, a few seemingly casual conversations, coupled with the gift of the precious Saturn Terminator power armor, were enough to make these battle-hardened warriors serve him. This ancient power armor was priceless to any non-founding chapter. Its exquisite craftsmanship and superior performance were enough to make an entire chapter willingly undertake even the most dangerous, suicidal missions for Chen Xi. Chen Xi often lamented that the Astartes and the entire Imperium were ruined by the two things called honor and brotherhood. How many things in the galaxy had been messed up because of these two ethereal concepts? But ironically, it was this almost fanatical sense of honor that became his most exploitable weakness. These Space Marines would unhesitatingly go through fire and water for a simple promise. This almost obsessive spirit, for Chen Xi, was an excellent opportunity to bestow favors. He understood the Astartes' way of thinking too well. Every gift was not gratuitous, but a carefully planned open conspiracy. Those precious Saturn Terminator armors, ancient holy relics, and even the urgently needed supplies for the chapter, were all bait he cast out. The chapters could, of course, refuse, but who could resist such temptation? And once accepted, they had to bear a heavy debt of honor. For Astartes monks, a debt of honor was no joke, but a vow heavier than life itself. To repay such a debt, they might even defy imperial decrees and turn against former allies. The Badab War was the clearest example. Certain chapters, merely because they owed Huron a debt of honor, had no choice but to side with the rebels, ultimately paying a heavy price, fighting almost to the last man. Because of this, in the eyes of an Astartes chapter, a debt of honor was a sacred oath that had to be fulfilled, even if the cost was the chapter's continued existence. They would rather be completely annihilated than violate this heavy promise. Even the renowned 9 founding chapters were not exempt from this set of rules. However, these ancient chapters, with their 10,000 years of heritage, had a more dignified way of repayment. They would not easily die for others like ordinary chapters, but would fulfill their promises through more comfortable means such as political asylum, strategic support, or technological sharing. These behemoths, with 10,000 years of history and resources spanning an entire sector, had every decision affecting the nerves of the Imperium. They deeply understood the weight of a debt of honor, and therefore never made promises lightly. But even proud warriors like the Blood Angels, or stubborn fortress guardians like the Imperial Fists, when that Saturn Terminator armor was placed before them, their gaze would involuntarily linger. Especially when they realized that Chen Xi's subsector could continuously produce these precious pieces of equipment that should have been long lost, that self-restraint became even more difficult. The Blood Angels sent a captain to discuss the issues concerning the Blood Knights and Flesh Tears chapters with Chen Xi. This Astartes, clad in crimson power armor, strode with heavy steps into the reception room. His power armor gleamed with a dark red luster under the lights, and the Blood Angel's insignia on his shoulder pads shone brightly. Chen Xi couldn't help but take a few extra glances at this captain, for he was very different from ordinary Astartes. His physique was several points taller than that of a typical space marine, and his every movement carried a unique elegance, a noble demeanor peculiar to the Blood Angel's progeny. But what was most striking was his face. A golden mask covered the right half of his face, intricately carved with the Blood Angel's emblem. And his expression seemed to be fixed in a twisted, terrifying grin, a smile that was both eternal mockery and silent wail. This feature was so distinct that even before he spoke, Chen Xi already knew his name, Erasmusticus, captain of the Blood Angels' 3rd Company, hero of the Second Armageddon War. It was rumored that he had fought in a bloody melee with orcs during the Armageddon War, and his face was disfigured in that battle by a fatal psychic attack from an orc weirdboy. That terrifying psychic flame not only burned his face but also permanently fixed his expression in the painful smile of the moment he was wounded, forcing him to wear a mask to conceal his disfigured face. Chapter Master Dante ordered me to come. Tychus's voice came from behind the mask, low and hoarse, with a metallic echo. His face, a mix of metal and flesh, cast fragmented shadows in the reception room's lighting, the cold light reflected by the mask contrasting sharply with his exposed left cheek. Matters concerning the Blood Knights and Flesh Tears chapters require your judgment, Tychus said, bowing slightly. This elegant gesture formed a huge contrast with his grim face covered by the golden mask, as if an angel and a demon coexisted within one body. He directly stated his purpose, his voice echoing metallically through the mask. These 2 chapters proved their loyalty during the Rostov expedition. They have washed away some of their disgrace with blood and sacrifice. Chapter Master Dante hopes that you, as an Inquisitor Lord, can issue an official document acknowledging their merits. At this point, he paused, his left eye, uncovered by the mask, narrowed slightly, and he conveyed Chapter Master Dante's arrangement. Until the Terra High Lords Council retracts their judgment of traitor against these 2 chapters, Chapter Master Dante suggests that they can temporarily seek refuge under your command, stationed in the Rostov subsector. Chen Xi immediately understood Dante's plan. This would not only give him temporary command of the 2 chapters but also give the Blood Angels an opportunity to clear the names of these 2 successor chapters. Your certification document will help the Blood Angels plead for their pardon before the Terra High Lords Council, Tychus added, his voice noticeably emphasizing High Lords of Terra, a strange glint in his eyes. Originally, Captain Mephisto was to come personally, but due to an unexpected situation within the chapter, I am conveying this on his behalf. A subtle hint of regret was in his tone. However, Captain Tychus had not yet fully stated his purpose when he saw the Saturn Terminator armor that Chen Xi was preparing to gift to the Blood Angels. This battle-hardened warrior immediately froze, his eyes wide, his left pupil, uncovered by the mask, dilated sharply, and his entire body became rigid, even his breathing momentarily hitched. He had not anticipated that this legendary equipment would suddenly appear before him, leaving him at a loss for how to react. His lips trembled slightly beneath the mask, but no sound escaped. Chapter 400, The Blood Angels' Decision. Saturn Pattern Terminator armor was not entirely unfamiliar to the Blood Angels. As descendants of Sanguinius, the erstwhile 9th Legion, they still retained memories and traditions of the legendary equipment from the Great Crusade era. In the Blood Angels' homeworld armory, there were indeed well-preserved and usable Saturn Pattern Terminator armors. These ancient suits of armor were kept deep within the Angel Keep on Bale, meticulously maintained by tech priests, with each set regarded as priceless treasures. However, these items were precious holy relics from the Legion era, and these valuable holy artifacts would not be brought out for use until the most desperate of times. After all, Saturn Pattern Terminator armor was an extremely rare piece of equipment during the Great Crusade era, and at one point, it even became extinct in the Imperium. Each set of these Terminator armors, crafted by the most skilled artisans of the Saturn Tech Conclave, embodied the essence of Golden Age technology, making them difficult to replicate even during the Great Crusade era. This also caused them to once disappear from the Imperium's military order. Although Vulcan restarted their mass production, the output remained disappointingly low, and after the Great Crusade, this powerful equipment completely vanished from the Astartes equipment roster, with the Imperium no longer able to produce it. Now, most of the remaining Saturn Pattern Terminator armors have become chapter relics, locked away in the most secret armories of various chapters. But now, Chen Xi had brought them back from the dust of history and even spoke of mass production. How could Captain Tychus not be excited? Beneath his metallic mask, his sharp eyes gleamed with disbelief. As a veteran who had experienced countless battles, he knew too well the value of such equipment on the battlefield. It was no joke, even among the Blood Angels, not every captain had even touched Terminator armor, let alone something as incredibly rare as Saturn Pattern Terminator armor. Tychus instinctively clenched his fists. He seemed to already envision the Blood Angels warriors, clad in these legendary suits of armor, sweeping across the battlefield, invincible. So, after a brief consideration, Captain Tychus said to Chen Xi, Lord Chen Xi, given the friendship between the Blood Angels and Rostov, please allow me to reserve a batch of Saturn Pattern Terminator armors on behalf of the Blood Angels chapter. These armors are of immense significance to our chapter, they will not only enhance our combat power but also allow us to reclaim the glory of the Legion era. No matter the cost, as long as we can afford it, the Blood Angels will not hesitate. Captain Tickus straightened his back, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, his eyes beneath a metallic mask gleaming with fervent light. Those eyes, which had witnessed countless battles, now shone with the anticipation of a child longing for a gift. Any cost? Can the Blood Angels truly make such a promise? Chen Xi gazed at Captain Tickus, posing a profound question. His gaze was like a torch, seemingly able to penetrate the golden mask and look directly into Captain Tickus's heart. Naturally, any cost that the Blood Angels can afford to pay. Captain Tickus's voice was deep and firm, every word resounding with conviction. He knew how exaggerated his promise was, but he believed that even Chapter Master Dante would agree to the promise he had made. As one of the chapter's most senior captains, he knew too well the value of this equipment. After all, for other ordinary chapters, Saturn Pattern Terminator armor might just be a valuable piece of equipment, but for the founding chapters, they clearly understood how terrifying this Terminator armor truly was and how it should be used in concentrated, organized units. Captain Tickus's thoughts returned to the ancient records in the chapter's archives, which detailed the astonishing performance of Saturn Pattern Terminator armor on the battlefield during the Legion era. The reason for this was that Saturn Pattern Terminator armor had a teleportation coordinator, which allowed for synchronized teleportation between the wearer and superior officers, thereby deploying these powerful warriors into battle more efficiently. Not to mention the various powerful weapons equipped on the Saturn Pattern Terminator armor, and its formidable defensive capabilities as a pinnacle of human protective technology. Those masterfully crafted heavy disintegrators and disruption fists, combined with their unique thermal diffraction fields, were enough to strike fear into any enemy. In this increasingly chaotic era, having a batch of Saturn Pattern Terminator armors ready for deployment would undoubtedly be crucial for the Blood Angels. Captain Tickus seemed to already envision his warriors, clad in these legendary suits of armor, sweeping across the battlefield, invincible. However, facing Captain Tickus's promise, Chen Xi merely shook his head and told him, "Let's discuss this later. The Imperial Fists have also sent a representative. We'll discuss this issue once he arrives, that way, I won't have to say things twice." His tone was calm yet unyielding, clearly indicating a well-thought-out plan. Faced with Chen Xi's attitude, Captain Tickus dared not press further and could only nod silently, first accepting the set of Saturn Pattern Terminator armor Chen Xi had gifted him. As his fingers touched the cold surface of the armor, he felt a profound sense of weight that spanned 10 millennia, which further solidified his resolve to secure this batch of equipment for the chapter. Subsequently, Captain Tickus summoned Chapter Master Seth of the Flesh Tyros and the newly appointed Chapter Master of the Blood Knights to inquire about the Saturn Pattern Terminator armor, seeking to understand the situation further. The previous Chapter Master of the Blood Knights, Yorl, had gloriously sacrificed himself on Helsin III, and the current Chapter Master was the newly appointed Chapter Master Amit. However, in response to Tickus's inquiry, Chapter Master Seth merely informed him that Chen Xi indeed possessed a large quantity of Saturn Pattern Terminator armor, so much so that every chapter participating in this expedition had received one set. Undoubtedly, the Blood Knights and the Flesh Tyros each had a set as well. And regarding the words Chen Xi spoke when gifting the Saturn Pattern Terminator armor, the Blood Knights and the Flesh Tyros naturally knew about them. Chapter Master Amit explained the situation to Captain Tickus and expressed his concern about the dark future implied in Chen Xi's words. "Before coming here, I had a meeting with Chief Librarian Mephisto, and he also prophesied that the Imperium would face a dark and desperate future, but that there was still a glimmer of hope within the darkness." Captain Tickus explained the situation to the two chapter masters, revealing Mephisto's prophecy. If that's the case, then what Lord Chen Xi hopes to discuss by gathering representatives from two great founding chapters is probably related to this dark future. Chapter Master Seth also showed great concern upon hearing Captain Tickus's words. If it were just Chen Xi alone predicting such a future, perhaps Chapter Master Seth would not be so worried, but now that even the Blood Angels chief librarian had said so, the problem became serious. Regardless, the sons of Sanguinius must prepare for this. While Captain Tickus also felt concerned, he still said to the two chapter masters, "Once the Imperial Fists representative arrives later, I will first have a meeting with him. We are both among the founding chapters and bear a greater responsibility to the Imperium. If the Imperium is destined to face a dark future, then we have a responsibility to uphold a beacon of hope for the Imperium." Chapter 401, on mass production. "I have to say, Chen Xi, you always like to give me trouble," Archmagos Call complained, a reluctant tone mixed with the whirring of gears and the hum of servo motors. Though he complained verbally, his face, covered by a metal mask and with little flesh remaining, was full of smiles, and excited data streams flickered in his bionic eyes. "But what can I do when my student has such a good relationship with you? I'll reluctantly help you out this time." The mechanical tentacles behind him unconsciously danced, eager to move like venomous snakes that had caught the scent of prey. Several mechanical arms also fidgeted like flies rubbing their hands, emitting metallic clattering sounds, looking utterly impatient. One mechanical arm even uncontrollably reached out towards Chen Xi, only to hastily retract in midair, revealing the Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos's inner eagerness. "Where is that STC template?" Call's voice suddenly turned serious, but his speech quickened noticeably, betraying his excitement. His massive mechanical body leaned slightly forward, the hydraulic system emitting a faint hiss, like a mechanical behemoth poised to strike. Chen Xi was not surprised by Call's expression. He had seen the fanatical behavior of Adeptus Mechanicus members when faced with precious technology too many times. In some ways, Call's attitude was a good thing. At least it showed that the great sage still maintained relatively rational thinking and had not fallen into complete madness upon seeing an STC, unlike some Adeptus Mechanicus members. After all, it involved something as precious as an STC template, and the Adeptus Mechanicus not outright seizing it already showed considerable reasonableness. Chen Xi knew that in the eyes of certain extremist factions on Mars, launching a small-scale war was worth it to obtain a complete STC template. Call's mere words were enough to convey his current mood and attitude. The great sage clearly viewed this transaction as a rare opportunity, not a natural plunder. Chen Xi did not feign modesty and once again produced the STC template, its metal casing gleaming with an ancient luster under the cold laboratory light. He carefully placed this precious technological holy relic on the workbench and explained to Call, "This is the STC template for Saturn pattern Terminator armor. I discovered it while excavating ancient ruins on Helsin 3. His fingers gently traced the complex mechanical patterns on the STC surface. The precise gears and circuit boards still maintained perfect operational status after 10 millennia. By the Emperor's grace, its internal data is very complete," Chen Xi continued, with a hint of deliberate piety in his voice. "As long as it is followed, Saturn pattern Terminator armor can be produced again, returning it to the Imperial Army's military roster." Call did not believe a single word of Chen Xi's statement, but he also would not offer any rebuttal. His bionic eyes, hidden behind the metal mask, merely flickered slightly, rapidly scanning every detail on the surface of the STC template. Call was unsure if an STC template could be found on Helsin 3, but he was certain that the one in Chen Xi's hands was definitely not found there. As for its specific origin, Call's mechanical tentacles swayed gently, emitting a thoughtful hum. He said it was by the Emperor's grace, so why are you still asking? Prying into this matter was not only impolite but could also touch upon dangerous truths. More than the origin of this STC, Call was concerned with how to reproduce the Saturn Terminator armor and how to widely produce and equip it. His 6 mechanical arms were already eagerly at work. One carefully took the STC template, while another began preparing the decoding equipment. Call's core processor ran at high speed, already planning how to allocate his resources to support this groundbreaking project. The history of the Saturn Terminator armor was too ancient, even predating the Emperor's unification of Holy Terra and the establishment of the Imperium. In that golden age of technological enlightenment, this armor was initially designed as a heavy engineering exoskeleton for construction work in the extreme environment of the Saturn rings. Later, with the advent of the dark age of technology, it was gradually transformed into a fearsome war machine. Although Chen Xi also mentioned that this was a redesigned model by Vulcan, the gene seed primarch of the salamanders, intended for widespread use in the Imperium, and differed from the original Saturn Terminator armor. Vulcan retained its sturdy frame structure but optimized the power system and weapon interfaces, making it more suitable for Astartes monks. But this did not obscure the fact that it was a powerful and ancient piece of equipment. Its core design philosophy and basic architecture still carried the technological essence of that lost era. However, for Call, the antiquity of this item was similar to his own age. This Adeptus Mechanicus great sage, who had lived for over 10,000 years, had witnessed the rise and fall of Imperial technology. The Saturn Terminator armor was merely a new invention he had seen before. His body, covered with mechanical tentacles, leaned slightly forward, and a nostalgic glint flashed in his bionic eyes, as if recalling the first time he saw this armor. After carefully examining the STC template, Call's expression turned serious. "This thing is very complex. Rostov's current production capacity might barely be able to build it, let alone mass-produce it. But I don't think that will be difficult for you, great sage," Chen Xi said, appearing unconcerned, merely watching Call with composure. Of course, of course. Call didn't want the good item he had acquired to be taken back by Chen Xi, so he quickly calculated and then said, "To produce it, Oligana the Sage's forge factory on Rostov 3 will need to be expanded, and you will also need to undertake larger-scale development of mineral resources across the entire subsector to meet basic production needs. In addition, you will need to import some precious resources from outside. Your subsector alone cannot produce all the mineral resources required for Saturn pattern Terminator armor. Furthermore, there are the accompanying weapons and other equipment, many of which are precious, lost technologies that you will need to rediscover. On this point, you can utilize the orbital ring on Rostov 2 and build new factories there to produce these accompanying parts." Chen Xi noted down everything Call said, then told Call, "Since you already have a comprehensive plan, Call, I'll leave this matter to you. I trust you won't disappoint me." After speaking, Chen Xi did not wait for Call's reply and changed the subject. "Additionally, although my ultimate goal is to re-equip the Imperial Army with Saturn pattern Terminator armor, please do not spread it for now, or rather, keep it confidential until the return of someone you and I both know." Chapter 402, Secret Meeting Part 1. A solemn atmosphere permeated the meeting room, where representatives from 6 battle groups sat upright. Representatives from the Blood Angels, Flesh Tearers, Blood Knights, Heavenly Lion Battle Group, Black Templars and Imperial Fists each occupied a seat at the conference table. Chapter Master Anyukai Jolandile of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group had a composed expression, High Marshal Mordred of the Black Templars had a stern face, Captain Tor Garadin of the Imperial Fists 3rd Company had resolute eyes, Captain Erasmus Ticus of the Blood Angels 3rd Company was deep in thought, Chapter Master Gabriel Seth of the Flesh Tearers had a grave expression, and Amit, the new Chapter Master of the Blood Knights, remained silent. This meeting was of extremely high specification, with the Flesh Tearers, Blood Knights and Heavenly Lion Battle Group all represented by their respective Chapter Masters. The Blood Angels and Imperial Fists sent senior captains as their representatives, and the Black Templars were represented by a High Marshal. Beside Chen Xi, a warrior in golden armor stood silently, his presence making the entire room's atmosphere even more solemn. No one spoke first, and the meeting room fell into a brief silence. The heavy silence in the meeting room was broken by the hum of machinery as the thick adamantium door slowly opened, driven by hydraulic devices. Great Sage Call stepped into the room with steady strides, the large forging axe embedded with Adeptus Mechanicu's runes in his hand thudding dully against the floor with each step. His mechanical eye glowed with a calm blue light as he slowly took a seat directly opposite Chen Xi, his metal joints emitting a faint rubbing sound. Chen Xi. Call was the first to break the silence, his mechanical voice carrying a unique metallic quality, and his tone was unprecedentedly grave. Are you sure you want to disclose this to them? Chen Xi's gaze swept over every Astartes warrior present, and he slowly nodded. Time is running out. His voice was not loud, but every word carried immense weight. I must ensure the Imperium is prepared. After a brief pause, Chen Xi added, at least, the most loyal warriors must be prepared. The expressions of the 6 Astartes representatives immediately became even more severe. Amit, the new chapter master of the Blood Knights, unconsciously tensed his body, and High Marshal Mordred of the Black Templars frowned deeply. Call remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded in understanding. Chen Xi, chapter master Seth of the Flesh Tyros finally could not hold back, his voice slightly hoarse from suppressed emotion. What exactly is so serious? He turned his gaze to the golden-armored warrior standing silently beside Chen Xi, and why is this custodian here? The golden-armored Imperial custodian stepped forward, his masterfully crafted golden armor gleaming under the meeting room lights, every pattern signifying the Emperor's supreme authority. His heavy footsteps were exceptionally clear in the silent meeting room. I am merely here as a witness, the custodian said slowly in a deep, resonant high Gothic, each word carrying an undeniable weight, as if bearing the weight of 10 millennia. And to endorse everything Chen Xi says and every decision he makes. He paused, letting the last sentence fall heavily. All of this is the Emperor's will. Captain Garo of the Imperial Fists frowned deeply, his sharp gaze turning to Chen Xi. Chen Xi, is this related to the prophecy you spoke of? There was a hint of urgency in his voice. As one of the few who had heard Chen Xi reveal future prophecies, Galadon keenly realized that for Chen Xi to gather representatives from 2 founding battle groups, it must be of paramount importance. The only thing he could think of was the prophecy about the return of the Son of God. Yes, it has a great deal to do with the return of the Son of God I once mentioned, Chen Xi affirmed with a nod, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally resting on the 3 sons of Sanguinius. Seeing their gloomy expressions, he specifically added, you also need not be disheartened, for according to the prophecy, even the great angel is not without a chance of returning. Wait. Captain Garo suddenly raised his voice, an incredulous expression on his face. Chen Xi, didn't you say last time that only 2 primarches would return? Call's mechanical eye glowed red, turning curiously to Chen Xi, his mechanical voice carrying a hint of inquiry. Chen Xi, I am very curious, did you really prophesy that 2 primarches would return? As far as I know, there is only 1 primarch who will return. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became restless. The chapter masters exchanged shocked glances, and low murmurs rose and fell. The contradiction between the prophecy and the information revealed by Call plunged every Astartes present into complex emotions, both unease about the unknown and an uncontrollable anticipation. The news of a primarch's imminent return was already shocking enough, and the identity of the returnee was even more crucial. However, what was embarrassing was that the gene seed primarches of the 2 founding battle groups present had both met with misfortune. Sanguinius of the Blood Angels had long been confirmed dead, his body even desecrated, and Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fists had only a severed hand remaining, with the rest of his body still missing. Facing the fervent gazes of the 6 Astartes, Chen Xi slowly nodded in confirmation. Indeed, 10,000 years ago, Rabot Gilimon only entrusted you to seek a method of resurrection after he encountered danger. And in these 10,000 years, you have found a solution, and now it only awaits the awakening of the Lord of the 13th Legion. Although Chen Xi had previously been vague, only hinting at the possible return of a primarch with a few words, this time he not only explicitly confirmed that a primarch was about to return but also directly stated the name Rabot Gilimon. This unequivocal declaration greatly enhanced the credibility of Chen Xi's words. When they learned that it was the gene seed primarch of the Ultramarines who was about to return, an undisguised sense of loss appeared on the faces of the 6 Astartes warriors. While this primarch of the 13th Legion was certainly worthy of respect, he had no direct connection to their respective battle group traditions and could not resolve the pressing issues plaguing their battle groups. The atmosphere in the meeting room immediately became subtle, with the initial excitement of hearing about a primarch's return intertwined with the current disappointment, forming a complex and oppressive atmosphere. So, who is the second returning son? Chapter Master Seth asked, still unwilling to give up. There was a hint of hope in his voice since the first returning son was out of reach. A second returning son was still better than none, especially since Chen Xi had just clearly stated that even primarches like Sanguinius and Dorn were not entirely without the possibility of returning. The second returning son, Chen Xi paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the expectant faces of everyone present, and finally decided to tell the truth. It is the Lion of Caliban. Chapter 403, Secret Meeting Part 2. Before Chen Xi could finish speaking, the expressions of the 6 Astartes instantly froze. The Heavenly Lion Battle Group's chapter master frowned deeply, Blood Knight's chapter master Amit shook his head in disappointment, and even the usually composed and expressionless Imperial Fists their captain couldn't help but show a bitter smile. The First Legion's gene seed primarch was equally out of their reach. However, Just as everyone's spirits hit rock bottom, Chen Xi changed the subject. Although the 1st Legion's Lord and the 13th Legion's Lord will return first, other Primarches are not destined to remain absent. On the contrary, they will all return. Is that true? The 6 Astartes straightened their bodies almost simultaneously, and the light of hope rekindled in their eyes. If all Primarches could return, it would be a dream come true, a gospel they had long yearned for. Chen Xi nodded solemnly in confirmation this time, thinking to himself, even if those Primarches are unwilling to return themselves, I can deploy their clones onto the battlefield. The question of authenticity can then be left to the Emperor to decide. This will undoubtedly be a genuine Primarch return. Captain Tychus's sharp gaze was fixed on Chen Xi, trying to see through the Inquisitor's true intentions. So what do you want us to do? His voice was steady and strong, but inwardly he was regretting perhaps Chief Librarian Mephisto would have been a more suitable candidate for this meeting, that wise man would surely be able to grasp the direction of the situation more accurately. Facing Tychus's inquiry, Chen Xi first exchanged a meaningful glance with the custodian next to him. Only after receiving an almost imperceptible nod from him did he slowly begin, while the return of the Primarches is indeed exhilarating news, before that, the Imperium will first experience an unprecedented catastrophe. This will be the Imperium of man's darkest hour in 10 millennia. Darkest hour. Captain Garo immediately seized on this keyword. He leaned forward and pressed, Lord Chen Xi, you mentioned this last time as well. Could you please explain in detail what this darkest hour truly means? Chen Xi took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the solemn faces of every warrior present. The despoiler Abaddon will tear the galaxy apart through means we cannot yet comprehend. The name he uttered made the air itself still. Although among fans, he is always jokingly referred to as the ever-victorious Abaddon, in the real 40K world, the name of this first among Chaos's forces below the Primarches indeed carries a terrifying deterrent, enough to stop children from crying at night. Chen Xi's finger traced a straight line on the table, as if dividing the galaxy, a massive rift will traverse the entire Imperial territory. Half of the Imperial worlds will forever lose the guidance of the Astronomicon, while the other half will be long exposed to the erosion of warp abominations. This description instantly turned the faces of the 6 Astartes warriors ashen. Even Kaul, who had lived for 10,000 years, involuntarily tensed his mechanical body, his bionic eyes rapidly adjusting focus as if trying to discern this terrifying future. This well-informed Adeptus Mechanicus's great sage had only one thought in his mind at this moment. I've lived for 10,000 years, what kind of scene haven't I witnessed? But this scene, I truly haven't seen. Captain Garo straightened his back, the servo systems of his power armor emitting a faint hum. He looked directly into Chen Xi's eyes, his voice steady and firm, then what do you want us to do? Stop Abaddon. His fingers unconsciously caressed the bolter at his waist. This might require summoning all of Dorn's sons, or even activating the last wall protocol. Every warrior present understood the weight of that statement. For the Imperial Fists and their successor chapters, when a Dorn's son says they will activate the last wall protocol, it means that the entire 13th Legion's bloodline will stand ready, prepared to rejoin the Legion ranks at any moment. And if it were to stop the despoiler Abaddon, activating the last wall protocol would not be unacceptable. However, Chen Xi merely shook his head slowly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The Imperium failed to prevent the despoiler from achieving his goals in the past 12 Black Crusades. This time, it will likewise be unable to stop him. The tearing of the galaxy is a foregone conclusion, the Chaos enemy will not allow us to reverse this outcome. Captain Garo was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. The information Chen Xi revealed was simply too astonishing. As the Imperial Fist's third captain, facing Chen Xi's categorical assertion, this battle-hardened warrior didn't know how to respond. Chen Xi didn't give him time to think, continuing, however, the Imperial Fist's last wall protocol must still be activated. The moment the Phalanx Fortress leaves Holy Terra, that is when you will activate this protocol. Activating the last wall protocol takes time, and it's a matter of great importance. Captain Garo cautiously pressed, a rare hesitation in his voice, may I ask what our objective will be once we activate it? Deep worry lay hidden behind this question. Once the protocol was activated, all Dorn's sons scattered throughout the Imperium would answer the call, allowing the Imperial Fists to once again become the complete 7th Legion. This not only concerned the fate of tens of thousands of Astartes, but it would also shake the entire military structure of the Imperium. Even a slight misstep could lead to incalculable chain reactions. Chen Xi did not directly answer Galadon's question but instead meaningfully countered, what was the Imperial Fist's objective the last time you activated the last wall protocol? To defend Holy Terra. Galadon instinctively replied, then suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his expression changing drastically, are you saying Holy Terra is in danger? Not Holy Terra, Chen Xi gently shook his head, then continued as everyone just breathed a sigh of relief, it's the Imperial Palace. This simple addition instantly made all the Astartes' faces turn pale. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify, even Kaul's mechanical joints ceased their operation. For the enemy to breach Holy Terra was already unimaginable, let alone the Imperium's most heavily defended Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is in danger. Galadon's voice was tight, wanting to confirm again. But Chen Xi merely gave him a meaningful look, then turned his gaze to the Blood Angels' representatives. The three Sanguinius' sons simultaneously tensed their bodies. Unlike the Imperial Fists, the Blood Angels' lineage did not have a plan similar to the Last Wall Protocol that could gather all successor chapters. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what this Inquisitor would demand of them. I have only one demand for the Blood Angels. Chen Xi's voice suddenly became exceptionally serious, and that is to expand your forces. Expand your military strength by all possible means. He paused, his gaze deepening. Although Lord Dante will gather all Sanguinius's sons to defend Baal, these forces will be far from enough compared to the enemy you are about to face. Chapter 404, Secret Meeting Part 3. Expanding the Army? But the Codex Astartes. Chapter Master Jolandile of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group frowned. The Badab War was a recent and vivid reminder. The rebellion sparked by the expansion of battle groups was still fresh in memory. Jolandile clearly remembered the blood-stained record scrolls in the battle group's archives, which detailed how this disaster evolved from a simple troop expansion into a war that swept across the entire sector. Chen Xi was, of course, aware of this issue. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning everyone present, a hint of mockery on his lips, but he quickly regained a serious expression. After all, the toilet paper written by Guillemon as he privately referred to the revered Codex Astartes, even the author himself, upon waking and learning that this thing had been upheld as an inviolable classic for 10,000 years, wanted to tear it up with his own hands. But, truth be told, at this current point in time, not many dared to openly violate it. Even the representatives of the newly created battle groups maintained cautious silence, fearing to transgress this iron rule that had maintained the Imperium for 10 millennia. 10,000 years ago, Rogel Dorn was the staunchest opponent of splitting the legions. Chen Xi suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a clear note of sarcasm. How is it that 10,000 years later, his descendants revere the codex written by Guillemon as a golden rule? He deliberately emphasized the words revere as a golden rule, his gaze fixed on Captain Garo of the Imperial Fists. Although he really wanted to call it toilet paper, considering the reverence of the Astartes present for the codex, he still managed to maintain a facade of respect. These words made Jolandile's face alternate between pale and flushed. As a chapter master of a successor battle group, his access to historical archives was already limited, not to mention that the Imperial Fist's parent chapter had been annihilated once during the Beast War. He suddenly realized that his understanding of his parent chapter's history might not be as deep as that of the Inquisitor before him. However, this was clearly not the main point, and Captain Garo quickly interjected, Your Excellency Chen Xi, regardless, the Codex is a rule that all Astartes in the Imperium must follow now, and even newly created battle groups should not violate it. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying the unique determination of the Imperial Fists. Although Chen Xi's words were directed at the Blood Angels, as a descendant of Dorn, Guladon clearly did not believe the Imperial Fists could remain uninvolved. At this moment, Captain Tickus also spoke in agreement, Your Excellency Chen Xi, even if the Blood Angels are short on troops, we probably cannot expand our forces by violating the Codex. He rubbed the Imperial Aquila emblem hanging on his chest, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The Badab War is a recent and vivid reminder, the High Lords of Terra will not allow us to do so. Facing the objections of the crowd, Chen Xi merely nodded slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping across the conference hall. His gaze moved from the resolute face of Captain Garo of the Imperial Fists, to the tightly furrowed brow of Captain Tickus of the Blood Angels, and finally rested on the restless fingers of Chapter Master Jolandile of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group. For the Imperium, although everyone knew there were issues with the Codex Astartes, it was precisely because of the Codex's existence that the Adeptus Astartes had been able to maintain the Imperium's stability for the past 10,000 years. This tome, personally compiled by Primarch Guillemon, was like a double-edged sword. On one hand, it indeed limited the combat power of the battle groups, but on the other hand, it also prevented a repeat of the Legion era's mistakes, preventing a second Horus heresy. This ancient tome was like an invisible shackle, both limiting the development of battle groups and constantly reminding everyone of the disasters brought by the Legion era. It kept each battle group at just the right size, powerful enough to deal with conventional threats, yet not so powerful as to threaten the Imperium itself. Precisely because of this, although many battle groups did not strictly adhere to the Codex in private, but openly, everyone at least maintained basic decorum and showed due respect for the Codex on formal occasions. Completely violating the Codex's restrictions to expand the army was still an insurmountable red line for the battle groups of the Imperium. This not only concerned respect for Primarch Guillemon but also the legitimate status of the entire Adeptus Astartes within the Imperium. Once this precedent was broken, what awaited the Imperium might not be stronger defensive forces, but a new round of civil war and fragmentation. However, this was not so difficult for Chen Xi to resolve. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and he simply said, according to the regulations of the Codex Astartes, when a battle group is on an expedition, the size of the battle group is not bound by the Codex. You mean at this point, the chapter masters present already understood, exchanging thoughtful glances. The Rostov expedition has been a massive undertaking, and although it has lasted 10 years and has largely cleared the main Xenos from the Rostov subsector, Chen Xi looked around, feigning a serious expression. This does not mean that this expedition is over. His finger swept across a starfield on the tactical holographic projection, his voice suddenly rising a few octaves. As an ancient race that existed 60 million years ago, the Necrons' power once spread throughout the galaxy. We have only cleared a portion of their forces. Within the entire Mariupol sector, it is highly likely that their tomb worlds still exist. He slammed the table heavily, causing ripples to spread across the holographic projection. Therefore, the Rostov expedition will continue until the threat of the Necrons to the Imperium is completely eradicated. Before this objective is achieved, the expedition will not stop. At this point, he deliberately paused, allowing each word to clearly reach everyone present, and all battle groups participating in the expedition may recruit new soldiers and expand their forces without restriction or limitation. At this point, Chen Xi solemnly took out a gold-edged parchment scroll from his pregnant. As he slowly unrolled the scroll, the air in the entire council chamber seemed to solidify. The faintly golden signature at the end of the scroll made the Astartes and Call present involuntarily hold their breath. It was the Emperor's personal signature, written in ancient High Gothic, each stroke imbued with the majesty and sanctity from the Golden Age. By the authority granted to me by Her Majesty the Saint, Chen Xi's voice echoed in the silent hall, the scroll in his hand shimmering with sacred light under the lamps. I hereby command the Imperial Fists and Blood Angels battle groups to actively expand their forces and prepare for war, recruiting and training new soldiers over the next 20 years, to better serve this expedition in Her Majesty the Saint. As he spoke, the Emperor's signature on the scroll seemed to be infused with life, becoming even more radiant, its sacred light making everyone present feel the pressure from the golden throne. Chen Xi was displaying his gubernatorial appointment, a sacred document personally signed by the Emperor. Chapter 405, Secret Meeting Part 2. The importance of this document was self-evident, as in the past 10,000 years, since the Emperor ascended the Golden Throne, no decree had ever been personally issued and signed by him. That was a legend that only existed in the Great Crusade era, the highest honor that only the outstanding individuals of that era could obtain. And now, the letter of appointment in Chen Xi's hand became the only document personally signed by the Emperor in 10 millennia. Every letter on this document contained the will of the Emperor, its sanctity far surpassed any ecclesiarchy holy relic, unless it was something used by the Emperor himself or other primarchs. In a sense, the authority represented by this document even superseded the High Lords of Terra and the Gene Seed primarchs because it directly carried the will of the Lord of Humanity. When the 6 Astartes saw the golden glowing signature, all their doubts vanished. Captain Garo of the Imperial Fists knelt on one knee, while Captain Tykou of the Blood Angels devoutly made the Aquila sign across his chest. The existence of this sacred document made executing Chen Xi's orders no longer a choice, but a holy fulfillment of the Emperor's will. In fact, both the Imperial Fists and the Blood Angels had loopholes and opportunities to exploit when it came to military expansion and conscription. The Imperial Fists had a unique advantage in this regard: the special existence of the Black Templars. As one of the most unique Astartes chapters, the Black Templars were completely unbound by the Codex Astartes restrictions on troop numbers. The organizational scale of this chapter, which was always on crusade, remained a mystery. A standard expeditionary force of theirs was equivalent to the full complement of a regular chapter, and how many such expeditionary forces existed, only the High Marshal of the Black Templars himself likely knew the full truth. Therefore, if the Imperial Fists wished to expand their forces, they could cleverly utilize this mechanism. They only needed to establish a new expeditionary force under the name of the Black Templars, and then incorporate all newly recruited warriors into it. This new force could openly be stationed near the Imperial Fists Fortress Monastery, receiving training and command from the parent chapter, yet completely unrestricted by the Codex Astartes organization. As long as it was handled properly, the High Lords of Terra would be unable to raise any objections. After all, this was the traditional privilege of the Black Templars. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was to maintain discretion, neither expanding too obviously nor openly challenging the authority of the High Lords of Terra. Moderate low-key behavior and disguise were the long-term strategy. As for the Blood Angels lineage, they possessed a unique organization that no other chapter could match: the Death Company. This force, born of the curse, carried the deepest pain and glory of Sanguinius's sons. Warriors who succumbed to the Black Rage would be separately organized into this special unit. Their crimson power armor was painted a deathly black, for they had forever lost their sanity, and the curse in their gene seed made them irredeemable. Their only choice was to die gloriously on the battlefield in the most tragic way. This unique tradition created a subtle gray area for the Blood Angels lineage chapters. According to a 10,000-year-old custom, Death Company warriors were usually not counted in the chapter's total strength. They existed outside the official organization yet indeed fought for the chapter. Of course, specific implementation might be open to discussion. But for the sons flowing with the blood of Sanguinius, the existence of the Death Company indeed cleverly bypassed the Codex Astartes' 1,000-man organizational limit, becoming an unmentionable part of the chapter's strength. And now, with the widespread use of Sanctus wine, the Blood Angels lineage's Death Company was undergoing a revolutionary change. More and more warriors were gradually recovering their sanity, and the light of reason was rekindled beneath their pitch-black armor. This meant that the true combat strength of the Blood Angels lineage chapters actually far exceeded their documented numbers. Those warriors who should have died could now be reintegrated into regular units. Of course, this increase was also limited. After all, for a chapter to maintain a Death Company of 100 or 200 men was already quite astonishing, almost equivalent to an additional company of troops. Except for large exceptions like the Blood Angels chapter itself, most successor chapters' Death Companies were ultimately only the size of a company. After all, the Black Rage was also a secret that could not be made public for the Blood Angels, and those who fell into the Black Rage were not that common, so the number of Death Company members would never be particularly high. And an additional 1 or 2 companies of troops for the entire chapter was merely a negligible error on the organizational chart, far from warranting special attention from the High Lords of Terra or the Inquisition. So, theoretically, the Blood Angels could adopt a more aggressive solution, having those battle-hardened veterans collectively don the Death Company's iconic black armor, thereby freeing up slots in the official organization. But such an approach would be too blatant, violating the honor code that Sanguinius's sons prided themselves on, and also bringing unnecessary political risks to the chapter. Neither the venerable chapter master Dante nor the astute Chen Xi would truly adopt such a simple and crude method. In contrast, cleverly utilizing the explicit Codex Astartes rule of no organizational restrictions during crusades was not only more dignified and compliant but also provided greater flexibility in practical operation. This gray area could both secure substantial troop expansion authority for the chapter and avoid giving others a handle, making it a perfect solution. It was precisely for this reason that the representatives of the Blood Angels and the Imperial Fists, after a brief discussion, quickly agreed to Chen Xi's request for troop expansion. After all, they knew full well that in this turbulent era, stockpiling more elite forces would not only better safeguard the imperial territory but also provide more room for maneuver when dealing with unexpected crises. However, just as everyone reached a consensus on troop expansion, Chen Xi suddenly turned his gaze to the silent Call, posing a question that made the faces of the 6 Astartes present change drastically. Lord Call, how many Primaris Astartes do you have available in the solar system? This question, directly touching upon the Empire's most sensitive topic, instantly made the atmosphere in the meeting hall heavy. Facing Chen Xi's inquiry in the gaze of the 6 Astartes, Call merely thought for a moment before retorting, Lord Chen Xi, from what position are you asking me this question? The Emperor's special envoy, with full plenipotentiary powers. I wonder if that identity is sufficient. Chen Xi looked directly at Call, with no intention of beating around the bush, and spoke frankly, I need you to provide a portion of troops to the Imperial Fists, to assist the Phalanx when it leaves Holy Terra, and to attempt to rescue a group of veteran Ultramarines from the Great Crusade era on Cadia. Chapter 406, Primaris Revealed. How many Primaris Astartes are there in the solar system? That's a good question. But it's also a question that could make the entire Imperium's heart stop. Because the answer to that question, the High Lords of Terra wouldn't dare to hear, the Terra Defenders wouldn't dare to hear, and even the Emperor's custodians beneath the Golden Throne would never want to hear it. No one was willing to believe that within the solar system, where Holy Terra is located, the core heartland of the Imperium of Man, the most crucial lifeline in the galaxy, someone could, at any time, assemble hundreds of thousands of fully armed Astartes, and what's more, they were super soldiers upgraded to Primaris. One must know, during the Great Birthday Celebration rebellion launched by Horus back then, all the Astartes brought to Terra by the traitor legions to present gifts to the Emperor amounted to less than 400,000. In fact, the total strength of all 9 traitor legions combined did not even reach that number. So when Guilliman returned to Terra with 400,000 blue sons and grandsons to provide support, not only did Horus panic, but even the Chaos Gods were so scared they dared not let him truly reach the battlefield that was an absolute force that could truly wipe out all the traitors in one fell swoop. He could even wipe out the loyalists in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of this that the classic legend of always being 9 hours late came about. After all, if this army had arrived on time, the War Master's rebellion would likely have ended before he could even finish his opening remarks. And now, Call truly held hundreds of thousands of Astartes in his hands. They were deep within the forged temples of Mars, ready to be awakened at any moment, fully armed and ready to rush to Holy Terra to aid the Emperor. It was precisely for this reason that when Chen Xi directly asked this question, Call uncharacteristically hesitated. His logic module spun rapidly, weighing whether to answer truthfully, because once he admitted it, he would likely face an extremely troublesome situation, possibly even triggering an unnecessary conflict. But Chen Xi clearly had no intention of giving him time to think, merely continuing to ask calmly, how many Primaris Astartes can you deploy in the solar system right now? What do you want to do? Call finally decided to probe his intentions first, rather than directly giving a number. However, this mere counter-question had already completely exposed a fact: he did indeed have an unknown number of Astartes deployed within the solar system. This answer instantly ignited Captain Garo's fury. As a captain of the Imperial Fists, defending the safety of Holy Terra was their most sacred duty, and any unauthorized large-scale military deployment within the solar system was tantamount to a potential threat to the Emperor's authority. However, before Captain Garo could erupt in anger, Chen Xi spoke first. Send at least 10,000 Primaris Astartes to the Phalanx. When it is forced to leave the solar system, this force might play a crucial role. He paused, his gaze turning towards Mars as he continued, additionally, I need another 10,000 Astartes to be deployed to Holy Terra for defense. Those foolish High Lords of Terra will allow demons to rampage on Terra, even attacking the Lion's Gate. The strength of the custodians alone cannot fully defend the Imperial Palace, we must deploy in advance. Call's mechanical eyes flickered red, and he looked directly at Chen Xi, asking, is this also part of the future you foresaw? This question also lingered in the minds of the 6 Astartes warrior, who all tensed up in unison. Chen Xi nodded without hesitation, confirming, yes, this is the destiny revealed by the prophecy. The Cadia Gate will eventually fall, and a warp rift spanning the galaxy will tear reality apart. The Phalanx will be forced to rush to the aid of Cadia, but it will all be too late. His voice grew heavier. Afterward, the light of the Astronomicon will extinguish, and Terra will become a playground for demons. 88 Grandaemon armies, led by 8 bloodthirsters, will besiege the Imperial Palace. The custodians alone will be unable to withstand such an assault. The information Chen Xi revealed was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the hearts of everyone present. This was the first time he had revealed the catastrophic future so clearly and specifically. The air in the entire room seemed to instantly solidify. The sound of Call's mechanical body operating even slowed, and his semi-mechanized face uncharacteristically showed human-like shock. And the 6 Astartes warrior were struck as if by lightning, their gene-enhanced bodies unconsciously tensed, and their faces visibly turned pale at a speed discernible to the naked eye. Although Chen Xi had just hinted that humanity would face a dark age, no one expected this darkness to descend upon Holy Terra, the core of the Imperium of Man, the sacred place where Her Majesty the Saint resided. The very thought felt like a blasphemy against faith. That was Holy Terra. A sacred place that had never fallen since the Great Crusade era. How could something happen to it? How could something be allowed to happen to it? The mere appearance of this thought in one's mind was enough to make any loyal Imperial citizen feel dizzy. Esteemed Chen Xi, are you truly certain that Holy Terra will fall? Captain Garo's voice was low and taut, his iron-like face now terribly grim. This question concerned the survival of the Imperium of Man. There was no room for ambiguity. I've already told you to activate the last wall protocol. What do you think I'm preparing for? Chen Xi rubbed his temples, looking slightly fatigued. Since he had spoken to this extent, did he still need to repeat that terrifying prophecy? Fortunately, Call had already grasped his intention. The great sage's voice emanated from his vocalizer. The number of Primaris Astartes stored within the Mars Forge factories is sufficient to defend Holy Terra and the Imperial Palace. I can deploy 30,000 Primaris Astartes for your command. That's far from enough, Chen Xi shook his head decisively. Besides the troops sent to the Phalanx to support Cadia, I also need at least 30,000 to reinforce Bale and 30,000 to garrison Makraj. Wait, Bale will also be attacked. Captain Tickus suddenly looked up, his voice betraying unconcealed panic. As the homeworld of the Blood Angels, Bale not only carried the glory of the entire chapter but was also the resting place of Sanguinius, the Gene Seed Primarch. If Bale were to fall, the entire Blood Angels chapter would surely descend into madness. Chen Xi nodded gravely. I foresaw the destruction of Bale. The Tyranid swarm is coveting the Gene Seed Primarch's remains. They will surge towards that sacred planet like a tide. Captain Tickus's face instantly turned pale, and he anxiously turned to Call. Esteemed great sage, how many reinforcements can you send to Bale? Call's mechanical eyes flickered with the light of deliberation. After a moment of silence, he cautiously replied, if the battle situation is urgent, I can provide 30,000 Primaris Astartes as support for Bale. But Call still kept some cards close to his chest. Chapter 407, Intense Reactions. These Primaris Astartes were a legion secretly forged by Call over 10 millennia of painstaking effort. Each power armor was personally calibrated by him, and every gene seed cultivated under his supervision. This legion was supposed to be the core military force Guilliman would use to revitalize the Imperium upon his awakening, Call's greatest trump card prepared for humanity's future. Now, Chen Xi was asking him to deploy a portion of his forces ahead of schedule, and although it was to address an imminent disaster, if he were to reveal his entire arsenal, Call's mechanical heart couldn't help but hesitate. His logic engines whirred, calculating various possibilities. After all, no one could predict what further storms the galaxy would face after the fall of Cadia and the crisis on Terra. This legion might still have to confront even more terrifying threats, such as a full-scale Tyranid swarm invasion or a counterattack from Chaos forces. Chen Xi fully understood Call's concerns. He watched the flickering light of deliberation in the great sage's bionic eye and decided not to press further. Though he knew better than anyone that the number of Primaris warriors slumbering in the heavily encrypted warehouses beneath Mars far exceeded the 30,000 now promised. But for now, it was more appropriate for Call to retain control of these trump cards himself. Thank you immensely, great sage. And Chen Xi. Sanguinius's sons owe you both a debt. Captain Tickus's tense expression finally relaxed, his eyes shining with gratitude. The promise of reinforcements allowed his hanging heart to settle slightly. At least Bale would not be left unaided. Call's bionic eye turned to Chen Xi, emitting a low inquiry. You want me to station troops on Makraj? Is it to welcome the return of the 13th Legion's Lord? That is indeed one of the reasons, Chen Xi nodded, his gaze deepening. But more importantly, it is to ensure his safe arrival on Holy Terra. His mind conjured Guilliman's arduous journey in the original timeline, the insidious ambush by the Red Corsairs, the humiliation of his flagship, the Makraj's honor, being hijacked, and the numerous obstacles encountered while traversing the subspace storm. Each hurdle consumed the Imperium's most precious resource, time. Chen Xi's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Although he eventually reached Terra, those unnecessary losses, if we can avoid them, perhaps we can gain a crucial window of time. He looked up, his eyes gleaming with determination. After all, the sooner the Gene Seed Primarch sets foot on Terra, the sooner the Imperium can escape the shadow of decline. Every minute, every second, concerns the survival of millions of worlds. A brief silence fell over the conference room, and everyone's expressions became complex and heavy. The flickering light from the metal walls cast wavering shadows on the resolute faces of the warriors, as if foreshadowing the grim and uncertain fate of the Imperium. Captain Garo's fingers unconsciously intertwined, his ceramite gauntlets emitting a grinding metallic sound. Captain Tickus, meanwhile, stared intently at the tactical holographic projection, his eyes filled with both worry for the future and concern for the safety of his home world. Even the usually composed Call's bionic eye flickered with an unnatural red light, seemingly rapidly calculating various possibilities. In this solemn atmosphere, Amit, the chapter master of the Blood Knights, suddenly broke the silence. His voice was filled with the Blood Knight's characteristic suppressed fury, yet it couldn't hide his urgency. Chen Xi, great sage. Please forgive my presumption, but what exactly are these Primaris Space Marines you keep mentioning? This question was like a power sword piercing the silence in the room. The air seemed to solidify instantly. Chen Xi keenly noticed that Captain Garo of the Imperial Fists unconsciously tensed his shoulder muscles. Captain Tickus of the Blood Angels leaned slightly forward, and even the usually steady Black Templar's representative raised his head. Every chapter master showed unusual attention. He could see the doubt flickering in their eyes. These battle-hardened Astartes had long been accustomed to being humanity's mightiest warriors, and now, to be suddenly told of the existence of a more powerful version, undoubtedly touched their most fundamental understanding. As soon as Call's mechanical vocalizer emitted a faint electrical crackle, Chen Xi preemptively spoke. That is the Primaris project personally formulated by Guilliman, the Primarch of the 13th Legion, 10,000 years ago. His voice was steady and strong, echoing in the sealed conference room. He deliberately kept his explanation concise and clear, while simultaneously bringing up a set of comparative data on the tactical holographic display. Simply put, This is a comprehensive upgrade to existing space marines. The modified warriors will become taller, swifter, and stronger. As he spoke, he skillfully avoided sensitive terms like gene seed modification. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the almost imperceptible relaxation of Call's mechanical body. Chen Xi's mind raced. He knew all too well that if these tradition-bound Astartes were to learn now that Call had unilaterally altered the gene seed personally designed by the Emperor even as the great sage of Mars, he would likely not escape the fate of being torn to shreds by angry chapter masters wielding power claws. But if they waited until Guilliman awakened, and this news was announced personally by the Primarch of the 13th Legion, the entire situation would be completely different. When that majestic figure, clad in the armor of fate, stood in the throne room, when those eyes that had witnessed the Horus heresy swept over everyone, any doubts would evaporate like morning dew. Because that would not merely be a Primarch's command, but the expectation of a surviving gene father for his sons. This validation from the source of their lineage was more convincing than any Adeptus Mechanicus decree or High Lord's edict. Yet, even with such authoritative backing, the implementation of the Primaris project remained fraught with hidden currents. Some commanders of the 9 original founding chapters privately believed that this was merely Guilliman's scheme to gradually erode the genetic legacies of other legions using his blue sons and grandsons, just as some vigilantly pointed out that the first to complete the transformation were often the Ultramarines' successor chapters. The most shocking incident occurred within a Black Templars crusade fleet. They not only slaughtered an entire Primaris company that had come to reinforce them but also executed the accompanying Imperial custodes. Because they believed this was a desecration of the Astartes, an insult to their gene fathers. It was for this reason that Chen Xi and Call had to tread on thin ice at this moment. Every word had to be carefully considered. They were like walking on a cracked ice surface, where a single misstep could send them plunging into an abyss. They knew better than anyone that any wording implying replacement or obsolescence would ignite the deepest fears within the Astartes like a spark hitting a fuse, the collective memory of the Thunder Warriors' fate. These warriors, who had endured millennia of campaigns, each a walking war machine, if they were made to feel that they would become sacrifices in the Imperium's renewal, it was likely that the entire solar system would erupt in rebellion in an instant. Chapter 408 Sincere Cooperation. However, even though Chen Xi had explained it in the most tactful way, Captain Garo's reaction was as intense as expected. The Imperial Fist's commander suddenly stood up, the servo system of his artificer power armor emitting a suppressed hum, like a beast poised to strike. His iron-like face was taut, and his eyes, which had witnessed countless battles, stared directly at Chen Xi, his voice like ice. So eventually we will all be replaced? Just like how we Astartes replaced the Thunder Warriors back then. The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze instantly. The other captains tensed up in unison, the joints of their power armor emitting faint but dangerous metallic scraping sounds. This blunt question was like a sharp blade, piercing through the calm facade everyone desperately maintained, exposing the deep-seated fear in their hearts, the fear of being abandoned by the times, the fear of losing their meaning of existence, and even more, the fear of repeating the fate of the Thunder Warriors. Call's mechanical eye gleamed with calm light, and he responded steadily, "No, you misunderstood. The Thunder Warriors were flawed products that were eliminated, while you are perfect warriors undergoing enhancement." His vocalizer adjusted to the most peaceful frequency. Every active Astartes only needs to undergo one modification surgery to complete the evolution into a Primaris Space Marine. This is not a replacement, but an ascension. Your gene seed, your chapter traditions, and your spiritual will all be completely preserved. Guladon looked around at his colleagues present, seeing similar doubts on everyone's faces. "Sirs," his tone softened slightly, but remained firm, "could you elaborate on this plan? We have the right to understand this, which concerns the future of all Astartes." When he sat back down, his artificer power armor collided with the ancient stone chair, producing a deep thud, as if putting a pause to his intense reaction just now. "Of course, you should know," Chen Xi immediately responded, his voice filled with unquestionable firmness. His gaze slowly swept over every warrior present, his voice steady and clear. "We will explain in detail this important plan concerning the future survival of humanity." Call gave Chen Xi a helpless look, a complex emotion flashing in his mechanical eye, but he finally began to explain. The so-called Primaris Space Marines originated from the foresight of the 13th Legion's Primarch 10,000 years ago. After the Great Rebellion, he foresaw that the Imperium would face unprecedented threats, and the existing Space Marines would be hard-pressed to cope with the increasingly severe challenges. His mechanical voice was steady and precise. "Therefore, Lord Guilliman commanded me to find a way to enhance the Astartes. After thousands of years of research and experimentation, the Primaris upgrade solution was finally born." "So how exactly are the upgrades and modifications carried out?" Chapter Master Jolandiel's question broke the brief silence, asking the most urgent question in the hearts of all Astartes present. Call's mechanical eye flickered, his processor rapidly weighing the method and extent of the explanation. Seeing this, Chen Xi immediately took over the topic, by implanting 3 new artificial organs. New artificial organs. Captain Tikas frowned, his pupils flickering with wariness and doubt. "Mr. Chen Xi, could you please explain in detail?" "That's exactly what I'm going to explain next." Chen Xi nodded slightly, his voice steady and clear. "As is well known, Astartes need to undergo 19 modification surgeries, implanting 19 different artificial organs. And Primaris modification is to add 3 brand new modification surgeries on top of the original foundation." Captain Garo leaned forward slightly, his artificer power armor emitting a faint hum. "Could you elaborate on the specific contents of these 3 new surgeries?" At this moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room clearly shifted, and the expressions of all Astartes gradually changed from initial anger and suspicion to focused scrutiny and contemplation. Their iron-clad bodies unconsciously leaned forward, showing an unprecedented level of attention to this topic. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Call then took over the topic, his mechanical voice carrying a scholar's rigor. The three new organs are, the glandular coil, the chanting lobe, and the Belisarius furnace. He brought up a holographic projection, displaying the structure of the first organ. The glandular coil is a semi-mechanical construct, shaped like nerve bundles and living cables. It actively integrates into the recipient's muscle tissue, significantly enhancing strength output. The projection switched to the second organ. The Belisarius furnace will be implanted between the two hearts. Its primary function is not to make the warrior grow to 3 meters tall, that is merely a side effect. Its true value lies in the special repair factors it stores, which can be released instantly in case of fatal injuries, and combined with the existing Laraman's organ, can even achieve a resurrection effect. Call paused, a hint of pride flashing in his mechanical eye. As for the chanting lobe, this is a precious legacy derived from gene seed Primarch manufacturing technology. The Emperor himself designed it, although I only have half of the design blueprint. It can greatly strengthen muscles and bones, while also improving brain function, speed of thought, reaction ability, and tactical wisdom will all experience a qualitative leap. Simply put, it can grant the Primaris warrior some traits of a Primarch. Chen Xi keenly observed that with the disclosure of each technical detail, the facial expressions of the 6 Astartes warriors underwent subtle yet significant changes. The initially furrowed brows gradually relaxed, an astonishing light began to flicker in their resolute eyes, finally falling into deep contemplation. These battle-hardened warriors had never imagined that the Emperor's creations could still have such groundbreaking evolutionary possibilities. Inside the sealed meeting room, low murmurs rose and fell. The warriors cautiously exchanged opinions, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking their heads, each of them clearly aware that this decision would change the future of the chapter. After an intense discussion, Captain Garo finally stood up, his artificer power armor gleaming coldly under the lights. Based on these undeniable technical justifications, he paused, his voice steady and powerful. The Imperial Fists are willing to accept the Primaris brothers. His gaze swept over each of his colleagues, receiving silent support from their resolute eyes. In this perilous era, he continued, his voice carrying an unprecedented sense of urgency, we need to gather every ounce of strength we can, no matter where it comes from. This decision was by no means a hasty one. At a time when the Imperium's territory was shrinking and internal and external threats were growing daily, every strategic choice concerned the continued existence of human civilization. Stronger warriors not only meant a greater chance of victory but also represented the hope of continuing the Emperor's great work. This is truly excellent. Chen Xi's voice broke the brief silence, his eyes gleaming with gratification. In the future, an era when the Imperium is turbulent and the galaxy is in turmoil, he looked around at everyone, his tone firm and fervent, all of us should put aside our prejudices and cooperate sincerely. This resounding declaration earned the heartfelt approval of everyone present. Even the usually cautious Call showed a gleam of approval in his mechanical eye. At this moment, warriors of different backgrounds and stances reached a rare consensus in the face of the greater cause of protecting humanity's future. Chapter 409, Imperial Crisis. After Chen Xi finally dealt with the Imperial Fists and Blood Angels, his taut nerves finally relaxed a little, and he heavily exhaled a long-held breath. This brief respite did not bring much ease, it only allowed him to grasp a tiny, faint bit of confidence about the future within the suffocating abyss of despair that was the Imperium. Indeed, according to GW's official storyline, after the tragic fall of the fortress world Cadia and the Imperium's crushing defeat, Belisarius Call the Great Sage burdened with a 10,000-year mission would embark on a perilous journey to Makraj, carrying the armor of fate he had secretly forged over 10 millennia. Ultimately, with the ethereal assistance of the Eldar Death Guard, he would successfully awaken the slumbering gene seed Primarch Rabut Guilliman, bringing a glimmer of hope to the dying Imperium. However, the inherent cruelty and difficulty of this highly anticipated path to salvation far exceeded anything cold text could describe. Belisarius Call and his massive Forge Arc fleet retreated in haste from the remnants of Cadia, and the voyage to Makraj was far from smooth. It was a death corridor through raging subspace storms, a desperate flight under the ceaseless pursuit and interception of chaos minions and traitor fleets. The cost was horrifyingly tragic. Magnificent forge arcs were blown apart and torn asunder in successive fierce battles, turning into cold cosmic dust. The accompanying Imperial Army fleet, those loyal soldiers and fearless ships, were almost entirely massacred in desperate rearguard actions and brutal firefights. Ultimately, only Call and a small group of his scarred survivors, like scattered fragments miraculously washed ashore after a tumultuous storm, managed to drag their broken bodies, bathed in the blood of their comrades, to the shores of Makraj. And Guilliman's awakening was far from a prelude to a glorious return. When he broke free from 10,000 years of slumber and opened his eyes, he was greeted not by the cheers of his people, but by the piercing alarms and soaring flames of his home world, Makraj, under fierce attack. This newly revived Primarch, without even time to adapt to his body after 10 millennia, had to immediately throw himself into battle, still weak and unhealed, to stabilize the crisis on his home world with thunderous swiftness. But this was only the beginning. A greater shadow had already fallen, with the great rift torn open. The corruption and threat of chaos, like a deadly plague, were frantically eroding the core territories of his 500 worlds Ultramar, with every star system burning and every defense line in distress. What pained Guilliman even more was the cold reality and the Imperium's decay. The golden age of 10,000 years ago had long turned to dust. He could no longer, as in the glorious years of the Great Crusade, raise his arm and rally hundreds of thousands of Astartes monks' legions, forming an iron tide to march directly on Holy Terra. Now, all he could muster was a pitifully small expeditionary force with severely limited resources. Carrying this faint force, which symbolized the Imperium's last struggle, Guilliman resolutely embarked on the journey to Terra. The path ahead was vast and unpredictable, every step on the edge of life and death, every warp jump potentially plunging into an abyss of no return. And Chaos Hunters had long sharpened their claws in the darkness, hungrily awaiting this prey returning after 10 millennia. The Red Corsair's venomous sting was precise and deadly. They successfully intercepted Guilliman's expeditionary force and defeated him in a brutal boarding action. The king of the Red Corsairs, the traitor Huron, in his blasphemous laughter, actually personally defeated his own Gene Seed Primarch. Even more disheartening was that the flagship symbolizing the 13th Legion's supreme glory, the Makrach's honor, also fell into the traitor's hands in this crushing defeat, becoming Chaos's spoils of war. At that moment, the hope for the Imperium's resurgence seemed utterly extinguished. If not for the fallen angel Cypher, who bore the name of betrayal and curse, appearing like a ghost and offering aid at the most desperate moment, Guilliman, the Imperium's last pillar, along with his faint spark of hope, would have been forever annihilated in the Red Corsair's dark prison. Yet even so, Guilliman was not truly out of grave danger. Just like the legendary 81 trials on the journey to the scriptures, each tribulation was a near-death experience. Although he successfully led the remnants of the expeditionary force to escape the clutches of the Red Corsairs and, with great peril, traversed the raging maelstrom via the ancient webway to reach the moon, before he could even catch his breath, a fatal shadow descended. Intercepting him was none other than his fallen brother, Magnus the Red. This Primarch, once the Imperium's most powerful psyker, even if often jokingly called a one-eyed ogre, his terrifying strength as the Crimson King was beyond doubt. Upon first engagement, Guilliman was at an absolute disadvantage. Magnus' violent psychic power, capable of tearing reality, almost completely devoured Guilliman. Cold death was within reach. In the nick of time, had it not been for the Silent Sisters' warp-sealing silent field and the desperate support of other Imperial army forces arriving in time to jointly suppress and ultimately drive away this terrifying king of sorcery, Guilliman would surely have fallen on this desolate moon, and the last glimmer of hope for the Imperium's resurgence would have been extinguished there. Dragging his weary and wounded body, Guilliman finally reached Holy Terra, the core and symbol of the Imperium. However, this was neither the end of his suffering nor the beginning of turning the tide. The Terra awaiting him had long been corroded by internal decay and external terror. Those High Lords of Terra members, like insects, cruelly abandoned all civilians outside the Imperial Palace district in the face of the disaster of the Great Rift tearing the galaxy apart. This monstrous sin and cowardice directly brought about the most terrifying retribution. Kern's demonic army actually descended upon the very soil of Holy Terra. 88 Kern demon armies, formed of blood and fury, led by 8 hideously terrifying greater demons, surged like a destructive flood, launching a hysterical general assault on the Imperium of man's last stronghold, the Imperial Palace. Their roars shook the Emperor's foundations, and their blasphemous sounds impacted Terra's ancient walls, their goal clear. They not only sought to destroy the Imperium of man but also to utterly end the Emperor's great work here, plunging the galaxy forever into the corruption of chaos. If not for the Custodian Guard, those golden warriors who had not ventured out of the Imperial Palace on a large scale since the Great Crusade era, finally marching out again after 10 millennia, fighting bloody battles alongside mortal soldiers and Astartes monks at the Lion Gate, repelling Kern's bloodthirster army at the cost of almost total annihilation, the Imperium of man truly might have been annihilated and turned into historical dust. As for the High Lords of Terra members who, like insects, still vied for power after the battle, even absurdly claiming that Gene Seed Primarches should only exist as symbolic figures and not interfere with humanity's, the High Lords, sacred rule, and even slandering the resurrected Primarch as the Imperium's greatest internal threat, these ridiculous statements, in the face of a true world-ending crisis, seemed less important. Chapter 410, The Blood Knights and Flesh Tears returned to aid. It was precisely because Guilliman's journey back to the Imperium was fraught with peril and challenges that Chen Xi, overcoming all objections, persuaded Archmagos Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus to deploy the precious Primaris Astartes reserves. At the same time, he also prompted the Imperial Fists chapter to activate the long-dormant The Last Wall Protocol, an ancient contingency plan only to be used when the Imperium faced a life-or-death crisis. Although the number of Primaris Astartes deployed was limited, they could play a vital role in various critical war zones. While these elite warriors might not fundamentally alter the course of the entire war, their inclusion would undoubtedly alleviate the pressure on the Imperial army and buy precious time for subsequent strategic deployments. More importantly, they would save countless lives of Imperial soldiers in numerous localized battles, significantly reducing the overall losses of the Imperium in this catastrophe. The activation of the Last Wall Protocol signified an even more significant strategic adjustment. All chapters originating from the Imperial Fist's Gene Seed would reassemble, restoring the 7th Legion formation that once shook the galaxy. On the surface, this move seemed to weaken the Imperium's border defenses, especially with the redeployment of garrison troops from some important sectors. But at a time when the Imperium was about to face even more severe trials, tens of thousands of Astartes warriors reforming into Legion-level combat units held immeasurable strategic value. This powerful mobile force could serve as Terra's last bastion and react quickly to crises erupting within the Imperium, its very existence being a powerful deterrent to rebellious forces. Chen Xi's strategic foresight was also reflected in his strengthening of the Imperial Fists chapter. He not only persuaded Archmagos Call to reinforce the Imperial Fists with Primaris Astartes but also successfully reconciled the conflict between tradition and innovation, allowing this notoriously conservative chapter to accept the inclusion of Primaris warriors. This measure greatly enhanced the overall combat power of the Imperial Fists, enabling this resilient force to better fulfill its sacred mission of guarding the Imperium. If the 30,000 Primaris Astartes Chen Xi had previously sent to Makrach were added, Guilliman would have 2 full Legion-level combat forces at his disposal upon his return. Such military power was particularly precious in the current fragmented state of the Imperium and would undoubtedly provide a solid backing for the Primarch's great cause of restoration. And if the crisis in the Baal system could be successfully resolved, allowing the Blood Angels to also restore their Legion organization, the Imperium would regain 3 Legion-level Astartes forces. This would undoubtedly bring a decisive turning point for the Imperium of man's survival. However, compared to the issues with the Imperial Fists and Ultramarines, the situation on Baal was quite complex. Don't misunderstand, the problem was not that the Blood Angels were not united internally, or that they rejected Primaris Space Marines. In fact, although the Blood Angels Legion had been disbanded 10,000 years ago, Sanguinius's sons had always regarded Baal as their irreplaceable home world. Even if the various chapters had operated independently for tens of thousands of years, as long as Baal faced a threat, all descendants of the Blood Angels would unhesitatingly set aside their differences, even sacrificing everything to defend this planet that carried their bloodline and glory. As for the promotion of Primaris technology, the attitudes within the Blood Angels were polarized. The progressive faction, led by Chapter Master Dante, believed that this might be an opportunity to resolve the 10,000-year curse of the Bloodthirst and Black Rage. After all, the initial Primaris Blood Angels did not exhibit these 2 genetic flaws, they only gradually appeared after long-term cooperation with older generation warriors. Even then, their severity was far lower than that of traditional Blood Angels. Therefore, Dante firmly believed that Primaris technology might be the path to salvation bestowed by the Emperor upon Sanguinius's sons. However, the opposing voices were equally strong. Conservative warriors believed that warriors without the Bloodthirst and Black Rage could not be considered true Blood Angels. They questioned whether Primaris warriors were merely a conspiracy by Guilliman to replace Sanguinius's bloodline with the Ultramarines' gene template. In their eyes, accepting Primaris warriors was tantamount to betraying Sanguinius's legacy, and might even cause the Blood Angels to lose their most fundamental genetic characteristics, no matter how dangerous these characteristics were. But these were ultimately internal Blood Angels matters that Chapter Master Dante needed to handle. Currently on Chen Xi's desk was a formal transfer request jointly submitted by the Flesh Teros chapter and the Blood Knights chapter. They requested immediate return to the Baal system to participate in the defense of their home world. From both moral and practical perspectives, approving this request was not a difficult choice for Chen Xi. Although the Blood Knights and Flesh Teros had been branded as traitors by the Imperial Inquisition due to certain historical issues, their valiant performance in the crusade had already proven their loyalty through action. The warriors of these 2 chapters had spilled their blood on the most brutal battlefields, washing away past ignominy with accumulated military achievements. Now, their return to the Imperial combat roster was a certainty, awaiting only the completion of the relevant paperwork to officially restore their honor. Chapter Master Dante's arrangement to temporarily assign these 2 chapters to Chen Xi's command was well intentioned. This was both to buy the 2 chapters the buffer time needed to complete their exoneration procedures and to allow these 2 battle-hardened elite forces to be temporarily used by Chen Xi. This move not only supplemented Chen Xi with valuable combat power but, to some extent, also represented the Blood Angel system repaying a past debt of gratitude. Chen Xi naturally understood the deeper meaning. His Ash Knights were currently still operating in secrecy and should not expose their strength too early. In this era fraught with crisis, no commander would refuse additional Astartes combat power. Chen Xi was brewing a grander plan. He wanted to secretly assemble a powerful force comparable to the Astartes legions of the Great Crusade era before the Cadia Gate fully opened. The addition of each chapter meant that his command would gain nearly 1,000 battle-hardened Space Marines, which held immeasurable value for realizing his strategic vision. When the Blood Knights and Flesh Teros learned that Baal was about to face a devastating attack from the Tyranid swarm, the warriors of both chapters displayed a determination to fight to the death. In Chen Xi's command room, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost suffocating. Chen Xi scratched his head somewhat helplessly. I understand your demands, but Rostov also needs manpower now, so regarding your request. Before he could finish speaking, Chapter Master Seth of the Flesh Teros stepped forward. Lord Chen Xi, I understand your concerns. This Chapter Master, known for his ferocity, was unusually calm at this moment. The Flesh Teros will leave 3 companies for your disposal, and I will leave all the apothecaries in those companies as well. Seth's voice suddenly became firm. Whether you want to transform them into Primaris Astartes or send them on some suicidal mission, Sanguinius's sons will obey your orders. My only plea is that you allow the Flesh Teros chapter to continue its legacy and permit us to return to defend Baal. Chapter Master Amit, standing by, also looked solemn, his voice tinged with unconcealed weariness. The Blood Knights will also leave some manpower, it's just. Chapter 411 Economic Predicament. In the previous war, the Blood Knights, always embracing a martyr's mentality, suffered heavy casualties on Helsin III, including their former chapter master. Now, only 1 company remains. We only have 3 companies returning to defend Baal as well, Amit finally spoke. Only 1 company is left, but every single one is a veteran tested by blood and fire. In fact, while the Flesh Teros situation was slightly better, it wasn't by much. After leaving 3 companies behind, they could only have 4 companies return to Baal, and 2 of the remaining 3 companies were mostly new recruits. Chen Xi silently watched the 2 scarred chapter masters before him. In this expedition, which wasn't particularly long, both chapters suffered heavy losses. He knew better than anyone that it was impossible for him to prevent these sons of Sanguinius from returning to their home world. Go, Chen Xi finally decided. Return to Baal with my blessings, and tell Chapter Master Dante that Rostov thanks the sons of Sanguinius for their help. We will hold the line. Chen Xi, Gutierrez said, his brows furrowed and his voice filled with obvious worry. With the main forces of 2 chapters transferred away like this, our available troops will be stretched thin. He looked directly at Chen Xi, analyzing the situation frankly. I understand why you are letting the Blood Knights and Flesh Tears return. If it were me, I might do the same. But the reality is, without these two main forces, we might not be able to adequately guard many places that require heavy deployment, and it will be very difficult. Chen Xi's gaze remained focused on the floating star map projection, the territory formed by light points reflected in his eyes. He calmly pointed his finger at several undeveloped star systems marked on the star map. How about this? Select 2 planets with sufficient resources and suitable conditions, and allocate them to the Blood Knights and Flesh Tears as recruitment worlds for rebuilding their forces. Seeing that Gutierrez still wanted to say something, he finally looked up at Gutierrez. Have them start recruiting and expanding their forces as soon as possible. Before the Great Rift completely tears open, help them restore their organizational structure as much as possible. This matter requires your careful coordination. Ask them what their specific requirements are, as long as they are reasonable and within our capabilities, try to meet them. As for the routine patrol and extermination missions in the subsector, I will have the Ash Knights take responsibility first, he said, looking at Gutierrez and emphasizing with a slightly heavier tone. You and Deathwatch will also need to bear more of the burden to fill any potential gaps. With that, Chen Xi stood up straight and looked at his 2 good friends, sighing, for the next 20 years, we must solidify the economic foundation of the subsector and transform it into a self-sufficient pocket empire, ensuring that we have the means to protect ourselves when the Great Rift opens. 32's mechanical eye flickered red as she spoke hesitantly. 20 years, can we really complete these tasks? A complex set of calculation formulas unfolded before her as a holographic projection. According to my precise calculations, even with the most optimistic estimation model, it will take at least 50 standard Terra years for the 2 chapters to fully restore their organization and combat effectiveness. Whether there's enough time or not, we have to do our best. Chen Xi said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Gutierrez sighed heavily, pulling up a worrying data projection. Currently, we only have 1 Titan Legion still under formation, a nominal establishment of 3 chapters, and over 30 exploitable planets. He paused, and the numbers on the projection all turned glaring red, but the budget is already in the red. This expedition has been devastating to the economy. Even if we can still get some material aid from the Imperium under the guise of the expedition, every single coin from now on must be carefully accounted for. Living on a tight budget is better than having no life to spend, Chen Xi said with a bitter smile, spreading his hands. The holographic projection before him constantly flashed deficit warnings for various resource indicators in the subsector. He turned to 32, what we lack most now are people and resources, and we'll have to work hard for those. 32's mechanical eye flickered with a dangerous red light. She quickly operated on a holographic keyboard with her mechanical finger, and data streamed rapidly before her eyes. If you don't mind, I can mass-produce a batch of basic laborers using the Adeptus Mechanicus's life womb technology. While I can't say it will meet all demands, it can at least fill 30% of the labor gap. She paused, and the projection immediately switched to scan images of several mineral-rich planets, with various ore vein markers flashing in the 3D images. As for resources, even if we use the most aggressive mining methods, blowing up entire planets for extraction, it will take at least 5 years from extraction to smelting to actual use before stable production can be achieved. And this can only fill part of the gap. We will still need to import large quantities of mineral resources. Chen Xi stared at the flashing data, his brows furrowed. It sounded somewhat acceptable, but 5 years to achieve stable mineral production was actually quite slow. Gutierrez suddenly suggested, wait. Is it feasible to get a few SDCs and trade them with the Adeptus Mechanicus for resources? Anyway, we earned a lot of exchange points from previous campaign missions. Getting a few cheap SDCs to fool the Adeptus Mechanicus for some construction resources should be possible, right? 32's mechanical eye flickered slightly. She nodded in agreement with Gutierrez's suggestion, but her tone was cautious. It's possible, provided you're not afraid of those tech priests getting carried away and asking you where you got so many SDCs. As a mechanical sage, she knew better than anyone the fanaticism of her colleagues for SDCs. Chen Xi stroked his chin, deep in thought for a long time, the holographic projection casting shifting shadows on his face. For now, let's focus on developing as many planets within the subsector as possible. He looked up, his gaze falling on his 2 good friends, and after some consideration, he spoke seriously. As for trading SDCs for resources, it can be done, but don't be too ostentatious. Trade 1 for a batch of resources, and for more, let's play it safe for now. As long as you have a plan, then let's proceed with that. Gutierrez nodded. Suddenly, 32's mechanical eye flickered violently, emitting a faint hum. Speaking of which, her voice carried a hint of hesitation, and a slight, unnatural fluctuation appeared in her mechanical tone. Rostov still has a grey knight, doesn't it? This sudden question caused a brief interference in the holographic projection in the command room, and the atmosphere immediately shifted. Chapter 412, regarding the Grey Knights. Indeed, a Grey Knight's librarian was stationed on Rostov too. This was a guardian specially dispatched by the Inquisition after Chen Xi successfully brewed Sanctus wine, to ensure this precious liquid remained free from warp contamination. Since his arrival, this librarian, clad in silver power armor, had maintained a low profile, residing deep within the monastery on Rostov. During his tenure, aside from Chen Xi's personal request for his assistance in investigating the Blood Oath Society's activities, this Grey Knight had participated in almost no other operations. This situation stemmed from 2 important reasons. Firstly, as a specialized unit dedicated to combating demons, the Grey Knight's scope of duty did not include routine eradication of heretics. Secondly, although Chen Xi held the esteemed position of Lord Inquisitor, he did not possess direct command authority over this Astartes monk, who belonged to the Grey Knights chapter. Specifically, the daily affairs of Rostov II rarely necessitated the deployment of anti-demon experts of the Grey Knights caliber. Moreover, even in situations where they were needed, Chen Xi had no authority to directly order them into action. Just like when the Daemon Prince manifestation occurred in the Mariupol sector capital previously, the local Inquisition branch and the Ecclesiarchy naturally took on the responsibility of handling it, and the Grey Knight stationed on Rostov did not receive a deployment request. It was precisely for this reason that when 32 suddenly brought up the Grey Knights movements, Chen Xi couldn't help but show a look of confusion. He clearly knew that as a Lord Inquisitor, he could at most request assistance from the Grey Knights through negotiation, and they had every right to decide whether or not to respond based on their own judgment. This subtle division of authority made the Grey Knights' presence on Rostov more like an independent and special security guarantee, rather than a combat force he could directly deploy. There is a Grey Knights librarian, what's wrong? Is there something that requires the Grey Knights? Chen Xi frowned slightly, asking 32. He felt a vague worry in his heart, fearing that he had overlooked some important situation that necessitated the Grey Knights' direct intervention. 32 waved her hand, revealing a thoughtful expression. No, not at all. I just think this Grey Knight is a bit idle. Can we utilize him to help train a few librarians? She paused, then further explained, I went to see the Ash Knights earlier, and it seems they have a few youngsters with psyker talent. If properly nurtured, they could be trained to become librarians. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion appeared on Chen Xi's face. Do we need a Grey Knight to train librarians? I have Primaris librarians from the Ash Knights, and Professor A is also here. Training librarians shouldn't require the Grey Knights, right? He shook his head, adding, moreover, the Grey Knights' own training strategy differs from that of regular Space Marines. They specialize in combating demons. In other aspects, they are not much different from regular Astartes. No, Chen Xi, you didn't understand what I meant. 32 waved her hand, a cunning glint in her eyes. I mean, should we take this opportunity to train a squad of Grey Knights? Train Grey Knights? Are you insane? Chen Xi's face changed, his tone filled with disbelief. How do you train something like that? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then explained, training Grey Knights requires specialized facilities and rituals. Only then can new recruits be ensured to resist warp corruption and become warriors who will never fall. Leaving aside where to get Grey Knights' specialized equipment, the training methods might be solved by throwing in a few more Grey Knights pieces, but where do we find a training ground that allows new recruits to actually slay demons in combat? The Grey Knights training system is one of the most rigorous selection processes in the Imperium. Firstly, individuals with sufficient psyker talent must be screened from across the entire Imperium's territory. These candidates are themselves already 1 in a million psyker elites. However, this is only the beginning of a long ordeal. Psykers who pass the initial screening must then face a series of almost brutal elimination mechanisms. According to Inquisition records, only 1 in 1,000 candidates pass the theoretical tests and psyker adaptability assessments, and the lucky few finally permitted to participate in new recruit training might be only 1 in tens of thousands. The most brutal test is the graduation assessment known as the 666 Rites of Abomination. This ultimate trial, lasting several months, requires candidates to maintain their sanity while completely exposed to warp contamination and complete various combat missions. Ultimately, the warriors who manage to don the silver power armor and gain official Grey Knights designation might have a selection ratio as high as 1 in 10 million. In other words, for every 10 million psykers that appear throughout the Imperium, perhaps only 1 qualified Grey Knight can be born. It is precisely this despair-inducing attrition rate that ensures, even with the vast size of the Imperium of Man, the Grey Knights can only ever maintain the scale of a single chapter. These precious anti-demon experts must be deployed cautiously, typically only appearing in the most critical demon invasion events. Theoretically, the Daemon Prince incident previously encountered in the Mariupol sector indeed met the criteria for Grey Knights intervention. But coincidentally, before the situation escalated to the point where Grey Knights had to be summoned, local forces had already successfully defused the crisis. This also explains why, within the entire Mariupol sector, the only Grey Knight currently on record is the librarian stationed on Rostov II. After all, for this most elite anti-demon unit of the Imperium, every single one of their members is an invaluable strategic resource, and must be used on the most critical front lines. Chen Xi was emotionally tempted by 32's suggestion to train Grey Knights himself, but his rationality told him that it was highly inappropriate. Although we don't have specialized training grounds, by using the excuse of having the Grey Knights librarian help train librarians, we should still be able to get some good stuff out of him, right? 32's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as she continued to persuade him, even if we can only learn some basic exorcism rituals or anti-demon tactics, that would still be unique knowledge from the Grey Knights. Compared to the techniques ordinary librarians master, this value is much, much higher. Chen Xi crossed his arms, his face full of skepticism. That's true in principle, but in practice, it's probably not that simple. He sighed and explained, think about it, the Grey Knights even need to silence witnesses to maintain secrecy after dealing with ordinary demons. Now you want them to help train librarians. The probability of this succeeding is minuscule. Oh, come on, how will we know if we don't try? 32 persisted, unwilling to give up. Maybe that librarian will agree if he's in a good mood? Anyway, asking won't cost us anything. Chen Xi pondered for a moment, then finally relented. All right, you have a point. He rubbed his temples. All right, I'll find an opportunity to ask Kaldor Drago for his opinion later. But don't get your hopes up too high. Chapter 413, Constructing a Defense Network. After discussing these important matters, the three decided to temporarily leave the 40K world. During this period, they had been continuously handling various post-war reconstruction affairs in the Rostov subsector. Although it was to consolidate their own power, this busyness was part of their duty. However, after working at such high intensity for so long, even the most resolute individuals would feel overwhelmed. Although they were using chessman avatars and their bodies did not feel truly fatigued, the mental pressure indeed needed to be relieved. Being in the war-torn 40K universe for a long time, dealing with various brutal post-war cleanup operations, made them all eagerly wish to return to the relatively peaceful 3K era for a brief respite. Upon returning to the modern world, everyone went their separate ways, returning home. Chen Xi, however, specially brought back a unique item from the 40K world, a medical servitor skull that he had Avilia specifically craft. Considering the aesthetic acceptance in the modern world, Chen Xi specifically instructed Avilia to completely redesign the appearance of this medical servitor skull. The original stark white human skull was encased in a streamlined adamantium shell, with the matte finish presenting a low-key silver gray. 6 miniature vector thrusters were symmetrically distributed on both sides of the oval shell, while a multifunctional scanning array and miniature injection device were integrated at the bottom. The overall design was closer to a highly futuristic miniature medical drone, with nanoscale medical probes extending from its underside only when performing precise operations. The design is perfect, Chen Xi observed with satisfaction, examining this creation that blended imperial technology with modern aesthetics. He carefully checked the bioagent storage compartments embedded on both sides of the shell, confirming that the nano-repair robots and therapeutic agents contained within were in optimal active states. Then, he issued an instruction to the servitor skull hovering in the air: initiate holographic scan protocol, execute comprehensive physical examination procedure. Command confirmed. Activating MK3 type bioscanning array. The servitor skull emitted an electronic voice with distinct mechanical synthesis characteristics, and a circle of blue indicator lights illuminated on its shell. A precisely calibrated fan-shaped scanning beam extended from the bottom, sweeping across Chen Xi's body at a specific frequency. Scan progress, 25%. 50%. 75%. Scan complete. Analyzing data. After a brief computation, a subtle servo motor hum emanated from within the skull. Diagnosis report: subject's vital signs stable, basal metabolic rate maintained within standard value plus or minus 5% range. Abnormalities detected: cortisol levels elevated by 23%, melatonin secretion cycle disrupted. Recommendation: adjust circadian rhythm to standard sleep-wake cycle, increase omega-3 fatty acid intake. Warning: continuous late-night activity has led to elevated liver alanine aminotransferase levels to the alert threshold, and cardiovascular system load increased by 15%. Immediate intervention recommended. Enough, terminate diagnosis procedure. Chen Xi waved his hand to interrupt. Basic data confirmation is sufficient. The servitor skull immediately retracted its scanning beam, emitting a brief confirmation tone. Command executed. Standby mode activated. Because Chen Xi had given specific instructions beforehand, Avilia had deeply customized the medical evaluation system of this servitor skull. She not only adjusted the baseline parameters for health indicators to conform to the physiological characteristics of 3K-era humans but also optimized the treatment plan database for the modern living environment. The skull's built-in cogitator could identify various common modern health issues, from vitamin deficiencies to heavy metal poisoning, and provide treatment suggestions consistent with current medical standards. Chen Xi had wanted to further test the servitor skull's treatment functions, but considering that he currently had no ailments requiring treatment, he could only temporarily set it aside. He gently stroked the servitor skull's smooth casing, feeling the subtle vibrations from the precise machinery operating within, then carefully placed it in the bedroom safe. The most important mission of this medical device was to treat Li Jing'i's snake venom sequelae. Although Li Jing'i had received various advanced treatments, including rejuvenation therapy, since transferring to the sanatorium in Chen Xi's city, the nerve damage caused by that accidental poisoning was recovering slowly. Whenever he thought of Li Jing'i's occasional symptoms of limb numbness and dizziness, Chen Xi felt a pang of heartache. When I go see her tomorrow, I must use this for a comprehensive examination, Chen Xi decided to himself. The servitor skull's nanoscale nerve repair program and special antidote should be able to completely clear the residual neurotoxins in her body and treat her nerve damage. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to tomorrow's meeting. This might be the key to Li Jing'i's complete recovery. After a few days of rest in the 3K era, enjoying a rare period of calm, Chen Xi returned to the complex 40K world. Although he had largely sorted out the post-war affairs, he knew well that this did not signify the end of work, but rather the beginning of a new round of challenges. The Rostov expedition is currently still officially ongoing, and Chen Xi needs to continue using this designation to acquire resources and supplies from the Department of Internal Affairs. As long as the expedition is not officially declared over, he can continuously receive additional material allocations and administrative privileges. Therefore, the expeditionary force must not only remain undisbanded but also maintain a reasonable operational scale. Furthermore, numerous threats still exist within the subsector. Several Necron's tomb worlds have not been fully purged, and multiple planets have reported traces of green-skinned orcs activity. These potential threats necessitate maintaining military strength to respond. To this end, Chen Xi implemented a structural reform of the Expeditionary Forces Command. He reorganized the former Temporary Combat Command into a permanent institution but shifted its functional focus. The new command no longer primarily directs combat operations but is mainly responsible for logistics support, resource allocation, and regional defense coordination. This reorganized department was placed under the full responsibility of Commander Ventanus. This commander from the Ultramarines chapter had demonstrated extraordinary talent in logistics management and administrative coordination, with organizational efficiency even surpassing professional administrative officials. Regarding the defense system previously constructed by the Expeditionary Force, Chen Xi specifically summoned Sigismund, who was responsible for fortification construction, for strategic adjustments. Under his instruction, the entire defense layout of the subsector is undergoing a profound strategic transformation. The linear defenses, hastily constructed to counter specific threats, are now being reshaped into a three-dimensional defense network with strategic depth. Under Sigismund's command, the engineering troops are systematically reconstructing the entire defense system. Outdated forward outposts are being systematically dismantled, their strategic functions reintegrated into more rational defense nodes. At the same time, strategic strongholds guarding key navigation routes and sector borders are undergoing comprehensive upgrades, their defense levels elevated to fortress standards. Especially those orbital platforms controlling major warp jump passages are now equipped with firepower configurations sufficient to deter large fleets. Chapter 414, Transformation of the Labor Structure. To compensate for the limitations of fixed defenses, Chen Xi specifically approved the formation of several rapid response clusters. These highly mobile strike forces were strategically deployed, ready to respond to threats that breached the outer defense lines. The command chain of the entire defense system was also optimized to ensure rapid coordination among units at all levels. The reconstructed defense system presented multi-dimensional strategic value. It transformed from a passive defense against a single threat to a comprehensive system capable of regional security control. The expanded coverage and improved reaction speed of the early warning network allowed the subsector command to detect and respond to various security risks earlier, limiting potential conflicts to a confined scope. This evolution of the defense architecture reflected the changing nature of the Rostov subsector. With the systematic construction of defense capabilities, the region was gradually transitioning from temporary military governance to an administrative entity with autonomous defense capabilities. The upgrade of the defense system not only enhanced its ability to counter internal alien activities but also strengthened its resistance to external military pressure. By establishing a regional joint defense mechanism, the subsector formed a multi-layered threat control capability. This design ensured the security of key areas while avoiding defense blind spots caused by excessive resource concentration. Upon the complete completion of the project, the overall security environment of the entire subsector was expected to significantly improve, creating the necessary conditions for subsequent administrative management and economic development. This enhancement of defense capabilities was not merely a military strengthening but a concrete manifestation of overall governance improvement. Such strategic adjustments inevitably led to an enormous amount of engineering work, and the human resource gap across the entire subsector continuously widened. Although 32 constructed several uterus facilities as planned and began mass-producing skilled labor, these new additions to the population were far from sufficient to meet current construction demands, just as she had previously predicted. Chen Xi had no choice but to prioritize the allocation of this new labor force to the most critical areas. Technical workers were added to the engineering corps for defense line construction, skilled technicians were assigned to military production lines, and essential personnel were distributed to all critical nodes maintaining the Expeditionary Force's logistics. In stark contrast to the military and strategic industries, the civilian economic sector was experiencing severe human resource pressure. Urban Planning Department expansion plans were indefinitely shelved at the bottom of the data board, public service stations in residential areas had to shorten their operating hours due to staff shortages, and once bustling entertainment districts now had only a few struggling establishments barely managing to stay open. Notices of theater and leisure center closures covered announcement boards on both sides of the streets. These non-essential industries were facing an unprecedented survival crisis. In such a severe employment environment, it was already fortunate for civilian enterprises to retain their existing employees from being conscripted into military industrial departments. Many shops and service centers had no choice but to adopt a rotating shift system to maximize their limited human resources. This extreme labor allocation policy, however, inadvertently broke down long-standing employment barriers in the subsector. Marginalized social groups unexpectedly became beneficiaries of this labor crisis. Vulnerable populations, previously excluded from the formal employment market for various reasons, now saw a chance to change their fate. Able-bodied individuals among the street vagrants began to be accepted by small workshops, elderly people beyond standard working age were rehired for simple packaging jobs, and even some individuals with minor disabilities found suitable work on production lines with lowered standards. These useless people, once at the very bottom of society, finally gained an opportunity to prove their worth, albeit as the empire's lowest-tier laborers. This social transformation, triggered by labor shortages, was quietly reshaping the subsector's class ecology. The previously rigid channels of social mobility were forcibly opened, and a large number of long-term idle people at the bottom were reabsorbed into the empire's production system. Although this forced social reorganization disrupted the existing order of occupational division, it unexpectedly activated latent human resource reserves. These newly enlisted laborers entered production positions with clumsy operational skills and low work efficiency. Their inclusion lowered overall labor productivity but also brought unexpected social benefits. For individuals, the transition from unemployed vagrant to industrial worker meant gaining access to the most basic social safety net: regular rations, medical care, and simple but stable housing. These benefits, insignificant in peacetime, became precious resources for sustaining life under a wartime economic system. In the empire's value assessment system, which centered on production contribution, obtaining a work contract was equivalent to acquiring the minimum level of citizenship. Although these new workers were at the very end of the production chain, their labor badges still allowed them passage at checkpoints, and their employee numbers could still be used to exchange for living materials at rationing centers. This institutional recognition of identity provided an unprecedented sense of social belonging for long marginalized groups. This top-down labor reorganization objectively alleviated long-accumulated social pressures. When people at the bottom saw the possibility of upward mobility, even if it was such a tiny possibility, the overall social tension was eased to some extent. Although this change was far from touching the core of the empire's rigid class system, it did open up a narrow but tangible path to survival for the lower classes. In the empire's strict governing order, employment status directly determined a citizen's living conditions and social value. A stable work contract not only provided the basic rations for sustenance but, more importantly, conferred an individual's legitimate place within the empire's social structure. Becoming a gear in the vast production machine meant gaining the minimum sense of existence and dignity. In stark contrast were the marginalized groups outside the labor system. As the wartime economic system strengthened, social resource allocation increasingly tilted towards strategic industries, and civilian sector supplies continued to shrink. These unemployed individuals not only lost the qualification to obtain standard rations but were also gradually excluded from basic public service systems. Their freedom was essentially a state of institutional neglect, unable to participate in social production to gain recognition, and also difficult to maintain basic living dignity. Under this structural pressure, the scarcity of employment opportunities was further amplified. Even jobs with harsh working conditions and meager pay became valuable because they could provide identity verification and basic security. Behind this distorted perception of value lay the cruel logic of individual survival under the imperial system. Being integrated into the production system meant gaining the minimum right to exist, while being outside it was equivalent to social death. For the lower classes, being able to join the ranks of laborers indeed became a privilege worth cherishing, even though this privilege should have been a basic citizen's right under a normal social order. Chapter 415, Paul's Retirement. In the early morning, accompanied by a whistle from outside the window, Paul climbed out of his narrow, hard bunk. The chill of the morning air made him shiver. The thin blanket was no match for the dry cold of RIfxFe 2's mornings, but it did wake him up. He habitually reached for the prosthetic limb by his bedside, and after some effort, managed to attach it with one hand before finally standing up to wash. In the mirror above the wash basin, the man's face was weathered, and the scar above his left eye, extending to his forehead, was particularly striking, a memento from an explosion during the war that had almost blinded him. He turned on the rusty faucet, cupped icy water with his remaining right hand, and splashed it on his face, trying to wash away the persistent battlefield memories in his mind. Paul was fortunate. As a retired veteran of the Defense Force, he had worked as a spy for the governor's office, and his time undercover with the Blood Oath Society was even more suffocating than the battlefield. He remembered the tension of exchanging intelligence in dark alleyways late at night, the crazed eyes of those cultists, and even more vividly, the blood that splattered on his uniform when he personally executed traitors. Later, he served as a militia instructor, leading passionate young people into battle when the Necrons invaded RIfxFe 2. Most of those young faces had since become names on a memorial, while he, with his incomplete body, had survived. When Chen Xi began large-scale conscription, fate gave him a second chance. After being fitted with a new prosthetic limb, he once again became a glorious member of the expeditionary force. The new hydraulic prosthetic was much more flexible than the old model, allowing him to fight like an able-bodied person on the battlefield. Over 10 years of bloodshed, he earned the rank of Astrum Militarum Mencio for his combat merits. This bronze-gleaming rank insignia was earned through countless desperate struggles, from the surface defense of RIfxFe 2 to the orbital assault on Helsin 3. Paul proved his worth in dozens of campaigns. For most people, this was almost impossible. In the Astrum Militarum's rigorous promotion system, ordinary soldiers often needed to prove their abilities in countless battles and survive to be promoted to NCO. Paul not only achieved this leap but also survived, which was nothing short of a miracle within the entire expeditionary force. It should be known that the RIfxFe expedition, which lasted nearly 10 years, had seen the Imperial Army's total troop deployment exceed 10 million, with a casualty rate already over 40%. Transport ships delivered tens of thousands of new recruits to the front lines daily, while only empty vessels often returned. Soldiers on the front lines often said that stepping onto a transport ship was like having one foot in the grave. Those new recruits, fighting for the first time, often became another nameless corpse on the battlefield before they even had a chance to remember their comrades' names. Almost 1 in 2 people would die, and this was still under the premise that the Imperial Army had deployed a large number of Astrum Militarum. If one counts the wounded, this ratio reached 70%. Only 3 out of 10 soldiers could leave the battlefield unscathed. Even these battle-hardened elite units suffered such heavy losses. The casualty figures for the hastily conscripted defense force and militia units were even more shocking. Paul's survival and promotion in this meat-grinder war, besides his excellent military qualities, required unimaginable luck. For the initial batch of defense force soldiers conscripted on RIfxFe 2, only a handful survived. Out of 100,000 people, fewer than 1,000 left the battlefield alive, a survival rate of less than 1%. Of his comrades who enlisted at the same time, only a yellowed group photo on his bedside table remained to prove their past existence. But Paul was fortunate, he survived, and due to his meritorious service and disability, he was able to retire with the rank of Astrum Militarum Mencio and also received a medal. This bronze Imperial Aquila medal now hung on his faded uniform, although Paul's medal was not a particularly high-ranking one, just a medal and not the personal shield generators worn by officers. However, this medal could secure him a public service job with an income sufficient to support a family in any world under Imperial rule. In a hive world, this metal could even allow him to live a decent life in the mid-hive. He wouldn't have to squeeze into the foul-smelling hive city slums like the lower-level hive city residents but would be allocated an apartment with a private bathroom. His children would also have the opportunity to attend imperial military academies and potentially join the Astra Militarum. Although this meant a new career on the battlefield, for commoners' children, this was a rare path to upward mobility. It could be said that if Paul's children were capable, an Astra Militarum family could even be on the rise. Imperial history is not lacking in examples of military families founded by individuals who started as low-ranking NCOs. Of course, that's assuming Paul has children. Having only recently retired, he was still a single middle-aged man, not yet married. War had consumed his prime years for starting a family, while his peers already had children around their knees. He was still fighting Necrons on Rostov's battlefields. However, Paul didn't have many thoughts about marriage. Having just returned from 10 years of war, when he closed his eyes, he felt as if he was back on the battlefield, with the thunderous roar of artillery and the firing of lasguns in his ears, occasionally mixed with the angry shouts of officers and the screams and wails of fallen comrades. Although Paul knew that being hit by the Necron's green gauze rays would not result in screams. Those terrifying weapons would directly molecularize flesh and blood. Those hit would simply disintegrate into a pile of ashes, making even retrieving their bodies impossible. But memory always arbitrarily alters details, turning silent deaths into piercing wails. Paul couldn't remember how many comrades he had seen off in those 10 years, he only knew that his unit's designation had changed 7 times, each change occurring after the original unit was wiped out and reintegrated into a new one. The changing designations were like a death countdown, reminding him that he could be next. In short, after his unit was wiped out for the 8th time, he received his demobilization notice at a hospital in the rear. His body full of scars became proof that he had survived the war, and that medal was the Empire's cold compensation for his decade of bloody fighting. Normally, an Astra Militarum soldier is required to serve for 15 years, especially an NCO. These veterans, forged in blood and fire, are the most crucial gears in the Imperial military machine. Their experience and will often determine the survival of an entire unit. No regimental colonel would let go of an experienced junior NCO, because often the regimental colonel is just a figurehead, and soldiers primarily obey the orders of the junior NCOs in combat. Chapter 416, Re-employment of Retired Veterans. On the brutal battlefields of the Astra Militarum, the value of junior non-commissioned officers far exceeds what appears on the surface. Some regimental colonels are even willing to trade a company of new recruits for an old non-commissioned officer who has been through 3 reorganizations because these battle-hardened veterans possess the ability to create miracles in desperate situations. These old non-commissioned officers are the indispensable pillars on the battlefield, the most vibrant inheritors of the imperial military tradition. Every scar on them is proof of combat experience, and every decision embodies the wisdom of blood and fire. Within the Astra Militarum, these junior non-commissioned officers are recognized as invaluable treasures. Unlike officers who wear splendid sashes and clean uniforms but rarely go to the front lines, it is always these scarred old non-commissioned officers who truly command soldiers to charge and adapt to circumstances on the front lines. The combat effectiveness of a regiment often depends on these grassroots backbone. Even if there is only one experienced old non-commissioned officer, he can maintain the basic combat proficiency of the entire regiment. These old veterans possess the most precious survival wisdom on the battlefield. They know how to maintain smooth communication amidst continuous gunfire, understand how to rationally distribute the last of their ammunition when supplies are cut off, and, more importantly, know how to help new recruits survive their first battle. Therefore, when troops face dangerous missions or critical operations, commanders always unhesitatingly entrust heavy responsibilities to these experienced non-commissioned officers leading the veterans. Whether it is a suicide mission to assault xenolairs or a desperate task to hold a doomed defensive line, battlefield experience proves that only these battle-hardened veterans can ensure the mission's completion. In contrast, new recruits often die within 15 minutes, not even reaching the average survival time of the Astra Militarum. This is the cruel reality of the battlefield. It's just that Paul didn't have a regimental colonel willing to keep him. When he was wounded for the last time, his entire regiment was wiped out, and Paul only survived by being buried under a pile of dead bodies. In that encounter with the Necrons, the entire regiment was annihilated in just 3 hours. When medics dug him out of the pile of corpses, his regimental designation had disappeared forever from the casualty list. When medics dug him out of the pile of corpses, his regimental designation had disappeared forever from the casualty list. The regimental banner that once flew on countless battlefields was now just charred fragments. His comrades, with whom he had spent day and night, had all become cold statistics. The medics couldn't even confirm his identity until they scanned the service chip in his prosthetic limb, confirming he was the only survivor of that regiment. Originally, he should have been assigned to a new unit. As per Astra Militarum custom, veterans like him would be immediately supplemented to combat units in urgent need of non-commissioned officers. But fortunately, during Paul's time recuperating in the hospital, Chen Xi had put Helsin III and Kiev Star into the warp, resolving the main target of this expedition. With the sudden turn of the war, the expeditionary force no longer needed to maintain so many combat units. So, after his recovery, Paul, having met the service year requirements, obtained the qualification for demobilization. This unexpected stroke of luck meant he didn't have to step onto the battlefield again, but could return to his hometown with honor and scars. This old veteran, who had struggled on the battlefield for 10 years, could finally lay down his heavy lasgun and bid farewell to his comrades who would forever remain on the battlefield. Upon returning to Rostov too, he secured a public position in an enforcement agency under the governor's office, serving as a community sheriff. It was a very grassroots position, but for an ordinary imperial citizen, a community sheriff was already a very important figure. In the strict hierarchy of the Imperium, this position meant he could wear an enforcement badge, carry standard issue weapons, and even had the authority to requisition civilians to assist in enforcement during emergencies. Paul was very satisfied with this position, especially since he received a set of carapace armor and a mechanical mastiff. This meticulously crafted armor appeared much more refined than the gear he had worn on the battlefield, and the mechanically modified mastiff was a perfect partner. Its electronic eyes could see in the dark, its reinforced jaw could easily crush bones, and most importantly, it was a loyal good dog. This was equipment that only legitimate Department of Justice enforcement teams could obtain, and only Chen Xi, this benevolent governor, would issue such elite equipment to members of their planetary law enforcement department, who were not under the Department of Justice. In most worlds, this level of equipment would only be issued to elite units specifically for suppressing riots. Now, the first thing Paul does every day is polish his carapace armor and weapons until they gleam, then put on all his gear, and take his obedient, loyal, and formidable-looking mechanical mastiff for community patrol. He meticulously maintained this equipment, just as he treated his weapons on the battlefield. This was not just a habit of an old veteran, but also because he knew that this equipment was essential for survival in critical moments. The security situation in Paul's community was not too good. With the governor's office's further conscription, most of the young and able-bodied men in the community had gone to the battlefield. The young police officers who once patrolled the streets, and the able-bodied men who maintained order in the market, now all wore the uniform of the Astra Militarum and headed to distant battlefields. Most adult women were also put into nearby factories to participate in labor production, working day and night to produce military supplies for the front lines. The entire community seemed to have been drained of vitality, leaving only empty streets and unguarded shops. Most of the remaining people in the community were elderly and children, which undoubtedly provided an opportunity for some criminals. These social scum, sensing an opportunity, swarmed in like scavengers. Burglary, preying on the vulnerable, extortion, various criminal activities emerged endlessly, even showing a trend of escalating. The pensions of elderly living alone were forcibly borrowed, the ration coupons of orphans and widows were openly snatched, and even the church's relief supplies were repeatedly stolen. However, with Paul's arrival, these issues are currently improving. This iron-blooded old veteran brought his battlefield demeanor to the community and immediately launched a thunderous operation. He treated these criminals as he would Xenos on the battlefield. No warnings, no negotiations, only relentless strikes. Paul perfectly applied his battlefield tactical thinking to public security work, setting up ambush points by analyzing crime hot zones, using the mechanical mastiff's tracking ability to pinpoint targets, and then carrying out arrests with lightning speed. Paul had and only had one way of dealing with these criminals. After catching them, he would beat them half to death, then send them to the nearby conscription office to be thrown into the disciplinary camp. His mechanical prosthetic limb could easily crush a criminal's wrist, while his modified mechanical mastiff was specifically responsible for biting through the Achilles tendons of those who tried to escape. Paul never wasted time on interrogations. He believed that the instructors in the disciplinary camp would transform these social scum into useful cannon fodder for the Imperium. This greatly curbed local criminal activities, significantly reducing the criminal population. Of course, there was one less than ideal aspect. The local criminal gangs had already come to view Paul as a thorn in their side. Several remaining crime bosses conspired in the shadows, offering a hefty bounty for Paul's life. But this old veteran, who had been through the Rostov expedition, merely scoffed. The Necron's gauze weapons couldn't take his life, so the threats of these street thugs were nothing but child's play in his eyes. Chapter 417 Public Order Management. Several remaining crime bosses conspired in the shadows, offering a hefty bounty for Paul's life. However, their strength was clearly insufficient to challenge an Astra Militarum non-commissioned officer who had served for 10 years and retired with distinction. Paul had faced situations 100 times more perilous on the battlefield. The threats from these street thugs were mere child's play in his eyes. Several attacks only added another achievement to Paul's record. In the most serious incident, 5 desperados, armed with machetes and homemade Molotov cocktails, ambushed him. 30 seconds later, all of them had broken limbs and were strung up on lampposts. Paul didn't even use his laser pistol, resolving the fight with only his bionic limbs and mechanical mastiff. This scene made it clear to the remaining criminals exactly what kind of ruthless individual they had provoked. However, facing the community's situation, Paul also knew that he couldn't handle everything alone. As a veteran who had experienced brutal wars, he understood the limitations of fighting solo better than anyone. Besides submitting a request for personnel reinforcement to his superiors, though he knew full well that, under the backdrop of full military mobilization, such requests would likely pile up on some bureaucrat's desk, the veteran decided to take more practical action. Drawing on his rich experience accumulated in militia training camps, he began recruiting teenagers aged 12 and above within the community. These half-grown youths were quickly organized under strict militarized management. Every dawn, they would gather in the community square for systematic training. From the most basic attention and stand at ease to complex urban combat formation changes, from the essentials of weapon disassembly and maintenance to precautions for night patrols, this experienced instructor imparted everything he knew without reservation. To enhance the combat effectiveness of this special team, he leveraged his military connections to procure a batch of modified police equipment. Although these weapons were second-hand items discarded by regular troops, after careful calibration, they could still perform their intended functions. The youths, holding these weapons, began to carry out patrol missions in various corners of the community, their faces bearing a maturity and determination unsuited to their age. Despite lacking combat experience, these young people's determination to defend their homes was no less than that of regular soldiers. They quickly proved their worth. During a night patrol, they successfully apprehended several criminals who were in the act of stealing. According to the rules set by the instructor, these criminals were tied up and displayed on the most prominent lampposts in the community as a warning. In the biting night wind, the wails of these thieves echoed throughout the district, serving as the best deterrent to other lawbreakers. The next morning, these tormented criminals were escorted to the nearest conscription station. Under wartime special policies, they were directly assigned to a penal battalion, a result more deterrent than any court judgment. After the news spread, the community's crime rate significantly decreased, and residents could finally walk the streets with peace of mind. This special public security force, composed of teenagers, earned the community's recognition through practical results. The crime rate on the streets significantly decreased, and residents began to actively provide food and water to these young patrol members. Some elderly even mended their worn uniforms. Although they were their own children, these small acts of kindness were still the best affirmation for this special team. However, Paul knew that these criminals could not be caught endlessly, but not catching them was also impossible. Every time night fell, as he stood by the window on the second floor of the police station, watching the teenage patrol members moving through the streets and alleys with torches, complex emotions would surge within him. While training children for this kind of work was somewhat inappropriate, there was truly no one else available at the moment. These children should have been learning in bright classrooms, chasing and playing on open ball fields, not contending with criminals on dangerous streets. Although, under the Empire's harsh laws of survival, this very notion of protecting children was a luxury. Paul knew better than anyone that, according to the standard life cycle of the Empire's lower-class citizens, most of these children would have to start bearing the burdens of life by the age of 14, being driven out of their homes to fend for themselves. They would marry early between 16 and 18, then procreate, raise their children until they were 14, repeating their life trajectory, and finally die of old age around their 40s, or perish due to various accidents. This was the inescapable cycle of fate for most imperial commoners. And now, these children had embarked on a completely different path in life. Moreover, these children truly proved to be very useful. Their quick wit and familiarity with the terrain compensated for their lack of experience. Hidden corners and small paths that adults found difficult to notice were well known to these children who had grown up in the district since childhood. They effectively supplemented the understaffing of the community police station, becoming a significant aid for Paul in maintaining public order. Whenever he saw them diligently performing their patrol duties, Paul would recall the first time he picked up a weapon. Perhaps this was the way of survival passed down through generations among the Empire's lower-class citizens. Their current militia training and public order maintenance experience would make them qualified defense force soldiers in the future. Paul imparted not only combat skills during training but also the wisdom of battlefield survival. This knowledge might save their lives one day. In a sense, this might be an unexpected opportunity fate had given these children. However, these were matters for the future. For now, Paul still needed to find a way to keep the community police station he was in running. Every morning, as he stood at the entrance of the police station, watching the increasing number of pedestrians on the street, he felt the heavy burden on his shoulders. This community of 100,000 people was like a massive machine, and he was the only bailiff responsible for maintaining order. After all, a police station currently managing a community of 100,000 people, besides Paul the police chief, only had one female civilian clerk. She was also responsible for archive management and material distribution, busy every day amidst mountains of documents and data pads. Besides that, the police station only had one servitor responsible for reception. This old servitor could only execute the most basic response commands, falling into a logical loop when faced with slightly more complex questions. Along with Paul's mechanical mastiff, this was the entire staff of the police station. The staffing was truly insufficient. Paul often had to handle multiple cases simultaneously. Sometimes, he would finish dealing with a theft case only to immediately rush to stop an impending gang brawl. While the teenage patrol team was a great help, they ultimately could not replace regular police officers. These children had enthusiasm but lacked experience, and Paul still needed to personally intervene in complex situations. Furthermore, for safety reasons, he dared not involve these minors in overly dangerous missions. Fortunately, his superiors were aware of the situation here, and Paul soon welcomed assistance, for retired veterans just like him. Bringing their battlefield-honed vigilance and combat instincts, they quickly integrated into the police station's work rhythm. Although staffing remained tight, at least relatively speaking, this small police station was gradually able to operate normally. This was just like the entire Rostov subsector, which was recovering from the effects of a decade-long expedition. Chapter 418, Manpower Shortage. Governor, per your instructions, we have strictly enforced the Veteran Resettlement Act across the entire subsector. The head of enforcement's report echoed in the high-domed office, his voice producing a subtle reverberation beneath a gilded dome inlaid with the imperial aquila. He stood at military attention, the front of his black uniform, trimmed with silver thread, darkened by sweat, and the data slate in his hand hummed imperceptibly with his slightly trembling fingers. Chen Xi stood silently before the floor-to-ceiling panoramic window, his back as straight as a pine tree. Outside the window, the sky of Rostov II stretched before him, the light of the star casting dappled shadows upon him through the stained glass. On the ancient stained glass, the sacred image of the Emperor's descent was lifelike, and golden light spots flowed across the governor's uniform, adding a touch of majesty and divinity to him. His left hand habitually stroked the hilt of the master-crafted power sword at his waist, while the data slate in his right hand continuously flashed the latest security reports. Give me the exact figures, Chen Xi suddenly spoke, his voice as calm as the stillness before a storm. This sentence caused the servitor skulls in the corner of the office to pause their floating trajectories, hovering in midair and trembling slightly. From their hollow eye sockets, mechanical eyes emitted a faint hum, swiveling in unison to focus on the head of enforcement, their red dot scanners casting several small light spots on his uniform. Chen Xi still hadn't turned around, but the head of enforcement could clearly feel the governor's gaze watching him through the cold reflection of the floor-to-ceiling window. That gaze seemed to penetrate the glass barrier, pressing down on his shoulders with a tangible weight, causing his spine beneath his military uniform to involuntarily tense. He subconsciously swallowed, his Adam's apple moving with difficulty at the collar of his uniform, the dry swallowing sound particularly jarring in the dead silent office. The numbers on the data slate suddenly became blurry, and he had to discreetly wipe away the sweat drops on the screen with his sleeve, his Adam's apple bobbing as he organized his words. Outside the window, a transport ship ascending emitted a deafening roar, but the silence in the office at this moment was more suffocating than any noise. The head of enforcement's Adam's apple bobbed, and he unconsciously swallowed, his fingers rapidly sliding across the holographic projector. The first 5,000 retired veterans have all been assigned to grassroots positions, with results far exceeding expectations. They have not only filled police vacancies but also brought military discipline and combat experience. He pulled up a set of 3D data charts, projecting them in the center of the office, taking Sector 7 as an example. After Sheriff Paul took office, the crime rate dropped by 82%, and the case clearance rate increased to 95%. They established militia patrol teams, community defense networks, and also, I can see the data. Chen Xi suddenly turned around, slamming the data slate heavily onto the desk inlaid with the Imperial Aquila, producing a dull thud. The sound made the head of enforcement's shoulders twitch involuntarily. Under Chen Xi's deep-set eyes were dark circles from days of sleeplessness, but those eyes were still as sharp as a hawk, staring intently at the head of enforcement. What I want to hear is, why is the overall crime rate still above 60%? His voice was not loud, but it was like a drawn sword, its sharp blade gleaming coldly in the silence. The air pressure in the office seemed to drop instantly, and even the air solidified into substance. The Imperial flag hanging on the wall stopped fluttering, and the data stream of the holographic projection also seemed to slow down. Fine beads of sweat seeped from the head of enforcement's forehead, sliding down his temples and leaving several dark marks on the collar of his military uniform. He subconsciously wanted to wipe them away but froze under Chen Xi's cold gaze. His mechanical bionic eye flickered unnaturally a few times, emitting a faint electrical sound, a malfunction reaction that only occurred when he was extremely nervous. He was about to explain the problem of insufficient manpower when he saw Chen Xi had already strode to the holographic projector, his slender fingers directly cutting through layers of data charts, his movements as decisive as if he were slitting an enemy's throat. The blue light of the projection cast shifting shadows on his stern face, outlining his profile as sharply as if carved by a knife. Here, Cusbus Mining Zone, crime rate 72%. Chen Xi's fingertip pressed heavily on the projection, and with each number he reported, his voice grew colder, like a freezing lake, and New Tashkent Star, 69%. His gaze swept over the head of enforcement like a blade, dangerous light flickering in his pupils. Is this what you mean by significant results? The head of enforcement opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing, about to explain the issues of insufficient manpower and civilian riots, but Chen Xi suddenly raised his hand to stop him. This movement was decisive, like an invisible gate, blocking all excuses in his throat. The governor turned and walked to the sector sand table on the other side of the office, bending down to examine the troop deployment marked on the sand table, his eyes filled with worry. His slender fingers gently traced the edge of the sand table, finally stopping at several key marked mining planets. I know you are short-handed. Chen Xi's tone suddenly softened, he straightened up, rubbing his temples tiredly, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. The expedition took too many young and strong, leaving behind only the old, weak, women, and children. This sentence was like a sigh, or perhaps self-reproach, echoing in the office, carrying an unspeakable heaviness. He turned and walked towards the head of enforcement, his military boots tapping a steady rhythm on the marble floor. When Chen Xi stopped in front of the head of enforcement, he suddenly reached out and patted the head of enforcement's shoulder. This sudden intimate gesture made the head of enforcement stiffen, even his breathing hitched. Listen, Chen Xi's voice was low and firm, his gaze directly into the head of enforcement's eyes. I know your difficulties better than anyone, but Rostov cannot wait. His palm was warm and strong, with calluses formed from long-term sword holding, and that touch reminded the head of enforcement of the rough hands of veterans on the battlefield. Hold on for 3 more months. Chen Xi continued, his voice low and firm, like a promise cast in steel, allowing no one to question it. Olegana the Sage's life womb factory will increase production next month, with capacity increasing by at least 20%. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, like a star suddenly lighting up in the dark universe, but it vanished in an instant, covered by deeper worry. He knew that even with increased production, the deficit would still be huge, but for now, he had to give everyone a reason to persevere. After saying this, Chen Xi turned and walked back to the window, his tall figure appearing particularly lonely under the leaden sky. Outside the window, Rostov's industrial domes gleamed coldly under the overcast sky, countless laborers moving like ants within them, and their fate, at this moment, rested on his shoulders. He raised his hand and waved, a decisive motion, signaling the end of the report. Go tell your lads, for every criminal they catch, a child can sleep soundly at night. His voice was neither light nor heavy, but carried undeniable weight. That's more real than any slogan. Loyalty to the governor. The head of enforcement immediately straightened his back and shouted loudly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, his eyes gleaming with almost fanatical loyalty. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi merely curved his lips slightly, revealing a tired but gentle smile. It should be loyalty to the emperor, he gently corrected, his tone devoid of blame, only a faint hint of helplessness. Yes. For RIfxFe. For the Emperor. For the Imperium. The head of enforcement reacted extremely quickly, immediately correcting himself, his voice echoing loudly in the office, as if to make up for his slip of the tongue. Chen Xi did not quibble with his putting RIfxFe before Emperor and Imperium, but simply patted his shoulder again. This gesture was both an encouragement and a silent farewell, and then, he gently raised his chin, signaling that he could leave. The pressure of his palm transmitted through the uniform gave the head of enforcement a strange sense of reassurance. The head of enforcement backed out of the office, maintaining a respectful posture, turning only at the door, where he gently closed the heavy oak door carved with the imperial emblem. As the office door slowly closed with a faint hum under the hydraulic device, Chen Xi finally allowed himself to slump into the large leather armchair. He leaned back, his neck against the cool chair back, and closed his eyes tiredly. The holographic projection in the office was still silently operating, displaying real-time data from various parts of the RIfxFe subsector, the operational efficiency of factory production lines, the flight paths of transport fleets, the population change curves of various colonial planets. These flickering light points and lines cast shifting after images on his closed eyelids, like countless urgent problems dancing before his eyes. He sighed deeply, his voice low and hoarse. State affairs are difficult, and people's lives are hard. This sentence was like a heavy stone, falling into the silent office, stirring invisible ripples. Outside the window, the twilight of RIfxFe too was gradually fading, the last ray of sunlight passing through the stained glass, casting dappled shadows on his tired face. After a moment of silence, Chen Xi reopened his eyes, a hint of determination flashing in their depths. He sat up straight, lightly tapping the touch panel on the desk, activating the communication system. With a crisp electronic sound, the call button was pressed. In less than a few minutes, the office door slid open again, and Chamberlain Rachel strode in quickly, her military boots tapping a rapid rhythm on the floor. Rachel's uniform was still crisp, but upon closer inspection, heavy shadows could be seen under her eyes, and her blonde hair was no longer meticulously tied up as usual, but rather loosely pulled back. She held a data slate in her arms, its screen constantly refreshing with dense reports, clearly indicating she had just been handling heavy official duties. Ink stains still lingered on her fingertips, traces left from signing documents. What is the current labor shortage? Only counting critical departments, Chen Xi asked his chamberlain, his voice tired but still clear and organized. Rachel immediately entered work mode, her voice a little dry, clearly having worked continuously for a long time. The industrial production sector has the largest labor shortage. She skillfully brought up a holographic report, suspended in the air between them, the glaring red numbers on the chart constantly fluctuating. Currently, approximately 5 million qualified laborers are needed. She paused, sliding her finger to switch to the next set of data, and the chart immediately transformed into a more complex multidimensional model. The shortage in critical civilian departments is about 4 million. Her fingers quickly swept across several key marked areas. In total, the entire subsector still needs at least 10 million qualified workers to maintain basic operations. After speaking, she subconsciously moistened her dry lips, awaiting the governor's instructions. 10 million, Chen Xi repeated the number softly, his knuckles unconsciously tapping a dull rhythm on the metal desk. This astronomical figure echoed in his mind, 30% higher than his most pessimistic estimate. He knew better than anyone that this was the result after Rachel, leading the statistical department and various production departments, had conducted 3 rounds of calculations and compressed non-essential needs to the extreme for this number. They even had to temporarily sacrifice 30% of the operational efficiency of agricultural and light industrial zones. His gaze involuntarily turned to the real-time monitoring screen on the east side of the office, where a 3D projection of 32 life-womb factories slowly rotated. That colossal facility, covering 12 square kilometers, had been operating at full capacity for 3 months, tens of thousands of cultivation pods glowing with a faint blue light in the constant temperature environment, and embryos developing at a rate of 1 growth cycle per week. But even so, a monthly output of 100,000 was still a drop in the bucket compared to a deficit of tens of millions. 32 had clearly told him that the life womb could at most meet 70% of the RIfxFe subsector's population demand. The remaining portion had to be found through other means. Thinking of this, Chen Xi took a deep breath, shifting his gaze from the holographic projection to Rachel, who stood silently beside him. Rachel, please inform William. His voice had returned to its usual reassuring steadiness. Only those most familiar with him could detect the subtle tension within. Tell him to speak to the bishop. I will personally visit him later. At the mention of William, Chen Xi's lips relaxed almost imperceptibly. That underage apprentice sent by the old bishop 10 years ago had now grown into a qualified scribe attendant. 10 years had honed him into a sharp-edged young man, and what was hidden behind those gold-rimmed glasses was no longer immaturity, but the composure tempered by hundreds of political and religious negotiations. In Chen Xi's increasingly complex game with the ecclesiarchy, William had indeed become an indispensable buffer. Rachel nodded slightly, her slender fingers quickly sliding across the data slate, encoding the command into the highest priority red channel. I will arrange it immediately. Although the dark circles under her eyes showed she had been working continuously for over 20 hours, her voice was still as upright as her posture. Chen Xi nodded, redirecting his attention to the holographic star map suspended above the desk. The 10 million labor deficit transformed into a glaring red area on the projection, like a burning branding iron pressed onto his retina. He loosened his tightly buttoned collar, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed yet another cup of black coffee, but at this moment, it was not the time to stop and breathe. Chapter 419, A Visit to the Ecclesiarchy. Inside the Ecclesiarchy's cathedral, the old bishop, his hair now white and his figure stooped, still sat on his slightly aged hover platform, slowly descending before Chen Xi. The platform's metal casing was covered in scratches left by time, but it still steadily carried this old man who had dedicated his life to faith. Compared to Chen Xi's last visit, the Ecclesiarchy's cathedral had undergone another round of large-scale expansion. The magnificent vision that once existed only in the old bishop's blueprints, that towering grand cathedral whose spires would break the Carmen line, had now moved from paper to reality. On the construction site, machinery roared, scaffolding stood everywhere, and the massive foundation had been completed, with workers now building the main structure upwards. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the semi-finished high walls, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground. Over the past decade, with the ongoing Rostov expedition, the Ecclesiarchy had invested a large amount of resources and manpower into the subsector. Although the primary mission of these holy war armies was to participate in the expedition, according to the rules Chen Xi had established years ago, all holy war armies had to undergo systematic training before heading to the front lines. Therefore, they would all stay on Rostov too for a period of time. During these days awaiting deployment, these devout believers, in addition to receiving rigorous military training daily, would spontaneously organize themselves to contribute their strength to the grand cathedral construction site. At the first hint of dawn, their figures could be seen queuing up to head to the construction site, and some were still working diligently as the sun set. The construction site presented a bustling scene. Strong young believers carried and lifted heavy bricks and stones to their designated positions. Meticulous craftsmen carefully mixed mortar, ensuring every bond was firm and reliable. Diligent cleaners moved through the area, promptly clearing debris and waste generated by the construction. Although each person's contribution seemed insignificant, it was precisely these seemingly trivial labors, accumulated day after day, that allowed the foundation of this holy temple to gradually solidify over 10 years. As the expeditionary forces' war gradually eased, more holy war armies who had the opportunity to rest threw themselves into the construction with boundless devotion to the emperor. The sounds of labor on the construction site continued from early morning until late at night, with hammering, cutting, and work chants intertwining into a devout hymn that echoed endlessly above the cathedral. However, no matter how the cathedral was expanded and renovated, the simple stone gate that the old bishop had personally built years ago always stood quietly in its original place. The rough chisel marks on the stone gate, having endured the test of time, were still clearly visible, like a silent guardian, silently reminding every passing clergyman and believer with its presence, never forget your original intention, and you will achieve your ultimate goal. This unassuming stone gate had already transcended its physical meaning, becoming a spiritual symbol connecting the Ecclesiarchy's past and present, witnessing the continuous inheritance and growing development of faith in this sector. Welcome, Governor, you've visited less often these past few years. The old bishop's voice was still as gentle and kind as Chen Xi remembered, only now with a few more years of aged hoarseness. A familiar smile slowly appeared on his wrinkled face, and the reverence in his eyes, though cloudy yet still bright, almost overflowed when he looked at Chen Xi. Ever since that sacred moment 10 years ago, the moment living Saint Celestine manifested in the cathedral, the old bishop had unswervingly believed that Chen Xi was the emperor's new representative. And the various deeds over these years, whether it was the victorious reports of the Holy War Army against heretics, or the astonishing feats of purifying demons, all confirmed his firm belief. In the old man's devout gaze, everything Chen Xi did, from commanding the expeditionary force to defeat heretics, to purifying planets corrupted by chaos, was perfectly fulfilling the emperor's will. His wrinkled hands gently caressed the Aquila emblem on his chest, and the old bishop firmly believed that this living saint standing before him was the embodiment of the emperor's will. As a devout believer who had served the emperor his entire life, he had to devote all his wisdom and strength to assist this holy representative, helping him complete the sacred mission of purifying the sector and spreading the faith. I've been busy with expeditionary force matters and haven't called on you for a while, Bishop. Chen Xi bowed slightly, placing his right hand over his chest in a standard ecclesiarchy salute. The two exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and the conversation naturally turned to the progress of the cathedral's expansion. The old bishop excitedly described the latest progress on the grand cathedral's dome, while Chen Xi politely inquired about the logistical support for the Holy War Army's station. Whenever the valiant achievements of the Holy War Army were mentioned, the old bishop would utter sincere whispers of admiration, his wrinkled face beaming with a gratified smile. Chen Xi, however, always maintained a humble attitude, attributing victory to the emperor's blessing and the sacrifices of the soldiers. There's still a lot of construction here, and the conditions are simple, so please forgive us, Governor. The old bishop said with a hint of apology, leading Chen Xi through the completed main corridor. Although he spoke of simple conditions, the towering stained glass windows on both sides of the corridor refracted brilliant light and shadow in the sunlight, depicting the deeds of the emperor's saints, and the floor was paved with precious stone materials from distant sectors, every detail showcasing solemnity and magnificence. They arrived at an intricately carved elevator, its door frame inlaid with pure gold saint reliefs. After they entered the carriage, Chen Xi suddenly noticed something, turning to gaze at the gleaming golden saint statue on the inner wall. The facial contours looked more and more familiar, and he couldn't help but show a wry smile. An ecclesiarchy saint statue, isn't it a bit much to put my face on it? Chen Xi asked the old bishop helplessly. The old bishop's expression was calm, as if discussing the weather. Governor, what do you think is the difference between you and a saint now? Chen Xi's brow furrowed deeper, his fingers unconsciously tightening on the elevator handrail. I'll say it again, I am just an ordinary mortal executing the emperor's will. Every soldier in the expeditionary force, every craftsman on the forge world, and even the lowest level laborers in the hive city, we all serve the emperor in our own ways. My duty is no nobler than theirs. The old bishop's wrinkled fingers gently caressed the holy seal pendant on his chest, but the light in his eyes grew even more fervent. Sir, do you know that it is this humility that makes your holy deeds even more dazzling? When you say I am just a mortal, you can lead the expeditionary force to defeat terrifying Xenos. When you claim I am no different from anyone, you can personally banish a daemon prince and send 2 Xeno planets into the warp. The old man suddenly smiled mischievously. You see, even the machine spirit in this elevator is exceptionally docile to you. Chen Xi glanced at the elevator's control panel upon hearing this. Indeed, the elevator, which usually hummed, was running unusually smoothly and quietly today. This made his temples throb faintly. Such miracles would only deepen the fanaticism of believers. He knew all too well the consequences of being placed on a pedestal. Fanatical believers would treat his every word as a divine oracle, every decision as divine will. At that point, let alone promoting reforms, even the most basic strategic adjustments would likely be resisted as blasphemy against holy will. He had always been very repulsed by the ecclesiarchy's fanatical religious atmosphere. Although he understood it was necessary, the fanatical religious atmosphere often made him feel disgusted. Especially when he saw the ecclesiarchy's series of rituals, where it was hard to tell if they worshipped the emperor or the second oldest, Chen Xi would genuinely feel a physical discomfort. But in the warmer world, this living hell, if you don't believe in the emperor, the other 4 will be eyeing your soul. So believing in the emperor is necessary, but overly fanatical faith is annoying. And this is precisely the key point of Chen Xi's contradictory attitude towards the ecclesiarchy. We've arrived. The old bishop's voice interrupted his thoughts. The elevator door slid open silently, and the scent of incense and parchment wafted out. Chen Xi took a deep breath, temporarily pushing these contradictions back into his heart. Today's discussion was about other matters. Theological debates could be continued another day. Bishop, regarding the topic of saints, I think we should still follow the regulations of the Holy Terra Ecclesiarchy headquarters. What do you think? Chen Xi softened his tone, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the chair. He deliberately avoided the old bishop's eager gaze, turning his attention to the emperor's holy icon hanging on the wall of the reception room that was the true object of worship for believers. A knowing smile appeared on the old bishop's wrinkled face. He nodded slightly, his white robe rippling with the movement. Of course, Governor. I will formally submit an application to the Terra Ecclesiarchy, promoting the sacred procedure of canonizing you as a living saint. He spoke with a devout tone, as if discussing a sacred mission that was already destined. Chen Xi's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He picked up the teacup, took a small sip of tea, and used the steaming warmth to hide his helpless expression. Let's talk about that when the day comes. For now, please don't engage in personal worship. I am very... He paused for a moment, searching his mind for words that could express his distaste while remaining polite, but ultimately just shook his head. If you insist on using a holy icon, please continue to use the face of Saint Celestine. I don't think she would mind. As you wish. The old bishop nodded peacefully, his age-spotted fingers making the aquila gesture over his chest. I will remind the craftsman to make the necessary adjustments. He unexpectedly did not dwell on this issue, which made Chen Xi secretly relieved. The attendants silently exited the reception room, and the heavy oak door slowly closed under the drive of a mechanical device, making a dull click sound. The old bishop pressed the runic button on the corner of the table, and with a hum as an energy field activated, a faint blue light illuminated the walls around the reception room. This was a sign that the most advanced soundproofing field was in operation. Now, this room had become a secluded chamber, impenetrable to any listening device. After confirming that the soundproofing field was perfectly operational, the old bishop relaxed his solemn expression from earlier. He leaned forward slightly, his wrinkled hands clasped on the table. Governor, you have come specifically to see this old man, presumably to resolve the current labor shortage in the sector. This conjecture was not surprising. Chen Xi looked directly into the old man's wise eyes and nodded decisively. That's right, the labor gap in the entire subsector has already exceeded 10 million. The only channels that can provide me with qualified labor, besides the Adeptus Mechanicus, are those controlled by the ecclesiarchy. At this point, Chen Xi's brow unconsciously furrowed. He paused for a moment, seemingly choosing his words carefully. The Adeptus Mechanicus's life womb factory can indeed quickly produce laborers, but Oligana the Sage's production line on Rostov 3, its capacity is far from keeping up with the growth in demand for the entire subsector. I see. The old bishop slowly nodded, the light in his eyes under his silvery eyebrows flickering with understanding. It seems the situation is even more severe than I imagined. He caressed the holy seal pendant on his chest, but then suddenly changed the subject. However, Governor, you should understand that even with the ecclesiarchy's influence, organizing such a large-scale migration would not only require a long time to prepare but also an astronomical amount of resources. Chen Xi's lips tightened. He had anticipated this answer and was prepared with a countermeasure. I understand the ecclesiarchy's difficulties. His voice was steady and firm. I understand. If the ecclesiarchy has any needs, as long as Rostov can meet them, I will try my best to satisfy them. As long as you let the Emperor's light shine throughout the entire subsector. The old man's voice suddenly became incredibly clear, every word seeming to have been tempered 1,000 times. Let the people on every planet devoutly recite his holy name, and let his faith spread like a spark to every corner. Chen Xi's pupils constricted slightly, his knuckles unconsciously tightening on the armrest of the chair. He had expected to hear specific conditions such as tax exemptions or missionary privileges, but he hadn't expected the old bishop's request to be so pure. The ancient mechanical clock continued to tick, its sound exceptionally clear in the sealed reception room. The old bishop's aged fingers gently caressed the faded aquila emblem on his chest, his gaze still resting on the mural in which the emperor's golden light was dispelling the gloom of chaos. Chen Xi's brow relaxed almost imperceptibly. This request was so simple it almost made him suspicious. No attached clauses, no specific details, just the most unadorned permission to preach. He pondered for a moment, then nodded decisively, that is only natural. He, of course, understood the value behind this. When the Great Rift tore open the galaxy, only firm faith could protect the souls of mortals from being corrupted by chaos. Although the Great Rift would open in 20 years, Chen Xi couldn't wait until it opened to prepare. 20 years, on an interstellar scale, was but a blink of an eye. He had to ensure that every planet built a spiritual fortress. The old bishop seemed to see through his thoughts, and a knowing smile appeared on his wrinkled face. The air between them suddenly lightened, as if a silent understanding had been reached that transcended words. Chapter 420 Inspecting the Life Womb. Having achieved his goal, Chen Xi left the Ecclesiarchy's Grand Cathedral, which was still under construction. However, he did not return to the governor's office. Instead, he turned and went to Rostov 3, preparing to inspect the production status of the 32 life womb factories. Currently, the entire subsector's labor force basically relies on this place for supply, so there can be no problems. As Chen Xi's landing craft penetrated the dense industrial clouds of Rostov 3, the full view of the life womb factory was already visible outside the porthole. This colossal facility, spanning 13 square kilometers, resembled a steel sanctuary of the Adeptus Mechanicus, with hexagonal honeycomb structures interlocking layer upon layer, and its ceramite-armored quicksetting concrete surface gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster under the dim sky. Towering chimneys spewed thick smoke, intertwining with the atmospheric industrial waste gases to form an unceasing haze. Countless pipelines snaked like blood vessels across the building's surface, and steam valves hissed intermittently, expelling acrid condensed gases. The factory's periphery was surrounded by automated turrets and searchlight arrays, while surveillance drones circled at low altitudes, their crimson scanning beams occasionally sweeping across the acid rain-corroded tarmac. At the main entrance, gigantic hydraulic gates slowly opened and closed, with transport vehicles moving in and out, and the clang of robotic arms loading and unloading cargo could be faintly heard even through the thick bulkheads. Chen Xi frowned as he gazed at this behemoth. Currently, the entire subsector's labor force basically relies on this place for supply, so there can be no problems. The shuttle landed on a landing platform at the outer edge of the factory, and the steel deck hummed dully under the heavy pressure of the landing gear. Chen Xi stepped out of the hatch and directly boarded the waiting commuter vehicle. Its tracked chassis made a faint clicking sound as it rolled over the reinforced glass-paved walkway. The commuter vehicle finally stopped in front of the elevator in the central atrium, and Chen Xi stepped inside. The elevator immediately activated, descending vertically. Through the observation window, countless cultivation pod matrices extended downwards along the well wall, disappearing into the dark depths of the Earth's core, like an abyss constructed of glass and steel. Inside each 2-meter-high transparent oval cultivation pod, embryonic development bodies floated serenely in pale green nutrient solution, with data cables intricately winding around them like neural networks, flashing faint pulse signals. These cables were writing preset knowledge modules into the gradually forming cerebral cortex of the embryos. This was the Adeptus Mechanicus's most adept memory infusion technology, capable of shaping a complete cognitive system before physical maturation. When an embryo completed its development and emerged from the pod, it would already be an adult human with a standard knowledge reserve. The Adeptus Mechanicus relied on this technology to mass-produce workers. Low-ranking priests and even some great sages were born this way. For instance, Belisarius Call himself originated from an unremarkable cultivation pod. However, even the Adeptus Mechanicus could not ensure that every batch of products was flawless. Occasionally, superstandard individuals would emerge, capable of skillfully utilizing the knowledge in their minds upon birth, which was considered proof of talent in the Adeptus Mechanicus's doctrine. Conversely, individuals who were slow to adapt to the preset cognition would be branded as unqualified products. Interestingly, Belisarius Call was also deemed unqualified at birth, but he ultimately rewrote his destiny through tireless effort, becoming the longest-lived mechanical sage in the history of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The moment the elevator door slid open, a warm and humid airflow suddenly rushed in. The peculiar sweet and pungent smell of biological electrolyte mixed with the acrid odor of oxidized metal ions assailed them, forming a suffocating turbid current in the confined space. Chen Xi's breathing mask instantly became covered with a fine layer of water droplets, and the humidity sensor at the edge of the mask immediately lit up with a yellow warning light. 32's holographic projection flickered in the rising mist, gradually coalescing into a ghost-like form. The mechanical sage's signature crimson robe, illuminated by the eerie blue light emanating from the cultivation pod array, displayed a peculiar purplish-red hue, with precisely embroidered binary runes on the robe appearing and disappearing as the projection undulated. 3 mechanical cats climbed and moved agilely on her body. Their adamantium bodies reflected the cold light, and their joints emitted faint click sounds. One of them was using a barbed mechanical tongue to groom the data interface on 32's projected shoulder, while another was curled up on her waist tool belt, its electronic eyes flashing with curious light. The whirring of gears from these mechanical pets, intertwined with the buzzing of servitor skulls flying and the pulsating of the cultivation pod circulation system, formed a surreal yet strangely harmonious industrial tableau. Chen Xi raised his hand and used the back of his tactical glove to wipe away the water droplets on his mask. The mask's anti-fog coating made a slight rubbing sound. "Old friend," his voice came through the breathing mask speaker, with a characteristic electronic distortion, "your humidity control system here needs an upgrade." 32's projected lips curved slightly upwards, and the holographic image rippled with data. 32, while gently stroking the mechanical cat perched on her shoulder with slender mechanical fingers, pointed with an extended mechanical tentacle towards the assembly line blinking with indicator lights in the distance. The current production capacity has reached its design limit, and the embryo cultivation cycle has also been compressed to its physiological limit on average. Each embryo only needs 3 months to develop into a standard adult. Currently, the production line can output 200 units per hour, with a stable qualification rate of 93%, but unless the factory is expanded, production cannot be increased further. Accompanied by 32, Chen Xi's military boots stepped across the grid floor, slick with condensation, his metal heels clinking against the surface. They were inspecting the A3 section's cultivation pod array, which was synchronously entering the awakening procedure. The entire area echoed with a low mechanical hum, as indicator lights on thousands of cultivation pods turned from blue to green, and the nutrient solution circulation system began to emit regular sucking sounds. Thousands of servitor skulls darted and flew among the cultivation pods like a swarm of mechanical bees, their red glowing mechanical eyes constantly projecting scanning beams, precisely monitoring each pod's vital signs, neural development progress, and knowledge infusion completion. These floating mechanical constructs shared information in real time via data links, ensuring that every embryo developed into a qualified adult according to the preset growth curve. This scene was like a massive and precise human production line, where cold mechanical structures and warm living bodies formed a bizarre yet highly efficient combination. However, the products here were not simple industrial parts, but human individuals with complete consciousness, although their consciousness was strictly regulated and shaped from the moment of their birth. When a certain embryo completes all its development and knowledge infusion procedures, its cultivation pod will be like those in front of Chen Xi right now. The pale green nutrient solution inside the pod is quickly drained by the suction system, and the data cables connected to the embryo's body automatically detach, making a slight click sound. Then the pod door's hydraulic device activates, and with a hiss of air pressure release, the door slowly opens, spitting the adult body, covered in nutrient solution mucus, onto the transfer platform. The newly born individuals are then sent by conveyor belt to a centralized cleaning center, where an automatic spray system thoroughly cleans and disinfects them, while also performing basic physical examinations. This area also has a brief adaptation zone, allowing these newly born individuals to gradually adapt to the external environment. Typically within 1 to 2 hours, these products can establish a basic self-cognitive framework and initially master the infused professional knowledge system. Monitoring systems show that they instinctively begin to exhibit preset obedient behavior patterns, responding appropriately to commands. After the final stage of simple conditioning and skill testing, these products can be assigned to various production positions according to the different professional skills they have been endowed with. From assembly line workers to low-level technicians, from adeptus militaris recruits to basic priests, they will all become standardized, qualified labor for this vast industrial system, fitting into the Empire's production machinery like precise gears. By the way, are we employing child labor here? As he walked among the giant cultivation pod arrays, Chen Xi's boot soles echoed crisply on the metal grates. He looked up at the adults who were just born and sent to the production line, saying half-jokingly, even though these guys look like adults, they don't even have 3 days of adaptation from leaving the cultivation pod to entering the factory, do they? 32's mechanical eye flickered a few times, emitting a faint hum. She knew that Chen Xi was using a dark joke to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere here. After all, the scene before them was exactly what you'd find in an old-school sci-fi movie villain's lair. So she played along, responding, "It's not so bad. You should see those clone pilots in the neighboring sector, now that's what you call truly living like mayflies, flourishing in spring and withering in summer. Clone pilots don't live past a month, do they?" Chen Xi smiled knowingly, they both understood what the other was referring to. However, jokes aside, Chen Xi quickly brought the conversation back. Seriously, if we were to expand the factory, how much could you improve efficiency? 32's mechanical tentacle traced a holographic projection in the air, displaying a dense production schedule. It depends, her electronic voice carried a hint of helplessness. All my production lines are currently fully booked. If you want me to expand, I can't even squeeze out the capacity for production equipment unless you can order new equipment from other forge worlds. Rostov 3 is, after all, not an orthodox forge world. Although 32 has been desperately laying out large intercontinental factories on this planet, so far, the factory coverage on the planet's surface has barely reached 30%, far from meeting the production needs of the entire subsector. Not to mention the bewildering variety of goods Chen Xi requested, from Astartes power armor to knight armor components, from adeptus militaris equipment to astra militarum standard weapons, to civilian products, and even the most resource-intensive Titan assembly lines. Speaking of Titans, ever since receiving official authorization from the Adeptus Mechanicus, Chen Xi can now openly produce Warhound-class Titans and their variants. However, the manufacturing process for such behemoths as Titans is extremely time-consuming. A Warhound-class Titan, from parts casting to final assembly, often occupies an entire production line for several years, or even decades. What's more problematic is that producing one Titan means temporarily shelving other weapons and equipment production plans. This resource crowding effect makes 32 wish she had a few more mechanical brains every time she adjusts the production schedule. However, the Titan production plan had to continue to advance. This is not only because Titans themselves are irreplaceable strategic weapons on the battlefield, capable of providing necessary combat power supplements for the Rostov subsector's Titan Legion, but also because in the political ecosystem of the Empire and the Adeptus Mechanicus, forge worlds with Titan production capabilities often possess greater say. 32's processor rapidly calculated various production scheduling options, and her mechanical tentacles continuously adjusted parameters on the holographic projection. She knew that for the Rostov subsector, maintaining the Titan production line was not only about military strength but also an important political bargaining chip. A subsector capable of independently producing Titans would gain a completely different status and voice within the Adeptus Mechanicus and the imperial bureaucracy, which was crucial for future development planning. I'll find a way to optimize the production line crowding issue. 32's electronic voice carried a hint of helplessness, but in the short term, it's really hard to squeeze out additional capacity to expand the life womb factory. The mechanical cat in her arms projected a light shimmering with data streams, displaying the real-time load of various factories. Almost every production line was operating at full capacity, some even overloaded. Unless Chen Xi could convince other Forge worlds to provide key equipment, rapidly increasing clone production under existing conditions was an almost impossible task. Speaking of which, I do have an idea that might solve the problem. 32's mechanical tentacles excitedly traced several holographic projections in the air, and data streams flowed across her crimson robe. She enthusiastically explained her plan to Chen Xi, her electronic voice unconsciously raising a few decibels. Didn't you have Gria Forge World build an orbital ring before? Can we build one for our planet too? I remember we discussed this plan, and you even promised. A detailed orbital ring design plan immediately unfolded in the projection, and 32's mechanical fingers quickly pointed out several key nodes. We can make some adjustments based on this while building the orbital ring. Directly order a complete set of life womb production equipment from Gria. Let them pre-install and debug the equipment on the orbital ring, so that once the star ring is built and transported into place, these new factories can immediately begin operation. Several mechanical cats also seemed to be infected by their owner's excitement, happily circling on her shoulder. 32's holographic image leaned slightly forward. This will not only solve the problem of equipment transportation and installation but also minimize the construction period. Once the orbital ring is in place, the new life womb factory can immediately begin production. Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Chen Xi looked at his friend's sparkling mechanical eye, gently stroking his chin. He fully understood 32's obsession with rings. It had almost become a recent fixation for her. However, in fairness, this plan did indeed solve multiple problems simultaneously. The orbital ring design in the projection was still slowly rotating, and the nodes labeled life womb module glowed with an inviting blue light. I'll consider it, Chen Xi finally said, his voice thoughtful. He knew that this decision not only concerned production efficiency but also involved a new round of political maneuvering with Gria Forge World. But seeing 32's expectant look, he was already calculating in his mind how to persuade those stubborn tech priests. Chapter 421 Weapon Shortage. Although expanding the production capacity of the life womb factory was the most important task at hand, Chen Xi's inspection of Rostov 3 was not limited to just that. Riding on a high-speed train on the Intercontinental Commuter Railway, Chen Xi was discussing the production of Astartes equipment with 32. Outside the window, the rapidly passing industrial zone flickered with the flames of countless forges, and the cogwheel symbol of the Adeptus Mechanicus loomed between the chimneys. Currently, we have a very complete range of SDCs for various Astartes equipment. Whether it's the discontinued equipment from the 30K Great Crusade era or Archmagos Call's Primaris series, we now have SDCs for all of them and can produce them, 32 said, still petting the cat, her mechanical fingers gently stroking the black cat's back. Because they could directly exchange various SDCs with Huang Lao Han, they never lacked SDCs. The problem Chen Xi and his team faced had always been a different one. So, while stating these advantages, 32 also complained, but our biggest problem now is insufficient production capacity. Even a simple weapon like a bolter requires blessing and manual assembly by a low-ranking priest, which is very inefficient. She pulled up a set of holographic data, showing the slowly moving bolter components on the production line, not to mention larger items like Thunderhawks and Terminator armor. We might not even be able to assemble one power armor set a year now. The production capacity is that low? Can't we use an assembly line? Chen Xi frowned, tapping the table lightly with his finger. He wasn't surprised by the low production capacity. Astartes equipment wasn't illegal firearms cobbled together by Hive City gangs, so a slow production process was quite normal. And at least it was only low-ranking priests performing the blessings. If it were the Grey Knights, every Nemesis power weapon in their hands would be a master-crafted weapon personally blessed by a forge master. That was truly an outrageously low yield. Of course, I've thought of what you're thinking. 32 didn't find Chen Xi's suggestion amateurish. She just shook her head, tapping the production chart on the datapad. Even with assembly line division of labor, where each person is responsible for only one process, the production capacity only increases slightly. Those sacred machine spirit blessing rituals and mechanical calibrations simply cannot be simplified. She sighed, switching the holographic projection to the resource allocation interface. Ultimately, too much of the production line is occupied by Titans, and coupled with the sheer volume of things we need to produce, our capacity just can't keep up. Just maintaining the plasma reactors of Warhound-class Titans consumes the entire capacity of 3 refineries. This was unavoidable. Although an entire planet's factories, even if factory coverage only reached 30% of the planet's surface area, were responsible for producing various items, the demand of an entire subsector was still too great. On the surface of Rostov 3, the chimneys of countless forging factories continuously belched thick smoke day and night, yet still couldn't meet the demands of the front lines. Not to mention, the supplies needed by the mortal troops in the expeditionary force alone included everything from lasguns to bayonets, combat knives, power cells, and even lunchboxes and military boots. Hundreds of thousands of cargo containers sent supply requests from the front lines every day, and quartermasters could only prioritize the most urgent orders. This was a complete logistical system, capable of arming an Astra Militarum soldier from head to toe, while also ensuring he could fight, battle, and ultimately survive on the battlefield. From gas mask filters to power cells, every component was crucial to a soldier's life or death. This didn't even include heavy weapons and armored vehicles. Because these items were produced separately, and most armored vehicles couldn't even be produced in Rostov and needed to be imported from other Forge worlds. Transport fleets often had to travel for months in the warp to deliver a batch of precious armor to the front lines. This was also one of the current helpless realities of the Imperium. With the Imperium of man's technological level, it could handle most of the horrors in the galaxy. From plasma weapons to graviton weapons, from antimatter bombs to void shield technology, the Imperium of man's armory never lacked terrifying creations capable of destroying stars. But the decentralized industrial system and long supply lines made it difficult for these powerful weapons to exert their full potential. An expeditionary force might lack a third of its standard equipment when it set out, and by the time they crossed several sectors to reach the front, most of the remaining equipment would be lost in subspace storms. Moreover, the Imperium of man's productivity and production model made it difficult for the Imperium to produce enough equipment to arm the Imperial army. Each Forge world clung to its own production traditions and technical secrets, and the Adeptus Mechanicus's cumbersome rituals and dogmas made production efficiency outrageously low. Or, to put it another way, the Imperium of man's abysmal transportation situation determined that it did not have enough capacity to arm all of the Astra Militarum to the teeth, nor could it deliver the armed Astra Militarum to where they were most needed in a timely manner, and deliver their most needed military supplies to their hands. A transport ship might have to traverse a dozen star systems to deliver a box of lasgun batteries to frontline troops. The Imperium of man's supplies were always insufficient, and quartermasters withholding or delaying supplies based on their mood was already part of the Imperium of man's military logistics supply system. From the Department of Military Affairs to the company quartermaster, every link in the chain would take its cut, and by the time supplies actually reached the soldiers, it was often only a third of the requested amount. As for the Astartes' equipment types are only more numerous, production cycles are longer, and requirements are stricter. A set of power armor requires hundreds of processes, each needing to be consecrated by a tech priest. The assembly time for one bolter is enough for a Hive City factory to produce hundreds of lasguns. However, fortunately, Astartes are very special to the Imperium of man, their military supply is basically guaranteed. After all, every space marine is the Emperor's angel of death, a precious war asset worth as much as a cruiser. Unless you are a chapter that has offended the High Lords of Terra or other influential departments of the Imperium of man, you generally won't encounter situations where military supplies are withheld. Even the most disfavored chapters have a supply priority far higher than regular Astra Militarum units. Especially for most Astartes chapters, they can trade directly with the Adeptus Mechanicus to obtain supplies and various materials they need, including gene seed. Many ancient chapters maintain millennia-long alliances with specific Forge worlds, and this deep cooperative bond allows them to consistently acquire excellent weaponry. For example, the Iron Hands chapter and the Mars Forge world have had close ties for 10,000 years, while the Blood Angels chapter has established its own military industrial system in the Baal system. Not to mention, many chapters possess the ability to produce their own weapons and equipment, and are not overly reliant on the Imperium of man for military supplies. However, for Chen Xi and his team, the problem was viewed differently. They had neither the millennia-long cooperative relationship of traditional chapters with the Adeptus Mechanicus nor a complete independent production capacity, yet they faced more complex equipment demands than traditional chapters. The Ash Knights have expanded to 3,000 men in the past decade. Although they are all new recruits, at this rate, I have no doubt they can achieve their goal of expanding to 30,000 in the next 20 years, Chen Xi told 32, his finger lightly tapping the chapter organization chart on the data pad. The information he referred to was from a recent report, personally submitted to Chen Xi by Chapter Master Shidong. This encrypted report detailed the success rate of chapter recruit modifications and the current equipment shortfall list for each company from power armor and bolters to heavy vehicles, each item marked with precise demand figures, and this list continued to grow with the constant influx of new recruits. 3,000 men means at least over 2,500 sets of Astartes equipment. Where am I supposed to conjure up that much equipment for you? 32's face turned green when she heard the number, the aperture of her mechanical bionic eye contracting violently. Rostov III's production capacity was very limited, it could only assemble about 10 sets of Astartes equipment per year, and that didn't even include Terminator armor or lost technology from the 30K era. Just the basic equipment needs for these 3,000 men would keep her forging factories busy for 2.5 centuries. It should be noted that while the Primaris weaponry they were now producing was considerably larger than the original Astartes armaments, these Primaris weapons and equipment actually had lower production costs due to Archmagos Belisarius Call's 10 millennia of design iterations. Archmagos Call's design simplified the production process, allowing more Forge worlds to participate in production. However, the lost technology of the 30K era was an entirely different matter. These items, which could make one exclaim at the terrifying power of humanity's dark age of technology, were one after another incredibly difficult to produce. The core components of certain energy weapons required forging under special gravity environments, while the neural interfaces of power armor demanded nanometer-level assembly precision. Some of the most dangerous items, 32 even had to produce herself. For instance, the containment field generator for a plasma incinerator cannon, a slight error could trigger a chain reaction, leveling the entire workshop. After all, she was the only tech priest with the title of Forge Master on the entire Rostov 3. Most of the others were low-ranking priests, and while there were a few high-ranking priests, those capable of assisting 32 were still few and far between, failing to satisfy her. These priests could only produce some Primera series equipment, as for more complex 30K equipment, 32 could only rely on herself. Therefore, whenever something extremely difficult to produce was needed, 32 usually took over herself. And it was precisely because of this that when Chen Xi said there were already 3,000 Astartes, her face truly turned green, because it meant a massive amount of Astartes equipment had to be forged. Just thinking about personally assembling the neural interfaces for thousands of power armor sets made her servo arms tremble uncontrollably. After all, the Ash Knight's overstrength scale was truly outrageous. If they were to publicly appear, it would be almost impossible not to attract official imperial investigations and inquiries. One must know that a standard Astartes chapter has only 1,000 men, and they were already the size of 3 full-strength chapters of full 3,000 space marines, which completely violated the Codex Astartes. And this also meant that Chen Xi and his team had to be extra cautious and were completely unsuitable for purchasing Astartes equipment in bulk from other forge worlds. Such large-scale arms procurement would inevitably attract the attention and suspicion of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and even more so, the scrutiny of the Inquisition and the High Lords of Terra. Not to mention, for Chen Xi, who possessed more advanced technology, the products produced by those traditional forge worlds were somewhat outdated and obsolete. Those standard template equipment revered by the Adeptus Mechanicus were merely barely usable transitional products in his eyes. While reliable, their performance could no longer keep up with the demands of the era. After all, Archmagos Call had single-handedly updated the entire Astartes military equipment system. With superior Primera series equipment available, who would still use those old power armor and traditional bolters? Unless they were chapter relics with special historical significance, for a chapter that had fully embraced Primera's technology, it would certainly be more appropriate to prioritize equipping the new Primera series weapons and armor. So, it all comes back to expanding production capacity. Chen Xi and 32 exchanged glances, then both smiled wryly. This conclusion was as obvious as the Emperor's golden throne, yet as helpless as a subspace storm. On the holographic display in front of them, red warning signs flickered on every project with insufficient capacity. Everyone knew the answer, but achieving it was not simple. Expanding forging factories required a large number of trained tech priests, increasing output meant replanning the entire planet's energy distribution, and training qualified technical personnel was a long process measured in decades. Later, I will make a trip to the Mariupol forge world. On one hand, Archmagos Call left a forge there, and although it's now in my possession, we still need to send people to maintain it, Chen Xi explained, pulling up the interstellar route map and marking the destination. That forge was where Archmagos Call had conducted his early experiments with Primera's technology. It not only housed tens of thousands of dormant Astartes, but the equipment within the forge itself was also capable of producing Primera series gear. Chen Xi intended to put it to use. On the other hand, we can also send some low-profit, high-cost orders to the Mariupol forge world, and try to see if we can get more help, he continued, his finger tracing a long list of secondary equipment. The Mariupol forge world is the closest forge world to the Rostov subsector. Although it is not very large, it is at least a standard forge world and has the necessary production capacity. The only problem was how Chen Xi would persuade the forging supervisor to provide the necessary assistance to the Rostov subsector. Chapter 422, Intercontinental Factory. The colossal intercontinental train, like a weary metal python, slowly slid into the star-devouring entrance of the Intercontinental Forge. The name Intercontinental was no exaggeration. This forge covered an area of over 5 million square kilometers in the 3K era. This was already a vast nation. Even the entirety of Europe could only accommodate 2 factories of this size. Standing on the observation platform at the edge of the factory and gazing into the distance, as far as the eye could see, there were endless clusters of steel structures, like metal waves solidified by some mysterious force, stretching to where the horizon met the sky. In this ocean of steel, countless production lines, like tangled veins, roared and pulsed, producing every screw, every piece of armor, every wisp of energy needed to sustain the entire Rostov subsector. Millions of furnaces spewed out scorching metal torrents day and night, shaping raw materials into the forms required by the Imperium. It greedily devoured the massive quantities of raw materials transported from the Rostov subsector, and continuously churned out everything needed to keep the Imperium functioning. Every day, hundreds of transport ships landed on the factory's gigantic loading platforms, unloading mountains of ore, while the manufactured goods carried away filled every cargo hold of the starships. This factory was like an insatiable gluttonous beast, perpetually cycling between hunger and satiety. This enormous throughput could never be handled by intercontinental trains crawling on the ground. That was the exclusive domain of the steel whale's large transport ships that traversed the Star Sea. Those behemoths, over 10 kilometers in length, were the true main force for material exchange between the factory and other parts of the galaxy. Each of their takeoffs and landings was accompanied by a low-frequency roar powerful enough to shatter the glass of ordinary buildings. The intercontinental trains were merely the veins on the body of this vast steel construct, although they also transported various blood to sustain its operation. Their most important function, their true mission, was to transport the most basic, cheapest, yet indispensable flesh and blood components of the Imperium, this decaying behemoth, workers. Every day, millions of workers in uniform poured out of these train cars, silently and orderly flowing into various areas of the factory, as naturally as blood flowing into organs. Their existence gave this cold metal labyrinth a breath of life, though this form of life was so mechanical and tragic. The operation of this steel continent required an unimaginable amount of manpower. Countless workers, like worker ants, filled every production link, from the most basic component assembly to the most precise instrument calibration. Every process was steeped in human sweat and blood. Their figures wriggled on the never-ending assembly lines, forming the most fundamental life rhythm of this industrial leviathan. The Imperium's automation? This was a desperate, cynical joke. Processes that should have been completed by machines were now repeated by countless calloused hands, procedures that should have been precise and error-free now relied on human wave tactics to ensure operation. In the core assembly workshop of the forge, thousands of workers formed long lines, passing parts in the most primitive way, like an absurd religious ritual. Indeed, the Imperium possessed automation technology capable of eclipsing stars, yet due to various twisted traditions and realities, it stubbornly adhered to the oldest production methods, filling every gap in every production line with living humans and servitors cobbled together from human remains. Those pathetic creations known as servitors had their nerves fused with machinery, their consciousness deliberately blurred, becoming beings between tools and life, repeating programmed actions day after day. The logic was chillingly cold. In the Imperium, a furiously operating meat grinder, throwing living humans, or humans processed into half-dead servitors, onto the production line, was actually the most economical, efficient, and optimal solution that could barely maintain efficiency. Cost accounting sheets clearly showed, training a qualified worker took 15 years, while creating a servitor required only 3 corpses and 2 days of surgery, maintaining a fully automated production line required scarce tech priests, while managing 1,000 workers only needed a single overseer with a whip. Black humor? No, this was a bone-chilling, cruel reality. In the underground archive of the forge, every body was assigned a serial number, and every drop of sweat was converted into production value. Workers queuing up received not only their daily rations but also their permission to exist as production resources. Here, humans themselves, and their derived cadaver products, were merely registered, quantifiable and consumable production materials, fundamentally no different from ore or fuel. Flesh and blood became the cheapest lubricant and fuel. When a conveyor belt in a workshop emitted a piercing grinding sound, the foreman's first reaction was not to add lubricant, but to order a few workers to manually adjust the operating machinery. After all, their medical expenses were far cheaper than machinery depreciation costs. This was the true face of the Imperium of man. A monument of civilization built upon countless walking corpses, a deformed system sustained by devouring its own populace, a living corpse slowly rotting over 10 millennia yet still moving forward. No wonder when Robert Guillemot awoke from 10 millennia of slumber and witnessed this monster, a perversion of his father's ideals, he was utterly heartbroken, almost wishing for death. He saw not the continuation of human glory, but a mad machine that prioritized efficiency over humanity, a twisted civilization that used its own kind as fuel. Any pioneer who once helped ignite the flame of hope for humanity in the stars, after traversing the chasm of 10 millennia, facing this desperate quagmire that sustained itself by chewing its own corpses, would fall into boundless despair due to the profound absurdity and betrayal. Those slogans that once proclaimed for the future of humanity now sounded like the most bitter sarcasm of reality. Our past struggles, the blood and ideals we shed, ultimately gave birth to such a deformed creation? This question, like a festering bone-deep illness, gnawed at every soul that still possessed a conscience. In the never-extinguishing furnace fires of the forge, reflected was not only the molten metal but also the terrifying process of a civilization's gradual alienation. For a rigid imperium that had existed for 10 millennia, decay seemed to be the only destiny. This behemoth was like a cursed mummy, slowly rotting in the long river of time, yet refusing to collapse due to some twisted obsession. Every joint was rusted and solidified, every blood vessel was clogged and hardened, yet it still dragged its decaying body forward. Chapter 423 The Empire on the Back of Corpses. Perhaps in the 2 millennia after the embers of the Great Rebellion had just died down and the Primarches were still guiding the way, the Empire still retained a glimmer of its golden age, staggering yet steadfastly walking the path of reconstruction. At that time, even though the foundries were equally vast, the occasional sound of workers' conversations could still be heard on the assembly lines. At that time, even though the tech priests were equally fanatical, they at least remembered that the essence of technology was to serve humanity, not to enslave it. However, as the Beast War claimed the last Primarch, the Empire, this out-of-control behemoth, became like a runaway horse with its reins cut, or a death truck with its brakes removed, irreversibly accelerating into an abyss of decay and destruction. Without the guidance of the Primarches, the Empire's bureaucracy began to self-reproduce, with every department creating more forms, more regulations, and more red tape, spreading like cancer cells. Successive High Lords were not without attempts to change direction, but when the Empire's history accumulated into mountains measured in millennia, its weight was enough to crush any force attempting to correct it. Those reformers were like fools trying to stop an avalanche with their bare hands, eventually either assimilated by the system or crushed by it. There was once a High Lord who wanted to simplify administrative procedures, but the reform he initiated itself spawned 37 new approval departments. Inertia itself had become the most powerful tyrant. It silently ruled every corner of the empire, keeping every gear turning in the same way for 10,000 years, even if that turning had long lost its meaning. In the archives of the foundry, production standards set 3,000 years ago are still preserved to this day, and no one dares to question whether these standards are still applicable now. All the dire consequences of this deep-seated problem were now starkly displayed before Chen Xi's eyes. He stood on the observation platform of the station, looking at the absurd scene below, composed of flesh and blood, and felt a physiological nausea. The train doors opened, and a tsunami of people surged out. This was not the warmth of returning home after work, nor the vigor of starting a workday, but a torrent of flesh and blood. The workers wore identical grey-blue uniforms, and each face bore the same numb expression, as if they were living parts mass-produced from the same mold. Countless workers, uniformly dressed and with blurred faces, densely packed every inch of the platform, like an ant colony driven by an invisible force, silently and swiftly surging towards various exits. Then they were broken down and transported by smaller commuter vehicles, eventually flowing into the ceaselessly operating steel intestines deep within the factory. Small rail cars swallowed sections of the crowd like gluttonous pythons, then spat them out again. Workers were precisely allocated to their respective workstations, as accurately as parts on an assembly line being installed into their designated positions. From the cold dome above, this surging tide of people lost its individual contours, leaving only a grey, writhing, deathly blanket. Occasionally, a worker would look up at the dome, but his eyes were as empty as two dark holes, devoid of any human spark. They were exactly like worker ants pouring out of their nest, even more like walking corpses. Chen Xi couldn't help but think of the records about ancient zombies. At least zombies retained some primitive desires, while these workers had even this desire systematically erased by the system. They walked, they worked, they breathed, but they could no longer be considered alive. Some say the empire is a nation built on corpses, sustained by devouring corpses. This metaphor is more real than anyone could imagine. It is not merely a dark allegory, but the most naked reality of the empire's daily operation. This certainly does not refer solely to the withered god emperor on the throne who maintains the warp roots. Although the desiccated corpse enshrined on the golden throne for 10 millennia is indeed the empire's most sacred corpse, the empire's ghoulish nature is far more deeply ingrained than this symbolic corpse. It more profoundly reveals the empire's nauseating cycle of survival, from the corpse starch for daily sustenance to the servitors who undertake countless dirty, repetitive, and deadly tasks for the empire. Everything in the empire is permeated with the stench of corpses. In the food processing plants at the bottom of the hive city, tons of organic matter were fed into decomposition tanks, and after a series of purification processes, they became gray-white nutrient blocks. In the sacred halls of the Adeptus Mechanicus, incomplete bodies were attached to mechanical parts, becoming self-unaware slave laborers. Even these living workers before his eyes, these living beings whose spirits had long been worn away and whose existence was equivalent to tools, in a sense, were they not walking corpses waiting to be recycled? Every day they dragged their weary bodies between the factory and their dormitories, their eyes empty, their souls withered, having long lost their essence as humans, leaving only their practical value for maintaining the empire's operation. This is a foundry of the Adeptus Mechanicus. In this religious system composed of gears and steel, efficiency is faith, output is prayer, and human lives are merely renewable resources. Those who perform excellently will receive blessings to be sacredly transformed into servitors, permanently welded to their workstations, becoming part of the assembly line, serving for hundreds of years in a state of neither life nor death. Their frontal lobes are precisely excised, and their nerves are perfectly integrated with machinery, making them perfect tools that neither tire nor complain. The factory's broadcast system will play their glorious deeds to encourage other workers to emulate them. Those who perform poorly or have exhausted their value, they enter an efficient recycling process, where their flesh and bones will be crushed and purified, transformed into corpse starch and nutrient paste, to feed their struggling peers. The slogan in the recycling workshop reads, "Your sacrifice will perpetuate the empire's eternity," but in reality, this is merely an economic consideration to maximize the utilization of every gram of biomass. The cold chain is perfectly interlocked. From birth to death, from death to rebirth, every citizen of the empire is perfectly integrated into the ceaseless ghoulish cycle. There is no waste, no pity, only eternal efficiency and ruthless pragmatism. In this system, even death is not an end, but a link in the resource cycle. The slight benevolence of the Rostov subsector governor cannot shake this iron rule deeply ingrained in the empire's bones. Chen Xi's faint compassion, in the face of the empire's 10 millennia-old cold mechanism, was as ridiculous as trying to melt a glacier with candlelight. Even if he ordered improvements in worker treatment, those reform plans written on parchment would eventually be worn away in the labyrinth of the bureaucratic system. Even 17, the direct manager of the foundry, who deeply loathed this, was powerless to change it. The glimmer of humanity in his mechanical eyes witnessed this unending feast of flesh and blood every day. As a high-ranking member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, he knew better than anyone that every gear in this factory was lubricated with human blood. Any attempt could be erased under the charge of heresy. The Inquisition's flamethrowers always came faster and more fiercely than any well-intentioned reform. More realistically, if this terrifying cycle were to stop, where would the mountainous piles of daily corpses be placed? If they were all buried, a new mountain range would emerge within a month, gravestones would spread like a forest to the horizon, and the living would have no place left to stand. The energy consumption of the incinerators would be enough to cripple the warships of half a sector. What's more fatal, how to feed the billions of mouths, constantly proliferating like cancer cells, forever hungry. A rumbling of empty stomachs perpetually echoed in the lower levels of the hive city, a time bomb more terrifying than any riot. Hungry people would devour everything, including those who tried to help them. Every distribution of rations at the relief stations would devolve into stampedes and brutal fights, and the most desperate would even turn to darker food sources. The vagrants who disappeared in dark alleys never appeared in any official statistics. The surplus brought by the orbital ring and hydroponic farms was merely a drop in the bucket in the face of an exponentially expanding population and an insatiable demand for flesh fuel. Those carefully cultivated crops were put on the rationing list before they could even be harvested. What eventually reached everyone's hands was merely an energy bar, processed through who knows how many steps, bland, hard, yet labeled standard nutritional unit, as if that could conceal the cruel reality of supply and demand behind it. What to do? Eat. This simple solution has been repeated too many times in the Empire's 10,000-year history. Every famine, every siege, every time expedition supplies were cut off, this choice would appear like a ghost, becoming the final bottom line: no, Perhaps it could no longer be called a bottom line, but a customary rule of survival. When morality and survival were a choice between two, the Empire always chose the latter. The Empire's logic was cold and efficient, the living were more useful than the dead, and the dead could at least feed the living. Thus, those comrades who once fought side by side, those fellow workers who spent day and night together, eventually became another process on the assembly line, another piece of fuel to keep the Empire running. Eat the fallen comrades. The cafeteria menu would not specify the source of the ingredients, but every worker knew deep down. They queued in silence, took their trays, and stared at the unappetizing grey paste. It could be legumes, fungi, synthetic protein, or something else. No one asked, nor was there any need to ask, because this was even public information in the Empire, not a secret. As they chewed the suspicious grey paste, they would unconsciously think of the colleague who was still standing at the next workstation yesterday. Where did that person go? Why didn't he come to work today? No one mentioned it, but every gulping motion of their throats felt like swallowing an unspoken answer. For 10,000 years, hasn't the Empire efficiently solved problems in this way? Corpses need not be buried, and hunger is alleviated. This was a perfect closed loop, a cruel mechanism that had been lubricated with blood for 10,000 years. From a certain perspective, this was indeed a perfect closed loop system. Workers produced weapons, weapons killed enemies, dead workers fed living workers, and living workers continued to produce weapons. No waste, no excess, only eternal efficiency. Although most corpse starch might not directly originate from human bodies, at least nominally so, since the dark age of technology, cannibalism has been like the Empire's original sin, an inescapable, dirty secret that sustains its vast body. In official documents, it was called organic recycling, but in the nightmares of every hive city resident, it had a more direct name. Under the suffocating density of the hive city, even the lowest death rate meant the end of tens of millions of lives daily. If these corpses piled up, they could fill the space of an entire galaxy within a year. Incineration? Enormous cost with no output. Every joule of energy was precious to the Empire, how could it be wasted on economically worthless cremation rituals? Burial? Limited land and overwhelming accumulation. In the hive world, where every inch of land was precious, even the living had to be squeezed into beehive apartments like sardines, where was there extra space for the dead? Thus, the Empire found its ultimate solution, to recycle corpses and feed them into the perpetual grinding wheel of production and consumption. This solution was so perfect, it solved the corpse disposal problem, alleviated the food crisis, and improved resource utilization. From a purely logical perspective, it was simply a genius invention. Using the flesh and blood of the deceased to feed the bodies of the living, maintaining the operation of this giant corpse processing plant called the Empire. In this terrifying ecosystem, everyone was potential food, and also a potential diner. Today you eat others, tomorrow others eat you, in a cycle that continues until eternity or until the day this machine called the Empire finally collapses. Perhaps there were more humane methods? Those proposals forgotten in the corners of data slates, those reform plans whispered in noble salons, those forbidden technologies sealed in Adeptus Mechanicu's secret chambers. Theoretically, there were indeed countless more civilized ways of survival. But within the Empire's unimaginably vast zombie body, this terrifying blood-based cycle was already the most suitable survival logic, applicable universally. Any attempt to change it would be like a pebble thrown into a sea of rot, swallowed whole before even a ripple could be stirred. Honestly, this was never what I wanted. Chen Xi's gaze swept over the torrent of workers, mixed with more stiff servitors, stumbling towards their respective execution grounds below, his voice filled with helplessness and bitterness as he whispered to 32 beside him. His fingers unconsciously dug into the observation platform's railing, the silent deformation of the metal speaking of his inner struggle. Among those hunched figures, perhaps there were once people who cheered for his triumph, but now they had become fuel for this meat grinder. 32 responded to his lament with only a jest, "Are you going to set the galaxy ablaze too?" Her mechanical voice deliberately mimicked a tone from a certain audio-visual record, but the flashing blue light in her electronic eyes betrayed her similar emotions. Behind this joke was their unspoken understanding of Horus's past. There's only one chance to save the Empire, and we can't miss it. Chen Xi responded with a heavy sigh, though he was imitating Horus's lines, he was also stating a fact. His gaze pierced through the factory's murky air, as if seeing a more distant future. That critical juncture of either rebirth or destruction was approaching, like the final calm before a supernova. The predicament he faced, how similar was it to Horus, who raised the banner of rebellion back then? The same idealism, the same burden of the Empire, the same dilemma. The only difference, perhaps, was that Horus ultimately embraced the abyss of chaos, while he, still stubbornly believed he walked upon the thorny righteous path. Every step on this path trampled his own moral bottom line, yet he had to keep moving forward. Yes, if we don't seize it, the Empire and humanity will be completely finished. 32 shed all traces of jest, a rare solemnity on her metallic face. They knew full well what kind of end awaited the Empire as the galaxy was torn apart by the Great Rift. Chapter 425, A Desperate Future. The corruption of chaos will erupt like festering sores across the galaxy, turning entire planets into screaming, living sacrifices. The Necron dynasty, slumbering for tens of millions of years, will awaken from its cold tombs, bringing with it an eternal hatred for the living. Green tides of destruction will sweep over everything, demolishing the strongest fortresses with their battle cries. The tyrannid swarm from deep space will devour all biomass, transforming prosperous worlds into lifeless rocks. If it were just a single threat, the Imperium of Man, with its sheer size, could still fight. But at this moment, all the calamities have descended simultaneously, as if by agreement. It's like a meticulously orchestrated symphony of doom, where each destructive movement overlaps and resonates at the worst possible moment. Not only that, there are also elusive Yildari pirates taking advantage of the chaos, the ambitious To Empire seizing the opportunity to expand its territory, and the never-ending rebellions within the Imperium, along with the territories completely torn apart by the Great Rift. Each of these wounds is fatal on its own, and now they are all bleeding at the same time. The next 20 years for mortals will be the eve of the Imperium of man's descent into its deepest, most desperate darkness. Historical records from this period will be filled with contradictory narratives. Some will see it as the last glory, others will witness the beginning of collapse, and this depends entirely on which side of the Great Rift the observer stands. If not for Guilliman's miraculous awakening, humanity would likely have experienced another despair akin to the old night, and the entire Imperium of man would have completely disintegrated. The Primarch's return was like a star suddenly lighting up in a dark universe, but even he himself could not be sure whether this light was a harbinger of dawn or the last flicker of a dying civilization. So, to save the Imperium of man, buddy, some principles and bottom lines can't be held onto from the 3K era anymore. 32 reached out, and her cold metal bionic hand gently patted Chen Xi's shoulder, an action carrying an almost cruel comfort. She had long since adjusted her mindset, viewing this desperate world as a large, immersive game with unchangeable rules. As a player, she chose to complete the game within the rules, suppressing her inner discomfort and playing her role well. Chen Xi, however, bore a heavier sense of justice and compassion. Whenever he saw workers being sent to the recycling plant, his stomach would physiologically cramp. Whenever he signed another compromise document, his signature would be heavier than usual, as if he wanted to tear through the paper. 32 saw these subtle reactions but could only choose to remain silent. As a governor, he possessed the power to make local changes and yearned to do so. He established the most efficient hydroponic farm in the entire sector on Rostov 2, installed real windows in the workers' dormitories, and even secretly reduced the quota for servitors' modifications. But these small acts of kindness were like faint starlight in a dark universe, fleeting and unable to illuminate the entire galaxy. The inertia of the Imperium of man's overall decaying machinery was too strong. Individual acts of kindness were like stones thrown into an abyss, stirring little echo. Chen Xi's reform measures began to distort after spreading to 3 planets, and by the time they reached the 10th planet, they had turned into completely opposite policies. The bureaucratic system was like a funhouse mirror, twisting all good intentions into a shape it could accept. Even Guilliman, upon his return to the Imperium of man, facing the mountain of spaghetti code that was the Department of Internal Affairs bureaucracy, could only sigh in resignation and had to start anew. The Primarch wrote in his private journal, "Sometimes I truly wish I could throw the entire Terra bureaucratic system into the sun and start from scratch." But he ultimately had to compromise, establishing parallel agencies to bypass this quagmire. This entire Imperium of man is a colossal, despair-inducing spaghetti code that has been running for 10,000 years. Every subsystem is intertwined, every decree is convoluted, and every tradition is deeply rooted. It's like an ancient computer constantly patched by countless generations of programmers. No one can explain its original architecture anymore, and no one dares to rashly shut it down and restart it. Any attempt to modify its fundamental layers is akin to digging a foundation on the edge of a crumbling cliff hoping the mountain won't collapse with a roar is the greatest luxury. Chen Xi once dreamed of pulling a loose thread on the Imperium of man's decaying corpse, only for the entire body to begin disintegrating, revealing countless skeletons of devoured reformers within. When he awoke, his pillowcase was soaked with cold sweat. "All right, I get it." Chen Xi's sigh almost depleted the air in his chest, his voice so soft it seemed it could vanish into the cold air at any moment. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the metal railing, the coldness of the metal transferring through his fingertips. How could he not understand this cold reality? It was just that deep-seated reluctance and unwillingness, like thorns, constantly entwined his heart. Whenever he closed his eyes, the faces devoured by war would appear in the darkness, their final screams seemingly still echoing in his ears. Ultimately, the foundation of the Imperium of man is those billions of individuals with names, flesh, and blood, who laugh and cry. They once rejoiced at the birth of a child on a certain morning, cried at the departure of a loved one on a certain evening. Their lives should have been as unique as stars. If the Imperium of man itself treats individuals as mere grass, wantonly crushing them simply to maintain the existence of the abstract behemoth called the Imperium of man, then what meaning truly remains for humanity in this Imperium of man that is ultimately protected? It is nothing more than an empty shell, devoid of soul, a walking corpse in appearance only. Does it protect merely the hollow concept of existence itself? Like guarding a magnificent but uninhabited palace, or a book full of words that no one reads? This question is destined to have no answer. Because from the moment the Emperor raised the banner of human unity, what he could gaze upon was the grand and abstract concept of humanity, rather than any specific individual. That gaze transcended time and space, looking at the collective fate of a distant future, yet it overlooked every single life perishing beneath his feet. For this grand vision, he was willing to sacrifice himself, let alone billions of individual lives like dust particles. In the face of a magnificent blueprint, personal joys and sorrows are but insignificant ripples in the long river of history. The irony is that it is precisely the silent sacrifices of these countless individuals, their crushed flesh and blood, their extinguished souls, that barely maintain this enormous machine called the Imperium of man, stumbling forward in the dark universe towards its already destined, decaying end. Every turn of a gear is soaked in crimson lubricant. The insignificance of the individual and the grandeur of the whole form the sharpest paradox and the deepest lament at this moment. Chapter 426, Cannot afford a ticket. Although darkness enveloped everything like thick ink, and the air of despair was almost suffocating. For Chen Xi and his companions, moving forward was their only option. They had to temper their will amidst the endless shadows and carve out a path on the edge of the abyss of despair. If there was no light ahead, they would ignite themselves, becoming torches to illuminate the path for those behind them. If there was no smooth road ahead, they would use their flesh and blood to crush the thorns, forging a path of blood for those who followed. This was not their burden. Even Chen Xi could have easily withdrawn, leaving this ravaged world behind. They had already reaped generous rewards from this cruel era. Even Hai Tu, who joined the latest, had accumulated enough points from past wars to exchange for substantial rewards, enough for him to start a new life in the stable 3K era. Whether it was starting his own business or turning them over to the state for preferential treatment, it would be enough to ensure a lifetime of wealth and ease. Chen Xi was even more so. In the 3K era, he had almost reached a state of perfection in wealth, career, and life that ordinary people could hardly imagine. If he wished, he could embrace the happy life he once dared not dream of. As for the boundless darkness and deep despair of the 40K era, that was nothing more than a crazy farce and a virtual game concocted by the British. However, Chen Xi could not convince himself with such a facile excuse. Perhaps when he first arrived in 40K, he did indeed approach it with the mindset of experiencing a super large immersive live-action game. But as time passed, and he became intertwined with the people of this era, he could no longer view them as cold NPCs. They were living beings. They would wail in pain, laugh in joy, and silently perish in the flames of war and darkness. And their future had already been crushed by the giant wheel of fate, leaving only boundless despair. Chen Xi became the only glimmer of light for them in their desperate lives, sinking into a dark world. This was by no means an exaggeration. 20 years into the future, the moment the Great Rift tore through the galaxy, the entire Imperium would plunge into an abyss of utter despair. Had Primarch Robert Guilliman not awakened from his slumber and launched the Indomitus Crusade, reclaiming most of the territory, most of humanity would likely have become sacrifices for the Chaos Gods to toy with at will. Even so, Guilliman could not become a savior, spreading divine grace to every corner of the Imperium. He bore the grand ambition of saving the entire Imperium, his gaze fixed on the vast Star District map. How could he meticulously attend to a remote subsector? At that time, without Chen Xi's presence, the Rostov subsector could only rely on its own weak strength to struggle for survival in the torrent of disaster. If fate favored them, perhaps a detached force from the Indomitus Crusade would arrive, bringing the return of imperial glory. If luck was slightly worse, in the vast galaxy, the tragedy of sacrificing an entire planet's sentient beings was as common as breathing, even occurring every moment. Therefore, Chen Xi truly could not bear to abandon the billions of lives in this entire subsector. Even though reason told him that even without him, this star district might not be utterly destroyed, the deep-seated conscience and moral sense within him, like invisible chains, firmly bound his departing footsteps. Finally, after inspecting the roaring Forge World factories on Rostov 3, Chen Xi turned and left under the complex and concerned gaze of 32. She could clearly feel the invisible, spine-bending burden on Chen Xi's shoulders, yet she was powerless to share it. Chen Xi chose his responsibility, and 32 also held fast to her post. Facing the slightly hunched back of her friend, burdened by his heavy responsibilities, the only thing she could do was supervise every production line with even stricter standards, ensuring that every product was flawless, thereby alleviating Chen Xi's pressure. On the other side, Chen Xi, having left the Forge World factory, returned to his Inquisition-exclusive black ship. He walked directly to the deep, cold black prison area inside the black ship, his purpose clear: he wanted to see the Silent Sisters who loyally followed him. The weakness and hesitation he inadvertently showed in front of his friends must be deeply hidden. In front of others, especially these warriors, he must be the Inquisitor who is always decisive, resolute, and represents the will of the Imperium. Inquisitor, an apprentice sister still served as a sign language translator, although over the years, Chen Xi had been able to roughly understand the Silent Sisters' complex sign language expressions. Chen Xi's gaze fell on the Silent Sister he first met. Her apprentice had now also solemnly taken the vow of silence, becoming a true warrior. "Tell me, how many of you are there now?" Chen Xi asked. "Thanks to your protection and generosity, my order has been able to continue and grow over the years." The Silent Sister's sign language was swift and forceful, conveying her meaning through the translation of her apprentice. "Currently, there are 7 full sisters and 5 apprentices." She continued to express her deep gratitude. "Over the years, we sincerely thank you for all the help and support you have given us, allowing us to recruit new blood, providing us with crucial weaponry and all the resources needed for training." She paused, conveying more important information. "I have successfully contacted several other scattered Silent Sister orders over the years, 2 of which have expressed a strong desire to relocate and wish to join us. However, they are neither able to afford the expensive interstar district travel tickets, nor do they have ships to pick them up. Furthermore, they urgently need standard weaponry to form an effective fighting force." "Weapons and equipment are not a problem," Chen Xi replied easily. "Although Rostov's production lines are strained, it is still possible to squeeze out capacity to build a few sets of armor and weapons." He truly didn't care about this. Although the Silent Sisters' exclusive equipment required extremely high craftsmanship, as long as Rostov's Forge World could temporarily adjust its production lines, manufacturing a batch was not difficult. Even if it couldn't be met immediately, providing them with existing Battle Sister equipment as a transition was entirely feasible. In fact, the Silent Sisters currently under his command, before their exclusive equipment was issued and during routine non-combat training, used Battle Sister equipment. This was not only to conceal their presence while the Silent Sisters had not yet officially returned to the Imperium, but also a natural choice for these hardship-enduring sisters to conserve precious specialized equipment. Chen Xi naturally tacitly approved of this. He was always generous to these untouchables, knowing their irreplaceable value in countering warp threats. He even regretted not being able to deploy them in time when fighting those two half-crippled demon princes. Otherwise, the outcome might have been very different. As for the two orders not being able to afford boat tickets, this was common in the Imperium. Chapter 427, Expansion of the Silent Sisters. Interstellar travel, especially on reliable vessels equipped with proper navigators and powerful Geller fields, is prohibitively expensive, to the point where an ordinary person could not afford it in their entire lifetime. For the vast majority of common folk who have never set foot in the void, the value of a single ticket often far exceeds the accumulated wealth of 10 generations of their family. Imperial starships, particularly those capable of safely traversing the warp, are themselves rare treasures. Most transport and merchant ships traversing the stars often lack proper navigators or strong Geller field protection. They either crawl slowly at sublight speeds in the real universe, taking decades to complete a single voyage, or they risk short-distance jumps on the surface of the warp, which, while not requiring deep penetration into the dangerous warp and demanding less of navigators, carry immense risks. Without the protection of a Geller field, creatures on a ship exposed to the warp would be instantly torn apart and devoured by warp fiends. Of course, an extremely lucky individual might survive. However, if there were silent sisters on board, the situation would be completely reversed. Facing these untouchables, who are naturally antithetical to warp powers, it would probably be the demons and monsters of the warp who should pray, hoping that the silent sisters' killing speed would be a bit slower. After all, there are very few beings like the Primarch Magnus, who, even after his psychic abilities were suppressed by the silent sisters, could still rampage through enemies with his formidable physical strength. Even a Daemon Prince could suffer greatly under a silent sister's void field. However, silent sisters, as untouchables, are themselves beings rejected and feared by ordinary humans. Their emanating void field severs the soul's connection to the warp, causing intense physical discomfort and even spiritual pain and weakness to ordinary people in close proximity. Long-term exposure could have unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, highly trained silent sisters can control the intensity of her field, preventing harm to others. Therefore, Chen Xi unhesitatingly agreed to the silent sisters' request for pickup. I will immediately arrange for ships to pick them up. Several fast frigates in the subsector fleet have just finished maintenance and can immediately undertake this mission. He paused slightly, then added, tell them to prepare their necessary personal belongings, the pickup ships will reach them very soon. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Yes, Inquisitor, the silent sister continued to gesture with her fingers across her chest, and the sign language translator immediately relayed, I have contacted not only those 2 orders willing to relocate, but through some special means, I have also established contact with 6 orders distributed across 3 adjacent sectors. She continued to explain in detail, 3 of these orders, while not intending to move, have expressed a strong desire for cooperation. Their convent buildings are relatively well preserved and can still maintain basic operations. These orders are willing to receive the weapons, equipment, medical supplies, and training facilities you provide, and in return, send members of their orders to serve you in accordance with ancient service contracts. The translator paused, conveying more complex information, but I must inform you that the situation of these orders remaining in place is equally difficult. The Octavia Order's water purification system has been broken for 2 years, and the sisters can only rely on rainwater collectors to survive. The Malta Order's training grounds were requisitioned by the local planetary governor, forcing them to conduct combat training in underground catacombs. The youngest Veronica Order even had to accept sponsorship from a local merchant guild, exchanging participation as an honor guard in festive celebrations for food rations. According to my discussions with the leaders of each order, the silent sisters' gestures became more solemn. Each order is expected to send 1 to 2 experienced official sisters, and 2 to 3 apprentices who have completed basic training, to serve. The Octavia Order promises to send their most excellent anti-psyker tactical instructor, on the condition that you can provide a water circulation purification system. Her fingers suddenly trembled slightly, conveying a rare emotional fluctuation. I am very sorry, Inquisitor. Each order is short on both personnel and resources. This is the maximum support they can provide. Especially since there is reliable news recently that the Terra High Lords Council is re-establishing the Silent Sister forces. Several orders, although they have not yet received the conscription order, are also inventorying weapons and equipment in preparation for it, so they cannot send more personnel. I understand, that's not a problem. Chen Xi nodded slightly, his gentle demeanor showing understanding. He noticed that the translator had specifically emphasized the detail of reliable news when relaying, which meant that the Silent Sisters might have already confirmed the movements of the Imperial High Command through special channels. Such intelligence is far more valuable than the support of a few orders. He quickly calculated in his mind, if each cooperating order sends personnel at the upper limit, then he will ultimately gain reinforcements of 6 official sisters and 9 apprentices. Adding the 2 relocating orders that are about to be picked up, the total force will reach 13 official sisters and 14 apprentices. While this scale is insufficient to form a complete combat formation, it is more than enough for a special operations unit. Supporting these scattered Silent Sister orders was originally a casual move he had made, and to have such a harvest now was an unexpected joy. How could he complain about the number of people? These devout warriors may not be eloquent, but their keen perception of chaos corruption will become an important part of an early warning system. Even if the available personnel are limited, together there can be 3 to 5 official Silent Sisters and more than 10 apprentices. Chen Xi had already outlined a deployment plan in his mind, assign experienced official sisters to various key hub worlds, and apprentices would be integrated into rapid response teams. This configuration ensures both the defensive strength of key areas and maintains sufficient mobile forces. In Chen Xi's plan, the greatest threat to the subsector in the future is undoubtedly the inevitable surge in chaos corruption after the Great Rift opens. At that time, subspace storms will cut off conventional communications, and Daemon Prince invasions will appear as multi-point outbreaks. And the Silent Sisters are precisely the experts and indispensable safety valves for dealing with such threats. Her void field can not only suppress psyker mutations but also temporarily stabilize local warp rifts. With them stationed, many potential disasters can be eliminated invisibly. For example, cult summoning rituals can be stifled before completion, and accidentally awakened psykers can also be properly dealt with. More importantly, her very existence can deter potential fallen ones under the gaze of an untouchable. Any hidden connection to chaos is exposed. History has long proven this point. When the Wolf King Lemon Rust destroyed Prospero, it was the Silent Sisters and the Custodes working together who slaughtered countless sorcerers of the Thousand Suns Legion. In the future Battle of the Lion Gate, the Imperium likewise relied on their tacit cooperation with the Custodes to repel 88 legions of Bloodletter's Underkern. This newly supplemented force of Silent Sisters is undoubtedly a godsend to him. So, Chen Xi finally confirmed, how will the personnel from these orders willing to provide people come? Do I also need to send people to pick them up? Chapter 428, Sister Sidka. Inside a Greystone Abbey in the wilderness, Sister Sidka knelt by her simple bed, meticulously organizing her belongings. The lingering glow of the sunset streamed through the stained glass window, casting dappled light upon her black nun's habit. She neatly folded a few worn changes of clothes, her fingers gently smoothing out every crease, a secret anticipation filling her for the journey about to begin. She was a special sister, though she also wore a simple black nun's habit, and a silver imperial aquila hung at her chest. Her pale purple eyes and the faint void field around her body proclaimed her status as an untouchable. And the heavy black iron gates and perpetually silent corridors of Landon Abbey, where she resided, hinted that this was no ordinary ecclesiarchy sanctuary. As the sector's only silent sister outpost, Landon Abbey sat atop a cliff deep in the barren lands, like a silent sentinel. Sister Sidka was the newest member to complete her training here, having just, 3 days prior, in a ceremony before the silent gazes of her sisters, pricked her fingertip with a silver needle and left her blood-red silent vow on a parchment scroll. Before becoming a silent sister, Sidka possessed a voice that the elder sisters praised as a gift from the angels. She always loved to hum softly while cleaning the cloisters in the morning, her singing as clear and moving as a mountain stream. But the ancient precepts of the silent sisters required them to sever all speech, which, for a girl who had just turned 17, was like a lark with broken wings. However, Sidka did not remain despondent for long. Years of abbey life had already accustomed her to communicating with glances and gestures. The silent vow merely made that silence more absolute. The only thing she regretted was no longer being able to lead the hymns during morning prayers. So, on the last evening before taking her vow, she used 3 months of saved pocket money to bring back a palm-sized phonograph device from the market. That night, she hid in the side chapel of the main hall, recording her favorite hymns, one after another, into the small copper-plated box. The crude device even captured her nervous breathing and occasional off-key endings, but this was all the sound she could preserve. Now, this phonograph device, wrapped in red silk, lay quietly at the bottom of her luggage. Sidka placed 2 wool shirts on top of it, ensuring it wouldn't be bumped during the journey. Besides these, she also had to bring her recently acquired Varden armor, Executioner greatsword, and a slightly old large electromagnetic accelerator crossbow. This Varden armor was not an ancient relic treasured by the abbey, but a gift from a mysterious benefactor. The new ceramite plates still carried the scent of incense from the tech priest's blessing, and each piece of armor shimmered with a dark, matte finish. The accompanying Executioner greatsword was equally extraordinary. Short prayers were newly carved into its sharp blade, and its hilt was wrapped with unworn non-slip fabric strips. The arrival of these 2 pieces of equipment invigorated the entire Landon Abbey. In contrast, the electromagnetic accelerator crossbow seemed particularly humble. Its casing was covered in scratches from use, its exposed coils were slightly blackened from long-term use, and its trigger guard was even somewhat deformed. But Sidka wiped it with extraordinary gentleness, because every abrasion recorded the traces of her personal adjustments. Although Landon Abbey still maintained the basic operations of a religious order, 10,000 years had severely diminished this branch of the Silent Sisters. The once glorious halls now housed only a handful of sisters, and the ancient traditions and equipment they inherited had gradually been lost over the long passage of time. Most of the precious armor and weapons from 10,000 years ago in the abbey were already damaged beyond repair, and the few remaining pieces were considered holy relics, only to be activated in the most critical moments. To survive, the Silent Sisters of Landon Abbey had to maintain operations through various means. They occasionally performed secret missions for the Inquisition or were hired by the planetary governor in exchange for necessary supplies and funds. They even tried growing their own wheat and baking bread, just to reduce expenses. But even so, their equipment's quality was already vastly different from what it had been 10,000 years ago. Today's Silent Sisters no longer wore Varden armor. They neither had enough in stock nor could they afford the cost of maintaining these ancient pieces of equipment. Most of the time, they could only wear their self-modified bulletproof vests or piece together rudimentary armor from fragmented ceramite plates. Their weapons were no longer masterfully forged holy artifacts, but ordinary metal greatswords, or even crude weapons crafted by hand. Once, a tech priest received their help during a mission, and in return, he taught them some techniques for making simple weapons. It was this knowledge that allowed Landon Abbey to barely sustain itself to this day. Although their equipment could only be considered barely functional, at least they didn't have to rely entirely on external supplies. Sidga's electromagnetic crossbow was born under these circumstances. Under her mentor's guidance, she spent 3 full years collecting parts, adjusting coils, and calibrating the sight, finally completing this weapon. Although it couldn't compare to those ancient artifacts, for her, this was already the most reliable companion she could have. Although it couldn't compare to Imperial Standard issue weapons, overall, it was still quite usable. After all, as Silent Sisters, their core value lay in their innate void field, rather than mere combat skills. This rare talent made them natural bane to psychers, capable of effectively suppressing enemy psychic abilities on the battlefield. When serving an Inquisitor, they were often deployed in key positions, acting as mobile anti-psyker barriers. When psychers attempted to use their abilities, they only needed to stand nearby to instantly nullify those bizarre energies. As for actual combat missions, these were usually left to the Inquisitor's stormtroopers or other combat personnel. However, such job opportunities were incredibly scarce. Most of the time, Inquisitors preferred to use other means to deal with psychic threats, as no one wanted to coexist with an untouchable for long periods. Although professionally trained Silent Sisters could control their void field to a minimum, causing ordinary people to feel only slight discomfort rather than strong repulsion, day in and day out interaction would still make those around them feel suppressed and irritable. This natural repulsion made it difficult for Silent Sisters to obtain stable employment opportunities. Typically, only when a planetary governor needed to capture awakened psychers, or when the Inquisition had to encircle heretic sorcerers, would they remember their existence. Even so, these missions were temporary, and the remuneration was often very meager. The turning point came a few years ago when Landon Abbey finally established contact with another surviving Silent Sister order. Although life remained difficult, at least they were no longer completely isolated from the world. Chapter 429, Brother Vincent. That order was originally in turmoil, with the entire order dwindling to only one elderly sister, making even the basic operation of the Abbey a luxury. The ancient sanctuary had fallen into disrepair, precious texts were covered in dust, and it seemed that this branch, with a legacy of 10,000 years, was about to be completely severed. When the 3 old sisters of Landon Abbey learned of this situation, they extended a sincere invitation, feeling a sense of shared plight. Although Landon's days were also stretched thin, they at least still maintained their abbey and could provide shelter for this last sister. They wrote in the letter, "The bloodline of the Silent Sisters is already too thin, let us at least watch over each other." However, that stubborn old sister politely declined the kind offer. She chose to embark on a journey alone, becoming an Inquisitor's attendant. This decision seemed almost like a desperate gamble at the time, and everyone thought the Order's legacy would end there. Unexpectedly, in just a few short years, the situation had undergone a drastic change. That old sister not only successfully continued the Order's lineage but also cultivated a new generation of Silent Sisters. Now, they have not only rebuilt the Order but even have the capacity to extend a helping hand to Landon Abbey. The Varden armor and Executioner greatsword sent this time were each meticulously maintained. The accompanying young sister respectfully conveyed the greetings of the other Order leader. This is a return for the kindness of that year, and a continuation of an ancient oath. In exchange, Landon needed to dispatch a sister to serve under the Inquisitor whom the other party served. This condition was both fair and honorable, fully conforming to the tradition of mutual assistance that the Silent Sisters had followed for generations. It was just that Landon Abbey was also sparsely populated now, with a heartbreaking silence echoing within its mottled stone walls. Aside from the 3 white-haired, hunched old sisters, there were only 4 Silent Sisters of Sidga's generation, and even younger apprentices numbered only 2. This was the entire population of Landon Abbey. The once glorious Silent Sisterhood now comprised only these few individuals. Originally, after an all-night discussion, the 3 old sisters planned to send Sidga and another senior sister, along with a young apprentice, to carry out a mission outside, allowing the younger generation to see the world. But everything changed after receiving a psychic communication from Holy Terra. The Custodes were reconvening the Silent Sisters who had been dormant for 10,000 years. Although the Imperium had long forgotten them in the dust of history for 10,000 years, when the call from the Golden Throne came, these loyal left claws would still respond immediately. The 3 elderly old sisters were too frail to travel far, their wrinkled hands could barely grip a weapon. So they decided to remain at the Abbey, guarding the precious texts and holy relics left by their ancestors. Sister Sidga was assigned to continue serving that Inquisitor, while the remaining 4 Silent Sisters, in their prime, had to depart immediately for Terra. For this, they had to tearfully sell several ancient holy artifacts treasured by the Abbey, a Golden Age fresco, a complete set of prayer scriptures, and the last few adamantium armor plates just to raise the exorbitant fare to Holy Terra. And this was still because the Inquisitor who needed Sidga's service provided a large amount of assistance, otherwise Landon Abbey would have no way to raise the travel expenses to Holy Terra, unless they sold the Abbey. This aid came at just the right time, allowing the 4 sisters to travel to Terra on a legitimate transport ship rather than a dangerous smuggler's vessel. Of course, if they had sought help from the Inquisitor they had once served, the Inquisitor would likely have lent a hand out of past goodwill. However, for the Silent Sisters, who were accustomed to acting alone, the act of actively seeking help was itself a hesitation. They were more accustomed to silently enduring rather than asking for help. Just like Sister Sidga at this moment, she had already packed her simple luggage, but when she truly arrived at the Abbey's mottled gate with her luggage and saw the silver-armored giant who had come to meet her, she froze. As an untouchable, Sidga's life was almost isolated from the world, abandoned by her parents at the Abbey gate. She was raised by the old sisters. She had never learned how to interact normally with ordinary people. After all, few people were willing to deal with untouchables. Normally, her most frequent contacts were the sisters of the Abbey and the 3 old sisters. And the old sisters never spoke, communicating only through sign language. Other sisters were also taciturn due to the silent sister training. Facing this unfamiliar silver-armored giant at this moment, Sidiga, who had taken the vow of silence, was even more at a loss, only able to clumsily sign a hello. To her surprise, the other party seemed to understand sign language. The giant removed his helmet, revealing a scarred but friendly face. Hello, sister, I am Vincent of the Ashes Knights chapter, ordered to pick up the Sisters of the Hunter Demon Order and proceed to the Rostov subsector. Hello, Astartes monk, I am Sidiga, she quickly responded in sign language, her movements slightly stiff due to nervousness. Vincent showed a gentle smile and even took the initiative to reach out and take her luggage. This action flustered Sidiga. She instinctively wanted to take back her luggage but dared not touch the other party rashly, her hands hovering in midair, not knowing what to do. Instead, Vincent gave her a generous smile, easily weighing the luggage in his hand. This weight is nothing for an Astartes. If I carry it, we can move faster. There are many people to pick up on this trip, and we are a bit rushed for time. Hearing this, Sister Sidiga hesitated for a moment, then finally signed a standard gesture of thanks to Vincent. When she turned to bid farewell to the Sisters of the Order, the old sisters drew a blessing sign on her with their wrinkled hands, and the young apprentice secretly wiped away tears. After this brief farewell ceremony, she followed Vincent on an unfamiliar journey. They boarded a military transport vehicle driven by Vincent. This modified armored vehicle quickly carried them across the wasteland, heading towards the planet's only spaceport city. Because he was picking up Silent Sisters, Vincent did not bring any mortal attendants on this mission. Although Silent Sisters could actively suppress their void field, for an Astartes monk, close contact would still cause him a certain indescribable discomfort like ants crawling under his skin, or a subtle static always present in his hearing. However, with his steel-like willpower and special genetic modifications, he could still maintain normal function. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have experienced strong physiological rejection reactions such as nausea and dizziness long ago. Chapter 430, The Inferior Nun. The vehicle slowly drove through the city's wide streets, with towering buildings outside the window twinkling with lights in the twilight. Although the planet where London Abbey is located does not have massive hive cities like other worlds in the Imperium of Man, its urban scale is still astonishing. Gigantic metal structures rise from the ground, and busy spaceports constantly see void ships taking off and landing, transporting goods from all over the galaxy to this planet. Sidiga gently rested her forehead against the cold car window, watching the flowing streetscape outside. It wasn't her first time in the city, but every time she stepped into this jungle of steel and concrete, she felt an inexplicable sense of detachment. As an untouchable, the void field emanating from her body was a fatal threat to ordinary people, which made it impossible for her to live normally in the city. Only after many years of rigorous training at the Abbey, completely mastering the technique of controlling her field, was she able to briefly enter the city during her monthly supply runs. However, even with the ability to control her field, poverty remained another high wall in front of her. The meager stipends of the Silent Sisters were only enough to purchase the most basic necessities, which meant she could only frequent the outer markets whenever she went to the city. The simple stalls selling cheap food and daily necessities were the extent of her knowledge of the city. The brightly lit towers and elaborately decorated commercial districts in the city center remained an unattainable existence for her. But today, everything was different. Vincent drove the vehicle through her familiar market and continued deeper into the city. Sidiga nervously clutched the fabric on her knees, watching the scenery outside gradually become unfamiliar and prosperous. When the vehicle finally stopped in front of a magnificent palace complex, she almost forgot to breathe. Vincent deftly handed the vehicle over to the welcoming official and motioned for Sidiga to follow him. They passed through a heavily guarded courtyard and arrived at a flat helipad. There, a shuttle was quietly waiting for them. Vincent offered no extra pleasantries, simply making a concise gesture for Sidiga to fasten her seatbelt and place her luggage in the storage compartment. Once everything was ready, the shuttle's engine emitted a low roar, carrying them through the atmosphere and into the vast starry sky. The shuttle quickly broke through the planet's atmosphere, and the dark cosmic curtain unfolded outside the viewport, starlight shimmering like shattered diamonds. Sidiga held her breath, watching the gradually enlarging steel behemoth ahead. A void ship hung silently in orbit, its massive silhouette gleaming with cold, hard metallic luster under the illumination of starlight. This was her first time leaving the planetary surface, her first time witnessing the majestic sight of a void ship with her own eyes. In her understanding, London Abbey was already a colossal entity, but this warship before her gave her a nearly suffocating shock. It was practically like a steel mountain floating in the void, its massive hull covered with turrets, sensor arrays, and thruster nozzles, with countless lights flickering on its hull like stars. Is this the might of the Imperium of Man? Sidiga stood within the gigantic hangar, large enough to accommodate the entire Abbey, looking out at the boundless universe through the wide observation window, her heart surging with an unspeakable awe. The busy ground crew in the hangar, the neatly arranged aircraft, the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus moving back and forth, all of this reminded her that she was standing in a corner of the Imperium of Man's vast military power. Vincent seemed to sense her shock, a slight smile playing on his lips as he explained, "This is just a sword-class fast frigate, one of the smallest types of active warships in the Imperial Navy. However, it's fast and highly maneuverable, so the governor specifically dispatched it to pick up the Silent Sisters of the Hunter Demon Order." "Are there other sisters?" Sidiga silently asked in sign language. Vincent nodded in response. "A total of 4 Hunter Demon Orders have answered the governor's summons, and your London Abbey is the second. We still need to pick up people from 2 other locations." With that, he gestured for Sidiga to follow him, leading her into a spacious elevator. With a mechanical hum, the elevator ascended steadily, carrying them to the frigate's upper deck. The elevator smoothly stopped on the upper deck, and as the hatch slid open, Sitka's eyes widened. In stark contrast to the industrial style of the lower deck, with its mechanical humps and exposed conduits, the corridors here were covered with deep red non-slip carpets, the walls inlaid with brass decorative strips, and every so often, the imperial double-headed eagle emblem and the fleet's honor banners were hung. Soft lighting from the ceiling emitted a warm, pale golden glow, making the entire area appear solemn and elegant. Vincent led her through several corridors, finally stopping before a hatch carved with the imperial crest. As the identity verification passed, the hatch slid open silently, and Sitka couldn't help but widen her eyes. What lay before her was a suite comparable in size to Landon Abbey's main chapel. The entrance led to a living room, furnished with leather-wrapped sofas and mother-of-pearl inlaid coffee tables, with oil paintings depicting glorious imperial campaigns hanging on the walls. Further inside was a spacious bedroom, with a bed covered in pristine white linen sheets, and even fresh flowers on the bedside table. In the private bathroom, gilded faucets and marble-inlaid bathtubs sparkled under the lights. Sitka stood awkwardly at the doorway, her coarse nun's robe a stark contrast to the luxurious surroundings. She subconsciously clutched the hem of her robe. Such treatment was far beyond her imagination at the Abbey. They even had limited access to clean hot water. Vincent seemed to read her unease and said gently, "This is just the standard arrangement for important guests of the Imperium of Man. You are entirely deserving of these comforts. Please rest well, there's a long journey ahead." With that, he handed her a subtly glowing data slate. "If you need anything, you can write your requests on this. The ship's crew may not understand sign language, but they are all literate." Sitka gratefully took the data slate, lightly touching the screen to try it out. The decision of the old nuns at the Abbey to insist on teaching her to read and write High Gothic now seemed so wise. Only after the hatch gently closed and Vincent's footsteps gradually faded did Sitka let out a long sigh of relief. She cautiously stood up, her hands nervously rubbing against her coarse nun's robe, afraid her palms would dirty the gleaming surfaces of the furniture. She gently placed her worn suitcase on the luggage rack in the corner of the guest room. This package, which seemed quite large at the Abbey, now appeared so small and shabby in this spacious room. Chapter 431 Riamueli and Riamuan. Sitka couldn't help but look around. The space, larger than her entire convent dormitory, gave her a strong sense of unreality, as if someone would rush in at any moment to tell her this was a mistake. As she inadvertently turned, she suddenly gasped, stunned by the sight on the other side of the room. An entire wall of massive viewing windows, through which the planet she had come from hung silently in the dark expanse of space, visible through the specially tempered glass. The blue-green planet was enveloped by a veil-like cloud layer, emitting a soft glow under the illumination of the star's light. "Is this where we live?" Sitka unconsciously walked forward until her forehead almost touched the cold glass. Although she had seen similar drawings in the convent textbooks and the old nuns had explained astronomical knowledge with simple models, the shock of seeing it with her own eyes was incomparable to those abstract concepts. She was like a country girl seeing a city for the first time, both amazed by the magnificent sight before her and ashamed of her own ignorance. Sitka's fingers unconsciously traced the outline of the planet on the glass, a surge of inexpressible inferiority welling up inside her. She thought of Vincent's composed demeanor, and the accustomed expressions of the officers she met in the corridors. They must have long grown tired of such a view. And she, a silent sister who had barely been to a city, was staring blankly out the window like a naive country girl. Sitka was gazing out at the planet when she suddenly heard a gentle knock at the cabin door. She hastily straightened her robes and hurried to open the door. Standing outside the door were two young silent sisters, one waving cheerfully at her, the other standing quietly behind her. "Hello. I'm Riamueli, and this is my older sister, Riamuan." The red-haired girl introduced herself with full energy, her bright green eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her older sister behind her nodded gently in greeting, a warm smile in her eyes. "We live in the cabin next door, and when we saw a new companion board the ship, we thought we'd come say hello." Riamueli, with an easy familiarity, pulled her sister into the room and sat down on the sofa in the lounge as if she were completely at home. In stark contrast to Sitka's restraint, she was like a cheerful little bird, chattering incessantly. "Sister can't speak, but I can speak for her. We come from Alwyn's Hunter Demon Order, and this time we're here in response to the governor's summons." Sitka, somewhat flustered, poured tea for her two guests. Riamueli took the teacup and continued to speak voluminously, "Speaking of which, our experience is quite special. Mom was originally a silent sister, the last member of the order. Later, she decided to disband the order and marry Dad, wanting to live a normal life. At this point, she winked playfully, but she didn't expect to give birth to us two little troubles." Riamuan, who had been listening quietly, gently patted her sister's hand, giving her a reproachful look. Riamueli playfully stuck out her tongue, then eagerly continued, "My sister and I are both blanks, which really bothered Mom and Dad. After all, ordinary people get sick from prolonged contact with us." Her voice unconsciously softened a bit. "So our whole family moved to live in the wilderness." Her tone suddenly became cheerful again, her eyes sparkling, "But don't worry. Mom is a former silent sister, super amazing. Wild beasts and bandits don't dare to come near our house at all." The corners of Sitka's mouth curved slightly, and she couldn't help but picture an amusing scene: an ordinary human father, living day after day surrounded by three blank females. What a predicament that must be. She skillfully signed, "Your father must have had a very difficult time. Mom said Dad was always dizzy during those years, but he never showed it in front of us." Riamueli continued, a hint of heartache in her eyes, "It wasn't until we grew older and learned to control our powers that we found Dad's desk drawer filled with migraine pills." At this point, Riamuan, who had been silent, gently held her sister's hand, her expressive eyes also showing deep remorse. Sitka noticed that although this silent sister, who had taken the vow of silence, could not speak, the emotions flowing in her eyes were richer and more moving than any words. Held by her sister's warm hand, Riamule quickly regained her vitality. She proudly puffed out her chest, but Mom said that Dad's bravest decision in his life was to marry her, a former silent sister. Dad is a retired veteran of the Astra Militarum, and he's received 3 medals of valor. Sitka could almost see the scene: a hardened soldier who had faced life and death in a hail of bullets, returning home only to confront 3 walking anti-psyker fields. Especially when the 2 sisters were young and had not yet learned to control their powers, that omnipresent nullification must have caused this battle-hardened veteran immense suffering. Luckily, Mom and Dad have a really good relationship. Riamule winked mischievously, like a cunning little fox, and Mom is great at hunting, and Dad can fix machinery, so our little life in the wilderness isn't bad, it's just that no one dares to visit within 10 miles. As the 2 sisters gradually grew up and mastered their abilities, their mother made an important decision to resume the tradition of the Hunter-Demon Order, which had been dormant for many years. But unlike the traditional order, this enlightened mother did not force her daughters to take the vow of silence. Mom said it's everyone's own choice, just like she chose to put aside her vow and pursue happiness back then. Riamule's voice became uncharacteristically serious. She looked at her sister beside her, her eyes full of pride. In the end, it was sister who actively chose to inherit Mom's executioner greatsword and took the vow of silence. Riamule gently stroked the ancient-looking greatsword at her waist, the vow strips wrapped around the hilt swaying slightly with her movement. Sitka suddenly understood why this silent sister's eyes always held such a peaceful light. It was the tranquility that came from a choice made from the heart. After listening to Riamule's narration, Sitka nodded thoughtfully. She gently tapped her data slate with her finger, typing out a line, "So your mother ultimately chose to return to the battlefield." When Riamule saw it, the smile on her face became soft and complex. She recalled, yes, when the other orders reconnected with Mom, she and Dad discussed it for 3 days and 3 nights. The original plan was for our whole family to go to Holy Terra. The influence of 3 silent sisters would have been enough to secure Dad a leisurely civilian job in the Imperial Palace district. But in the end, they changed their minds. Riamule continued, a warm light shimmering in her eyes. Dad said, if we're going to the battlefield, we go together, and insisted on accompanying Mom to Terra. And for us sisters to come to the Rostov subsector. Chapter 432 The Battle of the Silent Sister. Sitka could imagine the scene, a retired veteran and his silent sister wife, talking through the night about their family's future. Riamule also seemed lost in thought, her fingers unconsciously caressing the vow cloth wrapped around her sword hilt. She suddenly lowered her voice, adding mysteriously, actually, there's another reason the Inquisitor Governor gave us 3 brand new sets of Vartan armor. All that's left of Mom's order's legacy is this great sword. Riamule patted her sister's weapon, her tone suddenly turning helpless. If it weren't for the governor's generosity, we probably wouldn't even have decent armor. She made an exaggerated shrug. Do you know how expensive the standard equipment for a silent sister is quoted at the Adeptus Mechanicus? Sitka looked down at her own heavily worn electromagnetic crossbow and suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. What she wrote on the data slate made Riamule laugh out loud. Looks like everyone's poor. Riamule wiped away tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, nodding repeatedly. The 3 girls exchanged smiles, and at that moment, Sitka suddenly felt that space was no longer so alien, and this massive void ship was no longer so daunting. It turned out that in every corner of the galaxy, silent sisters were upholding that ancient and heavy vow in their own ways. Who says not? Riamule pouted, twirling her finger through her hair. Mom was so poor back then she even pawned her armor, and in the end, she had to give up her status as a sister. But it's good now. That kind governor not only provided a full set of new equipment but also gave Mom travel money to Terra. Her voice unconsciously rose a few octaves. Dad says Holy Terra is the center of the Imperium, and the Golden Throne is there. I really want to see what His Imperial Majesty's palace looks like with my own eyes. Riamule clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling with longing. Xiao. Riamule, who had been listening quietly, suddenly patted her sister. She signed, Mom reminded us that we must serve the governor diligently. Riamule immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, wildly waving her hands. I know. I was just talking. I won't really sneak off to Terra. To change the subject, Riamule suddenly leaned in front of Sitka, lowering her voice mysteriously. By the way, how's the food at your convent? I'm telling you, the restaurant on this void ship has real natural food. She excitedly gestured. Yesterday I even had cream cake made with real sugar. Not that synthetic sweetener stuff. Sitka's eyes instantly lit up. In the convent, sweets were a luxury only available on major holidays. Riamule looked at her 2 companions, who had suddenly turned into gluttons, and shook her head helplessly, but a smile unconsciously curved her lips. Let's go. Riamule pulled Sitka with one hand and her sister with the other. It's afternoon tea time right now. I heard there are honey scones and apple pie today. The 3 young sisters chattered as they left the cabin, their laughter gradually fading, their solemn silent sister identities temporarily cast aside, replaced by the purest joy belonging to young girls. When a void ship travels through the warp, the concept of time becomes meaningless. This chaotic dimension distorts the laws of reality, making travel time completely unpredictable. A void ship might arrive at its destination on time, appear at the destination the moment it departs, or even arrive decades ahead of schedule. As for the actual duration of travel experienced by the crew, that is an even more random mystery. When luck is good, it can cross the entire galaxy in just a few days, precisely on time. When luck is bad, spaceships from the dark age of technology are still drifting in this chaos to this day. Records show that some lost void ships have drifted in the warp for centuries, while their crews only felt a few months had passed, or vice versa. However, temporal dislocation is the least significant problem in warp travel. The most terrifying aspect of this chaotic realm is the dreadful entities that wander within it. Chaos demons are certainly the most common threat, but the warp also harbors certain older, more bizarre creatures whose existence predates even the chaos gods. Fortunately, these terrifying beings are extremely rare and are almost never encountered in modern navigation. Under normal circumstances, as long as the Geller field remains stable, there won't be much danger during travel. At most, a few muscular bloodletters might suddenly appear in the bathroom, or a few foraging succubi might roam the lower decks. But for void ships carrying Silent Sisters, these warp creatures are practically prey delivered to their doorstep. 3 fully armed Silent Sisters, clad in brand new Vartan armor, marched in formation down the void ship's metal corridors. Their gleaming armor shimmered with a cold light under the emergency lights, and the executioner great sword in their hands gleamed with deadly sharpness. This was their first real combat after receiving their new equipment, and each of them could barely contain her excitement. However, the battle process was unexpectedly simple when they stepped into the demon-infested area. They didn't even need to draw their swords. By simply projecting their void field, those abhorrent warp constructs dissipated rapidly like mist in sunlight. Twisted demon forms warped and collapsed before the power of the untouchables, turning into nothingness after emitting mournful wails. Occasionally encountering a particularly stubborn demon only required a little more effort. The sisters' precise sword skills quickly brought them to a complete end. In contrast, the few psychers who suddenly awakened on the lower deck caused more trouble. Although their psychic talents were negligible, their uncontrolled abilities led to bursting pipes, and the spraying high-pressure steam and flying metal fragments complicated the battlefield. Coupled with the resistance of these panicked void shipmen armed with makeshift weapons, it indeed created some tactical obstacles for the sisters. However, for Silent Sisters capable of fighting alongside the Custodes, such challenges were truly nothing to fear. Although they were not gene-modified warriors like the Astartes, each of them was a battle master trained with extreme rigor. Precise sword moves, agile footwork, and coordinated teamwork allowed them to easily neutralize all threats. Not to mention, the 3 Silent Sisters on this frigate had just acquired excellent equipment. Brand new Vartan armor made them even more formidable, and their sharp executioner great swords thirsted for blood. For them, this battle was more like a practical test of their new equipment. Chapter 433, The Sisters' Mission. Although there were some bumps along the way, overall, the frigate Chen Xi sent to pick up the Silent Sisters of the Hunter Demon Order successfully brought them aboard. Relying on his rich navigation experience, the captain skillfully avoided several potential warp danger zones, finally delivering all 19 sisters safely to the Rostov II. As the ship slowly docked at the starport's berth, the Silent Sisters changed into their brand new Vartan armor, the silver-gray armor gleaming with a cold light under the starport's illumination. They stood in neat formation, each uniformly bearing an ancient-looking executioner great sword on their back, with oath strips wrapped around the hilt gently fluttering in the microgravity environment. This solemn and majestic display momentarily reminded one of the Hunter Demon Order in its heyday. Chen Xi, standing on the observation deck, watched this scene, his heart inevitably stirring. Although for 10 years he had continuously poured resources into the bottomless pit that was the Silent Sister, from equipment supplies to the replenishment of new untouchables, and then to providing support to the Hunter Demon Order in other star districts, he had indeed received sporadic battle reports in return over the past decade, but it wasn't until today, seeing these valiant young sisters standing in formation before him, that he truly felt that this long-term investment was finally beginning to show significant returns. Is that the governor? He isn't human. Riemu, standing among the ranks, couldn't help but murmur, her eyes wide. In her and the other Silent Sisters' special vision, what stood on the high platform was not a human form, but a dazzling golden psyker, its light so intense that several young sisters unconsciously squinted their eyes. Although most of them had only recently completed their training and lacked practical experience, as untouchables, they understood the basic knowledge of what a psyker that could remain stable within their void field meant. Not to mention that iconic golden glow in the Imperium of Man, who else could bestow such power besides the great being seated on the golden throne? It should be said that the Emperor has manifested. Sidga's slender fingers rapidly moved across her chest, signing to Riemu. The 19 Silent Sisters present stood in neat formation, the metallic sheen of their Vartan armor gleaming with a cold light under the starport's illumination. The faces of 12 official sisters were completely obscured by silver-gray full-face masks, symbolizing that they had taken the silent vow never to speak again, while the other 7 apprentices kept their faces exposed, their young countenances still showing a hint of immaturity and nervousness. These so-called apprentices had actually already completed all Silent Sister training courses from void field control to close combat, from demonology to psyker identification. All they lacked was the final solemn vow ceremony, the ancient oath that would forever deprive them of their ability to speak. Chen Xi's gaze swept over this group of young female warriors, unconcerned by the differences in their masks. In his view, the silent vow was more like a formalistic restraint forcing these young women in the prime of their lives to remain silent forever, neither enhanced their combat effectiveness nor helped improve mission efficiency. Compared to these formalities, he was more concerned with how much these untouchables could contribute in countering warp threats. Despite this, as the host governor, Chen Xi straightened his collar and walked towards this special group of guests with a slight smile. Welcome, everyone. I am Chen Xi, governor of Rostov. Welcome to my domain. Chen Xi bowed slightly. His gentle gaze swept over the young female warriors before him, noticing that some nervously gripped their sword hilts, while others curiously peeked around. He could tell that although these sisters wore heavy Vartan armor and carried the death-symbolizing executioner greatsword, the half-faces visible beneath their masks and the uncovered faces radiated youthful vitality. Their eyes sparkled with the same liveliness and curiosity as ordinary girls, only with an added touch of resolve and vigilance. If one were to remove the equipment symbolizing battle and sacrifice from their bodies, and ignore the void field emanating from within them, they were simply a group of young maidens in the prime of their lives. They should have been playing in gardens, studying in schools, meticulously dressing up for a ball, blushing over a romance instead of holding sharp blades, ready to rush into the most dangerous battlefields at any moment. But this world was so cruel. Chen Xi's gaze swept over their young faces, a pang of sorrow in his heart. These maidens, as delicate as flowers, should have been blooming with the brightest smiles, yet now they had to confront the darkest threats in the galaxy. Their slender shoulders had to bear the heavy burden of protecting humanity. This made Chen Xi fall into deep thought. Perhaps it was witnessing too much of such injustice and cruelty that made him determined to change this world, and it was this ideal of making the world a better place that sustained him in bearing the heavy responsibility of governor, striving day after day. The girls before him might not fully understand what the responsibilities on their shoulders meant, nor why they had to make such sacrifices. But they still chose this difficult path without hesitation, building a defense line against darkness with their young lives. Chen Xi looked at them, a surge of respect in his heart. It was because of countless people like them, silently dedicating themselves, that the Imperium of Man could stand firm in this galaxy full of darkness and despair. They were the faint light in the dark night, the hope in despair. Xiao Li, are you and your sister in the same squad? Sidga's slender fingers rapidly moved across her chest, signing her question to Riamu Li. She and the other silent sisters had already been assigned missions, with the 19 sisters divided into several small squads. Most were two-person teams, while a few lone wolves like Sidga were arranged to cooperate with local battle sister squads. Yes. Riamu Li's voice was clear and pleasant, standing out in the noisy starport. She eagerly explained, we originally wanted to be with you, but it's only two-person or one-person squads, so I had to be in a squad with my sister. At this point, she pouted playfully, then became excited again, we've been sent to a new colony planet, responsible for investigating whether there are illegal psychers and cultists there. They say the scenery there is beautiful, full of primeval forests. How about you, Sidga? I'm in a one-person squad, but a battle sister squad will be with me, responsible for clearing out a heretical cult in a certain colony. Sidga silently signed a passage, then pulled out a data slate from her waist pouch. She quickly wrote a long message on the data slate, introducing her mission to Riamu Li. The mission brief indicates that the local cult has already grown in scale. The cult leader is a powerful psyker, said to be a former Astra Militarum psyker battlemaster. He fell due to some encounters on the battlefield, deceiving and controlling his Astra Militarum company to rebel. My mission is to cooperate with the Battle Sister Squad to decapitate this psyker. They say this psyker is very powerful. This is my first time executing a mission alone, and I don't know if I can complete it. Chapter 434, A Small Interlude on the Road. The words on the data slate grew slower and slower, revealing Sidga's inner trepidation and unease. You're so amazing, you can definitely complete the mission. Riamu Li's clear voice echoed under the starport's metal dome, her hands on her hips, a brilliant smile on her face. As one of the few silent sisters who could still speak, she unreservedly expressed her support for her companion with her voice. The surrounding silent sisters all turned their heads, and warm smiles appeared on the half-faces visible beneath their visors and on their uncovered faces. Their eyes held both curiosity for their unfamiliar companion and sincere goodwill and encouragement. Although several official sisters could not speak, their slight nods and the encouraging words they signed conveyed silent blessings. Despite coming from different hunter-demon orders, these young female warriors had forged a special bond during their shared journey. No extensive verbal communication or deliberate closeness was needed, as long as they knew they were all silent sisters bearing the same mission, this precious friendship naturally blossomed. Perhaps in the near future, they would sacrifice themselves in a battle against heretics, perhaps after this separation, they would never have the chance to reunite. But at this moment, at this busy starport berth, a pure and genuine friendship existed among these dozen or so young girls in Vartan armor. Even if their understanding of each other was still so limited, and they might not even remember each other's names clearly. May your words bring good fortune, I hope I can complete the mission quickly. We'll see each other again. Sidga carefully placed the data slate into the pouch at her waist, her slender fingers tracing a farewell in the air. This genuine emotion seemed to affect every sister present. The silent sisters at the berth began to bid each other farewell, some spoke blessings in clear voices, while others expressed their feelings with skilled gestures. Several older official sisters even embraced the younger apprentices, their hard armor clanking softly as it collided. After the farewell ceremony, the sisters, according to their assigned tasks, boarded their respective transports to their destinations. Some embarked on their journeys alone, others went in pairs or trios, just as they had when they first started this journey, once again heading towards the unknown battlefield. Only this time, they were no longer greenhorns but warriors bearing mission and responsibility. Sidga was perhaps the luckiest. When she arrived at the designated starport berth with her simple luggage, she unexpectedly found the Thunderhawk gunship's hatch open, and Governor Chen Xi was sitting inside, reading a data slate. Chen Xi noticed her arrival, looked up, and gave a friendly smile, waving to her, just in time, we're about to depart. His voice was gentle and steady, a stark contrast to the cold hardness of the surrounding metal bulkheads. Once Sidga boarded the gunship, Chen Xi put the data slate aside and began to explain the mission details. The planet you are going to is one of the alien territories conquered by the Rostov expedition in the past few years, where the expeditionary force and an alien civilization called Necrons engaged in a fierce war. At this point, Chen Xi's expression became serious. The traitor Psyker you are facing and his company were once part of the expeditionary force. They witnessed their comrades wiped out on the battlefield and were themselves trapped behind enemy lines, unable to escape. Here, his voice deepened slightly, as if mourning the fallen and grieving for these traitors. In the abyss of despair, they cried out to an evil god they should not have prayed to. But then a hint of disgust flashed in Chen Xi's eyes, and so they fell, transforming from loyal warriors of the Imperium into nauseating chaos traitors, completely abandoning their former honor and faith. He looked at Sitka and solemnly told her, "Your mission is to behead that traitor Psyker. My main purpose for this trip is to inspect the progress of colony construction. After you complete your mission, we will then consider how to eliminate the pollution these traitors have caused to the planet." Sitka listened intently, a look of understanding in her eyes. Her slender fingers traced elegant gestures in the air. Does the governor need to personally handle such matters? Chen Xi chuckled lightly and shook his head. Not at all, I usually entrust such matters to my subordinates. But this time I plan to inspect all new colonies, and the planet you are going to happens to be the first stop. Chen Xi could understand sign language, so there was no need for an extra translator or a data slate for communication. Sitka nodded in understanding, then sat quietly to the side, taking out her beloved electromagnetic crossbow from her luggage. Her slender fingers gently traced every worn mark on the crossbow's body, as if caressing an old friend's scars. Although this weapon, which she had assembled herself, was crude, every component was infused with her heart and soul. For a moment, only the faint clinking of metal parts remained in the cabin, the sound of Sitka skillfully disassembling and inspecting the crossbow, and the low hum of the engine warming up. Her focused expression made it seem as if the entire world consisted only of this weapon. She even unconsciously softened her breathing. Although she had received brand new Vartan armor and a sharp greatsword, she still preferred this electromagnetic crossbow that had been with her for many years. The rough grip had long since worn into a curve that fit her palm, and the trigger's pull had been adjusted just right. This weapon gave her a sense of security that no other weapon or equipment could, like a trusted old comrade. An electromagnetic acceleration crossbow? It looks quite worn. Chen Xi's voice suddenly broke the silence. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze falling on the weapon in Sitka's hand. Would you like me to have an Adeptus Mechanicus priest service and maintain it for you? This crossbow had indeed seen better days. The paint on the body was mostly peeled off, the bow limbs were covered with small scratches, and even the electromagnetic acceleration rail showed obvious signs of wear. In the eyes of the Adeptus Mechanicus, such a heavily worn weapon might have already displeased its machine spirit. Is that possible? Sitka inquired uncertainly with sign language, her finger movements slightly hesitant. She instinctively touched the money pouch at her waist, which only contained a few pitiful coins. I don't have much money, I can't afford the tech priest's maintenance fees. I'll pay for it, you don't need to worry. Chen Xi's voice was gentle and firm, and he gave Sitka a kind smile. I will have my best Adeptus Mechanicus sage maintain your crossbow. Thank you. Sitka's eyes lit up. She expressed her gratitude earnestly through sign language, her movements more forceful than usual, as if to convey more sincerity. Chen Xi smiled and nodded, then turned and motioned for Avilia, who was standing nearby, to come forward and inspect the electromagnetic crossbow. He had specifically brought Avilia on this inspection trip, partly hoping to hear the mechanical sage's professional opinions on colonial development during the long interstellar journey. Chen Xi knew that establishing colonies on the edge of imperial territory required more than just military power, it also needed technical experts like Avilia. On the other hand, Chen Xi also placed his hopes on Avilia's transformation technology for the barren and desolate planets within the subsector. Over 10 years, her achievements on Rostov II were remarkable. When Chen Xi first arrived, it was a reddish-brown Gobi desert, but now, while far from lush and green, at least the planet's surface was dotted with specks of green vegetation. The entire planet was gradually transforming from a lifeless reddish-brown to a vibrant yellowish-green, with its ecosystem steadily improving. This success story gave Chen Xi hope. He planned to extend Avilia's technology to more colonies, improving their living environments. Of course, colonial construction would inevitably lead to ecological damage, but Chen Xi believed this precisely necessitated greater attention to environmental transformation. Choosing the lesser of two evils was his creed. Destruction was unavoidable, but that was no reason to abandon governance. Precisely because it would cause pollution, it was even more important to focus on subsequent environmental restoration and protection. Therefore, despite Avilia's extreme reluctance to leave her laboratory, Chen Xi still dragged her out to embark on this long colonial inspection tour. And Sitka's old electromagnetic crossbow unexpectedly became a small interlude during the journey. Chapter 435, Sitka's electromagnetic crossbow. I can tell you cherish it greatly, even though it's worn to this extent, its machine spirit remains active, Avilia said, meticulously examining the electromagnetic crossbow, her mechanical tentacle sensors gently scanning every area of wear. As a mechanical sage, she did not look down on the weapon for its simplicity, instead, she acutely perceived the effort Sitka had poured into it. Though crudely crafted, every component was meticulously maintained, though simple in design, every detail had been carefully considered. In the Adeptus Mechanicus's eyes, a lack of ability and an improper attitude were entirely different. The former could be forgiven, the latter was unforgivable, and Sitka clearly belonged to the former category. Avilia did not roughly disassemble the electromagnetic crossbow. She first extended her mechanical tentacles, gently stroking every mark of wear on the crossbow's body, as if sensing the stories the weapon had endured. Then, she took out the nano-incense hanging from her waist, a delicate brass device covered in Adeptus Mechanicus runes. She pressed the button on top of the incense burner, and a wisp of light blue smoke slowly rose, swirling around the electromagnetic crossbow. Avilia softly chanted ancient prayers, performing a ritual to appease the machine spirit. After completing the ritual, Avilia, under Sidga's astonished and slightly worried gaze, used her precise mechanical tentacles to disassemble the entire electromagnetic crossbow. Her movements were precise and elegant, each tentacle was like the most nimble finger, effortlessly loosening fasteners that would be difficult for an ordinary person to handle. For a mechanical sage, the technical level of this electromagnetic crossbow was barely worth mentioning. Works Avilia casually made during her apprenticeship were far more advanced than this. She only needed a glance to point out a dozen design flaws and shortcomings in the crossbow. The crude solder joints, unreasonable structural layout, and inefficient energy transmission system were all laid bare before her eyes. Even with her eyes closed, Avilia could construct at least 3 improvement plans in her mind, each capable of increasing the electromagnetic crossbow's power several-fold. But she did not do so. Instead, she chose the most conservative approach. She carefully opened the electromagnetic crossbow's casing, examining every internal component as meticulously as a careful doctor examines a patient. She cleaned every speck of rust with nanospray and repaired every crack with a microlaser, ensuring that every part of the crossbow was restored to optimal condition. After completing the basic maintenance, Avilia turned to Sidga, asking if further improvements were needed. Sidga immediately excitedly pulled out her datapad, her slender fingers dancing across the screen, quickly filling it with a long passage. Her requests were somewhat naive, even fanciful, but Avilia showed no impatience. On the contrary, she read each item carefully, nodding or shaking her head occasionally, sometimes pausing to ponder for a moment. Avilia took notes while offering suggestions based on her extensive professional knowledge. When Sidga proposed adding a rapid-fire function, Avilia patiently explained the limitations of energy supply. When Sidga hoped the crossbow body would be lighter, Avilia presented the pros and cons of several new materials. They discussed back and forth in this manner, with Avilia maintaining a professional and friendly attitude throughout, both respecting Sidga's wishes and ensuring that every improvement was practical. Ultimately, after this meticulous maintenance and modification, Sidga's electromagnetic crossbow underwent a complete transformation. The originally modeled crossbow body now gleamed with a metallic luster, its crude structure became precise and elegant, and the entire weapon exuded a newfound vitality. The entire crossbow body was made from a new type of lightweight alloy invented by Avilia herself. This specially treated metal material significantly reduced weight while maintaining strength, allowing Sidga to hold it more easily for extended periods. The alloy surface was nano-polished, giving off a subtle metallic sheen under the light, and felt cool and smooth to the touch. The bow limbs were made from multiple layers of composite materials, each layer precisely calculated and specially treated. This composite structure gave the bow limbs excellent elasticity while also allowing them to withstand significant impact without easily deforming or breaking. Avilia also made revolutionary improvements to the bow limb structure, enhancing its power and enabling limited rapid fire while maintaining its original appearance. Now, the crossbow could fire 3 arrows simultaneously for dense suppressive fire or switch to single-shot mode for precise aiming. Most astonishingly, after firing 3 arrows in quick succession, one only needed to gently pull a handle on the side of the crossbow body, and the built-in mechanical device would automatically complete the entire process of recocking and reloading, the whole process as fluid as flowing water. This magazine can hold 20 arrows, Avilia said, her mechanical tentacles pointing to a delicate metal box beneath the crossbow body. She demonstrated pressing the magazine release button. When it's empty, just press here to detach the magazine and put in a new one. As she spoke, she demonstrated it once, and a crisp click sound came from where the magazine joined the crossbow body, fitting perfectly into the slot. The mechanical sage continued to explain, I've improved the electromagnetic acceleration rail on the crossbow body, it can now provide 3.76 times more electromagnetic repulsion than before. She pointed to the newly installed miniature coils inside the rail. At the same time, these coils will form a rotating magnetic field, which can make the arrow spin when fired, just like a rifle's rifling, thereby achieving a more stable trajectory. For an Adeptus Mechanicus sage like Avilia, these improvements were merely trivial tricks. But for Sidga, this was like injecting a brand new soul into her beloved weapon, giving it a performance boost far beyond imagination. What surprised Sidga the most was that Avilia had also added a multifunctional composite aiming system to the electromagnetic crossbow. This intricate device integrated various aiming modes such as optical magnification, infrared imaging, and low-light enhancement. One only needed to rotate the adjustment ring on the side of the sight to switch between different functions. The sight's casing was made of lightweight alloy, with precise scale lines etched on its surface, and the lenses used the most advanced coating technology, providing a clear field of view under any lighting conditions. Sidga's fingers trembled as she caressed this long-desired sight, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. She had always yearned for a professional sight, but the price of high-precision optical equipment was astronomical for a poor silent sister apprentice. And now, this professional equipment, more advanced than any commercial sight she had ever seen, was mounted on her beloved weapon. Don't thank me, it was just a small effort, Avilia said, not caring about Sidga's gratitude. Your love for machines moved me, I can see you poured too much effort into this electromagnetic crossbow. Cherish it well. Although my modifications have given it a sturdier casing, the sight is still relatively fragile. If it's not for daily use, you can detach it and put it in a protective case you carry with you, and reattach it when needed. I designed a small auto-calibration program, you just need to attach the sight, and the electromagnetic crossbow's machine spirit will automatically calibrate the sight. It only takes 3 seconds, so you don't have to worry about bumping and damaging the sight. Thank you. Sidka bowed deeply to Avilia. Chapter 436 Murmansk. After a brief and smooth journey, Chen Xi arrived at his destination, Murmansk, with Avilia and Sidka. As the spaceship slowly descended onto the spaceport on the planet's surface, the unique landscape of this former Necron tomb world could be seen through the porthole. Murmansk does not have a long history. It was one of the Necron tomb worlds captured by the Imperium during an expeditionary force several years ago. When the Imperial Expeditionary Force conquered this Necron tomb world, the Adeptus Mechanicus and Ecclesiarchy jointly carried out a thorough cleansing and transformation of the area. Under the arrangements of the Expeditionary Force headquarters at the time, a portion of the Expeditionary Force soldiers were discharged on site, becoming the first settlers on this planet. They used their military resilience to establish roots in this land that was once filled with the aura of death. As time passed, Chen Xi successively transported a batch of immigrants here, and with the Holy War Army sent by the Ecclesiarchy and their accompanying personnel, this planet gradually bloomed with vitality. The colonial construction of Murmansk adopted a development path completely different from the common imperial model. Unlike traditional settlements that dismantle and rebuild colonial ships, the foundation of this city is deeply rooted in the military garrisons left by the Expeditionary Force years ago. Those sturdy fortresses and underground bunkers once used to combat the Necrons now serve as the most solid foundation for the new city. The military facilities built during the expedition period formed the unique skeleton of this city. The deep underground command center was transformed into an administrative hub. The former armored vehicle repair plant became the core of the industrial zone, and the scattered anti-aircraft positions evolved into the current residential area nodes. This special evolutionary process has caused the entire city to retain a distinct military imprint. Composite armored city walls, 30 meters high, embrace the urban area like a giant's arms, their surfaces covered with battle scars and repair marks. The street layout also followed a standard military grid plan, with each road precisely maintaining wartime standard widths to ensure rapid passage for heavy armored vehicles. Most notably are the military facilities that remain combat-ready to this day. An automated sentry tower stands quietly every 500 meters, its sensor array constantly scanning the sky. Artillery batteries hidden within the buildings remain in a ready state, the Imperial Aquila on their barrels gleaming in the sunlight. Even beneath the city center's plaza, an array of anti-aircraft missiles can be activated at any time. These military facilities are not only part of the urban landscape but also a constant reminder to residents. Murmansk is essentially a giant fortress in the guise of a city. As a former Necron tomb world, Murmansk's surface and underground are scattered with numerous relics. Although this Necron tomb world did not occupy a core position in the Necron dynasty and was relatively small in scale, after the Expeditionary Force conquered it, the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus still unearthed a large number of valuable technological relics from here. From fragments of broken phase weapons to nearly complete remnants of Necron constructs, and even several samples of living metal inscribed with alien runes. Even after years of systematic scavenging, buried Necron's ancient artifacts are still occasionally discovered on the planet's surface and in underground tunnels. These metallic remnants, emitting a faint green glow, are scattered across the desolate plains and ruins, like a silent warning, wordlessly telling of this planet's extraordinary past dominated by Xenos. It is these relics that have become Murmansk's primary economic pillar. Most local residents work as scavengers, forming exploration teams to delve into the ruins of Necron relics, excavating and collecting valuable Necron's technological fragments, and then reselling them to the Mars Mechanicus investigation team stationed there. This investigation team is directly subordinate to the Mars Mechanicus headquarters, well equipped, and has priority mining rights. Other Forge worlds such as Ryza, Lucius, or Grail were not unwilling to intervene, but the Mars Mechanicus, by virtue of its political influence and first-mover advantage, firmly controlled the flow of resources here. Furthermore, Murmansk is located on the edge of the Rostov subsector, far from the spheres of influence of other Forge worlds, ultimately leading to Mars's near monopoly on the Necron relic trade here. Of course, Chen Xi could not allow Mars to dominate and arbitrarily depress acquisition prices. Although through official channels, most of the unearthed Necron's artifacts were acquired by the Mars Mechanicus under the guise of research needs, a significant portion still flowed into the black market through various clandestine channels. These rare items, labeled as dangerous Xenos technology, could fetch 3 to 5 times the official acquisition price on the black market, attracting a large number of speculative merchants and collectors. While Mars's investigation team had clues to these underground transactions, for certain unspoken considerations, perhaps the secret involvement of internal personnel, or the need for certain experiments to bypass doctrinal restrictions, they were neither able nor truly willing to completely eradicate this grey market. The black market network in the Rostov subsector initially formed gradually for the purpose of reselling Sanctus wine. When the Ecclesiarchy and Inquisition completely monopolized the production of Sanctus wine, various great families, merchant guilds, and even some space marine chapters still desired to obtain this precious resource, and thus this underground trading system came into being. Over the years, under the influence of the neighboring Mariupol sector smuggling network, coupled with the tacit acquiescence of all parties, this black market has developed into a large-scale, well-organized underground economic system. Now, with the addition of Necron's artifacts as a new source of astonishing profit, the power of this black market has expanded to a point where no single organization can fully control or suppress it. When Chen Xi's shuttle carrying Sidka and Avilia landed at Murmansk spaceport, what greeted his eyes was a city of contradictory beauty. Towering military fortresses stood side by side with bustling commercial districts, fully armed patrol teams brushed past elegantly dressed merchants, and strict military control strangely merged with lively civilian life. This peculiar combination of military fortress and trade hub indeed gave a strange feeling, but for Chen Xi, the prosperous scene of this city was exactly what he wanted to see. Although this planet had developed into an independently operating colony, fully meeting the definition standards of an imperial world in imperial law, it had never established a formal planetary governor position. Although from a practical operational perspective, Murmansk already possessed all the elements of an independent administrative world, Chen Xi knew very well that as a Lord Inquisitor, his authority only allowed him to replace an existing planetary governor, but not to directly establish a new governorate. There was a fundamental difference between the two. The former meant formally carving out a new political entity on the vast administrative map of the Imperium, while the latter was merely a personnel adjustment to the existing management system. Therefore, Murmansk's current highest administrative official only held the relatively low-key title of mayor. This mayor actually bore all the responsibilities of a planetary governor, enjoying the same level of treatment and power, but in official documents, he could only ever be mayor. Behind this subtle title difference was the rigid hierarchical system of the imperial bureaucracy. When Chen Xi's shuttle hatch opened, the mayor had already led an honor guard to line up on the tarmac, waiting. Chapter 437, A Tedious Task. Governor, welcome. The mayor exclaimed loudly, his voice filled with appropriate reverence. Although Chen Xi had only brought 2 personal attendants and a squad of battle sisters as guards for this trip, the sense of awe his superior brought remained undiminished in the mayor's eyes. This was not only because Chen Xi was the undisputed supreme ruler of the Rostov subsector, but also because of the vast military power and intricate political network he represented. Of course, what was most chilling was the Inquisitor's rosette gently swaying at Chen Xi's waist as he walked. That emblem shimmered with awe-inspiring light under Murmansk's pale sky, silently reminding everyone present of the absolute authority it symbolized. You've worked hard. I've seen your efforts in developing the city to this extent in such a short time. Chen Xi nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. He did not act aggressively upon meeting, unlike some inquisitors, but instead first gave the diligent mayor due affirmation. Then he turned to the main topic, regarding the rebels and cults. You will report to me separately later. For now, please give me a basic overview of the city's situation. Yes, esteemed governor, the mayor responded with trepidation, immediately signaling his attendant behind him to present the already prepared report documents. When he saw the enormous parchment scroll that required 2 reinforced servitors to carry together, Chen Xi's eyes twitched involuntarily a few times. In the Imperium's complex administrative system, to ensure the absolute accuracy of important data, all official documents must be written on specially blessed parchment by the ecclesiarchy. This writing material was not only complex to produce, but its writing format and process also adhered to almost stringent standards. Because of this, scribe servitors equipped with precision writing devices became indispensable office equipment for every imperial administrative department, and standard scribing kits supplied to clerks became one of the most consumed office supplies within the imperial bureaucracy. This seemingly cumbersome tradition was not merely a result of bureaucracy. If important data were simply recorded on data slates or cogitator systems, corrupted code, and digital demons are not rumors, GW has brought them back out, from Adeptus Mechanicus heretics or dark Mechanicus could easily tamper with the contents. Not to mention the schemes of Psi-Inch demons, or the clandestine manipulations of conspirators within the Imperium. Even fragments of STC databases left from the dark age of technology have shown cases of chaos corruption due to their age. In the Warhammer universe, any form of record can become a vessel for chaos corruption. Data slates can be tampered with by digital demons, cogitator systems are susceptible to corrupted code, and even ancient STC database fragments cannot escape the corruption of chaos. Only parchment specially blessed by the ecclesiarchy, steeped in sacred oil and consecrated with prayers, can resist this erosion to the greatest extent. Therefore, even though he watched the 2 servitors laboriously carrying the half-person tall parchment scroll, listening to the groaning hum of their servo joints under the strain, Chen Xi could only helplessly nod, signaling them to continue. This ancient and reliable method of record-keeping was a tradition the Imperium had to uphold under the threat of chaos, even if it meant extreme inefficiency. After all, in the Emperor's domain, security was always more important than convenience. Chen Xi gently rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of helplessness. Looking at the thick parchment scroll bound with purity seals, he already began to calculate how much precious time he would have to spend on it. He had more important matters to attend to at the moment and truly had no time to immediately review this lengthy report. Fortunately, the experienced mayor had already anticipated this situation. He respectfully handed over an encrypted data slate. Sir, please allow me to give you a brief report. The mayor began to give Chen Xi an oral briefing in concise language. Although official documents had to be written on blessed parchment, the Imperium did not stipulate that oral reports could not use data slates. While Chen Xi was attentively listening to the mayor's report, Sitka, standing behind him, was boredly serving as a backdrop. The silent sister, clad in Vartan armor, had her hands clasped in front of her abdomen, her gaze seemingly focused as she scanned every corner of the room, but in reality, her mind had already wandered far away, her thoughts drifting back to her training days at the Silent Sisterhood Monastery. As special warriors trained specifically to combat psychers, the Silent Sisters training curriculum did not include any content related to politics or administrative management. They learned how to identify psychic fluctuations, how to suppress witchcraft with anti-psychic fields, and how to precisely sever the heads of mutants with great swords. Perhaps in the distant golden age of the Imperium of Man, the Silent Sisters and the Hunter Demon Order did receive a more comprehensive education. At that time, they were both warriors and scholars. But 10,000 years of long history were enough to erase too many traditions. For the Hunter Demon Order, struggling to survive in the shadows of the Imperium, merely enduring to this day was a miracle under the Emperor's blessing, let alone maintaining those non-combat related knowledge traditions. Today's Silent Sisters only needed to perfectly fulfill their tasks of psyker hunting and anti-psychic warfare to meet the most basic qualification standards. As for the complex imperial laws and bureaucratic procedures, they were entirely outside their consideration. Chen Xi was well aware of this. He never expected these silent warriors to undertake administrative functions or other non-combat tasks. In his opinion, as long as the Silent Sisters performed their duties excellently, they had already justified the resources he had invested in rebuilding this special unit. Therefore, when Sitka stood behind Chen Xi, her mind wandering, no one raised any objections. Aside from Chen Xi vaguely sensing the sister's inattentiveness, the other officials present failed to notice that the seemingly focused guard's thoughts had actually drifted far away. After all, as natural untouchables, even if the Silent Sisters deliberately restrained their null energy, they would still trigger an instinctive repulsion from surrounding living beings. This was not subjective aversion, but a defensive mechanism generated deep within the soul of all normal life forms when facing an untouchable, just as skin instinctively avoids fire, and eyes automatically avoid strong light. The officials standing behind the mayor would not even realize that they were deliberately ignoring Sidga's presence. They would only feel a vague discomfort, their gaze unconsciously sliding past where she stood, as if there was something unsettling there, yet they couldn't pinpoint what it was. This characteristic made an untouchable who could precisely control their null fluctuations almost a perfect infiltrator. People would subconsciously ignore their existence, just as they ignore a wall in the background. The famous Commissar Kane had on many occasions escaped danger thanks to his untouchable aid. At this moment, although Sidga had not reached the point of complete invisibility, it was enough for those around her to overlook her specific features. Chapter 438, Gene Stealer. The respectful officials only vaguely remembered the governor bringing an attendant. As for whether this attendant was tall or short, male or female, their memories were as blurry as if covered by a thin mist. The Silent Sisters' unique trait made Sidga's figure appear as unremarkable as background scenery to ordinary people. This natural concealment, instead, gave Sidga an excellent opportunity for observation. As long as she didn't make large movements or deliberately draw attention, she could move like a shadow along the edges of the crowd, taking in every person's micro-expressions and small gestures. Bored, Sidga began to discreetly observe the surrounding crowd. Her gaze swept over the richly dressed officials, the quietly conversing attendants, and the guards standing in the corners, searching for any suspicious clues. Her gaze quickly locked onto several individuals with strange mannerisms. These people all had shaved heads, and faint patterns of chitinous exoskeletons were visible on their skin, reminding the sister of the beetle shells she had seen in the monastery garden as a child. In particular, the woman who constantly stayed by the mayor's side aroused Sidga's high vigilance. This woman appeared ordinary, dressed in a proper administrative official's uniform, with a polite smile, but in the Silent Sisters' special perception, strange psychic fluctuations lingered around her. These energies coiled around the mayor like threads, and were even attempting to silently spread towards Chen Xi, like some invisible parasite, slowly infiltrating the target's thoughts. Sidga's pupils suddenly contracted. She stepped forward without hesitation, releasing the suppression on her void field. In an instant, like a sun disk dispelling morning mist, the illusion covering the female psyker instantly disintegrated, exposing the distorted truth beneath. The woman first froze, then let out a heart-wrenching shriek. Her true appearance was completely exposed, a bald head covered in wrinkles, and a pair of completely black compound eyes beneath a protruding forehead. Only then did Chen Xi turn his head, as if he had just noticed the abnormality. When he clearly saw the woman's features, his expression drastically changed, and he sharply shouted, "Gene Stealer! Seal the area immediately! Sidga, initiate purification protocols! Any suspicious targets, kill on sight!" The moment the order was given, the Sisters of Battle, who had been standing like statues, suddenly burst into astonishing action. In an instant, 6 shield-bearing sisters had tightly guarded Chen Xi in the center, while the remaining sisters fanned out, their bolter muzzles pointing at the crowd before them. Sidga's executioner greatsword was already unsheathed, the officials pointed it by the blade trembled and retreated, and the entire welcome ceremony instantly plunged into a suffocatingly grim atmosphere, with only the exposed Gene Stealer still emitting inhuman wails. The armed guards at the scene were initially bewildered, exchanging confused glances, not understanding why the welcome ceremony suddenly needed to be sealed off. But upon seeing the Inquisition rose sigil that Chen Xi held up, all hesitation instantly vanished. The instinct of the Imperial Armed Forces made them obey the authority of an Inquisitor. Seal all exits. Group A control the East Passage. Group B establish a firing line. The hoarse shouts of the sergeants echoed through the welcome ceremony. The soldiers quickly sealed all exits and set up defensive positions at key intersections. Soldiers in heavy riot armor began to isolate the panicking crowd in batches, forming human walls with riot shields, roughly separating nobles and officials by area. This reaction slightly relaxed Chen Xi's tense nerves. He noticed that the soldiers' movements were swift and precise, without any hesitation or abnormality. At least the Gene Stealer contamination had not spread to the military's lower ranks. This guard unit still maintained its loyalty to the Imperium. However, this brief relief was soon shattered. Sidga's blade suddenly pointed at the guard formation, and with the eruption of the void field, 3 soldiers and a lieutenant began to twitch violently, the psyker illusions covering them instantly dissipating. They twisted their bodies and let out inhuman roars, their mutated limbs and distorted faces revealing their non-human essence, knuckles elongated into claws, spines twisted and deformed, and foreheads covered with chitinous bone plates. Chen Xi's face instantly turned ashen, his fingers gripping the hilt of his power sword turning white from exertion, his knuckles emitting faint cracking sounds. These monsters had actually infiltrated the guard's command layer. This discovery sent a pang of pain through his stomach. Fortunately, most of the soldiers still remained loyal. Although they watched in horror as their comrades, with whom they had spent day and night, suddenly transformed into monsters, some letting out suppressed gasps, others instinctively taking a half step back, they still firmly carried out the lockdown mission under the command of Chen Xi, who held the triple authority of Governor, Expeditionary Force Commander, and Inquisitor. The roars of several veterans stabilized the formation. Hold the line. These bastards don't deserve to wear this uniform. Citywide lockdown. Close the orbital spaceport. Chen Xi's voice was like ice, carrying an undeniable majesty. At this moment, Chen Xi had already drawn his power sword, and the blue-white energy field emitted a dangerous hum. Although he didn't need this weapon to kill enemies, it could increase his authority at this time. Citiga, by the authority granted to me by the Emperor, execute ultimate purification on all suspicious targets, and any resistors shall be summarily executed. With this order, the entire city, like a military fortress, instantly entered its highest state of combat readiness. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if a sleeping behemoth had been awakened. Huge anti-aircraft gun turrets slowly rose from beneath armored shelters, their thick barrels pointing directly at the sky, the humming sound of charging resonating in the air, grating on the teeth. The heavy alloy gates on the outskirts of the city slowly descended with the hiss of hydraulic systems, the grinding metal sound of gears meshing was unbearable, sealing the entire urban area into an airtight steel cage. Piercing alarms blared through every street, sharp electronic buzzing echoing between the Gothic buildings, forming an unsettling reverberation among the spires and arcades. Civilians panicked and fled in all directions, surging towards the nearest buildings for shelter like startled herds. All navigation beacons at the orbital spaceport turned a dazzling red, and warning lights flashed wildly on the control tower. Transport ships that were taking off and landing received urgent orders and were forcibly recalled, their engine nozzles spewing dazzling exhaust flames. Several merchant ships that failed to return in time were mercilessly destroyed by defense platforms, the roar of macro cannon silently reverberating in the vacuum. A major purge targeting the gene stealers officially began. Don't believe the jokes about just shooting bald people to find gene stealers. In reality, gene stealers themselves have psycho illusions, which are highly deceptive. The most effective way to identify a gene stealer is through genetic testing. As for baldness is a very popular hairstyle in the Imperium. Third and fourth generation gene stealers are almost indistinguishable from humans in appearance. Fourth generation gene stealers should even have hair. The piercing alarm, like the death wail of a dying behemoth, tore through Murmansk's pale sky. The heavy alloy gates crashed down with the shriek of hydraulic systems, completely sealing off this military fortress. The cold muzzles of anti-aircraft turrets pointed skyward, and the low hum of charging macro cannon arrays made the air tremble. The city, a fortress built upon a Necron tomb, instantly transformed into a massive, steel-forged cage. Chen Xi stood at the center of the sealed welcoming ceremony, his power sword's energy field hissing dangerously. His gaze swept over the terrified, segregated crowds, finally settling on the direction Citiga pointed. 3 soldiers and a lieutenant were convulsing and deforming in agony, chitinous carapaces piercing their uniforms, sharp claws tearing through flesh, emitting inhuman shrieks. The 4th generation gene stealer's disguise crumbled under the Silent Sisters' powerful void power. Citywide lockdown. Level 1 purification protocol initiated. Chen Xi's voice, amplified by his power armor, echoed throughout the entire spaceport. Sage Avilia, I need you to immediately access the city's cogitator network. Scan all life signals in this city, and establish a database of abnormal biological features. Focus on screening individuals with abnormal psychic fluctuations or physiological structures deviating more than 15% from human standard values. Citiga, center yourself and expand an anti-psychic field to its maximum range. Suppress their psychic network. Yes, Governor. Avilia's mechanically synthesized voice was unperturbed, only the mechanical optical sensors beneath her red hood glowed with a dazzling red light. She walked to several nearby cogitators, and the numerous mechanical tentacles behind her, like living entities, precisely inserted themselves into the cogitator terminal's interfaces. A massive data stream began to pour into her logic core, and the vital signs, medical records, and surveillance footage of Murmansk's millions of residents were rapidly filtered and analyzed. While the Imperium might have insufficient control over places like the lower levels of a hive city, Murmansk, as a former military fortress and current colony, had not existed for a very long time, and its population was limited, so control and monitoring of the city were not impossible. From the very beginning, Chen Xi had placed great emphasis on such scrutiny and monitoring. All Imperial colonies within the Rostov subsector had regular genetic testing and health screenings, and the cities were equipped with numerous surveillance devices. He had initially believed that under such surveillance, no problems would arise, but he never expected Murmansk to still be infected by gene stealers. This caused Chen Xi great distress and apprehension, fearing even more widespread infection throughout the entire subsector. Establishing biological feature models. Cross-referencing known gene stealer physiological parameters. Psychic fluctuation detection array activated. Avilia's voice, with a hint of metallic friction, delivered news that made Chen Xi feel a wave of dizziness. Warning, multiple faint but synchronized psychic nodes detected, suspected nascent hive mind network. Contamination level, far exceeds expectations. He hadn't expected the planet to be so deeply infected. It had only been a few years. Citiga, meanwhile, stood like a steadfast rock in front of Chen Xi. She took a deep breath, no longer suppressing her inherent void nature. An invisible, soul-freezing cold force field abruptly expanded from her center. A silent cracking sound seemed to echo in the air. Among the segregated crowds, dozens of people instantly let out agonizing screams or dull, dazed groans. Their psychic illusions were forcibly stripped away. The exposed features varied. Some had unnaturally grayish-purple skin with plate-like protrusions on their foreheads, others were more deformed, with thick knuckles and hunched backs, and even a few seemingly normal officials, under the wash of void power, had crudely carved four-armed humanoid saint effigy pendants, hanging from cheap metal chains, slide out from beneath their collars. Their devout expressions instantly twisted into horrified terror. Do you see, Mayor? Chen Xi's voice was as cold as the ice in the depths of the Star Sea, directed at the pale-faced, almost collapsed mayor, and also seemingly at all loyal imperial citizens who could still think, this is the gene stealer. The most insidious and stubborn cockroaches in the Imperium's domain. Do you think you only found one? No. When you see one, their nest has long since spread underground, their contamination has permeated generations, possibly for centuries. He pointed at a fourth-generation gene stealer, forced into its true form by Sidiga's field and being precisely eliminated by Battle Sister's bolter fire. Look at them. Fourth-generation hybrids, apart from purple skin and extra bones on their foreheads, they sport the popular imperial bald head and act more devout and diligent than the most exemplary imperial citizens. They pay their tithe in excess, they work tirelessly, they even shout the Emperor's name to fight against chaos. What a perfect disguise. What terrifying infiltration. Chen Xi's tone was filled with sarcasm and disgust, but what is all this for? To pave the way for their true gods, the devourers from the depths of the Star Sea. The psychic network they establish is the lighthouse guiding the Tyranids' arrival. Avilia's data tentacles danced rapidly, and analysis results streamed across the screen like a waterfall. Initial biological skin complete, cross-referenced with medical record anomalies, contamination model established. Governor, the situation is extremely severe. The contamination source is not solely single-contact transmission. Abnormal biological activity residues detected at several nodes in the city's main water supply pipelines. Highly suspected concentrated secretion samples of the gene stealer's kiss, they have contaminated the water source. Avilia's voice, uncharacteristically, carried a hint of gravity. This means that the vast majority of the city's population may have unknowingly had seeds implanted through drinking water. Seeds, a water services official, uninfected but responsible for water, repeated in horror. Those are what those monsters use to infect us. Chen Xi explained sharply, his gaze sweeping over all the pale-faced loyalists present, directly using his psychic power to grab a gene stealer's corpse and pry open its mouth. The gene stealer's disgusting long tongue has an ovipositor at its tip. This thing can infect you just by piercing your skin. But they have found a more efficient method of infection. They don't need to kiss you directly, they only need to inject seeds containing Tyranids' genes into the water, or possibly even mix them into food or medicine, to infect humans. Once infected. Chen Xi paused, looking at the fear in everyone's eyes. The host will forget everything, then be implanted with an irresistible urge, to find someone to reproduce. To give birth to the first generation of severely deformed hybrids. Then, this monster and its parents will both be connected to the hive mind, revering the original gene stealer as a god. Generation after generation, until the fourth generation perfectly integrates into the population, until the fifth generation reverts to become a new pure blood source of infection. Chapter 440, Purification Operation 2. Chen Xi pointed at the female psyker on the ground, the one Sidiga had initially singled out, and sternly warned all loyal imperial citizens who had not yet been infected. Those gene stealers grow and strengthen in the shadows, directing their families to infiltrate every corner of the army, government, and factories. Their exemplary behavior is merely to accumulate strength, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a rebellion, paralyze the planet's defenses, and then... Chen Xi's voice deepened, yet it filled all the loyal imperial citizens present with a chilling sense of despair. Then, when the hive fleet descends, these brainwashed wretches will joyfully welcome their starkin, dreaming of integrating into the happy big family. But what awaits them is only the fate of being torn apart and digested. They are merely kitchen utensils for the swarm to prepare a buffet. Avilia. Chen Xi turned to the mechanical sage, lock onto all anomalous biological signals, especially the points of highest psychic intensity. Sidiga. Your void power is key to tearing apart their psychic network. Sisters of Battle. Form a purification squad with Sister Sidiga as the core. Objective, all marked biological anomaly targets. Leave no survivors. For the Emperor. The Sisters of Battle responded in unison, the click of bolters loading crisp and cold. Armed guard. Chen Xi looked at the soldiers who, though fearful, still held their positions. Your loyalty has been proven. Now, follow the sisters and cleanse the corruption among you and in the city. Remember, anyone attempting to surrender, argue, or showing abnormal fanaticism will be killed without mercy. Better to kill by mistake than to let one escape. Your wives, children, and elders might be among those corrupted people. Think about what you are saving. With the command given, a torrent of steel began to crush the conspiracy of flesh and blood. Sidiga acted like the most precise psychic radar. Wherever her void power reached, the cunning disguises melted away like ice under the sun. The battle sisters' bolters and flamers transformed into the most merciless purifying flames, utterly eradicating the exposed xenos and those beyond salvation due to deep infection. The armed guard gritted their teeth, tears in their eyes, pointing their guns at former comrades, neighbors, and perhaps even relatives, those whose skin showed a grayish-purple hue under the void field. The city turned into hell. Piercing alarms had long been replaced by a more primal din, the shriek of bolters tearing through the air, the sizzle of las guns scorching flesh, the screams of the dying, the inhuman howls of xenos, and the booming groan of buildings collapsing in explosions. Intense gunfire echoed wildly through Murmansk's sturdy, militarized streets, like countless hammers pounding every corner of this steel fortress. The wide, neatly planned streets, originally designed for heavy vehicle traffic, had now become a bloody slaughterhouse in a brutal defensive position. The threat hidden deep within the city's veins finally erupted. From rusted sewer grates, from secret passages connected to ancient Necron tombs, a tide of grotesque figures surged out, roaring. They were the ugliest offspring of the gene stealer cult second and third generation hybrids. They were hunched, covered in rough chitinous carapaces, their knuckles mutated into terrifying bone claws, their eyes gleaming with primal ferocity and the madness driven by the hive mind. Among them were a few more agile and swift pure-blood gene stealers, exuding the aura of pure predators. They were the cult's fangs and blades. Wielding metal pipes scavenged from ruins, crude bone blades, or even barehanded, these monsters howled and lunged at the Imperial Army's hastily constructed defenses. Their numbers were astonishing, like a swarm of insects crawling out of a hellish crack, attempting to overwhelm steel and fire with their flesh and blood. Open fire! Free fire! Don't let them get close! The sergeant's hoarse shouts echoed through the comms channel. Bolters traced lethal trajectories through the air, exploding into clouds of blood and carapace fragments upon impact. Searing lasgun beams delivered precise bursts, instantly vaporizing the heads or torsos of the Xenos charging forward. The rapid-fire cannons of automated turrets unleashed a dense hail of bullets, like invisible scythes, mowing down swathes of lower-tier gene stealers. The Xeno charge, exposed in open terrain and lacking heavy armor, was like a surging wave crashing against an indestructible reef in the face of the Imperial Army's formidable firepower. The fragile bodies of the second and third generation gene stealers shattered and fell in the metal storm, blue-purple blood and broken limbs covering the cold alloy ground. The charging tide, upon hitting the steel dam, instantly turned into futile spray, utterly annihilated. However, the few pure-blood gene stealers mixed within the tide posed a different level of threat. They weaved through the barrage like phantoms, their astonishing speed and predictive abilities allowing them to narrowly evade fatal incoming fire. Their chitinous exoskeletons were exceptionally hard, ordinary lasgun hits only left scorched marks, and even bolters, unless directly hitting a vital point or joint, struggled to immediately incapacitate them. Watch out for those monsters. Ceramite won't stop their claws. An experienced retired Astra Militarum veteran roared from behind cover. He had witnessed a pure blood charge like a phantom towards a Chimera APC, tearing through the vehicle's body with its sharp claws. The sturdy ceramite armor plates were ripped open, leaving a huge gash. The guards inside didn't even have time to react before the extending claws instantly claimed their lives. At this moment, Murmansk's foundation as a military fortress played a crucial role. Automated turrets throughout the city provided continuous suppressing fire, thick alloy barricades and pre-established defensive fortifications offered sturdy cover for the troops, hidden artillery pieces roared at critical moments, blasting purebloods attempting to gather or assault key nodes into fragments with high explosive or armor-piercing rounds. The city's grid layout, though initially for military transit, now restricted the Xenos' large-scale charges, forcing them into preset firing zones. More crucially, it was the people the city had a large number of retired Astra Militarum soldiers. These seasoned veterans might not have the physical strength of their younger days, but their ingrained combat instincts, obedience to orders, and battlefield acumen honed through countless bloody battles were invaluable assets. They would not collapse like new recruits in the face of the purebloods' terror. Instead, they could quickly find cover, organize effective crossfire, and precisely eliminate the most dangerous targets. They knew how to utilize terrain and how to seal off narrow passages with flamethrowers. Without these experienced veterans as the backbone, relying solely on a few sisters of battle and a portion of uncorrupted guards, conducting such brutal urban warfare and cleansing in this deeply infiltrated city would have been an almost impossible task. Chapter 441, Purification Operation 3. However, compared to the roaring, charging monsters on the front lines, the fourth-generation infiltrators, who were mixed among the terrified civilians or attempting to silently approach critical energy nodes, armories, and command centers, were even more dangerous. Their appearance was almost identical to humans, except their skin might be slightly grayish-purple, and their foreheads had subtle, hard-to-detect plate-like protrusions. Their minds were closer to humans, they understood disguise, infiltration, and sabotage. A seemingly panicked civilian running towards cover might have a thermomeltdown bomb hidden in their sleeve. A helpful official guiding evacuation was trying to lead the crowd to a preset ambush point. A dutiful technician attempting to enter the reactor core had the true objective of mutual destruction. Fortunately, the mechanical sage's data tendrils had already deeply integrated into the city's cognito-hazard array and ubiquitous monitoring sensors. Combined with the gene stealer biological feature model she established, any gene stealer attempting to blend into the crowd or approach critical areas found their disguise completely ineffective under the monitoring network Avilia had built. The Silent Sister at this moment was like a mobile anti-psyker lighthouse. When she expanded her void power field to its maximum range, any psychic connection entering that area including the gene stealer cult's covered hive mind network would be forcibly suppressed or even severed. Even more lethal, Sidga's powerful void essence was itself the ultimate negation of psychic illusions. Any gene stealer attempting to maintain their disguise near her would find their carefully constructed psychic illusion bursting like a soap bubble, instantly revealing their grayish-purple skin and the plate-like protrusions on their bald skulls, exposing their repulsive true nature. What awaited them was often a battle sister's precise burst of bolter fire, or an armed guard veteran's unhesitating laser volley. The steel fortress, the veteran's flesh and blood great wall, the insight of technology, and the annihilating power of the void collectively supported a cruel but necessary clear zone for the Imperium of Man in this city turned hell. Chen Xi's elite squad, like a scorching dagger piercing an abscess, moved through the city's labyrinthine steel and rock structures below, guided by Avilia's cold and precise directions. Their target was deep within the city, a colossal, modified, and desecrated Necron's underground tomb. The Gene Stealers cunningly utilized the ancient metals and complex energy fields of the Necron's architecture, which almost completely isolated psychic energy, attempting to conceal the violently pulsating, heart-like psychic signal of their hive core. However, under Avilia's powerful logic core and the comprehensive scan of the city's cognito-hazard array, this critical psychic node was exposed like a lighthouse in the dark. A thick alloy door, clearly a later addition, sealed off the ancient Necron's passage leading to the core area. Thermo meltdown ready. Chen Xi growled. Two sisters of battle quickly stepped forward, their heavy meltaguns emitting a low, charging hum. Blinding white-hot beams instantly erupted, striking the alloy door like spears of divine wrath. The hard metal rapidly melted and vaporized under the extreme heat like butter, emitting a piercing hiss and thick plumes of smoke. A scorching wave of air rushed forward, mixed with an even stronger, nauseatingly sweet and putrid stench from behind the door. The door burst open with a crash, revealing a soul-shattering sight behind it. Even the battle-hardened squad members, including the Sisters of Battle and veterans, found their breath catching. The ancient, faintly glowing green Necron's metal walls and floor were covered by a thick, viscous layer of dark red organic matter, like the inner lining of a colossal biological organ. Countless thick, pulsating fleshy tubes, like twisted blood vessels and nerve bundles, extended from all directions, coiling and intertwining, finally converging towards the center of the hall. There, a suffocatingly massive cocoon of flesh pulsed rhythmically, its surface covered with writhing blue veins and mucus-secreting pores, emitting a strong vital essence and an even more powerful, dizzying psychic fluctuation. It was like a gigantic, deformed heart, the energy and will core of the entire cold hive. Around the flesh cocoon, densely packed human cultists, deeply brainwashed, knelt. They were clad in rags, their eyes hollow and fanatic, mechanically repeating garbled, blasphemous prayers, their bodies swaying slightly with the cocoon's pulsations. Their minds had been completely consumed by the hive mind, leaving only absolute devotion to the God Emperor and divine messengers. And in the most prominent, central position of the entire hall, stood a colossal statue. It was a twisted, mutated image of the Emperor. It was sculpted with 4 arms, its face indistinct, bearing a non-human majesty. The statue's material was a mixture of rough stone, chitinous shell fragments, and even faint glimpses of embedded imperial aquila fragments, forming an extremely unsettling symbol of blasphemy. Beneath the statue, crude offerings were piled, perhaps food, or the remains of victims. The moment the squad stepped into this desecrated sanctuary, an anomaly suddenly occurred. The top of the flesh cocoon violently tore open, and a massive, bloated figure, radiating terrifying psychic pressure, rose from within. It was the Gene Stealer Patriarch. Its size far exceeded any of its kind encountered before, covered in thick, shimmering chitinous armor, with 4 powerful arms ending in terrifying claws that gleamed with energetic light. On its complex head, several pairs of compound eyes glowed with rage and malice, and its massive maw opened, emitting a silent yet soul-shaking psychic shriek. This shriek was not a physical sound, but a shockwave directly impacting the mind. It was like a tangible sledgehammer striking deep into everyone's consciousness. Guards with weaker wills instantly felt splitting headaches and blurred vision, almost unable to hold their weapons. The Sisters of Battle struggled to endure, relying on their faith and unwavering will. Chen Xi also felt immense pressure approaching, as if his thoughts were about to freeze. Invisible psychic power pressed down on the squad like a tsunami, attempting to crush, control, and assimilate them. Sidga! Chen Xi roared, enduring the psychic impact. The silent sister, who had been following Chen Xi like a shadow, stepped forward abruptly at his call. She held nothing back, unleashing the full extent of her inherent void power, the void power to its absolute limit, bursting forth with all her might. There was no dazzling light, no deafening roar. Only an absolute, cold nothingness, annihilating all psychic energy, erupted and spread outwards from Sidga as its center. Chapter 442, Purification Operation 4. It was like dropping a piece of absolute zero solid ice from the end of the universe into a boiling, churning sea of psychic magma. Sizz. Chapter 443, Total Purification. Sidga stood at the porthole, gazing at Murmansk, which was gradually receding. The once prosperous military fortress city had now been engulfed by the flames of orbital bombardment, turning into a scorched ruin. The remnants of anti-aircraft turrets, like broken greatswords, were obliquely inserted into the smoke-billowing urban area. Heavy alloy gates were twisted and deformed, as if torn apart by some indescribable immense force. Her original mission was to deal with the rebels and fallen psychers entrenched in Murmansk's underground mines, but the sudden exposure of the Gene Stealer changed everything. Chen Xi did not hesitate, directly dispatching the Inquisition Black Ship fleet to carry out saturation orbital bombardment on the areas occupied by the rebels. The roar of macro cannons tore through the sky, and the flames of whirlwind torpedoes turned the entire area into a lake of lava. Those traitors and their chaos altars were completely annihilated before they could even let out a single wail. Subsequent investigations are still needed, but at least for now, they are no longer a threat. Sage Avilia's mechanically synthesized voice came from behind her, data tendrils sliding rapidly across the cogitator terminal, no life signals detected in the bombarded area, but warp contamination scans still require continuous monitoring. Sidga nodded silently. This meant her mission was temporarily concluded, but Chen Xi did not let her leave. Instead, he directly ordered, for the next period, you will act with me. The hidden threats in the Rostov subsector are far more than just this one. Before boarding the next target New Land Island Tai Kong port, Chen Xi gave her a new task, to thoroughly inspect the Inquisition black ship they were on. Although he had great confidence in the black ship he had been using, and Silent Sisters had always been stationed on the black ship, and Chen Xi had been strictly vetting it since he took over the ship, after the Gene Stealer invasion incident, Chen Xi could not be at ease no matter what. So, a thorough check was very necessary. Sidga's figure moved like a phantom through the intricate compartments of the black ship. From the engine room, a mechanical shrine permeated with the mixed scent of oil and incense, to the lower decks crowded with servitors and low-ranking crew, and then to the officers' mess hall decorated with Inquisition insignia and the Imperial Aquila. Her void field silently spread, and any hidden psychic fluctuations or distorted life signals had nowhere to hide from her perception. An elite squad composed of armed ratings and battle sisters followed closely, carrying out immediate arrests and genetic sampling of any targets she marked. Ultimately, 3 crew members carrying amulets of unknown origin and 1 engine technician who showed abnormal physiological reactions when Sidga approached were isolated and taken away. The atmosphere inside the black ship was taut, but at least the purity of the high-level command chain was confirmed. Chen Xi sat on the command throne, his fingertips gently tapping the adamantium armrest, his gaze sternly fixed on the blinking lights on the star map. The tragedy of Murmansk was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into his thoughts. Avilia, has the source of contamination been confirmed? His voice was low and sharp. The mechanical sage's bionic eye glowed red, and data streams surged in her logic core, genetic sample comparison, age determination of nest residues, backtracking of infected individuals' activity trajectories, comprehensive probability 97.8%. The source of contamination is not native to this area but arrived on the immigrant ship Star of the Urals, which reached Murmansk 3 years ago. The ship briefly detached from the escort formation during its voyage, entering an asteroid belt to evade, presumed to be the infection event window. 1 ship, 1 planet, almost destroyed. Chen Xi's voice was bone-chilling. Where did the Star of the Urals dock before? New Earth Island Starport, Arkhangelsk Colony, and the Starport of Rostov, the Star Sector capital. Avilia's reply was devoid of emotion, yet it struck Chen Xi's heart like a heavy hammer. However, the Starport of the Star Sector capital has strict management systems, and no signs of contamination spread have been found. Although the Gene Stealer, like deadly spores, had already quietly scattered throughout the entire subsector with that cursed ship, the strict management system Chen Xi had previously established effectively controlled the spread of Gene Stealer contamination. It's just that this alien contamination is incredibly difficult to guard against. Even with a strict vetting system, they still managed to contaminate the subsector. We can't wait any longer. Chen Xi suddenly stood up, the servo joints of his power armor emitting a low hum. His voice, through the ship-wide broadcast and encrypted astropathic communication, reached every corner of the subsector, carrying the absolute authority of an Inquisitor. Rostov subsector, full-scale purification operation, immediate activation. This order was like an exploding bomb, instantly throwing the entire subsector's bureaucracy and military machine into a frenzy. Amidst their shock, various factions quickly showed distinctly different reactions. The tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, following Chen Xi's orders, launched an unprecedented genetic screening operation across the subsector. Exploration servitors and servitor skulls were urgently modified, fitted with crude but effective biosignature scanners, swarming like metallic locusts into various colonies and ship interiors. Every modified mechanical construct repeated the same binary canticle: scan, compare, purify. According to the standards of the Imperial Mutation Self-Declaration Checklist, Gene Stealer contamination is highly deceptive. 3rd and 4th generation hybrids often only show slight skull thickening or abnormal skin pigmentation, not even meeting the standard for intermediate mutation in the mutation score. Because of this, Sage Avilia personally adjusted the screening parameters, not only to compare standard physiological mutation indicators but also to focus on detecting tyrannid biological markers hidden deep within the genetic sequence. Remember, we are not looking for obvious mutants. A tech priest in red robes lectured his subordinates, his mechanical vocalizer emitting a harsh hum. Those aliens identifiable by the naked eye have already been purified. Now, we need to catch the contaminators hidden below the standard mutation tolerance. He pulled up a holographic projection, displaying the Imperial legal mutation scoring standards. 1 point, abnormal hair, slight bone deformation. 3 points, extra digits, scaly skin. 10 points, functional appendages, psychic radiation. And the Gene Stealer, the projection switched to a dissected 4th generation hybrid. Their score might only be 2 to 5 points, just barely meeting the critical line for being able to serve. The screening quickly made progress. In the 3rd loading zone of New Earth Island Tai Kong port, a team of exploration servitors discovered an anomaly. Subtle sequence repetitions appeared in the genetic samples of 12 dock workers, a characteristic highly consistent with the tyrannid genetic markers extracted from the Murmansk nest. When the Department of Justice assault team broke in, these workers were gathered deep in the warehouse, chanting in low voices before a crudely carved 4-armed idol. However, even as the cleansing operation was in full swing, undercurrents surged within the Adeptus Mechanicus. Some tech priests keenly realized this was an excellent opportunity to acquire precious tyrannid genetic samples. They began secretly intercepting some non-critical contamination data or tissue fragments, attempting to bypass Mars's monopoly for research. This sparked a small-scale internal academic dispute. Chapter 444, Extremism and Heresy. The power of the ecclesiarchy was mobilized to an unprecedented degree, and the entire faith system operated at full capacity like a precise machine. Every church and every mission station became a screening outpost, with strict vigilance hidden behind thick oak doors. In the light filtering through the stained glass, even the suspended dust seemed to carry a sense of warning. Chanting and incense continued day and night, and long lines formed in front of confessionals. Believers nervously clutched their rosaries, unaware that a heretic might be lurking among the penitents beside them. The priests' ears had to listen not only for sins but also for any suspicious phrasing. Priests and fanatical missionaries, holding sacred relics that had been simply modified to detect faint psychic disturbances, scanned every believer with piercing gazes, not missing any suspicious clues. They paid particular attention to those who were excessively pious. The lesson from Murmansk taught them that this was precisely the perfect disguise for fourth-generation gene stealers. Believers who knelt for too long, donated too generously, or prayed with excessive fervor were subjected to even stricter scrutiny. In Kherson, a bishop even ordered the burning of a batch of Holy Communion wafer ingredients, donated by model believers, that were detected to contain unknown biological enzymes, causing a small panic. In the soaring flames, onlookers saw strange viscous fluid seeping from the flour bags, and only then did they realize that the corruption of heresy had long permeated the Holy Communion. The figures of ecclesiarchy inquisitors also became active. Anyone who showed unusual interest in images of the four-armed emperor or had non-standard holy icons hidden in their homes would be immediately taken away for severe interrogation. The dungeons echoed with the wails of heretics, and holy flames purified every inch of suspicious skin. Even the most subtle signs of heresy were verified by the most extreme means. The Department of Justice's response was the most direct and brutal. Arbitrators in dark uniforms, wearing skull badges, swarmed out like worker bees, armed with heavy enforcer shotguns and stun batons, brutally cordoning off streets, searching private residences, and checking identities. Their data slates were directly connected to the central database established by Avilia. Anyone with abnormal genetic files, recent medical records showing unexplained infections, or who behaved improperly during the panic, would be immediately detained. Prisons and temporary detention centers were overflowing. In port cities and space stations, the Department of Justice even took over the inspection rights of all incoming vessels, using such heavy-handed methods that they caused several small-scale conflicts. Some Department of Justice officials also took the opportunity to crack down on rivals or eliminate local troublemakers, using gene stealer suspect as the most effective charge. But these actions seemed insignificant compared to the gene stealer invasion. Neither the Inquisition nor the sector government ignored these transgressions or abuses of power. There was only one requirement: zero tolerance for gene stealers. Chen Xi's directive itself was a manifestation of the Inquisition's will. Inquisitors and their retinues, affiliated with the Xenos Inquisition, were urgently summoned to form elite teams, targeting high-risk objectives: suspicious deep space cargo ships, remote mining outposts, or hubs like New Land Island Tai Kong port that had close contact with the Star of Ural. Their methods were more professional and more lethal, often accompanied by the roar of bolters and the flash of psychic energy. At the same time, Chen Xi also leveraged his connections within the Demonculaba Inquisition and the Hereticus Inquisition, wary that the gene stealer crisis might be exploited by chaos forces. Information sharing and territorial divisions between different Inquisition factions also led to subtle friction. But everyone maintained restraint, knowing what was most important and what could be temporarily set aside. In this purification operation sweeping across the entire subsector, the Silent Sisters became the sharpest spearhead of the Imperium. Their silent figures moved through smoke-filled streets, dark and damp underground pipes, and the intricate compartments of spaceports. Wherever they passed, even the air seemed to freeze. Various Silent Sister squads, like deadly shadows, were precisely deployed to areas with the greatest screening resistance and the most reports of psychic anomalies. Their great swords remained sheathed, but the suffocating void field had already made Xenos corruption impossible to hide. These warriors from the Hunter Demon Order acted precisely and lethally, often able to directly force out hidden chaos corruption and traces of gene stealer infiltration where conventional screening methods failed. When they entered an area, psychic illusions would dissipate like morning mist, gene stealer hive mind connections would suddenly sever, and even the most concealed warp rifts would temporarily close. A-Tech priests wrote in a data log, their arrival is like throwing a water purification tablet into murky water, making all impurities clearly visible. However, this power also brought inevitable alienation. The nature of the untouchables filled ordinary soldiers and civilians with instinctive awe and fear towards them. During the purification operation in the Arkhangelsk colony, when Sidga's squad passed through the central square, the previously crowded populace quickly parted like a receding tide, with some even vomiting on the spot due to excessive panic. The older Silent Sisters were long accustomed to this, but some newly appointed apprentice sisters would still frown slightly behind their visors. They could sever psychic energy, but they could not sever this repulsion stemming from life's instinct. However, from the moment they became Silent Sisters, they were destined to bear these burdens. At this moment, they were the sharpest blade in Chen Xi's hand to deal with gene stealer contamination. And this blade was shining with a cold light in every corner of the Rostov subsector, piercing through the filth hidden beneath the facade of prosperity, one by one. Chen Xi stood on the bridge, gazing at the flickering lights on the star map New Earth Island Tai Kong Port, Arkhangelsk, Kherson. Each light could conceal another Murmansk tragedy. This unprecedented dragnet surge consumed vast resources and generated panic and injustice, like a bone-scraping detoxification. My lord, such intensity, the subsector's operations will fall into semi-paralysis, a senior staff officer cautiously reminded. Chen Xi's gaze did not waver in the slightest. Paralysis is better than destruction. The Rostov subsector does not have the foundation of a millennia-old hive city, nor space marine monasteries stationed here, let alone a massive fleet cluster. We are like a newly built wooden house on frozen ground. A pestilence can uproot us. His voice was low but filled with firm resolve. I would rather let this subsector tremble in fear for 10 years than give those model citizens hiding in the shadows 10 years to hatch swarms of destruction. Chapter 445, New Earth Island Taikong Port. The New Earth Island Taikong Port, a relatively new starport, floats in orbit. However, calling it newly built isn't entirely accurate. This is because the main structure of this starport was not newly constructed on site. Instead, 10 years ago, during the critical period when the Rostov expedition was in full swing, to meet the urgent demand of the subsector for a large material transfer hub, the Adeptus Mechanicus of the Mariupol Forge world used immense engineering power to tow and relocate an existing starport, originally located in another corner of its sector, to this location. For the vast administrative system of the Empire, this method of operation is quite common. The reason is that building a facility that meets the standards of a starport is an extremely complex and incredibly expensive process. In contrast, finding and relocating an existing, largely intact starport from other areas within the Imperial territory is much less difficult and costly. This phenomenon seems contradictory, but it has its own logic. The ancient technological blueprints mastered by the Adeptus Mechanicus are extremely unbalanced. They might face numerous difficulties when constructing a new battleship-class starship, yet they possess the power to move planetary orbits and reshape sector patterns. This technological gap and extreme asymmetry in development have long been an unavoidable and fundamental reality in this Warhammer universe. The relocated starport was originally just a single-function logistics node under the control of the Mariupol Forge world. When it was at its original site, it played a negligible role in the entire operation network of the Forge world, with very limited function and value. Since its location was not a strategic stronghold or transportation hub, its core function was strictly limited to receiving, storing, and transferring various materials that would ultimately arrive at the Mariupol Forge world. Such a singular and clear functional positioning directly shaped its physical form. The main structure of the entire starport was occupied by continuous, massive storage areas, forming a landscape like metal mountains. Accordingly, no large-scale permanent resident communities ever formed within the starport, only the technical personnel, security, and laborers necessary to maintain its minimum operation. Therefore, over the long years, it never managed to foster any complex social structures or community ecology, and naturally could not be classified as an imperial world in the usual sense, possessing a complete social form. It needs to be specially noted here that the imperial concept of world is actually very broad and inclusive. Its definition extends far beyond merely planets with colonized surfaces. Within the vast territory and complex administrative framework of the Empire, the concept of imperial world has broad inclusivity. Any space station, orbital facility, or even a large starport like New Earth Island itself, that has a permanent population and undertakes clear administrative or managerial functions, meets the basic conditions for being included in the imperial world category. These facilities are also under the strict jurisdiction of imperial law and may be governed by a star district governor or dedicated administrators appointed by the imperial authorities, depending on their size and importance. Of course, the most basic threshold still exists. The entity must be officially recognized by the imperial authorities and integrated into its management system, at least needing to be a unit assigned clear administrative responsibilities. It cannot merely be a facility point that performs a single function, or an uninhabited, unmanaged blank area. In the decades since its relocation to the Rostov subsector, this starport has undergone continuous expansion and upgrade projects. The continuous addition of new berths and various functional modules has significantly increased its capacity and capabilities. These later added structures, combined with regular meticulous maintenance, have given the starport a relatively new overall appearance. This external sense of newness has, to some extent, obscured the past service history carried by its core structure. However, this sense of newness has recently been covered by a heavy, somber atmosphere. The pervasive shadow of Gene Stealer xenomorph infiltration, and the subsequent harsh order for no quarter and total purification issued by Star District Governor Chen Xi, led to an efficient and deadly cleansing within the starport. The fervent fire of faith of the Battle Sisters and the precise enforcement firepower of the Department of Justice, following Inquisition standard procedures, eliminated a large number of confirmed infected or highly suspected mutants and contaminated personnel. The most stubborn mark left by this purification operation is the pungent and persistent smell of burnt protein, thoroughly incinerated at extremely high temperatures, which still lingers in certain areas of the starport. Walking along the wide but oppressive main aisle everywhere the eye could see, there were traces of the cleansing. Some structures that might have been small workshops, temporary living quarters, or commercial stalls, now only consisted of charred frameworks and twisted metal, sealed off by heavy isolation belts and Department of Justice warning signs, with the air permeated by post-incineration dust. Teams of enforcers in dark blue uniforms, fully armed, patrolled the aisles in groups of 3 or 5, their heavy, regular footsteps echoing, and the scanners under their helmets vigilantly sweeping every corner and the few pedestrians. Occasionally, armored personnel carriers, painted solemn black and red and bearing the Department of Justice emblem, silently drove by, their roof-mounted searchlights cutting through the dimness, adding to the grim atmosphere. It was this pervasive, almost tangible, acrid smell of scorching that forced Chen Xi and the accompanying silent sister Sidka, who had just set foot in the place, to instinctively pull their respirators tight almost the moment the hatch opened. Slightly unexpectedly, mechanical sage Avelia also frowned slightly, quickly placing a delicately crafted, self-made respirator over her mouth and nose. Although she held the esteemed position of Adeptus Mechanicus Sage, a series of unique past experiences allowed her to retain a far greater proportion of organic components than her peers, her external form more closely resembling a highly modified human than a pure mechanical construct. This also granted her more acute sensory experiences and emotional fluctuations closer to those of an ordinary person. The ventilation system in this place is shockingly inefficient. Avilia's voice sounded somewhat muffled through the respirator, but the meaning of her complaint was clearly discernible. While deftly adjusting several precise instruments and a floating servitor skull hanging from her waist, she activated her wrist device, deploying a pale blue air purification field with a radius of about 2 meters. This smell of burnt protein, the concentration indicates it has accumulated for at least a week, it's torture for the nose. She complained to Chen Xi, pointing at the traces of purification. Chen Xi did not respond to the complaint, merely scanning the surrounding environment with his sharp, hawk-like eyes. His gaze swept over the charred ruins, the patrolling soldier teams, and a temporary checkpoint guarded by battle sisters in the distance, his cold gaze like an assessment of an on-site report. Without a word, he and Sidga tacitly stepped into the purification field deployed by Avilia. Although one was a powerful Inquisitor Lord and Star District Governor, and the other a silent sister capable of severing warp powers, the acrid, burnt stench, mixed with despair and an aura of iron and blood, that permeated the New Earth Island Tai Kong port was impactful enough to make any creature with a sense of smell instinctively seek refuge. The air purification field emitted a faint hum, temporarily isolating the external foulness, but the sight of the ruins in their field of vision, silently testifying to the brutal cleansing, formed another layer of unshakable gloom. Chapter 446, Purified Airport. Governor, welcome. A great sister, clad in the standard battle sister power armor with a prominent holy emblem emblazoned on her shoulder guard, led a small squad of fully armed battle sisters on the spacious, somewhat oppressive tarmac of New Earth Island Airport, welcoming Chen Xi's arrival. The cold metal ground reflected their solemn figures. The sisters standing solemnly behind her still bore faint scorch marks and smoke stains on their power armor from the cleansing operation, as if silently narrating the intensity of the purifying fire not long ago. My sincerest apologies, Governor. The great sister's voice, muffled and slightly distorted, emanated from her full coverage helmet. The power armor's internal air circulation system hummed lowly, working at full capacity to block out the nauseating smell of burning. You have personally come here, only to be confronted with such an environment. The New Earth Island Airport has just undergone a thorough purification, and the embers have not yet dissipated. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the helmet's visor, sweeping over Chen Xi and the silent sister Siddiga behind him with an apologetic air. She then explained, her concern clearly audible in her tone, what's more troublesome is that before their annihilation, those Xenos specifically destroyed the critical core of the New Earth Island Airport's air circulation system. Our tech priests have been working day and night, but the shortage of key components has severely hindered repair progress. Chen Xi's gaze sharply swept across the distant parts of the tarmac, where several ruins, sealed off by thick isolation belts and warning stakes flashing red lights, were still emitting wisps of ominous green smoke, and the air was filled with a suffocating silence. This silence was not entirely soundless, but rather deliberately suppressed. In the corners, a few scattered survivors, wrapped in crude blankets or work clothes, huddled beside temporarily distributed relief supplies, their eyes vacant or filled with terror as they furtively watched the governor's entourage, their presence as thin and silent as shadows. Further away, several New Earth Island Airport technical workers, dressed in oil-stained overalls and wearing simple respirators, were heavily pushing carts laden with charred metal debris, attempting to clear a passage, the sound of metal wheels rolling on the cold deck sounding particularly harsh and futile. Besides the stubborn stench of burning, the air also faintly carried the pungent smell of disinfectant and lingering dust. The entire New Earth Island Airport's streets were enveloped in a post-disaster weariness and lingering tension. He nodded slightly, turning to the great sister, his voice steady and with approval. You've worked hard, great sister. The Imperium will remember everything you've done. You have protected this place. For the Emperor. The great sister immediately straightened her posture, striking her chest plate forcefully with her right hand, producing a crisp metallic clang, responding to the governor's affirmation. Chen Xi's gaze then turned to the mechanical sage Avilia beside him, who was intently gazing at the data stream projected by the servitor skull floating before her. Sage Avilia, Chen Xi ordered Avilia beside him, I need you to immediately inspect the damage to the New Earth Island Airport's air circulation system and submit a feasible solution to me as soon as possible. This is the top priority. Understood, Governor. Avilia's voice, calm and efficient, came through her self-made, intricately designed respirator. She lightly waved a mechanical finger embedded with a data interface, and several servitor skulls immediately changed their scanning direction. Initial scans show structural damage at multiple key nodes. I will now proceed to the main control node for a detailed diagnosis. Before her words finished, she had already controlled the servitor skull, taking steps and walking directly towards the target area, without the slightest delay in her movements. Emperor's protection. The great sister's tone conveyed genuine, relieved anticipation, even mixed with a hint of barely concealed fatigue. For Sage Avilia to lend her aid is truly a godsend. Governor, this smell, she paused, seemingly struggling to control her breathing beneath her helmet, it's not just discomfort. It permeates everything, severely hindering the New Earth Island Airport's return to order, and silently eroding the health and morale of the stationed personnel. Her voice carried a deep sense of worry. Sidga, behind Chen Xi, also showed a worried expression, although her thick face mask completely obscured her features. Her knuckles, gripping the electromagnetic crossbow in her hand, were slightly white, and her body maintained a taut posture, ready to respond to any threat at any moment. As if the air was not merely filled with foul odors, but also a potential source of contamination requiring high vigilance. The Imperium's warriors will not be defeated by a smell. Chen Xi's gaze returned from the ruins and the figures of patrolling soldiers in the distance, settling on the great sister, and he responded in a deep voice. His tone carried both an affirmation of the warrior's resilience and a clear understanding of the real threat. But then he changed the subject, saying with a grave tone, "But you are right, great sister. This is by no means merely a sensory issue, its erosion of order and personnel status is a real, urgent threat." "Precisely, Governor." The great sister's voice gained strength from the clear support, but her concern was also evident. She urgently added, "With the circulation system paralyzed, the filth simply cannot be effectively cleared. Pathogens are breeding, accumulating. In a confined space of this scale, we cannot afford the cost of a plague, or worse, a biochemical disaster. Every moment of delay doubles the risk." At this moment, Avilia also completed her initial scan, responding calmly in a mechanically cold tone. "Preliminary analysis confirms that physical isolation and existing temporary purification measures cannot replace the core functions of the circulation system. In a confined environment, the source of contamination persists, and the biological hazard risk index is rapidly increasing. The threat that the Great Sister is concerned about has been assessed as extremely high in both its probability and hazard level." Chen Xi nodded slightly, his sharp gaze, like a tangible force, swept over everyone present, the Great Sister, Sitka, and Avilia's back. He then straightened his body and loudly issued the command, "Avilia, identify the core of the problem and confirm the resources and specific plan required for repair. Great Sister, please mobilize all forces to fully cooperate with Sage Avilia's work, clear any obstacles, and ensure the smooth progress of repairs." Finally, his gaze fell on the silent bodyguard beside him. "Sitka, I need you to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the New Earth Island airport to ensure that no soil for chaos contamination is breeding here. Remain vigilant." "Yes, Governor." The Great Sister immediately bowed in acceptance of the order. "Command confirmed." Avilia's voice came from not far away. And Sitka, the silent sister, responded to Chen Xi's command with an extremely standard imperial sign language gesture, imbued with a sense of silent power, then turned and, as if merging into the shadows, began her patrol. As for Chen Xi himself, accompanied by the Great Sister, he walked towards the New Earth Island Airport's Port Authority Center, which was currently the administrative hub of the New Earth Island Airport, responsible for controlling all matters, big and small, of the entire New Earth Island Airport. Chapter 447 Imperial Citizen. Inside the New Earth Island Airport's Port Authority building, due to the building's excellent ceiling and self-circulating air purification system, the indoor air quality was quite good, allowing Chen Xi to finally remove the respirator that made him uncomfortable. When he took the mask off his face, the metal buckle made a slight click, a sound that seemed exceptionally pleasant at that moment. This made him let out a long sigh of relief. After all, if he had to wear a respirator all the time, unless there was a special need or a quirk in that regard, no one liked to have something hanging on their face. The sticky feeling of the rubber seal pressing against his skin, and the humming sound of the filtration device operating, all made him feel annoyed. Not to mention that his voice would become muffled when speaking with it on, and eating and drinking were incredibly troublesome. It was really too inconvenient. Of course, in the Warhammer world, there are multiple solutions to this problem. Although this galaxy is full of dangers, humanity's tech tree has also developed various solutions for harsh environments. For example, like Avilia just now, she could deploy a purification force field through some device or a specialized servitor skull, using force field technology to solve the air pollution problem. The mechanical constructs floating around her deployed a force field barrier in the air, isolating all harmful substances. This technology is quite simple for the Imperium. The palaces of some top nobles and wealthy individuals living at the top of Hive City spires use this technology. Otherwise, even living above the stratosphere, the pollution of the Hive City atmosphere and the thin air above the stratosphere would be quite unsuitable for survival. Beneath those gilded domes, nobles enjoyed air as pure as a garden world, while thousands of meters beneath their feet, hundreds of millions of commoners struggled to survive in toxic smog. Luxurious facilities like the top-level palaces of those Hive City nobles and private spaceports all had such force field technology at work. These facilities were usually meticulously maintained by red-robed tech priests, ensuring that the privileged dignitaries would never feel a trace of the outside filth. Even New Earth Island Airport itself had such force field generators operating. These massive generators, hidden within the building structure, operated constantly, emitting an almost inaudible hum. These force fields were primarily used for air isolation in open spaces, preventing precious oxygen from escaping into the void of space, blocking the intrusion of external harmful substances, and when necessary, these force fields would also act as shields, or simply as multifunctional shields. When the airport was attacked, these force fields would immediately transform into energy barriers strong enough to withstand laser cannon fire. However, generally speaking, such force field generators are quite large devices. One that could be used by a single person was undoubtedly a mechanical sage's private collection. Those exquisite devices were often shaped like religious artifacts, their surfaces covered with binary prayers and Adeptus Mechanicus runes. Because of this, for individuals not wanting to wear a respirator, a single-person force field generator is a good choice, but it also means needing a very generous wallet and a good relationship with the Adeptus Mechanicus. After all, the Adeptus Mechanicus never easily gives their technological treasures to outsiders. Moreover, such a piece of equipment could very likely be more expensive than a suit of power armor. In the black markets of certain forge worlds, a palm-sized personal force field generator could be traded for an entire company's standard equipment. Meanwhile, fully enclosed power armor often offers very good protective performance in many situations. Those heavy armor plates can not only withstand bullets and lasers, but the built-in life support system also allows the user to survive in various extreme environments. Furthermore, a relatively ordinary power armor is not expensive. A non-Astartes power armor might only cost tens of thousands of throne gelds to buy a set, and even simpler versions can further reduce the price. These simple power armor suits are quite common in the middle levels of Hive City, and many security companies and private armed forces purchase them. Of course, correspondingly, this relatively cheap, stripped-down power armor might only be similar to Crisis combat suits in general sci-fi works and does not possess the powerful defensive capabilities of Astartes power armor. Their outer shells are usually made of cheap alloys rather than adamantium, and the hydraulic systems at the joints often emit an irritating noise. However, a truly excellent power armor is still quite expensive. Those master-crafted pieces inherited from the Great Crusade era are each priceless treasures. Because things like master-crafted power armor and relic armor, their value can no longer be measured in throne gelds. These pieces of equipment are often preserved in the reliquaries of churches and are only brought out for the most solemn or critical occasions. Rogue traders measure their wealth in profit factors, and generally speaking, one profit factor might be equivalent to the wealth that an entire imperial world can generate. Similarly, there is also power armor so expensive that its value needs to be measured in profit factors. Certain legendary battle armors, rumored to have been personally blessed by a primarch, are valuable enough to buy a small fleet. However, the above options are for those who are relatively wealthy. The vast number of ordinary commoners in the Imperium are not so lucky, or do not have so much money to bear these expenses. For them, just surviving today is already the Emperor's grace. They might not even be able to afford a good respirator, only able to acquire one by salvaging loot from corpses, or simply assembling one themselves from scraps. In the black markets of the Hive City under Hive, makeshift breathing devices cobbled together from scrap metal and plastic pipes are commonplace. Don't find it incredible, this is how the common people at the bottom of the Imperium live in the warmer world. Every day is a dance with death, and every breath of air could bring a fatal disease. Moreover, this is a necessity for their lives. Without a respirator, they could very likely contract lung rot or other fatal diseases within a short time due to inhaling large amounts of toxic and harmful gases, leading to death in a short period. Workers in factory districts often cough up black blood clots before they are 30 years old. The Imperium's medical technology is quite advanced, making it not impossible for a person to live 1,000 years, but the average lifespan of the Imperium's common people does not exceed 40 years. This ironic contrast is a true reflection of the Imperium's current state. Of course, if one is lucky enough to live in the mid-hive or similar areas of a hive city, and there are Adeptus Mechanicus temples or sanctums nearby, then things are relatively simpler. At least there, obtaining basic bionic modifications is not out of reach. The Adeptus Mechanicus's bionic transplantation technology is very advanced, even capable of transforming people into a cyberpunk style, with not enough human content to fry a plate of brain matter. Those modified humans, with over 90% of their bodies replaced by machinery, are often regarded as semi-sacred beings by the followers of the Adeptus Mechanicus. And non-combat bionics are not expensive for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Transplanting an artificial lung capable of resisting harsh environments for an ordinary human might only cost a few hundred throne gelds. This artificial organ, replacing the lungs, can automatically filter toxins from the air, allowing the user to no longer need additional breathing apparatus. This is roughly equivalent to half a year's salary for an ordinary mid-hive clerk. If one is truly willing to save money, it would take about 1 to 2 years to save enough. While it would require a frugal lifestyle, it is at least a visible hope. If the cost of a lung transplant is too high, one can also replace their face and directly install the respirator on their face, which is much simpler and also saves money. People whose faces have been replaced by metal masks are common sights on the streets of some mid-hives, their breathing always accompanied by a mechanical hiss. Chapter 448, Mutants and Children of the Stars. If one was truly strapped for cash or couldn't find a legitimate channel like the Adeptus Mechanicus, various hive gangs also had cybernetics for sale, but the quality and safety of these items were rather questionable. Those shadowy operating rooms were piled high with rusty tools and suspicious liquids. Although installation was included, you couldn't guarantee that the person installing these cybernetics wasn't planning to remove them after you died and sell them to the next person. The gang doctors' methods were appallingly crude, with the post-operative infection rate as high as 70%. And this process typically only took a few months. The black market for cybernetics run by gangs was like a never-ending revolving door. People constantly went in, and people were constantly carried out. Although it was indeed very cheap. A used respirator modified by a gang might only cost 1/10 of the price through legitimate channels, and of course, its lifespan might also only be 1/10. Of course, if these options weren't to your liking, there were other choices in the Imperium. Though this galaxy was cruel, opportunities also existed. For example, by undergoing biological modification and ascending to become an Astartes, the harsh natural environment would no longer pose any harm to you, as an Astartes was designed to maintain combat capability in all kinds of extreme environments. Those superhuman warriors, having undergone 19 modification surgeries, could even briefly survive in a vacuum. If becoming an Astartes was too difficult, the Adeptus Mechanicus's biological modification technology could also solve the problem. Those red-robed technicians possessed astonishing biochemical knowledge. Although the Adeptus Mechanicus advocated abandoning the flesh and embracing the blessings of metal and machinery, this did not mean that the Adeptus Mechanicus's biochemical modification level was low. On the contrary, their research into the essence of life might be more profound than any other organization. One must know that the Imperium's gene slaves were even taller and stronger than the Emperor's custodian guard. These giants, over 3 meters tall, could work in the harshest environments, their muscle tissue tougher than steel. However, they did not possess high intelligence or thinking ability, they were merely a group of human forklifts and loading tools. These pathetic creations often did not live beyond 5 years, dying from organ failure. Even in various hive cities, the hive gangs held a large number of biological modification technologies, both legal and illegal, enough to transform a person beyond their own recognition. From simple muscle enhancement to complete alteration of appearance, anything could be bought on the black market if one could afford the price. Again, for the Imperium, even if you were at the lowest rung of imperial commoners, there was still more than one way to solve a problem. The only difference was what price you had to pay. The living standards of imperial worlds were indeed uneven, the disparity between two imperial worlds could be even greater than that between a human and a dog. On some worlds, residents lived in paradises comparable to utopias, while other worlds were veritable living hells. It's no exaggeration to say that in the Imperium of the 40K era, you could witness all stages of human civilization and technological development, from the most primitive tribal societies to highly futuristic interstellar civilizations. This vast empire spanning the galaxy was like a living museum of civilization. The pinnacle of human technology could even create extinction relics capable of slaying a Primarch, and autonomous machines that fed on concepts, but at the same time, the galaxy was not lacking in human colonies whose technology had regressed to the primitive stage. On those forgotten worlds, residents worshipped non-rusting metal fragments as divine blessings. And now, although the Imperium had lost a great deal of technology, the Imperium itself still possessed powerful strength sufficient to dominate the galaxy. Those ancient STC templates and relics from the Dark Age continue to write hope for humanity's survival. It's just that, generally speaking, the blessings brought by this powerful foundation left behind by ancient humanity do not flow down to the ordinary lower-class citizens of the Imperium. Those fate-changing technologies are always held in the hands of a few. Just like when Chen Xi arrived at the spaceport earlier, he saw the laborers working there. These ragged figures formed the most basic workforce of the Imperium. These people, simply wearing ordinary one-piece work suits and covering their mouths and noses with cloth strips or rudimentary respirators, were clearing the burnt ruins of the spaceport through physical labor. Their movements were mechanical and skilled, clearly accustomed to such harsh working conditions. Meanwhile, right next to them, separated only by a road, the spaceport defense forces, clad in full body armor, could use fully enclosed helmets with respirators, and even further away from them, the battle sisters in full power armor were even more advanced. This stark contrast silently spoke volumes about the class disparities within the Imperium. However, these ordinary laborers were already considered to be living a relatively good life in the Imperium, at least they had stable jobs and income, allowing them to support themselves with relative ease. Compared to their compatriots struggling for survival in the lower levels of the Hive City, they seemed to be living in paradise. In fact, even as these laborers were clearing the spaceport ruins, beneath their feet, in the pipeline areas under the spaceport streets, another group of Imperial citizens also lived. Those dark, damp tunnels were crowded with lives untouched by sunlight. However, they were usually not recognized as citizens by the Imperial authorities, and often not even as human beings. In the Imperium's archives, they were merely pests that needed to be periodically cleared. They could only live in narrow areas like sewers or ventilation ducts, avoiding contact with ordinary Imperial citizens, and many didn't even have jobs. These societal outcasts formed underground communities, struggling to survive by supporting each other. These people survived entirely by scavenging garbage from the streets and collecting sewage, and a lucky few managed to sneak onto a void ship when it docked at the spaceport, thereby embarking on a different life. For them, boarding a spaceship meant escaping this hellish world. However, these people did not find a better place, they merely changed environments to continue enduring. Life on a void ship was equally arduous and full of unknown dangers. Moreover, it was highly likely that they would die due to various accidents when the void ship first jumped into the warp. Warp travel was nothing short of a nightmare for untrained ordinary people. These people were mutants, born in the void of space, and could also be called children of the stars. Their genes had mutated due to long-term radiation exposure, and their bodies often bore obvious signs of mutation. A significant portion of them formed the vast lower-class sailor population on Imperial void ships. As for a void ship's captain, they wouldn't care if there was one more person or one less person on board. These mutant sailors were like interchangeable parts, always in oversupply. Because warp jumps always resulted in casualties, whenever a void ship docked at a port, it would usually replenish some lost sailors through various means. Sometimes it was legitimate recruitment, but more often it was direct kidnapping or deception. It was also for this reason that chaos cult ideologies and gene stealer contamination would spread, propagating along the void ship's routes to more distant Imperial worlds. These unseen threats were often more deadly than open warfare. Chapter 449, Chen Xi's Policy. To the Imperium, mutants are a rather unwelcome existence. After all, genetic mutation was something the Emperor, who still walked among men in the ancient era, found very difficult to accept. This was a stubborn ailment left over from the old Night era, when subspace storms shrouded the galaxy and human civilization was fragmented and isolated. In those dark ages, countless human colonies were isolated and helpless, their gene pools inevitably sliding towards mutation under the influence of isolation and warp whispers. To give a simple example, the solar system alone had multiple pocket empires or forces such as the various warlords of Terra, the lunar gene cult, the Mars Mechanics, and the Saturn tech cabal. The Emperor first launched the unification wars to integrate the resources of the entire Terra, and only then did he conquer the Moon, persuade Mars, and sign a treaty with Saturn, assembling 20 legions of Astartes, military equipment sufficient to launch the Great Crusade, and the legendary Solar Auxilia, which could achieve favorable exchange ratios against the Astartes. According to the latest Saturn lore, after the Saturn tech cabal joined the Imperium, their army was reorganized into the Solar Auxilia. It is conceivable what the human civilization, once spread throughout the galaxy, would mutate into after its fragmentation due to the influence of the subspace storms. A well-known rumor in the 3K era, which could not be considered a mere rumor, stated that the Imperium determined whether something was human by examining its skull. If the skull was humanoid, it was human, and human genes had been altered to be less than those of a banana. The first half of this statement is correct, but the second half is pure nonsense. The Imperium examines skulls to determine the degree of mutation, not to determine if the genes still belong to humanity. Because when humans are affected by the warp and mutate, their skulls are often already severely mutated, which usually represents the degradation of the soul. It is precisely because of this that horns on the head and non-humanoid skulls are regarded by the Imperium as signs of severe degradation and truly warrant purification. However, general limb and flesh mutations are within the Imperium's tolerable range. It is precisely because of this that gene stealers, who look not much different from humans, can often conceal their identities, even infiltrating the noble courts of imperial worlds and corrupting entire planets. Inside the Port Authority building, Chen Xi was questioning the Great Sister about the mutants. Who is currently in charge of New Earth Island Airport? Where is the former airport governor? Chen Xi looked around, not seeing the governor responsible for the airport's daily management, his tone carrying an inquiry. Great Sister Katarina stood ramrod straight, the servo mechanisms of her power armor humming faintly. Her voice was as hard as metal. The former airport governor was infected by gene stealers, Inquisitor. He and his core adherents have been purified. Currently, the main daily affairs of New Earth Island Airport are temporarily managed by myself and my Adeptus Auroritas. She paused, forcibly suppressing the impatience in her voice, but her aversion to administrative work was still clearly discernible. Inquisitor, please send someone to take over this management position as soon as possible. I am truly not skilled at management. Compared to these documents and scheduling, I yearn more to purify those mutants and heretics for Her Majesty the Saint. That is the duty of a battle sister. Great Sister Katarina, I understand, Chen Xi sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. Frankly, I also dislike these management tasks. But it is our duty to maintain the airport's operation. Rostov subsector is currently extremely short on manpower, not just basic laborers, but qualified managers are equally hard to find. His eyes, filled with earnestness, looked at the Great Sister. Until a new airport governor arrives, I appoint you as acting governor. You may manage this place according to your own ideas and wishes, of course, within the framework of imperial law and ecclesiarchy doctrine. If you have any needs, you can also tell me, and I will try my best to fulfill them. Great Sister Katarina's expression instantly became extremely complex. Obeying orders is the battle sister's sacred duty, but to make her manage those imperial citizens whom she considered flawed, especially to tolerate less pious behavior, was simply an ordeal to her faith. Inquisitor, I obey your command. Her voice held a struggle, but you know, my sisters are the sword for purifying heretics, not the shepherd's crook for comforting ignorant souls. We know how to command combat squads to purify heretic strongholds, but we don't know how to manage those subjects who have weak faith in Her Majesty the Saint, or even harbor idleness. This makes us feel pained. She finally couldn't help but bring up the core contradiction. As for the mutants, her words stopped abruptly, but the burning, zero-tolerance attitude towards any form of alien and corruption in her eyes had already said it all. Chen Xi completely understood this conflict stemming from the depths of faith. He took a step closer, his voice low and serious. I understand your zero-tolerance attitude towards heretics, that is beyond doubt. But Katarina, please remember, those less pious citizens, and those subjects who bear mutations due to misfortune, they are still imperial citizens, members of humanity. Irresponsibly sending all of them to the pyre is a great waste, and an affront to the Emperor's grace. Life is the Emperor's currency, we should use it wisely, not waste it. Guiding them, letting them serve the Imperium in useful positions, this is also a difficult dedication, perhaps more testing of patience than purifying a battlefield. I understand, Inquisitor. Great Sister Katarina took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing her inner conflict. Ultimately, obedience and rational consideration prevailed. I will do my best to fulfill the duties of acting governor until a successor arrives. But I must again request that you quickly dispatch personnel skilled in management and preaching to assist, especially in handling those issues of faith. She quickly turned the topic to a more practical issue that better suited her current duties. Additionally, regarding those mutant settlements in the airport's underground pipe areas, how do you plan to deal with them? Under the former governor's policy of limited restraint and management, they have formed stable settlements, even with families and communities, and their numbers are considerable. The former airport governor's policy was, as long as the mutants did not damage the underground structures and pipes, their existence would be tolerated. Security forces would regularly clear out those severely mutated individuals deemed dangerous. The advantage of this was that mutants handled a large amount of the airport's waste and could supplement sailors for incoming and outgoing ships, enhancing the airport's appeal. But the drawbacks were equally obvious. Mutation worsened through inheritance, mutants could not receive treatment, and deepening despair and mutation made them more susceptible to warp contamination, becoming a potential breeding ground for chaos cults. They were part of the Imperium, yet excluded, dangerous outcasts. Chen Xi's gaze became focused and pragmatic. This was one of his key considerations for this trip. The old management method was out of sight, out of mind, which does not solve the fundamental problem but instead buries hidden dangers. He explained his plan. My idea is to bring them under effective management. By regularly distributing basic medical drugs, we can control the extent of their mutation, preventing it from deteriorating to an unmanageable state. At the same time, we will utilize them as labor. Those with mild mutations can be assigned simple jobs such as porters. The airport, having been purified, is also lacking in basic labor. This will not only alleviate our manpower shortage but, more importantly, placing them under management will allow for effective monitoring, reducing their risk of being deceived by chaos cults and improving public order. Great Sister Katarina listened carefully. Although allowing mutants to exist legally and providing them with medical support still made her instinctively uncomfortable, Chen Xi's logic was clear and aligned with the practical needs of Rostov subsector manpower shortage and stability above all else. Especially the 2 points of using them to fill labor gaps and curb the proliferation of chaos were extremely valuable for the current subsector. She weighed her options carefully and finally nodded. Inquisitor, I understand your considerations. This, indeed, aligns with the current practical needs of Rostov subsector. I will attempt to bring those underground settlements under management, provide limited medical support and drugs as you instructed, and identify usable laborers to assign them work. Chapter 450, Rustscar and D7. Deep within the shadows of New Earth Island Airport, the air was thick with the stench of rotting garbage and years of accumulated oil. Adjacent to the labyrinthine network of massive sewage pipes, a mutants community known as Rustscar struggled to survive. The terrifying aftermath of the purge operation led personally by Great Sister Katarina a few weeks prior still clung to everyone's memory like cold rust. Old Cripple, an old man who could only drag his right leg due to severe ossification of the joint, was the community's recognized coordinator. Currently, he watched as several young men awkwardly patched a section of ventilation duct lining, torn by stray bullets, using scavenged scrap metal sheets. The air still seemed to carry the scent of charred flesh, a deep-seated imprint left by chainswords tearing through flesh, bolter rounds pulverizing torsos, and especially the destructive high heat of promethium flames. That storm-like purge swept through several neighboring settlements, targeting heretics and severely mutated individuals. The Rustscar community narrowly escaped because of its deeper location, timely warning, and Old Cripple's decisive order to seal all secondary passages. But the seeds of fear were deeply sown. The Imperial Security Force's regular cleanup days were already terrifying enough, and the arrival of the Adeptus Auroritas represented an absolute, unquestionable destructive force from the highest will of the Imperium. The community grew even more silent. Any slight disturbance could cause a panicked commotion, and distrust and vigilance towards Imperial power reached their peak. It was in this oppressive atmosphere that the Imperium's reach extended once more, but in a completely different manner. Several teams of low-ranking officials, dressed in the coarse uniforms of airport guards and holding crude data slates, appeared nervously near the pipe connections at the main entrance of the Rustscar community, heavily escorted by armed soldiers. The soldiers' muzzles were lowered, but their fingers were tightly gripping their trigger guards, and their eyes scanned every dark corner and shadow behind the garbage heaps in the depths of the pipes, the air thick with tension. An official who looked like a minor leader, pale-faced, tried to straighten his back and raised a buzzing, distorted megaphone, shouting into the deep pipes, by order of the acting governor, the esteemed Great Sister Katarina, and Inquisitor Chen Xi. Announcing to all Imperial citizens in this area. His voice was somewhat strained due to nervousness, echoing in the empty pipes. The Imperium will implement new management policies for the mutant settlements in this area. Listen carefully. He swallowed, reading from the data slate. 1. Basic medicine to inhibit mutation deterioration will be distributed once a month at designated reception points. To be claimed upon registration. 2. Members with limb mutations within the Imperial standard for mild mutations will be recruited. Those deemed qualified after screening can engage in designated airport work such as centralized garbage disposal and primary pipe maintenance. In exchange for fixed food rations. 3. All settlements must relocate within the specified time frame to the D7 abandoned maintenance bay area designated by the Imperium. To be subject to unified management. Repeating, relocate to D7 area. Having finished, the official seemed to have exhausted his courage. He quickly lowered the megaphone, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and anxiously looked at the heavily armed guard captain beside him. Deep within the pipes, there was a deathly silence, broken only by the dripping sound of garbage dripping putrid water. Countless eyes watched them from the darkness, filled with suspicion, fear, and deep hostility. After a long while, a hunched figure, dragging a stiff leg, slowly shuffled out from behind a pile of twisted metal scrap. It was Old Cripple. His cloudy eyes swept over the soldiers' cold muzzles and the officials' uneasy faces, finally resting on the minor leader who had made the announcement, and he spoke hoarsely. Medicine? Work? Move. He uttered each word slowly, heavy with suspicion. Imperial lords, when have they ever cared about our lives? Last time, those in black power armor, just finished burning people. Now, what new tricks do they want to play? Gather us all together, so it's easier to burn us cleaner next time. His words caused a suppressed commotion and low murmurs of agreement deep within the pipes. The official's face grew even paler. He looked at the guard captain for help. The captain, a grim-faced veteran, stepped forward, his gun muzzle slightly raised, his voice devoid of any inflection. Orders are orders. This is not a discussion. Medicine and work are the Inquisitor's grace. Relocation is a mandatory requirement. D7 area is safer than here, and easier to manage. You have 3 days to prepare. In 3 days, we will return. Those who have not relocated by then. He did not finish, but the cold pause and the hand gripping the gun grip were more potent than any threat. The Imperial personnel left, leaving behind a deathly silence and deeper chaos. The community erupted. Medicine? It must be poison. They want to slowly kill us, screamed a woman whose arm was covered in scales. Go to D7? That's a trap. Once we go, we'll be locked up to die. A young man waved his extra, deformed arm. Work? Rations? Really? Old cripple, my child is crying from hunger, his mutation isn't severe, just an extra pinky. A gaunt mother holding a baby looked at old cripple, a faint glimmer of hope in her eyes. Old cripple remained silent, his cloudy gaze sweeping over faces distorted by fear, despair, or hunger. He recalled the roar of the hot jets, the children who starved to death, and also the guard captain's emotionless ultimatum. The Imperium has never changed, he finally said hoarsely, his voice filled with weariness, but now, besides fire, they seem to have something else in their hands, a little bait to survive. Going to D7 is entering a cage. Not going, next time they come, it probably won't just be talk. He looked at the mother holding the baby and the child beside her with only a six-fingered mutation, at least, for the child, try? Maybe, we can live. In the command center of the Port Authority building, Chen Xi was looking through a large observation window at the transport ships shuttling on the landing pad below. Great Sister Katarina stood a step behind him, her power armor meticulously polished to a spotless shine, a stark contrast to the bustling noise of the port outside the window. She handed him a data slate. Inquisitor, a preliminary execution report on the Mutants Management Pilot Program. Her voice remained rigid, with a barely perceptible hint of reluctance. The first relocation order has been issued to the target settlement Rust Scar. The reaction is intense, as expected. Some members have expressed willingness to relocate and register for work, mainly mild mutants and their families. Medicine reception points have been established and begun registration, and D7 area surveillance cameras and guard posts are deployed. Chen Xi took the data slate, quickly scanning the numbers on it, number of people intending to relocate, first batch of work registration lists, medicine distribution schedule, guard patrol routes. Below the report, Katarina added a sentence, preliminary order has been established, designated area monitoring is effective, the bottom-level labor gap has been partially filled, and no large-scale conflicts or open defiance have occurred. Chen Xi put down the data slate, his gaze still directed out the window, but his focus seemed to penetrate the steel deck, landing on the dark, damp D7 area underground. He could imagine the scene there, frightened mutants crowding into abandoned maintenance bays under the cold gaze of Imperial soldiers, like livestock herded into a pen, mothers clutching their children, warily watching the guards, some still suspicious of the Imperium agonizingly weighing every step. And in the deeper shadows, those souls twisted by despair and pain might be more susceptible to the whispers of chaos due to the Imperium's direct intervention and tightening control over the community. Chaos was expected, and growing pains were inevitable. Maintain order, control mutation, provide labor, suppress chaos. Chen Xi softly repeated his four goals. Great Sister Katarina, the report shows preliminary progress on the first 3 points, which is very good. Continue to strictly enforce the policy. He turned, his gaze sharply fixed on the Great Sister. Strengthen guard patrols in the D7 area, especially at night. Medicine distribution must be on time, and not a single grain of work pay can be shorted. Record the performance and stability of every registered worker. He emphasized, most importantly, your battle sisters and guards must closely observe the community internally. Any signs of inciting hatred or spreading heretical doctrines, even if it's just a rumor, report it to me secretly immediately. I need to know the undercurrents, not wait for them to erupt. Understood, Inquisitor. Katarina nodded, although she might internally prefer to purge all threats with fire, she understood the practical significance of Chen Xi's plan. The lights of New Earth Island Airport flickered outside the large observation window, illuminating the bustling port but unable to light up the fear and struggle in the underground D7 maintenance bay. There, a mutants community was being forced from a precarious existence in the shadows to a difficult survival under the Imperium's cold management framework. And the outcome of this cruel experiment, conducted in the shadow of the Imperium, not only concerned the survival of every mutated life in the Rust Scar community but also carried Chen Xi's hope of solving the massive labor shortage and potential unrest in the Rostov subsector. In this sector, which had just experienced the ravages of war and was awaiting reconstruction, any solution that could bring a glimmer of stability and labor force was worth his cautious progress on this thorny path. Chapter 451, Sister Fixin. The howling airflow tore at the Valkyrie transport's armor plating, emitting a piercing shriek. Through the narrow observation window, a cold, hard, steel-gray landscape rapidly expanded. The massive main structure of New Earth Island Airport loomed in the mist, with huge steel jetties below and busy tugboats swarming like ants, outlining the bustling silhouette of this orbital hub. Scorched ruins were visible everywhere on the metal surfaces, silently telling of the fierce fires of purification not long ago. Inside the cabin, the air was a mix of metal coolant and sacred incense. The bulkhead lights flickered, illuminating the solemn figures of the Sisters of Battle. A Battle Sister squad sat upright, conducting their final silent prayers and equipment checks before landing. Their commander, Captain Fixin, stood by the closed hatch. Her calm gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, piercing through the porthole, scanning this unfamiliar node, a critical outpost that had only recently been thoroughly purified by holy fire and steel. Experience told her that in places like this, the air must still be permeated with the blasphemous stench of charred aliens. This imagined purified air, in the perception of the devout, was both a hymn to the Emperor's victory and a silent warning for eternal vigilance. Fixin's lips moved silently, muttering ancient prayers in her heart. Holy Emperor above, grant your humble servant eyes of insight to see through the defilement in the shadows, grant us fearless hearts to purge all forms of blasphemy. May your holy flames guide our steps, purify this place, and forever secure the imperial territory. She unconsciously twitched her nose, as if she could already smell the invisible threat, wanting to brand this warning along with the prayer deep into her soul. 10 years of campaigns, from her probationary years on Rostov II to countless burning battlefields, had long since stripped away her naivete, tempering her into steel. Countless times facing the disasters and betrayals brought by mutants had forged the steel wool settled in her eyes, and her absolute vigilance against any form of contamination and her deep concern for deviations from the pure form of humanity. The roar of battle, the cries of martyrs, the flames burning alien nests, and the scars etched upon her body had collectively shaped this battle-hardened sister of battle captain. Her image was unique among the sisters of battle. She did not carry chain swords or flamers symbolizing close quarters purification at her waist or on her back. Instead, she had two large, well-used but meticulously maintained bolters. One was slung by her right leg, its body edged with the intricate rose patterns of the Sacred Rose Convent, the other was carried horizontally across her back, its stock slightly worn, with a small, clear line of Gothic letters carved into the foregrip Fiona. The bloody battle in the Rostov II crypt, the hateful metallic faces of the aliens, and the last gleam in Fiona's blue eyes were deeply etched in her memory like a brand. This heavy bolter was the weapon Fiona clutched in her last moments of life. The instant that blue-eyed sister bought with her life made this steel creation transcend the scope of a mere weapon. It became Fixen's undying vow, an eternal memorial to her fallen comrades, and a tangible embodiment of her constant vigilance and insight into threats. She had long grown accustomed to the weight of the twin guns, they were her most loyal companions, silent witnesses to her dual calling to defend the faith and purge heresy. She slightly flexed her fingers, covered in ceramite plates, feeling the power contained beneath the armor, enough to wield this destructive force. 10 years of battlefield baptism had enabled her to use these twin guns with unparalleled skill, precision, and lethality to crush any existence that threatened the Imperium. This aircraft has arrived at New Land Island Tai Kong Port, estimated landing in 3 minutes, the pilot's comm report came over the comms. Received, Fixen's voice was clear and steady, with a hint of icy sternness, cutting through the engine's roar. New Earth Island Airport is a critical node for the Rostov expedition's material transfer, and a territory recently desecrated by aliens, urgently needing stabilization. We are here to support Great Sister Katarina, her fires of purification are unquestionable. Her tone became resolute, like a command struck on metal, remember the blood and fire of the past. Remember the cunning of the aliens. Piety as armor. Faith as blade. Prepare to execute the mission. Maintain order, purge all signs of corruption. For the Emperor. The Holy Emperor is supreme. The uniform response was full of power, and a resolute flame burned in the eyes of every battle sister. Fixen's gaze fell out the window again, the full view of the airport was now clear. Turrets stood dense, anti-aircraft beams pointed skyward, and the giant Imperial Aquila symbol shone on the main buildings. She could see some small figures working at the edge of the charred ruins below mutants, those beings existing in the shadows. Inquisitor Chen Xi's new policy, tolerance? Management? A strong sense of apprehension welled up deep within Fixen. To contain contamination rather than completely purge it, in her view, was like building a fragile barrier at the edge of an abyss, with hidden dangers below that could spread at any moment. This contradicted the Adeptus Auroritas's creed of ultimate purification. But obedience to orders was duty, especially when facing a governor and inquisitor. An inquisitor's directives must be executed most thoroughly. She would remain on high alert, closely monitoring those managed areas. Any conclusive sign of contamination spreading would invite the purifying flames of her and her sisters. This was an iron rule, inviolable. The cold wind seemed to carry something else, not physically terrifying aliens, but, subtle, ethereal sense, the fear and confusion permeating the hearts of countless mortals. This invisible unease also plucked at her vigilant heartstrings. Mutation and despair, she knew, were the breeding grounds for chaos. Therefore, in this airport, Fixen's presence was a sword hanging over the shadowy settlements, constantly scrutinizing every corner. She felt the coldness of the metal transmit through her armor to her palm. She had subconsciously tightened her grip on the Aquila pendant on her chest. That hard, clear touch brought a sense of almost ingrained steadfastness. The Valkyrie transport's engines gave one last low growl, and its massive body settled gently onto the heavy landing pad. Fixen felt a slight tremor through the solace of her armored boots, which was then interrupted by the sharp hiss of the hatch's hydraulic system. The moment the hatch opened, a gust of cold wind with a peculiar smell rushed in. A faint, persistent odor of charred protein immediately replaced the circulating air in the cabin, reminding her of the blood and fire this place had recently endured. Fixen was the first to step onto the cold deck of New Earth Island Airport. In the dim light, her silver power armor reflected a cold gleam, and her footsteps on the metal floor made solid, rhythmic soft sounds. She did not rush to speak, her sharp gaze slowly moving, scrutinizing the welcoming party before her. Local officials wore expressions of almost numb reverence, while the guards appeared tense. Her gaze extended further, and shivering figures in the cold wind came into view, their gazes a mix of instinctive awe and undisguised fear. The state of ordinary citizens often best revealed the true atmosphere of a place. The faint but persistent charred smell in the air, while signifying the cost and victory of purification, also suddenly tightened the string of vigilance in her heart. New Earth Island, this cold airport just cleansed by fire but implementing new policies, must not become a new prey for chaos. As a battle sister captain, Fixen deeply understood the heavy burden on her shoulders, her promise to her fallen sisters, her insistence on the inviolability of human purity, all drove her to maintain the highest degree of vigilance here. Mission brief, her voice was not loud, but it clearly carried to the Planetary Defense Force officers in the cold wind, concise as a drawn blade. Her questions went straight to the core. The special residents of Sector D7, and the specific scope and extent of the support required by Great Sister Katarina. Chapter 452, First Entry into D7. The heavy alloy gate slowly slid open under Old Cripple's complex gaze, accompanied by the grating sound of metal friction and the sharp squeal of sluggish hydraulics. Beyond the gate, instead of the expected crowded pipe nest, there was an unexpectedly vast space. D7's abandoned maintenance bay was revealed before the Battle Sisters squad. Under the towering ceiling, sparse emergency lights cast pale beams, illuminating the dust-covered alloy floor, the rust-stained remnants of a massive maintenance gantry, and mountains of discarded parts piled in corners, covered by thick grey dust covers. The air was filled with a mixed scent of congealed machine oil, old iron, and lingering industrial cleaner, distinctly different from the foul, decaying smell of the pipe district below. Emptiness and deathly silence formed the main theme, with only the low resonant hum of distant pipes and the faint groans of metal expanding and contracting intermittently reaching them. However, this cold industrial wasteland scene was already dotted with sparse, humble yet tenacious traces of human survival. These were the temporary homes built with scavenged junk by the mutant settlements forcibly relocated here, in their despair. Beside scattered giant metal skeletons, in the shadows of abandoned gantries, and at the edges of mountains of dust covers, crooked tarpaulins or recycled thick insulation materials were precariously propped up, forming pitifully crude shelters. The supports were casually picked up rusted metal pipes, remnants of overturned tool racks, and even some large, discarded cable spools. On the ground lay containers fashioned from oil drums or damaged engine covers, some rough bedding hastily cobbled together from scrap, and a few small, low-quality fuel stoves emitting choking smoke, evidently their desperate attempts at warmth. Captain Fixen's silver power armor boots stepped onto the cold metal floor, her crisp footsteps echoing particularly abruptly and harshly in this vast space, which was already beginning to be encroached upon by primitive survival. Her battle sister squad followed closely in a tight formation, their bolter muzzles steadily sweeping across this area, which was both desolate and teeming with chaotic life. Two battle sisters' auspexes hummed, red light sweeping over the massive rusted maintenance platform skeleton, exposed thick cable bundles, and the oil-soaked shelter roofs reflecting faint light under the emergency lamps. Shoulder-mounted spotlights pierced the shadows in the corners, illuminating the solidified weld marks on the large mechanical sections half hidden under dust covers, and also illuminating a pair of terrified eyes that abruptly recoiled from a gap in a shelter. The air seemed colder and drier than outside, yet subtly mixed with the smell of low-quality fuel from burning trash and the combined scent of human and animal sweat. Those mutant residents, who might have been curled up in the shadows of the corners, were now scattered everywhere like moss forcibly peeled from decaying branches. They either cowered beside scattered discarded toolboxes, or next to maintenance carts pushed into corners, or retreated timidly back to the entrances of their rickety, oil-stained shelters, all without exception nervously looking at these silver-glowing intruders radiating cold hostility and absolute order. A child wrapped in rags, curled up in the corner of a tin shack, began to sob, startled by the sudden oppressive presence, and their crying was amplified in the vast, echoing bay, making it sound even more desolate and piercing. The sound startled others, leading to a suppressed murmur of reprimands and panicked shuffling, interspersed with someone in a distant shelter area accidentally kicking a discarded metal part, which clattered across the metal floor, like an alarm bell striking everyone's heart. Fear, like an icy mist, permeated and spread, rapidly seeping into every crevice of the crude shelters, firmly gripping all the mutated hearts confined within. This new cage, designated D7 by the Imperium, was already shrouded in despair and vigilance. Fixen's cold voice resonated through her power armor's voxcaster, in the name of the Emperor and the authority of Governor Ristov. Xenos contamination has not been fully eradicated, and order is just beginning to be rebuilt. Mutants in this area, immediately form lines and gather. Submit to basic mutation verification and faith screening. This is the first step of Inquisitor Chen Xi's policy. Your mutations are a heavy burden bestowed by the Emperor, which must be atoned for with faith and obedience. Otherwise, only the fires of purification can cleanse the filth. Her voice struck every mutant resident's heart like cold legal clauses. Words like atonement, service, and purification pierced through the thin veil of hope of medicine, work, and safety that Old Cripple and others had heard from low-level officials, like red-hot brands. A stir went through the crowd. A young man with grey skin, several bone spurs, and two atrophied extra arms growing on his back, seeing the battle sisters' cold, emotionless eyes and their bolters ready to fire, the long-accumulated, deeply rooted fear in his blood instantly overwhelmed his reason. Fear reminded him of the purification fires from a few weeks ago, roaring bolters, blinding chain swords flashes, all-consuming flames. He abruptly pushed away the person next to him, letting out an inarticulate roar, instinctively wanting to turn and rush deeper into the darker, more intricate pipe maze. Potential threat. Mark. Fixen's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. The two battle sisters behind her moved like lightning. The multi-limbed mutant had only run a few steps when a powerful beam of light accurately struck him, followed by a strong battle sister charging out like an arrow from a bowstring, her power armor's servo systems humming at high frequency, and its hydraulic joints instantly unleashing powerful thrust. An armored iron fist clamped down with absolute force on the mutant's twisted, struggling body, and the power armor's enhanced limb strength pressed him firmly onto the cold metal floor with a heavy, muffled thud. The muzzle of the other battle sister's bolter simultaneously pressed against his extra, twitching mutated limbs, the preheating hum of the gun chamber sounding like a death sentence. Uncontrolled mutation. Possible chaos contamination. Fixen's voice delivered a cold judgment, her gaze not lingering on the multi-limbed man for a second, but sweeping like a searchlight across the entire settlement, which was stunned into silence by the scene. According to New Earth Island's temporary security regulations, immediate isolation, to be judged after the depth of contamination is determined. Her command was clear and unambiguous. 2 fully armed guards, carrying shotguns, immediately stepped forward, roughly dragging the limp, still whimpering multi-limbed man, and swiftly pulled him towards a pre-built temporary quarantine area outside the gate, enclosed by heavy iron bars. Several figures with terrified eyes were already cowering in that area. Fixen's gaze slowly swept over the silent crowd. Old cripples' cloudy eyes were filled with anger and helplessness, while mothers holding their children buried their heads deeply into their children's necks, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Fixen's thumb unconsciously stroked the engravings on the stock of the bolter named Fiona on her back. The cold, hard metallic touch was the only remaining warm comfort in her heart, and it also reminded her of the heavy burden on her shoulders and the constant threat lurking in the shadows. The will of the Imperium had descended upon this dark place, and whether accepted or not, the rebirth of Sector D7 had begun, accompanied by absolute control and an icy distance like frost, as well as deep vigilance against anything non-human. Chapter 453, The New Order of D7. The abandoned maintenance bay of D7 was submerged in the shadow of a colossal steel structure. Pale emergency lights barely pierced the gloom beneath the towering dome, outlining the vast, silent silhouettes of rusty remnants of maintenance gantries and piles of discarded machinery covered in grey dust sheets. The air was cold and dry, with the acrid smell of congealed oil and old iron permeating the lower levels, but more heavily enveloped by the choking smoke of burning low-quality fuel. Combined with a unique scent belonging to a large number of confined lives, a mixture of sweat, body odor, the burnt smell of crude cooking, and the lingering stench of unremoved waste, it formed the distinct aroma of struggle in this lower level. Mutants, like tenacious vines clinging to steel ruins, arduously carved out a place to live in this forgotten industrial wreckage. They utilized every depression and corner. Waterproof tarpaulins, insulation panels, and discarded giant cable spools were desperately pieced together, clinging to the underside of massive maintenance platform skeletons, beside mountains of stacked parts, or squeezed into the gaps of thick pipelines, forming crooked shanties. The ground was no longer a pure metal wasteland, but scattered with crude stoves made from cut-open oil drums, where faint, smoky flames flickered, alongside old containers holding water, and bedding barely made from discarded insulation cotton and rags. A few such lights flickered in the narrow passages between the shanties, their dim yellow halos illuminating the frightened yet curious eyes of children, huddled beneath their mothers' worn clothes, bearing either obvious or subtle mutated features. The groaning of metal expanding and contracting in the corners, or the dull resonance from distant pipes, often startled a suppressed stir and murmur, but this space was no longer dead silent. Instead, it was filled with an extremely compressed, rough pulse of life. Heavy breathing, suppressed coughing, low conversations, occasional child sobs, and the faint clinking of metal utensils. However, the Empire's order, like a cold steel framework, forcefully embedded itself into this spontaneously growing chaos. From key vantage points, the beams of powerful searchlights, like the Eye of Judgment, mercilessly swept every corner, dispelling any shadows attempting to gather. Servitor skulls embedded in the walls silently glowed with dark red light in their hollow eye sockets, like sleepless electronic sentinels, coldly recording everything below. Teams of low-ranking Department of Justice officials from the spaceport and stern-faced guards armed with shotguns had set up simple outposts at the entrance, responsible for registering rosters, distributing mutation-suppressing drugs, and dispatching laborers who had been screened and whose mutations were deemed acceptable. Their presence constantly reminded everyone that this was not a free sanctuary, but a strictly managed survival zone under the Empire's will. Sister Fixen and her squad, like silver-white angels of judgment, descended into this shadow-shrouded area. They did not intervene in specific management affairs, their duty was limited to supervision through their absolute presence. Their figures appeared lean and deadly against the backdrop of the massive industrial wreckage, their power armor reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the pale light of the emergency lamps. The battle sisters dispersed to key positions, the low hum of their auspexes permeating the air, their razor-sharp gazes sweeping over every crude shanty, every terrified face, paying particular attention to individuals with prominent mutated features. Their very presence was a silent yet unmistakably clear decree: order brooks no blasphemy, transgressors face only purification. This was the mandatory medicine distribution point. A low-ranking Department of Justice official stood behind a makeshift metal counter, stammering through the registered names on a data slate. Mutants formed a crooked, winding queue, their suppressed breathing and uneasy whispers interweaving to form a dull background noise in the cavernous bay. Fear made their movements stiff and slow, and shoves and brief commotions occasionally occurred in the line. Fixen stood a few meters away on the metal base of a discarded maintenance platform, looking down, her cold gaze covering the entire scene like a scanning array. She stood silently, her posture like a cold statue. Her gaze behind the helmet's eye lenses was as sharp as a hawk's, piercing through the chaos of the queue, precisely locking onto every figure, especially those with significant mutations or suspicious movements. That gaze itself was like an invisible pressure, heavily weighing on the nerves of every person in line. Her right hand rested lightly on the grip of the bolter at her waist, which was emblazoned with the sacred rose motif, in a seemingly relaxed but ready-to-strike like lightning posture. Her arm, covered in ceramite armor, hung naturally, the power armor's servo joints in low power standby, emitting an almost inaudible subtle hum, indicating the power contained within, capable of instantly transforming into lethal action. When the queue stalled because of a scaly woman carrying a crying infant, whose movements were slightly slow, Fixen's ceramite-armored left hand, almost reflexively, swiftly and silently rested on the grip of the rose-emblazoned bolter at her waist. Her fingers did not immediately enter the trigger guard but rested loosely on the grip, a battle sister's most natural posture of alert when sensing potential chaos or threat. This subtle yet tense movement was like dropping a stone into calm water. The guards, who were constantly observing the battle sisters' actions, instantly straightened their backs, their fingers instinctively reaching for the safety catches of their weapons. And the scaly woman, who had become the focus, stiffened as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer, the crying of the infant in her arms seemingly caught in her throat. Immense fear seized her, causing her already slow movements to completely halt, leaving only an uncontrollable slight tremor from extreme terror. Silence. Maintain Q order. A battle sister beside Fixen issued the command through her helmet's loudspeaker, her voice short, clear, and with an undeniable metallic quality, instantly overriding all the clamor in the area. The command was like a cold whip lashing the crowd. The queue suddenly contracted, and the pushing stopped instantly. The scaly woman, as if pushed by an unseen force, stumbled forward with her child, almost rushing to the distribution counter, tightly shielding the infant in her arms. An old hunched man with difficulty walking, who was behind her in line, was so startled by this sudden oppressive force that he swayed and nearly fell. Just then, steady, clear footsteps, accompanied by the low hum of power armor servo systems, came from the direction of the entrance gate. All eyes, including Fixen and her battle sister squad, turned towards the source of the sound. Chen Xi entered D7. He wore his distinctive Inquisitor uniform, with Sidga following closely, her void field causing several mutants with slightly stronger psychic senses nearby to instinctively cower. Several high-ranking spaceport officials in dark uniforms followed behind him. Chen Xi's gaze quickly swept over the entire scene, the crooked shanties, the terrified crowd, the distribution point under the bright lights, the nervous officials, the vigilant guards, finally resting on Fixen, who stood on high, hand on her weapon's grip. He did not stop, walking directly towards her. Sister Fixen, Chen Xi's voice was calm, yet carried the undeniable authority of an Inquisitor. Inquisitor, Fixen immediately leaped down from the base, her movements agile. She faced Chen Xi, her hands quickly crossing over her chest, forming the solemn gesture symbolizing the Imperial Aquila. This was the battle sister's standard Aquila salute. Her squad members behind her also stood at attention simultaneously, performing the same salute. Chen Xi slightly raised his hand to indicate that they were excused, his gaze then falling upon the queue below, which had fallen into complete silence due to his arrival. In the congealed air, only the low hum of the ventilation ducts remained. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, instantly catching a small commotion. A guard roughly shoved away a multi-fingered youth who had clumsily knocked over a data slate. The youth retreated in fright, bumping into the person behind him, causing a small area of chaos. Chapter 454, The Inquisitor's Teaching. Almost simultaneously, Sister Fixen's brows, hidden behind her helmet's visor, subtly furrowed, and her fingers, resting on the grip of her bolter at her waist, tightened slightly. Chen Xi observed all of this. He did not reprimand the guard. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, closer to Sister Fixen, his voice low but with a clarity befitting a discussion of important matters. Your vigilance, Sister Fixen, is an indispensable pillar of this sector. He paused briefly, his gaze becoming as profound as a deep pool. But we must always remember the essence of this policy. He raised a hand, pointing at the cowering figures below, bearing mutated scars. They are not our enemies at this moment. Sister Fixen stood in silence, her body straight as a spear. Only the subtle fluctuations behind her visor revealed the turmoil within her. Chen Xi continued, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable weight, like a mentor guiding a student. Sister Fixen, they are first and foremost citizens of the Imperium. This cannot be changed, no matter what unfortunate marks they bear or what shadows envelop them. Their bloodlines still carry the roots of humanity. His gaze swept over the people below, carrying a deep consideration. You must see that every hand capable of working for the Imperium, every mind still able to comprehend basic order and understand the need for food and warmth no matter how simple is a valuable, irreplaceable resource for this sector of Rostov. Excessive fear and oppression, Fixen, will only produce 2 results, either accelerate their push into the embrace of chaos, or cause their spirits to completely wither in despair, becoming useless husks. He sighed softly, his voice carrying a heavy sincerity. Wasting life is, bit by bit, weakening the very foundation upon which we stand. His gaze met Sister Fixen's eyes, carrying a gentle yet highly penetrating scrutiny. Our duty, Fixen, is to guide them towards the right path, not merely to deter them from acting rashly through intimidation. The glory of the ecclesiarchy needs to shine into every corner, but how this light is received requires wisdom. Harsh methods are the skeleton, indispensable, but upon that skeleton, there must also be the flesh of guidance and the skin of hope. Try to feel their fear, even if only the shallowest bit. Beyond the cold strictures, a trace of the Emperor's compassion for all lost subjects also needs to be infused. His voice carried an inquisitive, enlightening tone. Think about it, if in their deepest darkness, they feel not only the chill of a bolter but also a trace of care from fellow humans that aligns with Imperial doctrine, could this small difference perhaps build a dam on the edge of the abyss of despair? Chen Xi's gaze finally rested gently on Sister Fixen's twin pistols at her waist, his tone shifting to a heartfelt reminder. Maintain your vigilance, Sister, there is nothing wrong with that, it is a necessary shield for guarding purity. But it must be remembered, the Imperium's punishments, especially immolation and purifying flames, should only be directed at undeniable traitors and heretics. He paused, his words clear and firm. When suspicion is unclear and evidence is insufficient, the abuse of punishment will not only fail to purify but will create injustice and panic, unsettling hearts, and possibly even push the confused towards the true enemy. His voice carried a profound admonition. However, his tone suddenly deepened, taking on a trace of the Inquisitor's cold resolve. Once the fact of heresy is branded undeniable, the crime of treason irrefutable, with no room for retreat whatsoever. He looked directly at Sister Figson, stating each word distinctly, then the final purification must be carried out with the force of thunder. Without the slightest hesitation, without a shred of mercy. This is the iron rule for maintaining the sacred order of the Imperium. Finally, his words returned to a gentle tone, carrying a sense of entrustment, discerning the boundary between these two, exercising caution with punishment when suspicion is unclear, and decisive purification when guilt is proven. Figson, this is the wisdom and authority Her Majesty the Saint has bestowed upon you, and it is also my deepest expectation of you, as an Inquisitor and the Governor of this place. The moment Chen Xi finished speaking, the air in Sector D7 seemed to solidify for a moment, heavy and quiet. Only the low hum from deep within the ventilation ducts, like a sigh, and the faint, whispering crackle of poor-quality fuel burning in the distance, echoed in the space. Sister Figson stood motionless, like a statue forged of steel. Although her face remained expressionless, her right hand, encased in ceramite gauntlets, was gripping the handle of the bolter named Fiona behind her back with unusual force. Her knuckles were taut and prominent beneath a hard armored glove, their outline clearly visible. Chen Xi's gentle yet profoundly impactful words, especially the core principles of wasting life is weakening the foundation and exercising caution with punishment when suspicion is unclear, and decisive purification when guilt is proven, were like stones thrown into a deep pool, stirring undeniable ripples in her deeply ingrained belief that all mutations were sources of contamination that must be immediately purified. Just then, a faint sucking sound, carrying a child's contentment, came from the direction of the distribution point, breaking the heavy silence. Sister Figson's gaze was instinctively drawn by the small sound. At the edge of the queue, a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, tightly clutched by her mother, was holding a Holy Radiance candy, a piece of candy just received, stamped with a crude two-headed eagle with a small hand covered in tiny grey-green scales. This slightly bitter candy, pressed from cheap syrup and starch, was a symbolic atonement used by the ecclesiarchy to placate the lower strata. The little girl seemed to have forgotten the surrounding fear and cold. She was intently and carefully licking the rough candy bit by bit with her tongue, and a pure, childlike smile of contentment blossomed on her dirty little face. That small, mutated hand clutching the cheap candy, and Chen Xi's words like imperial citizens, precious resources, and human warmth, collided violently at this moment. Sister Figson's gaze lingered on the child for far longer than was necessary to assess any potential threat. Inside her helmet, her breathing seemed to falter for a moment. Chen Xi's abstract admonitions now materialized into this mutated child before her, who, in the abyss of despair, temporarily forgot her suffering because of a trivial, coarse piece of candy. A complex and unfamiliar tremor, unlike anything she had ever felt, like a faint warmth subtly seeping through the cracks of a cold deck, pried open an almost imperceptible fissure in her steel-like wall of wool. She still clutched the grip of Fiona, the symbol of her oath, the source of her vigilance and strength, but her gaze, for the first time, truly fell upon the smallest, most fragile beings among these imperial outcasts, with a trace of scrutiny rather than pure hostility. Chen Xi said nothing more, simply stood there quietly, his gaze also resting on the child licking the candy. His deep eyes reflected the dim, flickering lights of Sector D7, in a profound, inexpressible solemnity. Whether the seeds of admonition he had sown could take root and sprout in this cold soil of fear, steel, and mutation, only time and future trials would reveal. Chapter 455, Quiet Changes. D7 Abandoned Maintenance Bay. This sleeping steel behemoth was being integrated into a new structure and order under the infusion of the imperial wool. The previously scattered and rusted remnants of maintenance cranes and old components covered with grey dust covers were systematically organized and tidied. Some areas were forcefully cleared, creating relatively open spaces. The floor, stained with oil for many years, had been high-pressure washed, yet dark stains remained like stubborn scars, and the air was a mix of cheap detergent, aged engine oil, and the unique scent of mutant settlements. However, a preliminary structure, distinct from pure chaos and shaped by coercive force, was taking shape. In the most open area at the center of the bay, a platform roughly welded from discarded maintenance trolley trays stood tall. Above the platform, a large, old canvas bearing the Imperial Aquila was draped. This had been found by several mutants in a scrap heap and voluntarily hung up, symbolizing their effort to understand and integrate into this new order. On the cold metal walls, Imperial maxims were spray-painted: doubt is treason, purity is strength. These sacred precepts declared that this place had been brought under the Emperor's order in the light of faith, serving as both discipline and guidance. Sister Figson stood before the platform, her silver power armor reflecting a solemn, icon-like luster under the pale light of the incandescent bulbs used for ceiling illumination. Her figure stood before a makeshift Imperial Holy Emblem stand, temporarily erected to symbolize Imperial authority. It was merely a metal box covered with a coarse burlap cloth printed with the Aquila. Her posture was not that of a gentle preacher, but of an officer burdened with the sacred duty of oversight and order building, her gaze calm and focused, scrutinizing the crowd below, which had gradually gathered by command and showed clear signs of unease. The loudspeaker carried her voice throughout the cold steel dome, clear and steady, bearing the unquestionable authority of a servant of the Emperor. In the name of Her Majesty the Saint, in this land of shadows, let the pillar of order be erected. Her voice was like quenched steel, firm and clear, devoid of fanaticism, only responsibility. All residents of Sector D7, effective immediately, must gather here punctually at 3 sacred hours daily, 05:00 for the dawn prayer, 12 o'clock for the midday prayer, and 1900 hours for the dusk prayer to collectively recite the basic creed prayer. Her gaze swept over the crowd again, still sharp, precisely assessing the neatness of the ranks and the overall solemn atmosphere, shifting the object of her scrutiny from individuals to a measurement of overall orderliness and piety. This is an act to cleanse idleness and consolidate the will of faith. You must prove your resolve to the golden throne with your voices. Her tone was steady and powerful, emphasizing the necessity of the action. Any absentee shall have their daily food ration considered a dereliction of their duty and reduced according to law. Repeated absentees shall undergo an assessment of their faith purity and receive guidance. This is the enforcement of imperial law, and also a necessary path for you to integrate into the proper order. Her voice rose slightly in the last sentence, like the hammer blow of an iron law. Order and duty shall be forged from this. Unease and restraint permeated the crowd below. Heavy breathing and suppressed cries of children were clearly audible, but it was no longer an empty silence. People began to adapt to this rhythm ingrained into their lives, some even showing an acceptance of the established routine. The smell of low-quality fuel and the scent of shanties intertwined in the air, but they were no longer the sole dominant notes. A bestowed, predictable framework of ritualized life began to replace chaos. The prayer ended, the last collective echoes still reverberating in the air, followed by a brief silence. Immediately after, the crowd's gaze did not immediately turn to the distribution point. After a moment of silence, the crowd began to move slowly under the whispered guidance of the guards. Some went to the newly established food distribution point at the side of the platform where grey-white standard energy bars with faint aquil reliefs were stacked, checked against a roster and distributed, providing the quantitative rations necessary for life. Another group lined up at the Department of Justice officials, according to the registration roster, to receive monthly mutation-suppressing medication. This was the most tangible survival guarantee provided by policy. The rules for medication distribution were clear. The staff, under the silent but omnipresent supervision of Fixen and her Battle Sisters squad, strictly verified the roster and handed out small bottles of medication. The hands reaching out from below varied in form, but all held the medicine bottles with a careful reverence. Old Cripple silently received his bottle of medication to suppress bone tumor deterioration in the queue, gripping it tightly, a glimmer of relief flashing in his cloudy eyes, before he hobbled away. Just as people were dispersing, carrying the fatigue of completing routine tasks, a minor incident occurred. A nearly blind old woman, her skin cracked like dry tree bark, was carefully supported by a similarly thin and small granddaughter with fine scales on her face, attempting to move with the flow of people. In the confusion, the old woman's trembling, fumbling hand inadvertently touched the side of Fixen's leg armor where a finely forged ceramite bore an engraved rose relief, its lines rigid yet exceptionally delicate. The cold, hard touch made the old woman's fingers halt. Her cloudy, lightless eyes vaguely looked in Fixen's direction, her cracked lips moving, emitting a faint, hoarse sound, filled with confusion and instinctive awe. My lord, this cold, steel flower, it's bleeding. No, is it red light? Is it fire? Is it the mark of holy fire? In that instant, the air in the entire base seemed to solidify. Fixen's body instantly tensed. Her armored fingers instinctively and tightly gripped the hilt of her bolter at her waist in less than a thousandth of a second. Her pupils behind the helmet's optical sensors abruptly contracted, and a strong sense of intense vigilance against unnecessary contact, stemming from the core of the Battle Sister creed, surged forth like ice water poured over her. The Battle Sister squad members behind her instantly entered a state of high alert, the hum of their auspexes suddenly rising. All eyes focused in horror on the withered hand that had touched the angel's armor and Fixen's body, taut as a drawn bow. Just at this suffocating tipping point, Fixen's hand, tightly gripping the gun hilt, very slowly, millimeter by millimeter, loosened its grip. Her ceramite-covered chest rose and fell deeply, as she forcibly suppressed the instinctive vigilance stemming from her training and creed. Her voice, transmitted through the loudspeaker, carried an unprecedented, forcibly suppressed sense of hesitation, yet it clearly broke the frozen silence. This is a symbol of the Emperor's power and will. Her voice was deliberately raised, carrying an unmistakable tone of instruction, directed both at the old woman and, more so, as if reminding herself to adhere to her current duty and the Inquisitor's teachings. Your perception is mistaken. Remember Her Majesty the Saint's maxim. Chapter 456, Shadows under Hope. Sister Fixen, with a swift, almost tactical evasion, stiffly but extremely controllably pulled back from the withered, branch-like fingers of the old woman, her power armor joints emitting a suppressed hydraulic whir. She stepped back to her original surveillance position with steady strides, as if that brief, non-combat contact had been an unexpected disturbance requiring an emergency disengagement. The old woman, still shaken, was pulled more quickly by her granddaughter into the surging crowd, her hunched figure instantly swallowed by ragged clothes and mutated outlines. The crowd, in a deeper, stickier oppression, dispersed rapidly like a receding tide into the intricate shadows of the shanty town, leaving behind only messy footprints on the metal floor and the lingering smell of low-quality fuel in the air. Sister Fixen stood alone, the power armor servo system emitting a low, continuous hum, like an unquenchable tremor within her. The brief, chilling touch of the old woman's fingertips, and her rambling, chaotic whisper muddled by old age, blindness, and mutation were like a tiny pebble dropped onto the surface of a 10,000-year-old frozen lake. The ripples it created were silent, yet beneath the ice of her steel creed, strange and cold waves spread. That cold touch and the chaotic, rambling whisper created an irreconcilable friction with her deeply ingrained creed. Inquisitor Chen Xi's words from not long ago echoed heavily at this moment, each word like a stone dropped into the lake of her heart, overlapping with the image of a little girl in her memory, licking a rough holy glow candy at the distribution point, her face filled with pure satisfaction. A strange ripple of cognition gently spread at the edge of her steel-like will. She almost instinctively pressed her armored hand onto the hilt of the bolter at her waist, which was engraved with Fiona. The familiar cold, hard sensation transmitted through her ceramite glove. It was the lighthouse that had guided her through countless paths of purification, an anchor of strength and duty. She gripped it tightly, letting this solid sensation steady her mind and dispel the strangeness brought by the unexpected contact and chaotic perception which felt more like a certain discomfort with Inquisitor Chen Xi's unconventional plan. Sister Fixin's gaze, like a precise auger, slowly swept over the space reconfigured by the new policy. The sight she beheld prompted her to recenter her observational focus. It was no longer merely countless potential threat points requiring isolation, screening, and, if necessary, purification. A struggling, mutated populace was being forcibly integrated into an unprecedented management system. The core of this system was Inquisitor Chen Xi's concept of survival and utilization under surveillance, rather than her familiar isolation or purification. To obtain the rations needed for survival, people began to habitually gather at prayer points, uttering uneven chants under the imperial aquila. To exchange for medicine that could alleviate the pain of mutation, they queued silently under the supervision of Department of Justice officials, cautiously presenting their rosters. Imperial maxims painted on the walls, exceptionally conspicuous under the new lighting, became the new spiritual coordinates of this space. Even the old canvas bearing the imperial double-headed eagle, retrieved from a scrap heap by an unknown hand and painstakingly hung high, though stained with oil and badly damaged, still stubbornly flapped in the wind. These scenes, like symbols of order forcibly implanted onto cold industrial ruins, declared the extension of the imperial will to this place. The scenes of careful ration distribution, the glimmer in old cripple's eyes as he received a bottle of medicine, the hanging imperial aquila banner. All of this constituted evidence of the new policy's difficult implementation in this community of mutants, a fragile symbiosis formed between the need for survival and the order imposed by the Imperium. Her fingers remained as if welded to the hilt of the bolter at her waist. Her ingrained combat instincts, the eternal duty to defend pure faith, Fiona's silent reminder on her shoulder, none of this had changed. Driven by an almost fanatical piety, stemming from an extreme sense of responsibility for imperial order and human purity, she was now meticulously, almost rigorously, supervising the integration of Inquisitor Chen Xi's will with the nascent framework of D7. She intended to execute this controversial policy as impeccably as the Emperor's law. Sister Fixin clearly realized that every step of D7's reconstruction of order precisely trod the boundary between traditional imperial tenets and Chen Xi's new policy. Within the policy framework defined by the Inquisitor, allowing mutated citizens to survive under strict surveillance, her adhered to creed of resolving mutation through complete purification faced an unprecedented, execution-level complex challenge. This complexity, like the chilling touch of the old woman's fingertips, like the little girl's focused licking of the candy, broadened her understanding, while her faith, like the tightly gripped gun hilt, remained unmoving. The outline of D7 gradually became clear under the forcibly implemented order. Daily prayers at dawn, noon, and dusk, like a regular pulse, began to inject a predictable rhythm into this industrial ruin, silent for many years. The mutant residents slowly became accustomed to gathering at specific times, chanting the short and rigid phrases of the basic creed prayer in unison, in the shadows cast by discarded maintenance platforms marked with the imperial aquila. On the walls, maxims like doubt is treason and purity is strength were clearly visible under the new xenon lights, emanating a cold glow. Sister Fixin's silver-white figure still stood by the makeshift holy emblem stand, her vigilance like an unquenchable flame, the first barrier guarding the new order. However, in her sharp gaze, in addition to scrutinizing potential threats, there was also a quiet focus on how this new order would operate and affect this testing ground. Her fingers habitually rested on the grip of the bolter at her waist, engraved with sacred rose patterns. Fiona behind her leaned calmly against her power armor's backplate, together reminding her that the shadows had not completely dissipated. However, the establishment of a new order, like building a house on ruins, is destined to be accompanied by the disturbance of old dust. Deep within the labyrinth of lower pipes, beyond the reach of imperial searchlight beams, in the few souls steeped in old despair and long corroded by resentment, the embers of chaos had not completely extinguished. Several blasphemous images, scrawled with poor quality paint and defiled blood, were secretly posted like ghosts on the rusty inner walls of the pipes. This was the dying struggle of old chaotic beliefs, the final screams of those fallen who were unwilling to lose their deceptive soil, under the increasing pressure of imperial order. Their whispers entwined with the souls still harboring doubts about the new life, confused by the pain of mutation. The Imperium's grace is merely poison coated in sugar. They will always see you as aberrations. Only by returning to the embrace of the true gods, by embracing the unity of flesh, can you achieve true purification and liberation. Destroy this false cage. Chapter 457 The Attackers. It was medication distribution day. The air was a mix of disinfectant, a faint smell of machine oil, and a pervasive, deep yearning for improved health that hung among the crowd. The mutants quietly lined up, guided steadily by Department of Justice officials, to receive the small bottles of medicine that sustained their health. Beside the queue, a simple auger array operated smoothly, emitting a low hum. A low-ranking priest and his apprentice, sent by Sage Avilia to assist with health monitoring, were focused on operating the equipment. The priest's arrival symbolized Chen Xi's committed support to D7, and also the Empire's concern for them. However, this concern, like a stone dropped into water, caused ripples in the crowd and stirred unsettling thoughts in the shadows. The queue moved slowly forward. A hunched mutant, wrapped in tattered work clothes, arrived at the scanning point. He kept his head down, his eyes flickering uneasily in their cloudy depths, and his movements carried an almost imperceptible stiffness. The low-ranking priest stood solemnly beside the simple auger array, his partially metallic face hidden in the shadow of his hood, only the optical lenses embedded in his eye sockets rotating slightly, silently overseeing the entire process. The apprentice, meanwhile, was entirely focused on operating the equipment, his mechanical fingers moving deftly between the data pad and control levers. As the scanner's steady, cold red light swept downwards over the hunched mutant's distorted body, the auger array emitted its characteristic hum, as if it could penetrate flesh and bone. Where the red light passed, his tensed muscles twitched slightly, as if the light beam carried a tangible weight. The apprentice stared intently at the rapidly scrolling readings on the data pad, occasionally reporting a few binary bytes in a low voice to the low-ranking priest. The scan was complete. The auger array emitted a short tick, and the humming stopped. The apprentice nodded, making a mark on the data pad. Only then did a Department of Justice official pick up a bottle from the neatly stacked medicine bottles nearby and hand it over. The hunched figure reached out with a slightly trembling hand, gripping the small bottle that held a certain possibility so tightly that his knuckles instantly turned white from the excessive force. Just as the apprentice lowered his head to record the next person's information, and the low-ranking priest's optical lenses turned towards the next person in line. Lies. All lies. The true God is eternal. A distorted shriek, steeped in too much malice, suddenly tore through the fragile order of D7. The hunched body, like a spring compressed to its limit, suddenly exploded with astonishing speed. A cold glint flashed from his greasy sleeve, and a bone dagger, ground from a mutated beast's rib, its edge glowing with an eerie dark green, plunged with pure destructive intent, like a viper striking, straight towards the exposed throat of the unsuspecting priest apprentice closest to him. Heretic. Exterminate. Fixon's fierce cry and the sound of a gun ripping through the air happened in the same instant. Decisive. Swift. The tip of the bone dagger was mere millimeters from the priest apprentice's pale skin. The bolter at her waist, engraved with the sacred rose, roared first, as if it were the most direct extension of her will. The heavy recoil was perfectly absorbed by her power armor the moment the gun muzzle spat flame. Bang boom. The first bolter round tore through the dull air, emitting a piercing shriek. It flew past the priest apprentice's face, which had turned sharply in extreme terror, so close that the swirling air even ruffled the loose strands of hair on his forehead. The warhead, carrying unparalleled kinetic energy, accurately pierced the attacker's brow, which had been raised high from his forward lunge. Pfft! The attacker's head burst open instantly, like a rotten melon struck by immense force. Crimson blood mixed with grayish-white tissue fragments splattered violently in a radial pattern. The priest apprentice was knocked back repeatedly by the close-range explosion's shockwave and the flying filth, his face smeared with warm, viscous liquid, completely frozen in place. Without the slightest pause, Fixon's bolter immediately let out a second muffled roar of fury. The second bolter round accurately struck the center of the headless torso, which was still lunging forward due to inertia. The enormous impact lifted it completely off its feet, sending it flying backward like a discarded, broken doll, to crash heavily onto a mountain of scrap metal parts a few meters away, making a dull thud. Boom. The bolter round detonated violently inside its chest cavity. A ball of orange-red destructive flame instantly expanded from within the torso, completely engulfing it. The twisted, mutated organs inside the torso were instantly reduced to charred fragments and a few rapidly dissipating wisps of smoke under the ravages of high temperature and shockwave. From its sudden outburst to its end, it was faster than lightning, the entire process taking no more than a heartbeat. Fixon maintained her firing stance, and acrid gun smoke curled from her muzzle. Her helmet, covered by cold optical lenses, slowly rotated, her razor-sharp gaze sweeping across the entire area like a searchlight, missing no corner. D7 fell into a dead silence, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped its throat. Only the dull echoes of the bolter rounds reverberating in the vast space, and the blood scent so thick it almost solidified, served as silent yet incredibly potent proof of the terrifying scene that had just transpired. Fixon's thunderous, unhesitating judgment was like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone, instantly freezing most people's movements and stifling the screams about to escape their lips, firmly crushing any nascent chaos. However, dying chaos was like a venomous snake on its last breath, its shadow did not dissipate but brewed its final and most frenzied bite in despair. Just as the crowd, stunned by Fixon's bloody judgment, had their thoughts solidified and the frightened commotion surged at the edges like a flood about to break its dam, a new anomaly arose in the shadowy corner near the dilapidated shantytown. For the true God. Burn this cage. Two lurking figures, seizing the moment when the guard's attention was completely drawn by the earth-shattering gunshots and bloodshed, sprang out like preying hyenas. Their target was a stack of discarded lubricating oil drums and flammable packaging. In the hand of one of them, an ignition device cobbled together from an old lighter and a fuel tube, was flickering with dangerous flames. Their intention was clear: to ignite this inferno, turning all of D7, along with everything in it, to ashes. No. Those are our shanties. Stop. A roar, with a metallic scraping quality, filled with shock, fury, and despair, erupted like thunder. A figure, like an arrow released from a bow, charged out of the panicked crowd with a desperate momentum. Iron Claw. Be careful. A woman holding a child shrieked, her voice shrill with fear. The old man beside her gasped sharply, his cloudy eyes wide. The young man called Iron Claw burst forth with astonishing speed, his rusty, three-pronged, claw-like metal right hand cutting a cold, sharp line in the dim light. Amidst the ear-rending shriek, the claw was not swung at the enemy but clamped down like an iron manacle on the igniter's right wrist, just as he was about to press the button. Aga! The cultist's wrist screamed in agony, and his fingers convulsively released their grip, the deadly ignition device clattering onto the metal floor. Traitor! Scum who defiles the true God! The other cultist's eyes were bloodshot, and a serrated, crude short knife flashed coldly, already drawn from his waist, plunging with all his brute force and malice into Ironclaw's unguarded back. Pfft! The sickening thud of the blade piercing flesh was hair-raising. The cold blade sank deep. Chapter 458, Heretics. Ironclaw's body suddenly hunched forward, letting out a stifled groan of extreme pain. His back instantly ripped open, and hot blood gushed out like a torrent, staining his ragged clothes and the ground beneath him. Ironclaw! No! Several cries, choked with sobs and disbelief, erupted from the crowd. Some instinctively rushed forward a step, only to be frozen in place by fear, others clutched the arms of those beside them, their nails almost digging into the flesh, their eyes filled with struggle. The old fear of chaos's violence collided fiercely in everyone's chests with the fresh blood spilled to protect their home. Excruciating pain, like a searing hot iron, pierced through his entire body. His vision was instantly shrouded in black mist, but Ironclaw gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his lower lip, and a low, wounded beast-like roar rumbled in his throat. Not only did he not let go, but using the immense inertia of his fall, he pressed the restrained heretic down firmly and securely onto the cold, hard ground with his entire blood-soaked body in his remaining left hand. It was as if he himself was the final floodgate. His face, covered in blood and sweat, suddenly lifted, twisted and deformed by the intense pain and extreme anxiety. Using the last bit of air in his lungs, he let out a heart-wrenching, almost inhuman roar towards RIfxFe's squad, B7. B7 Pipe Junction. They've hidden Promethium. They're going to burn our home. That hoarse, broken roar, like sandpaper rubbing, was like a huge stone dropping into a stagnant, viscous pool. Instantly, countless gazes frightened, bewildered, hesitant, even angry focused simultaneously on that pool of blood. They focused on Ironclaw's posture, pressing the heretic down with his body, protecting with his life the dilapidated shantytown behind him, which they called home. The woman holding her child forgot to scream, the child in her arms cried loudly in fright, but she was oblivious, only staring fixedly at Ironclaw's blood-stained back. The old man, covering his mouth, still had fear in his cloudy eyes, but something harder was coalescing. He suddenly spat a mouthful of bloody saliva towards the knife-wielding heretic. Ironclaw's roar of our home was like a spark suddenly struck in the darkness. This faint light, in countless hearts long frozen by the fear and numbness of old chaos, almost extinguished, crackled clearly, faintly, yet incredibly truly. This flicker caused some retreating footsteps to freeze in place, and some dodging gazes to stare directly at the knife-wielding killer. B7 Junction. Target, heretic arsonists. Purge. RIfxFe's voice was decisive, like a drawn sword. Deep within the dark, damp pipes, the pungent smell of Promethium was almost suffocating. Several twisted figures were frantically trying to push heavy metal canisters marked with danger signs towards a preset detonation point. Fear and madness intertwined in their eyes. The leader, clad in a tattered, blood-stained red robe, had a blasphemous 8-pointed star symbol painted on his face and uttered hoarse, unintelligible curses. They were like cornered beasts, making a desperate last stand. For the Emperor. Purge the heretics. The Sisters of Battle descended like divine soldiers. The searchlights on their power armor shoulders instantly pierced the darkness of the pipes, exposing the blasphemers in the shadows. The roar of chainswords was like a death sentence. The sisters moved smoothly and swiftly, easily dispatching the two outermost, unsuspecting heretics. Filthy blood and shredded flesh splattered onto the rusted pipe walls. The roar of bolters followed immediately, precisely eliminating exposed targets. Almost simultaneously, the martial squad also poured in from a pipe junction on the other side. They wore black armor and wielded lasguns and shotguns, their eyes sharp and vigilant beneath their tactical helmets. Flank lockdown. Suppressive fire. The martial squad leader barked orders. The deafening roar of shotguns instantly joined the fray, a dense barrage covering any cover or escape routes the heretics might use. The narrow pipes were instantly filled with gunfire and the shriek of chainswords, becoming a graveyard for the blasphemers. RIfxFe was like a silver incarnation of judgment, her twin guns were the merciless extension of her will. The rose bolter fired crisp, deadly bursts, and the head of a heretic attempting to light a fuse in the distance exploded in response. Fiona steadily spat destructive flames, and she dodged flying debris with a sidestep, pulverizing enemies behind cover along with the pipe structures they hid in. Stop them! For the true God's flames! The red-robed leader let out a hysterical roar. The remaining heretics erupted in a final frenzy of despair, putting up a stubborn resistance using piled debris and pipe corners. Bolts, laser beams, and shotgun pellets shrieked and crisscrossed in the confined space, weaving a deadly net of fire. Stray bullets grazed the trails left by the sisters' high-speed movements, sparking against the pipe walls. Amidst this fierce exchange of fire, a martial squad member was shot in the shoulder by a heretic hiding in the shadows, letting out a muffled groan as he was dragged back behind cover by a comrade. Another marshal immediately took his place, and the dense steel pellets spat from his shotgun firmly sealed off that firing port. However, this brief, localized suppression and chaos seemed to be some kind of signal. A teeth-grinding shriek, as if metal was twisting and breaking, suddenly tore through the roar of gunfire, erupting from the deepest shadows of the pipes. A previously inconspicuous, ragged figure, curled up there, suddenly stood up. His robe billowed without wind, his withered hands stretched twistedly into the air, his cloudy eyeballs rolled completely white, and thick black blood oozed from his mouth and nose in illegal succor. He had been waiting for this moment of chaos. An invisible, powerful wave of malevolent and chaotic psychic energy, like a heavy blow, struck fiercely at the martial squad, taking advantage of the moment their formation was slightly unstable due to casualties and replacements. Ugh! Several marshals, directly hit, clutched their helmets in pain, blood seeping between their fingers, staggering and crashing into the pipe walls. Some even collapsed directly to the ground. The tight line was instantly torn open. At the same time, several heavy, discarded metal plates were suddenly snatched by an invisible force and, with a whooshing sound, slammed violently towards the Sisters of Battle on the other side, who were attempting to outflank under the cover of the marshal's fire. The heretics seized the opportunity to fire madly, their firepower suddenly increasing. Facing this sudden double assault, the sisters' reactions were swift and efficient. They continued to move amidst the dense hail of bullets, precisely sidestepping the whistling heavy objects or raising their arm guards to directly block them. The dual interference of psychic and physical attacks forced them to slow the pace of their chainsword's advance, but their offensive did not stop. Witchcraft heretic. Purge. Fixen's voice was icy, instantly locking onto the source of the threat. While using Fiona to suppress the heretic's firing points, her figure moved like lightning, rapidly changing positions within the confined pipe space, attempting to find a sniping angle with the rose bolter. But the psyker cunningly hid behind promethium canisters, continuously releasing disruptive psychic shrieks and flying metal fragments. Just in this brief confusion and suppression, unexpected reinforcements appeared. Sister. Over here. There's a shortcut. A hoarse but urgent voice came from a narrower maintenance pipe opening on the side. It was Old Cripple, followed by several mutants residents holding crude tools or even picking up weapons dropped by heretics. Though fear still lingered in their eyes, there was more anger at their home almost being destroyed and a hint of resolve. Old Cripple pointed to a rusted pipe, half hidden by debris, barely wide enough for one person. Go through here. You can get behind him. Fixen's sharp gaze swept over her squad members, her commands clearly relayed through her helmet's COMM unit into everyone's ears. Sister Sura. Suppress those heretics. Purify them with holy flame. Draw their fire. Understood, Captain. Sura's voice instantly responded through her power armor's built-in COMM unit. She immediately led two sisters towards the flank, their hands firmly holding heavy flamers, fuel tanks humming on their backs. At the same time, two other battle sisters quickly occupied advantageous firing positions, their bolters erupting with deafening roars. A dense, scorching hail of bullets, like a storm of metal, slammed violently into the corner where the psyker was hiding. The moment the bolter fire suppressed the target, Sura and the two flamer-wielding sisters simultaneously pulled their triggers. Three surging torrents of promethium flames, like the Emperor's wrath, erupted from the muzzles of the three flamers, hissing as they scorched the air. The deadly tongues of fire precisely licked at the cover, instantly turning the area where the psyker was hiding into a fiery inferno. Low, resonant hymns began to emanate from their power armor's external loudspeakers, intertwining with the continuous, furious roar of the flamers, purifying all evil. This destructive storm of holy flame relentlessly ensnared the target. Distorted psychic energy violently fluctuated and evaporated under the scorching heat. The psyker let out a painful shriek, his primary energy forced to resist the storm of flames that threatened to utterly incinerate him on a physical level. Dense bolter fire, scorching psychic impact, and raging flames collided violently, the air buzzing with the vibrations, high temperatures distorting vision, and a smell of charring permeating the area. Sura's squad, relying on the mobility of their power armor and battlefield instincts, rapidly dodged and blocked the residual psychic impacts and shrapnel from bolter explosions in the confined space, each dodge a perilous near miss. The three flamer wielders steadily advanced, maintaining continuous fire suppression. Just as Sura's squad's destructive firepower, composed of bolters and promethium flames, reached its peak, the hymns sang their loudest, and the psyker struggled with all his might, scorched by the holy flames. Several mutants growled as they rushed towards the pipe opening Old Cripple had pointed to. They used their thick arms, their makeshift tools, and even their entire bodies to recklessly ram, tear, and drag away the debris blocking the entrance. Rusty metal plates and discarded parts were quickly cleared away by their astonishing brute strength. The moment Fixen saw the passage open, the low hum of her power armor's joints instantly became more rapid. She abruptly ducked, her heavy ceramite body erupting with astonishing speed, precisely diving into the narrow, deep maintenance pipe that had just been cleared. Her armor scraped against the rusty pipe walls, creating ear-splitting metallic friction and scattering sparks that flew wildly within the pipe. No eternal god. The red-robed leader watched helplessly as Fixen disappeared into the pipe opening, a desperate shriek half-choked from his throat. The fear of death drove him completely mad. He recklessly lunged at the nearest promethium canister, intending to burst it with his body. But it was too late. Fixen, having bypassed them through the pipe, suddenly burst out from a broken pipe opening behind the psyker's flank. The hastily condensed, energy-disordered psyker shield shattered upon impact with her high-speed charge. Several whistling pieces of rusty iron clanged against her power armor's thick shoulder plates, sending sparks flying before bouncing off. The powerful burst of speed provided by her power armor allowed her to close the distance instantly. In the fleeting moment before the momentum of her charge dissipated, Fixen abruptly raised both arms. The rose bolter gripped in her left hand and the Fiona bolter gripped in her right, carrying a suffocating aura of destruction, locked onto two separate targets at extremely close range. The cold muzzle of Rose was aimed at the psyker's head, which was distorted and had burst blood vessels from excessive spell casting. The heavy muzzle of Fiona was steadily pointed at the chest of the red-robed cult leader. Bang! Bang! Two dull, chest-rattling, almost overlapping roars tore through the air. The psyker's head exploded violently under the muzzle of the rose bolter, spraying blood mist, bone fragments, and grayish-white fluid. Simultaneously, the bolter round fired by Fiona powerfully pierced the cult leader's chest with the force of a thunderbolt. The immensely powerful ammunition violently exploded within his body, instantly tearing through flesh and internal organs, blasting a horrifying large hole in his chest. The red-robed leader's body sharply arched backward, the madness in his eyes instantly replaced by incredulous shock and deathly stillness, before he collapsed to the ground like a deflated sack of garbage. The gunpowder smoke from Fixen's dual gun volley had not yet dissipated, and she didn't even look at the destruction she had wrought. Almost simultaneously, the promethium canister next to the cult leader, which had already been pierced by stray bullets from Sura's squad, completely lost its internal pressure due to the high temperature, and with a boom, a world-shattering, violent explosion occurred. A ball of orange-red fire, far more violent and dazzling than the flamers before, suddenly expanded. A shockwave hot enough to warp metal, like an invisible giant fist, slammed violently in all directions. The closest cultist remains were instantly vaporized and shredded. The rusty pipes were torn and twisted by the shockwave, emitting sharp, ear-splitting metallic groans. Lethal metal shrapnel, like the scythe of death, swept through the entire area, enveloped in scorching thick smoke and heat waves hot enough to burn lungs. The immense roar from the explosion echoed repeatedly within the confined space, deafening. Cover the mutants. Find cover. Fixen's urgent voice, piercing through her helmet's COMM unit, was exceptionally clear amidst the roar of the explosion, yet it could not completely drown out that destructive thunder. Just as this destructive explosion shockwave raged, several mutants, obeying old cripple's hoarse commands, were carefully but incredibly efficiently lifting the martial squad's severely wounded members with their large, muscular arms, moving them to a corner relatively far from the explosion's center. Their thick bodies became a fragile shield for the wounded. However, the deadly metal storm and scorching hot air stirred up by the explosion were mercilessly sweeping towards them and the area where the wounded were. Sura and the closest battle sister reacted extremely quickly. They saw a thick, rusty metal plate leaning against the ground nearby almost at the same moment Fixen's command was given. They roared, unleashing power armor-enhanced strength, and together violently lifted and stood this heavy metal plate upright. Bang! The metal plate was slammed heavily by them between the mutants and the direction of the incoming explosion, forming a crude but solid physical barrier. Boom! Raging flames and scorching hot air slammed violently into the metal plate. A deafening roar and the groan of metal straining under the pressure erupted simultaneously. Chapter 460 Treatment. The metal plate instantly glowed red, its edges twisting and deforming, as countless searing fragments and shockwaves roared past from both sides and above. Yet, the main body of the metal plate stubbornly blocked the most lethal direct flames and most of the shrapnel flying towards the mutants. At the same time, two other battle sisters, armed with bolters, also turned their weapons. For the Emperor! Purge the heretics, one of the sisters shrieked. Da-da-da-da. Dense bolter fire precisely struck several cultists who were trying to lunge from the shadows on the side, hoping to attack the mutants amidst the chaos of the explosion. The searing bolters instantly tore the attackers to shreds, turning them into splattering masses of flesh and blood. Under the cover of the metal plate and the suppressing fire of the bolters, the mutants narrowly dodged the most lethal impacts. Deprived of the core support of the Psyker and the command of their leader, the remaining cultists instantly and completely collapsed under the devastating explosion of the promethium canisters and the ruthless, efficient strikes of the Sisters of Battle. Their sporadic resistance flickered like candles in the wind. The Sisters of Battle, with grim expressions, steadily advanced and cleared the area with efficient, deadly crossfire. After the martial squad, with the assistance of the mutants, settled the wounded, they swiftly returned to the battlefield, attacking from the flanks in coordination, forming a merciless net of firepower with the sisters that quickly swept away the last pockets of resistance. The last gunshot at the B7 pipe junction fell silent, leaving only the crackling of burning embers, the stench of scorched flesh, the pungent smell of burning promethium, and the faint, rapidly dissipating psychic echo from the headless remains of the Psyker, flickering like a candle in the wind. The survivors of the martial squad leaned on each other, or rested against shattered cover, breathing heavily, their bodies covered in the scars and dust of battle. Beside them, the mutants who had assisted in the battle also panted heavily, stained and grimy, silently observing the battlefield where the killing had just ceased. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the grim, powerful figures illuminated by the embers, the Sisters of Battle, and the remains of the cultists at their feet, their eyes a mix of post-survival exhaustion and deep reverence. Fixen deftly reholstered her rose bolter and Fiona, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, confirming the purification of every corner. Her sight pierced through the lingering smoke, finally settling on the scene at the edge of the explosion. Two wounded individuals, dragged back by Sura and another battle sister, were leaning against the cold pipe wall, gasping for breath. One of them was a martial squad member, his face ashen from severe blood loss, with a gruesome, deep laceration on his abdomen, clearly inflicted by an energy weapon or a blade. However, his blood-stained hand still clutched his bolter tightly, his gaze stubbornly fixed on the controlled promethium canisters, a stubborn sense of relief and protection etched in his eyes. Curled up just a few steps from the martial squad member was a wounded mutant. He was burly, with scales covering his skin, but now he was hunched over in pain, one arm seared raw by an energy weapon, charred flesh revealing the strange color of mutated tissue beneath, letting out suppressed groans. Under the tense and grateful gazes of the martial squad members and the silent observation of the other mutants, Fixen made a gesture that surprised everyone. Her armored body smoothly knelt, the precise servo systems of her power armor emitting a barely audible hydraulic hum, as her knees lightly touched the debris-strewn and scorched metal ground. She quickly retrieved a rapid clotting foam spray and sterile bandages from a small medical kit at her waist. Her armored fingers operated the tools with swift precision. Countless battlefield emergencies had long ingrained this instinct into her bones, and the assistance of her power armor joints made her movements as fluid as flowing clouds and water. She first attended to the severely wounded Marshall Squad member. The light carapaced armor covering the injured man's entire body was torn open by the energy weapon, leaving a gruesome gash with charred, curled edges. Fixen's armored fingers easily pried open the damaged armor, carefully cutting through the blood-soaked fibrous lining to expose the deep wound beneath. With a soft hiss and a pungent medicinal smell, the quick-setting foam accurately filled the wound, expanding and hardening, swiftly staunching the bleeding. Immediately after, a roll of bandage was wrapped around the wound, completely covering it. However, when her gaze swept over the mutant, curled in pain beside the marshal, and she prepared to offer the same aid, her movements imperceptibly paused. Treating a mutant's wound, this was indeed the first time. In the depths of her consciousness, the whispers of imperial doctrine instinctively arose, carrying an undeniable admonition, but the duty of a warrior and the sense of camaraderie with those who had just bled alongside her instantly overcame it. She did not hesitate for a moment, bending down to begin the rescue. The sight before her was completely different from when she had treated the marshal, no protective carapace, only ragged, dirty rags, clinging tightly to the raw, energy-burned wound on the mutant's arm. Fixen's armored fingers carefully and steadily peeled away the charred, clinging fabric, fully exposing the gruesome burn wound beneath. Just as she pressed the spray nozzle. Hiss! A large amount of white, rapid-setting foam, accompanied by a pungent medicinal smell, surged out, instantly covering the bloody wound. The foam rapidly expanded and hardened, emitting a dense crackling sound, as if the searing pain was forcibly suppressed by this cold, hard shell. This extreme cold and sudden sensation, directly applied to the exposed wound, made the burly male casualty, whose skin was covered in mutated scales, suddenly tremble all over. A roar, a mix of intense pain and extreme shock, burst uncontrollably from his throat. He lowered his head in disbelief, watching those armored hands steadily and efficiently wrap bandages around his mutated arm. This direct and effective treatment was a world apart from the countless times he had experienced rough shoves or worse treatment from the marshals. The initial fear in his eyes receded, replaced by deep confusion, and a hint of extremely humble hope that he himself hadn't even noticed. The initial fear in his eyes melted away, replaced by deep confusion, and a hint of extremely humble hope that he himself hadn't even noticed. The other mutants silently watched this incredible scene, their heavy breathing seemingly frozen, the air thick with an indescribable tension and astonishment. Fixen remained unmoved. She precisely covered and wrapped the bandage over the foam, ensuring the dressing was secure and tight. The entire process was silent, only her steady and focused breathing, filtered through her helmet, was remarkably clear in the relatively quieted battlefield. Chapter 461, Inscribed. After bandaging, Fixen lifted her head. Her gaze, from behind the helmet's eye slits, pierced through the protective shield, directly meeting the mutant's eyes, wide with pain and the incredible scene before them. Her voice, transmitted through the voxcaster, still carried a cold, metallic quality, but the frigid aloofness that once regarded them as absolute aliens had been tempered away by the flames of their shared resistance against chaos. Your actions upheld the teachings of the Lectitio Divinitas. Her words were clear and forceful, quoting the essence of the sacred texts. Though dwelling in shadows, their hearts face the Emperor's light, bravely repelling evil, they manifest loyalty. This statement was like a boulder cast into still water. It meant that Fixen, a battle sister renowned for her iron will and fervent faith, had quoted the Lectitio Divinitas to affirm the mutants' actions in defending their home. This was tantamount to declaring that, on the battlefield against chaos, their actions, in that moment, briefly converged with the core spirit of the Imperium's defense of order. The injured, scales-skinned, burly male mutant froze completely. A colossal shock, like an invisible heavy hammer, instantly overwhelmed the burning pain in his arm. Muscles tensed beneath his scaly skin, his cloudy eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on Fixen's expressionless helmet. His lips moved futilely, but no sound emerged. The surrounding mutant residents fell into a heavy, heart-stopping silence. Heavy breathing seemed to have been drawn away, only the hollow crackle of embers deep within the pipes echoing. Every pair of eyes cloudy, wary, weathered was fixed intently on Fixen and their bandaged companion. Old Cripple's hunched figure leaned slightly forward, and in his cloudy eyes, a complex light flickered intensely, the deepest shock, lingering doubt, and a hint of a nearly dizzying sensation brought about by being treated with recognition rather than extermination by this warrior who represented absolute order and power. Finally, that light settled, transforming into a heavy, complex feeling he had never experienced in his long and arduous life, an unexpected sense of being included within the Imperium's standard of measurement. Fixen rose swiftly, her ceramite joints making a faint resetting sound. Her strict gaze swept over the scene, not lingering on the mutants, and she directly issued clear, unquestionable orders to the sister beside her: send him to the medical station immediately, priority treatment. This command was crisp and decisive, both a necessary treatment for the injured and an invisible boundary, limiting that astonishing affirmation to the context of battlefield aid rules remained clear: duty above all else. Then, her gaze turned to the still rising embers at B7 Junction, her voice steady and with unquestionable authority: thoroughly clear the battlefield, ensure no lingering threats. Maintain the current status of D7 sector, await further instructions. Days later, the pale lights of D7 sector illuminated on schedule. The mutant residents, as usual, walked towards the cold metal wall sprayed with Imperial maxims, preparing for their routine dawn prayers. However, their steps halted in unison as they approached the scene. At the base of the wall was completely new. The makeshift platform, roughly welded from a discarded maintenance cart tray, was gone. In its place was a brand new, stable, small ecclesiarchy altar. The altar's base was welded from thick metal plates, sharply angled, exuding an undeniable sense of solidity. Most striking was the altar's top. The faded, old canvas bearing the imperial aquila was gone, replaced by a true imperial aquila emblem, cast from cold, hard brass. Though not large, its lines were clear and sharp, gleaming with a heavy metallic luster under the lights, silently emanating an inviolable majesty. Immediately in front of this new altar's base, a metal plaque about half a person's height was placed. The plaque was made of solid material, its edges finely cut and polished, and its surface smooth and flat. At this moment, Sister RIfxFe stood solemnly before the metal plaque, holding a portable laser etching pen. Under countless gazes intertwined with surprise, confusion, and finally converging into silent anticipation, she activated the etching pen. A subtle but sharp blue beam of light focused precisely on the metal plaque's surface, emitting a faint hiss, accompanied by a fine mist of vaporized metal. Her movements were steady and focused, her armored fingers precisely controlling the beam, as if performing a solemn ritual. Where the beam moved, lines of clear high Gothic script were permanently etched, the names of the 3 mutant residents who had sacrificed themselves the previous night during the Chaos Remnant attack, to prevent arson and protect their fellow D7 sector inhabitants and facilities. When the last letter was etched, RIfxFe did not stop. She moved the beam, and below the names, in a slightly smaller font, began to etch another line of text. They sacrificed themselves in the chaos of the disturbance to protect their home. Their blood is not cold, their will not extinguished. The air seemed to solidify, only the hiss of the etching pen remaining. Then, a suppressed, heavy gasp rose from the crowd. All the mutant residents held their breath, silently gazing at the metal plaque inscribed with names before the altar's base, and the new brass aquila above it. The names of the fallen. For the first time, so solemnly inscribed, placed beneath a true ecclesiarchy altar. Although the metal plaque itself was simple and unadorned, its position, the solemn aquila above it, and the one who etched it, gave it a weight like thunder. It silently declared, the actions of these departed were intimately linked to the survival and protection of D7 sector. They were inscribed on the periphery of imperial order. The light reflected on the metal plaque, the newly etched names and inscription reflecting a steadfast and solemn luster, the brass aquila above cast a stern shadow. Together, they and the cold majesty of the imperial maxims on the wall formed a weighty tableau. RIfxFe swiftly put away the laser pen, without giving any speech. As if completing a predetermined duty, she stepped back, resuming her posture of overseeing the prayers. However, her gaze lingered on the inscribed plaque embedded before the altar's base for longer than usual. Old Cripple's blood-soaked roar from the previous night seemed to still echo in her ears, but now it solidified into this cold metal symbol before her. The flames of the previous night had purged the old shadows, and this morning's inscription placed beneath the altar was like a cornerstone embedded in the foundation of D7 sector's new order, carving a heavy and resilient mark for this future built on blood and fire. A profound bond, born of shared resistance against chaos and the defense of home, quietly solidified between the cold imperial altar and the suffering, mutated bodies. Chapter 462, Emperor Ascending Day. The warm glow of the Rostov subsector's star generously penetrated the New Earth Island airport's massive observation windows, casting dancing golden light spots across the cold, smooth metal deck, as if the Emperor's benevolent gaze had descended. For D7 district, this mutants community that was gradually finding its place under the Imperial Order's protection, 3 months were like a refining crucible, quietly reshaping its internal resilience and sense of belonging. The sacred bells of the Emperor Ascending Day rang throughout the airport, a unique celebration woven from order, new hope, and Sister RIfxFe's limited approval, blooming with a different kind of vitality in this once silent industrial space. In the air, the familiar warmth of burning fuel rods, lit by residents to dispel the chill from deep within the pipes, emanated a metallic aftertaste, like the low murmur of D7 district's resilient life. However, today, a new, comforting fragrance blended in the warm, enticingly charred aroma of baked holiday coarse grain biscuits. These were extra rations specially distributed by the Imperial Administration to celebrate Emperor Ascending Day. Though not abundant, they were like holiday kindling, igniting long-lost anticipation and satisfaction in the community, their scent happily permeating the pipes and shanties. The narrow passages of the shanty area shed their drabness, becoming vibrant display corridors. Residents spontaneously decorated their homes with scrap materials. Discarded insulation fabric scraps were carefully cut and flattened, becoming canvases. The colored copper cores and plastic sheets of discarded cables were stripped, torn into strips, and then twisted into brilliant colored ropes. Children excitedly helped sort materials, discussing color schemes. Residents fastened the canvases to both sides of the passages, gathering around to meticulously sew and collage the colored ropes into double-headed eagle patterns using bone needles or metal wires. Though the patterns were crude, they were full of heart. The copper-outlined eagle wings were majestic, and the blue plastic-filled wings symbolized loyalty. They varied in style, collectively expressing a budding identification with the holiday and the Empire. Under the specially brightened emergency lights, these holiday decorations came alive. The simple fabric background highlighted the vibrant colored ropes, copper wires reflected light like dancing stars, and plastic strips emitted a soft matte glow, weaving a unique industrial wasteland aesthetic. They were no longer humble proof, but a unique tribute offered by residents to the Empire and the holiday, crafted from scrap materials, skillful hands, and a spirit of cooperation, a blossoming of D7 district's resilient soul. In the passages, residents paused to admire and exchange techniques, rare smiles, and holiday warmth quietly flowing through the steel space. These holiday decorations shone with a unique luster under the emergency lights, which had been brightened a few degrees. They were no longer humble proof, but a creative tribute offered by community members' own hands to the Empire and the holiday. The footsteps of the patrol guards also seemed to carry a hint of holiday solemnity. The soft light of the high-mounted searchlights swept across, like a protective gaze, ensuring this hard-won celebration blossomed peacefully within order. Sister Fixen's silver-white figure, like a guardian angel of the holiday, appeared punctually in the main passage of D7 district. The sound of her power armor treading on the metal floor today sounded more like the steady and reliable drumbeat of a celebration. As she patrolled to an area where relatively clean, discarded engine parts were stacked, a vibrant small figure, encouraged by the surrounding gazes, bounced out from behind a pile of colorful insulation cotton like a nimble small beast. It was a little boy with rosy cheeks and bright eyes, two small horns on his forehead gently swaying as he ran. He ran to Fixen with innocent excitement, without the slightest hesitation, raising his tightly clenched small fist high, then solemnly opening his palm. In his palm lay a holy relic shining with a warm copper glow. It was made from a small section of carefully polished copper sleeve from a discarded hydraulic piston rod, with a smooth, rounded double-headed eagle outline and clearly visible, intricate feather patterns on its wings. Evidently, it was a masterpiece carved by the little boy, using his fingers perhaps exceptionally nimble due to mutation in a small file he had picked up, spending countless patient moments after work, bit by bit. The metal surface was covered with fine, childlike scratches, yet it glowed with extra warmth and brightness from repeated, cherished caresses. Fixen's steady footsteps halted, her armored head slightly bowed. Her cold eye lenses seemed to soften with an almost imperceptible gleam, focusing intently on the holy relic that embodied the child's heart and the community's hope, as well as the boy's slightly reddened face from pride and anticipation. The surrounding air was filled with warm expectation. After a moment, Fixen nodded very slightly but unmistakably. There were no words, but that silent acknowledgement poured down like sunlight. A battle sister behind her stepped forward, her ceramite armored hand reaching out, her action no longer a routine collection, but carrying a solemn significance, steadily and carefully taking the copper emblem that carried the child's body warmth and holiday joy. She held it in her palm for a moment, as if feeling its weight, before putting it away. A brilliant smile bloomed on the little boy's face, and he ran back to his companions joyfully, as if he had received the highest award, eliciting a small, good-natured cheer. The holiday atmosphere reached its climax around the central altar. The Aquila altar, symbolizing D7 District's rebirth and unity, was shining with a new brass luster. Residents lined up in tidier queues than usual, with holiday ease on their faces, to receive their portion of holiday coarse grain biscuits, symbolizing the Empire's care. On the outskirts of the altar, near bundles of neatly coiled recycled cables, several young people were excitedly conversing, their gazes occasionally turning reverently towards Fixen, who was conducting holiday security patrols nearby. Among them, the youth known as Little Wrench, whose extra agile finger on his left hand was now trembling slightly with excitement. He had personally witnessed Fixen descending like a divine soldier to protect their home in B7 Pipe, and that power and majesty were deeply etched in his heart. Now, under the encouraging and supportive gazes of his companions, a pure courage and sense of closeness welled up within him. As Fixen's reassuring silver-white figure approached again, Little Wrench took a deep breath, his eyes firm, and with infinite trust in his protector, he quickly and clearly extended his finger. He very carefully and gently touched the cold rose bas-relief on the grip of Fixen's bolter at her waist, that rose symbolizing power and protection. The touch was firm and reliable, like touching a foundational stone of protection. Fixen's steps remained steady, her ceramite-covered body moving like a rock, as if silently assenting to this closeness born of trust. Her armored helmet nodded ever so slightly, but this time with a clear turning motion, towards the youth. The red light of her helmet's eye lenses seemed to gently sweep across the youth's face, shining with excitement. There was no reprimand, only the low, reassuring hum of the power armor's servo systems, like the most comforting background music of the holiday. The youth withdrew his hand, his face radiating immense joy and pride. He excitedly exchanged glances with his companions, as if he had completed a sacred ritual, his heart filled with the warmth and strength of being acknowledged. Chapter 463, The Holy Wafer and the Sermon. On this sacred Emperor Ascending Day, the newly erected brass Aquila altar, the heart of Sector D7, drew the gaze of the entire community. The solemn ceremony of distributing the festive coarse grain wafers began, their imperial Aquila imprints particularly clear under the warm light. For the mutants community, living amidst steel and gradually integrating into the imperial order, this gift from the administration was far more than just food. It was like the faint glow of a fuel rod deep within a pipe, quietly igniting hope in the cold. Beside the altar, coarse grain wafers, still warm from the oven, were distributed one by one, their toasted aroma mingling with the rising heat. This familiar scent echoed daily toil and outlined the stable contours of life under the protection of order. Residents lined up in the passages, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. The walls were adorned with homemade decorations, copper cores stripped from discarded cables, cut scraps of fabric, and shiny colored string, pieced together into crude yet sincere double-headed eagle patterns. The air was a mix of awe, an awkward acceptance of the Empire, and the satisfaction of receiving food. The silent steel space finally gained a vibrant warmth. People respectfully accepted the symbolic offering. A burly man with skin as rough as sandstone, his calloused hands trembled slightly as he took a wafer. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, the familiar scent seemed to wash away fatigue, drawing forth the resilient strength to move forward, a strength derived from the recognition of labor and guardianship, just as Sister Fixen had affirmed before the metal plate inscribed with the names of the fallen. Some tasted it gratefully, their faces relaxed, savoring the rare delicacy and sense of stability. A young man with an extra jointed arm eagerly took a bite, the crisp sound clearly audible. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, waving the wafer in his hand to his companion, his eyes sparkling not just with pleasure at the taste, but also with the aspiration of mastering new skills and contributing to the community. A woman with scaled skin gently broke off a small piece and carefully placed it in her child's curiously outstretched hand. The child stood on tiptoe, holding it with tiny scaled hands, a pure smile as if bathed in the warm holiday sun, immediately pressing it carefully to their chest, as if embracing a promise of something better. The woman gazed at her child, her rough fingers brushing their head, silently praying, "May these pure eyes see a brighter, more stable future in this haven." Low, tender whispers flowed through the queue. People showed each other their wafers, sharing their satisfaction. Their words also mingled with small ideas for the community's future plans to repair shacks, vague hopes that children might learn livelihoods and stability. The hunched old cripple also slowly joined the queue. His cloudy eyes reflected the altar's light, and the simple vision in his heart, that the community's children could grow up in a cleaner environment, seemed to be faintly illuminated. Even the patrolling security personnel's expressions were less solemn than usual, tacitly allowing the soft murmurs in the queue and the fleeting liveliness brought by children briefly running, their taut nerves relaxing a little during the festival. A young security guard watched a child happily spinning in place, his lips unconsciously curving upwards. This relaxation itself was like a footnote to the community's tranquility. The public searchlights from above also seemed softer than usual, adding to the celebration's glow. The light was like a gaze with warmth, watching the subtle hope quietly budding in this steel land, stubbornly growing within the cracks of order. Those who received wafers did not disperse hastily. They gathered in twos and threes by discarded metal racks in corners, or leaned against the supports of giant pipes, savoring small bites carefully. The toasted aroma and the faint sounds of chewing spread, interweaving into the rare human warmth of a festival in Sector D7, a shared tranquility permeating the steel. This brief respite and sharing was not just for sustenance, but also for drawing resilience for the future and the faint warmth of community. Children clutched small pieces of wafers, chasing each other by their parents' legs, their clear laughter echoing through the pipe structures, bouncing through the passages. This carefree innocence was the most precious vitality in the steel jungle, and it carried the community's purest belief that tomorrow will be better. The Imperial Festival and the administration of order made residents feel an increasingly solidified sense of belonging. This sense of belonging, like an invisible bond, quietly connected the present solace with the anticipation of a shared future. Sister Fixen's silver-white figure, like a symbol of order, appeared beside the patrol column. The steady, clear sound of power armor treading the ground was not oppressive amidst the laughter and chewing, but rather like a solid drumbeat, laying the foundation for this nascent hope based on order and small expectations. The distribution continued, and a satisfied, peaceful serenity permeated the entire space. The air wafted with the toasted aroma of coarse grains, but also with a pervasive appreciation for the present grace and an anticipation for a more stable future, though distant, whose outlines could already be vaguely seen. Sister Fixen stood before the metal plate inscribed with the names of the heroic guardians and the solemn Aquila holy image her carving tool had personally etched the loyalty of the fallen here. Her deep, powerful gaze swept over the crowd gathered below, over every face yearning for recognition and guidance. The lingering whispers and chewing sounds finally subsided, coalescing into a reverent silence. A steady hum came from the helmet's internal amplifier, drawing all expectant gazes. Her voice rang out through the loudspeaker, clear, powerful, and rock-solid, in the name of the Holy Emperor's supreme glory. On this sacred ascending occasion, may grace cleanse our hearts and lead us forward. As the solemn opening words fell, her gaze, scrutinizing yet also showing approval, swept over those below. As the ancient holy words proclaim, the Holy Emperor's benevolence is like the vast starry sky, shining upon all peoples. His glory shows compassion to all souls with unwavering resolve, who uphold their duties, and are willing to convert to the true faith. Behold! The lines on your hands. They are a testament to diligence. Behold! Your straightened backs. They are a symbol of resilience. Day after day, you use these hands to clean oil from decks, scrape carbon from engines, and move mountains of supply crates. This sweat and toil, every drop, is your silent guardianship of the Imperial Order. It is your solemn dedication to moving towards true faith and practicing loyalty. This place, Sector D7, is the home fortress you guard, labor in, and rely on for survival. Your toil is the solid foundation that constructs this small space. Your resilience is the unquenchable fire of strength. Your loyalty is the bright lamp that dispels shadows and illuminates the path to order. Hold fast to this path. Uphold your duties. Keep hope in your hearts. Be firm in your faith. Maintain the purity of order. Thus, you shall, under the protection of the Holy Emperor's glory, earn dignity and continuance, together forging a bright future that belongs to you, the resilient, the loyal, and those reborn into the Imperial Order. The echo of the sermon seemed to still reverberate through the cold bulkheads. A silence filled with shared belief and temporary peace enveloped the entire space. Only the surging heartbeat in their chests, like a deep chant, accompanied the steady crackle of fuel rods deep within the pipes. This sound was the pulse of present life, and also like the footsteps leading to the future pointed to by that firm belief. In this mutants community, rooted in discarded steel, maintained by Imperial Order, and nurturing faint new life, the Emperor's mark was already deeply etched. The faint light of the festival and the residents' daily sweat moistened the soil, and a tiny hope based on recognition and stability was quietly stretching, within the space granted by order, towards that more promising tomorrow. Fixen's gaze swept over the crowd like a guardian, her armored hand habitually resting on the holy yet cold embossed rose on the bolter at her waist. Her vigilance was like a solid bulwark, guarding this hard-won glimmer of order, and the fragile new shoots stubbornly budding in this land of suffering, pointing towards the future. This vigilance was also her silent adherence to the responsibility she had embraced. Chapter 464, The Emperor's Mercy 4K. A soft, blue halo emanated from the holographic projection device, outlining the D7 mutants' resettlement zone on the silver-gray metal console. Inquisitor Chen Xi stood at the edge of the light, his gaze calmly surveying the scene of struggle for survival under an iron order. The faint light of the projection illuminated his sharply defined face. He was dressed in a meticulously tailored black uniform, symbolizing the absolute authority of the Inquisition, with a short cape lined in scarlet draped over his left shoulder. A column-shaped Inquisitor rosette, cast from adamantium and inlaid with scarlet gems, was pinned to his uniform on his chest, reflecting a cool glint under the blue light, a symbol of the Emperor's loyalty and the purification of heresy. The heavy blast door slid open silently. Sister RIfxFe appeared at the doorway, her entire body encased in pristine ceramite power armor, its smooth surface only lightly dusted at the joint seams. She entered with steady steps, her power boots making clear, rhythmic soft sounds on the metal floor. Stopping precisely 3 paces behind Chen Xi, she rendered the solemn Imperial Aquila salute to the Inquisitor and Subsector Governor. In the name of Her Majesty the Saint, I salute you, Inquisitor. Her voice, clear and pleasant, came from the helmet's amplifier, carrying the calm penetration characteristic of a battle sister. Chen Xi withdrew his gaze from the projection and nodded slightly. Sister RIfxFe, report. His low voice carried its usual authority, his well-defined fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the edge of the console. RIfxFe quickly unlatched her helmet and removed it. A wisp of light golden braid fell from her temple, brushing her young, focused face. Her clear and sharp gaze fixed on the Inquisitor's broad back, as she securely attached her helmet to the magnetic clasp at her waist. Inquisitor, D7 operates smoothly overall. RIfxFe's clear and pleasant voice echoed in the room, her light golden braid swaying slightly as she looked up, the faint glow of the projection illuminating her focused face. Chinook contamination checks of core pipeline nodes have been completed, and all processing is within safe thresholds. The resident mutual aid network operates smoothly, and reports of accidental disturbances have significantly decreased. I recommend implementing a secondary ration incentive program for individual units actively participating in maintaining order, to consolidate the results. Her armored fingers habitually brushed the hilt of the bolter at her waist, a symbol of purity in combat, and she continued calmly. However, the physical wear and tear caused by continuous high-intensity labor warrants attention, primarily manifesting as joint abrasion and skin problems. Coordination has been made to strengthen the supply of protective equipment and increase the frequency of medical priest patrols. Based on the latest principles of the Rostov Mutants Management Regulations, 3 cases of critical level 4 mutation have been confirmed. RIfxFe looked up, her gaze directly at Chen Xi's broad back. Affected by irreversible mutation deterioration, the labor capacity of the relevant individuals is essentially lost, and there is a risk of passive spread. Therefore, in accordance with the spirit and chapters of the regulations, I request immediate activation of the Emperor's Mercy program to completely eliminate the source of contamination. A short distance away, Sage Avilia stood quietly. Her red, finely crafted robes accentuated her serene face, appearing no different from an ordinary person at first glance. Only a few slender, multi-jointed mechanical tentacles behind her back subtly danced, adjusting their angles with barely perceptible movements, revealing her identity. Several brass-cased servitor skulls, their eyes glowing faintly red, floated around her like dutiful acolytes, emitting a soft hum. Sister RIfxFe's observations and my data analysis show a high correlation. Avilia's steady, efficient synthesized voice rang out, the light points of her mechanical eyes focusing on Chen Xi. Integrated analysis of the D7 vital signs monitoring network shows that individual B7-09's somatic cells exhibit significant inert resistance to secondary promethium radiation. I recommend deploying him to the outer area of the New Earth Island Airport secondary reactor for extreme tolerance testing, to evaluate his potential utilization rate under maximum tolerable radiation values. Her mechanical tentacles slightly extended as her thoughts progressed. Case D7-42's skeletal muscles exhibit extraordinary strength under specific stress. I recommend incorporating him into the heavy vehicle component handling sequence for specialized extreme load-bearing and fatigue testing, to quantify his ultimate exploitable value. It is worth noting that under the current management framework, the estimated overall survival probability of the target group over the next 5 years has steadily increased from an initial 24% to 43.7%, showing a positive development trend in the survival stability curve. She paused briefly, the servitor skulls simultaneously emitting a faint computational hum. Based on this trend, I propose optimization suggestions. Establish a preset job transfer mechanism and supporting system for individuals approaching the level 3 mutation threshold. Construct a dynamic monitoring and early warning network for accelerated regional mutation deterioration. Strengthen reproductive health support systems for the childbearing age group. Furthermore, standardize the Emperor's Mercy program containment process to ensure that all remaining physiological potential of critical individuals is fully exploited before final disposal, maximizing resource recovery rate. Sister RIfxFe, Chen Xi's gaze finally moved from the projection, his deep pupils turning to the battle sister who had removed her helmet. Is your requested Mercy program based on contamination risk or pure survival care? Can the job transfer mechanism proposed by Sage Avilia cover some similar cases, delaying their entry into the isolation phase? RIfxFe straightened her back, her young face unwavering. Inquisitor, risk is the primary consideration. The regulations clearly state that level 4 critical status has the potential for uncontrolled passive spread. The job transfer mechanism has its value, but for these 3 cases, their mutation degree and deterioration speed have exceeded the current coverage of this mechanism. The Emperor's Mercy is a necessary purification method. I also recommend attempting intensified medical intervention before disposal. This is the last solace for suffering souls and an embodiment of the program's mercy name. Chen Xi nodded slightly, his gaze turning to Avilia. Sage, a 43.7% survival rate increase is significant, but at what cost? Is the physical wear and tear mentioned by RIfxFe part of the cost of your effective management framework reported? Are your recommendations for protective equipment upgrades and medical support consistent with RIfxFe's demands? How are resources balanced? Avilia's mechanical eyes seemed to flicker for a moment, her synthesized voice remaining steady. Wear and tear is a necessary concomitant variable of efficiency, Inquisitor. Increasing protection levels and medical frequency requires additional resource input, and Sister RIfxFe's demands are data supported. My optimization suggestions are centered on increasing the slope of the overall survival rate curve, investing in preventive resources such as protection and early warning networks. In the long run, this will reduce wear and tear costs and the trigger rate of the Mercy program, increasing the average effective labor duration of the group. This is consistent with Sister RIfxFe's short-term measures of strengthening protection and standardizing disposal processes, and they are complementary strategies on different time scales. Long run. RIfxFe's voice involuntarily rose by half a tone, her clear blue eyes directly meeting Avilia's inhuman mechanical pupils. Sage Avilia, I respect the god of machines logic. But you mentioned deploying individual B7-09 to a radiation zone for extreme testing, and D7-42 for extreme handling testing. Isn't this accelerating the consumption of their lives, pushing them to the endpoint of the Mercy program faster? Does the efficiency in your optimization plan completely equate to extracting their last bit of usable value, completely stripping away the basic compassion for souls that the Emperor's mercy should embody? Her knuckles tightened slightly under her power armor, her tone carrying the characteristic questioning of a battle sister. Avilia's mechanical tentacles ceased their subtle movements, her synthesized voice gaining a hint of calm opposition. Sister RIfxFe, your questioning is based on emotional projection. The Emperor's mercy is an inevitable and necessary endpoint. My suggestions aim to maximize the individual's usable value and data acquisition before reaching that endpoint, which is a responsibility to Imperial resources. B7-09's inert resistance to radiation is a verifiable, exploitable unique asset. D7-42's extraordinary strength contributes far more in specific roles than standard laborers. Ignoring these potentials is irresponsible to the overall survival rate. What you call basic compassion, in a resource-scarce wasteland, its most realistic manifestation is achieved by improving efficiency and ensuring the survival of more individuals. Overprotecting inefficient individuals ultimately harms the foundation of group survival. Clearly, as a mechanical sage, Avilia's logic chain was impeccable. RIfxFe's jawline tightened for an instant but quickly relaxed. She did not directly refute Avilia's logic but turned to Chen Xi, her tone solemn. Inquisitor, I am not against efficiency. But the Emperor's mercy should not merely be a disposal program after resources are exhausted. Sage Avilia's job transfer mechanism has its value, but its extreme testing orientation must be strictly constrained. Clear, insurmountable physiological tolerance thresholds must be set, along with genuinely effective medical support plans that truly delay deterioration, rather than merely documenting its breakdown process. Otherwise, how is this different from cruel screening and elimination? Does this contradict the spirit of mercy in the regulations? For these three irreversible cases, I insist on immediately executing the Mercy program and providing maximum medical care attempts in the final stages of their lives. Avilia's servitor skulls hummed more intensely. She did not directly respond to RIfxFe again but refocused her mechanical eyes on Chen Xi, her synthesized voice supported by data. Inquisitor, physiological extreme thresholds are quantifiable. My draft will include an early warning mechanism based on real-time biological monitoring, ensuring job transfers operate within preset safety margins until their value is fully exploited or a critical point is reached. Medical support is part of efficiency investment. However, for individuals who have lost their labor capacity and pose a diffusion risk, the optimal solution remains to promptly initiate the Mercy program. Resources should be prioritized for prevention and maintenance of the working population, rather than attempting to reverse irreversible deterioration. This is a cruel logic, and it is the foundation for maintaining 43.7% and pursuing higher values. Chen Xi's broad chest rose and fell slightly with his deep breaths, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the cold console edge. His gaze returned to the projection of the resettlement zone, breathing heavily in the blue light. RIfxFe's emphasis on order, immediate risk, and adherence to the meaning of mercy, Avilia's cold numbers, long-term efficiency blueprint, precise calculation of usable value, and the doubled yet still cruel 43.7% survival rate, clashed fiercely in his mind. RIfxFe's questioned cruelty and Avilia's defended necessary logic were precisely the microcosm of the Empire's contradictions in this galaxy. The balance of resource allocation, the boundaries of Imperial iron law, the weight of individual lives under the shadow of mutation, all were placed on the Inquisitor's scales after this silent debate. After a moment of silence, his low voice sounded, carrying the weight of decision, approve the immediate activation of the Emperor's Mercy program for those 3 level 4 critical individuals. As Sister RIfxFe suggested, attempt intensified medical intervention before the program's execution. He turned to Avilia. Sage Avilia, immediately refine your job transfer mechanism draft. The core requirements must include the clear and insurmountable physiological tolerance threshold setting emphasized by Sister RIfxFe, and a binding, substantive medical delay support plan. Report within 3 days. The core of this mechanism is management and extending the usable period, not testing limits. His gaze returned to RIfxFe. Protective equipment upgrades and additional medical priests, coordinate with the logistics department, prioritize high-risk positions. Then to both, the early warning network and reproductive health support system proposed by the sage will be included in long-term planning evaluation. Standardize the execution process of the Emperor's Mercy program, and you two will jointly draft the detailed rules. The detailed rules must clearly reflect the absolute priority of risk control, while also including necessary, standardized humanitarian monitoring procedures before execution. His fingertips stopped tapping, his voice solemn. Remember, every percentage point is not just a number, but a mark of the imperial citizen's struggle for survival. Efficiency and humanity, order and survival, and the boundaries of utilization and end-of-life care that you argue about, all need to find balance within the confines of imperial law in this reality. In the brief silence, the air hung heavy, only the low hum of the projection and the buzzing of the skulls intertwined. Fixen's and Avilia's gazes briefly met at the end of Chen Xi's words, one with the persistence of partially adopted demands, the other with calm acceptance of restrictions being added to the efficiency framework. The argument paused, but the differences in ideology, like dust under the blue light, did not dissipate. Sister Fixen, the secondary ration incentive program is approved for execution. He turned to the Adeptus Mechanicu's representative, his gaze sharp. Sage Avilia, construct the regional mutation early warning network according to the Imperial Civilized World's Level 3 security standards. The cost of the required core equipment will be covered by the New Earth Island Airport's special budget. Ensure that all variables in this area are within absolute controllable range, and any abnormal fluctuations must be captured, analyzed, and reported immediately. Absolutely controllable and immediately were warnings against potential out-of-control risks. Without hesitation, he decisively activated the personal cogitator data slate on his wrist. A sharp beam of light projected precisely, instantly unfolding a vast, detailed star district map of the Rostov subsector above the console, with colonies and nodes shimmering like a galaxy. Chen Xi's gaze swept over the star map like a hawk, his fingertips swiftly and precisely selecting 3 strategic nodes that also contained large mutant populations, the Stalingrad Small Forging Cluster, the Dnieper Ecological Circulation Matrix, and the Kalinin gaseous planet Prometheum Refinery. Immediately, at these 3 strategic nodes, Chen Xi's voice carried gravity and resolve. Pilot the Rostov subsector mutants temporary management regulations. All processes and management frameworks must be executed meticulously and strictly follow the verified standard model of the D7 zone. The goal is clear, to incorporate scattered mutant populations into the iron net of imperial order, and through strict screening and effective guidance, transform their potential into tangible, controllable productivity that supports the operation of the empire. With the command issued, he picked up the pure gold pen, carved with the sacred lily emblem. The pen tip hovered over the blank space of the blessed parchment, already prepared and emitting a faint scent of incense and wax seals, a turning point that held the fate of countless individuals. He paused for a barely perceptible moment. Fixen's and Avilia's silent argument seemed to condense a hint of weight at his pen tip. Finally, the pen tip descended, signing his name with a fluid, strong stroke. Chapter 465, Discharged from the Hospital. After finishing the mutant's business, Chen Xi finally managed to free himself and return to the familiar 3K era. Standing still, he stretched, loosened his joints, and felt an even greater sigh in his heart. Ever since he received that box from the Emperor, his life had completely veered off track. Just imagine, he was originally just an ordinary 3K era corporate drone. How could he possibly transform into a star district governor in the 40K era, able to decide the life and death of trillions of beings with a single word? However, he had been doing this job for over a decade, forced into it, and now he was gradually becoming more adept at it. Although he had adjusted the time flow between the two worlds, 10 years in 40K era translated to more than half a year in the 3K era. The experiences of the past half year made Chen Xi feel that he had undergone a world-shattering transformation. From an ordinary person, he had ascended to a powerful figure who controlled the fate of trillions of beings. No matter how vast the differences between the two worlds, the aura of a superior, accustomed to giving commands and having them obeyed, had quietly settled upon him. Coupled with the Psyker's power he had exchanged for in the 3K era, the two combined meant that Chen Xi's eyes now truly held a chillingly stern aura, a mark of iron and blood forged in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood during the decade-long Rostov expedition. In the peaceful 3K era, apart from those old heroes who had fought bravely on the battlefield, how many people had truly experienced such a baptism of blood and fire? The difference was self-evident. Of course, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Xi always tried his best to reign in this aura in the 3K era. He took a deep breath, just as he would steady his mind when confronting a subspace storm in the warmer world, slowly settling and compressing that invisible pressure and iron-blooded aura, hiding it deep beneath a gentle and calm exterior. He even maintained a faint Psyker spell, like sheathing an overly sharp blade and then covering it with a thin veil, blurring others' overly strong first impressions of him. Therefore, although he still appeared tall, confident, and extraordinary in demeanor, he would at least not cause ordinary people to feel an instinctive dread or discomfort. Especially thinking about picking up Li Jing'ai from the hospital tomorrow, he certainly couldn't show up radiating killing intent. That would be too abrupt for a lady. Although their relationship wasn't explicitly defined, their strolls in the Hainan rainforest, conversations by the waterfall, the diving accident, and his vigil in her hospital room had already planted a vague fondness in each other's hearts. Chen Xi didn't want to leave her with any impression that was threatening or cold. He wanted her to see the Chen Xi who would quietly listen to her sing by the sea, clumsily follow her in the rainforest, and become flustered over her safety. The next day, at the sanatorium, Chen Xi, holding a bouquet of elegant lilies, arrived promptly at the door of Li Jing'ai's hospital room. The door was open, and she had already changed out of her hospital gown, wearing a comfortable off-white cotton and linen long dress and a light-colored cardigan. She was bending over, tidying her personal belongings on the bedside table. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft halo around her. Her complexion was much better than before, though her movements still carried a slight caution, typical after recovering from a serious illness. Jing ai. Chen Xi lightly tapped the doorframe, a gentle smile on his face. His deliberately reined in aura made him appear like a thoughtful older brother next door. Li Jing'ai looked up at the sound, and upon seeing him, a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face, as if dispelling the last trace of gloom in the hospital room. You're here. Her voice carried a light vitality. I've almost finished packing, I was just waiting for you. How are you feeling? What did the doctor say? Chen Xi walked into the room and handed her the bouquet. Much better. Li Jing'ai took the flowers, lowered her head to sniff them lightly, her eyes curving into crescents. The doctor said my recovery is better than expected, and the signs of nerve damage are basically stable. The next step is consistent rehabilitation and care. Thanks to the rejuvenating therapy here, the effect is truly miraculous. As she spoke, she gave Chen Xi a grateful look. That's good. Chen Xi breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely happy for her recovery. I'll help you with your luggage. Okay, thank you. Li Jing'ai didn't refuse, pointing to a small suitcase and a canvas bag full of books and miscellaneous items by the bed. Chen Xi easily picked up the suitcase, then naturally bent down to grab the canvas bag at the foot of the bed. Just as he leaned in and bent down, Li Jing'ai, who was tidying the wrapping paper of the flowers in her hands, paused almost imperceptibly. She felt as if the air around her had solidified for a moment, an indescribable, heavy presence brushing against her skin, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand slightly on end, as if something massive had silently approached and then instantly retracted its claws. The sensation was extremely brief, so quick that she wondered if it was her imagination. She instinctively looked up at Chen Xi. He was focused on picking up the canvas bag, his profile gentle, his expression showing no abnormality. That fleeting sense of strangeness had vanished without a trace. Li Jing'ai frowned slightly, a hint of doubt crossing her mind. As a psychologist, she was extremely sensitive to people's auras and body language. That feeling just now was completely different from the gentle impression he usually gave. It was closer to that non-human oppressive feeling he had inadvertently revealed when he pulled her out of the water in the distant seas of Hainan. She remembered the rare celestial phenomenon captured by satellites, and she also recalled the calm and sharpness, like someone who had experienced countless battlefields, that occasionally flickered in the depths of his eyes when he was relaxed. But she said nothing, merely quickly lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously tightening on the edge of the wrapping paper, suppressing that trace of doubt. A smile reappeared on her face. All right, shall we go? In the car. Chen Xi drove steadily away from the sanatorium area, merging into the city traffic. What are your plans next? Chen Xi asked. Are you going back to Hainan? Or? Li Jing'ai turned her head to look at him, a mischievous you guessed it smile on her face. Neither. Actually, I have some good news to tell you. Oh. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, indicating his curiosity. Because this unexpected recovery requires a period of observation and subsequent rehabilitation, plus my accumulated annual leave, Li Jing'ai's voice carried a hint of anticipation and ease. I applied for a work transfer with the hospital, and they agreed. For a while, I'll be affiliated with a cooperative psychological clinic here, and I'll also take on some online consultations. Which means? She paused, her smile deepening, I'll be settling down in this city. This news surprised Chen Xi, and then an indescribable joy welled up in his heart. Really? That's great. His tone was genuinely delighted. Welcome to my territory. If you need any help, like finding a place to live, just say the word. Thanks in advance. But I already have a lead on finding a place. A university classmate happens to have a small apartment for short-term rent, not far from that cooperative clinic, and the environment is good. I'm going to see it tomorrow afternoon. Li Jing'ai seemed very independent. Then, to celebrate your discharge from the hospital, and to celebrate you becoming a new citizen, Chen Xi took advantage of a red light to turn and look at her, his eyes gentle and inviting. Would you do me the honor of having lunch together? I know a very good private restaurant, quiet and with very healthy dishes, which should be suitable for your current condition. Li Jing'ai readily agreed. Okay. It's perfect for celebrating my newfound freedom, and to thank you, my savior, for all your care. She winked playfully. Chapter 466 Ambiguity. The restaurant was tucked away in a secluded alley of the old city, like a sanctuary amidst the bustling metropolis. Chen Xi was clearly a regular here. The owner greeted them with a warm smile and skillfully led them to a quiet private room by the window, where a few green bamboos partially obscured a white wall and grey tiles outside. When ordering, Chen Xi flipped through the menu, carefully avoiding cold, spicy, and hard-to-digest options, choosing more nourishing and light dishes instead. He also quietly instructed, please use less oil and salt. This subtle thoughtfulness, like a feather, gently brushed Li Jing'ai's heartstrings, stirring a hint of imperceptible sweetness. While waiting for the food, the two chatted casually. Li Jing'ai shared interesting anecdotes from her rehabilitation at the sanatorium, while Chen Xi, like a connoisseur, introduced the various wonderful places in the city. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. In such a leisurely environment, Chen Xi's gentle demeanor seemed particularly comforting and natural. However, when he occasionally fell silent, or his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the small world outside the window, his calm profile would suddenly solidify into a sense of distance, always making Li Jing'ai vaguely recall that fleeting glimpse in the hospital room, a profound, almost impossibly heavy tranquility, as if he bore a weight beyond imagination. His hand, resting casually on the table, had distinct, protruding knuckles, subtly revealing a restrained power even in a relaxed state, entirely unlike the hands of an ordinary office worker. But whenever she spoke, his gaze would return like a warm current, and that focused gentleness would quickly replace any somberness, making her feel that her previous association was merely her own conjecture. The soup here is excellent, drinking more of it is good for your health, Chen Xi said, naturally picking up the ladle and serving her a bowl of rich, milky white fish soup, with a few specks of green scallions floating on the surface. Thank you. Li Jing'ai took the white porcelain bowl and sipped slowly. The warmth slid from her tongue into her stomach, then gradually spread through her limbs. She looked up at the enigmatic man opposite her, his meticulous reliability, and even that occasionally revealed, deep-sea-like peculiar calmness, strangely made her feel a reassuring gravitational pull, mixed with a hint of curiosity to explore its depths. Their shared experience of life and death, and the daily interactions during this period, made the vague affection between them increasingly clear and palpable, like tender shoots quietly sprouting on spring branches. They tacitly enjoyed this closeness, in no hurry to define it, letting the ambiguous feelings flow and permeate naturally like a thin mist amidst the aroma of food and soft whispers. Lunch drew to a close in a pleasant atmosphere. The afternoon sun streamed through the intricately carved wooden window, casting warm, dancing light spots on the dark tabletop. Chen Xi carefully scooped out the last half bowl of warm fish soup from the clay pot and gently placed it in front of Li Jing'ai. Drink a little more, it's the most nourishing for you, having just recovered from a serious illness. She took it as instructed and sipped slowly. Her stomach felt warm and cozy, and her heart was softened by this subtle, pervasive care. She gazed at Chen Xi again, his thoughtful gestures and that sense of calm, as if seasoned by time and countless experiences, intertwined within him to form a complex and highly attractive unique charm. That vague feeling, like the new green shoots quietly sprouting outside the window, grew clearer and stronger in the soil of her heart. They maintained a tacit understanding, leaving things unsaid, not piercing this delicate veil, but cherishing the closeness of the moment, allowing this warm ambiguity to quietly ferment, settle, and flow amidst the faint aroma of tea and the lingering taste of food. Walking out of the private restaurant, the lazy afternoon sun warmly bathed them, carrying the leisure of spring. It was still early. Chen Xi turned his head and gently suggested, "It's still early. Do you want to go see a movie? Consider it an extra celebration for your newfound freedom." Li Jing'ai's eyes lit up. Being able to enjoy such ordinary yet vibrant everyday entertainment after a serious illness made her feel exceptionally refreshed. Sure. She readily agreed, her smile as bright as the sunshine. It's been a long time since I went to the cinema. I miss the smell of popcorn. They chose a comfortable cinema with spacious seats in the city center and watched a well-received light-hearted sci-fi comedy. The screening room was dimly lit, with only the light and shadows from the giant screen illuminating the dust motes in the air. Chen Xi sank deep into the wide, soft seat, trying to relax his body and immerse himself in this long-missed leisure atmosphere. Li Jing'ai was quickly drawn into the humorous plot, watching with great interest, often giggling behind her hand and leaning slightly forward. In the moments when the screen light alternated between bright and dim, Li Jing'ai's peripheral vision would inadvertently sweep over Chen Xi beside her. When the bright light briefly outlined his deep profile, that sense of calmness, which even in a relaxed state could not be entirely dispelled, seemed magnified by the light and shadow. His eyes were focused on the screen, but that focus wasn't entirely on the plot, it was more like a habitual state of observation ingrained in his bones, with a hint of imperceptible alertness. As the movie entered a tense, chaotic interstellar battle scene filled with deafening explosions and fierce chases, the tremendous sound effects roared through the entire cinema. Li Jing'ai suddenly felt the air beside her seem to momentarily stiffen, ever so slightly, as if something dormant within him was inadvertently stirred by the sudden loud noise. Even the distinct, bony hand on the armrest subtly tightened for an instant, muscles tensing, quick as lightning, so fast that she almost thought it was an illusion caused by the screen's light and shadow. Her heart stirred. She instinctively nudged the butter-scented popcorn bucket towards him, her fingertips almost touching his cool hand, and whispered, "Want some? It smells good." Chen Xi seemed to pause before turning his head. Under the unpredictable, flickering light and shadow of the screen, his eyes held a momentary depth, like a deep pool into which a stone had been thrown, but it was immediately covered by a familiar, gentle smile. He shook his head, his voice very low, with a deliberate soothing tone, "You eat. I'll just watch." At that moment, his eyes seemed to hold only pure, present moment gentleness, as if the momentary tension and stillness truly were just an illusion caused by the interplay of light and shadow. Li Jing'ai's doubts were once again suppressed by this gentle facade. She withdrew her gaze and re-immersed herself in the fantastical world of the movie, but her curiosity about this mysterious man, like a stone dropped into a lake, sent ripples that quietly deepened a layer. The movie ended as twilight descended. The city's neon lights, like awakening star clusters, gradually illuminated the streets. The two walked out of the cinema side by side, blending into the bustling street. The subtle ripple from the cinema seemed to have been dispersed by the gentle evening breeze, and the air was filled with a relaxed and pleasant afterglow, mixed with the smoky scent of street food. "Phew, it's been a long time since I've watched a movie this relaxed." Li Jing'ai stretched her arms, a satisfied smile on her face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "I feel like my whole self has come alive, my blood is flowing faster. As long as you're happy." Chen Xi looked at her side profile, illuminated by the neon lights and radiating vibrant life. He too felt a long-lost, peaceful calm, flowing smoothly like a stream. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Li Jingyi nodded vigorously, full of anticipation for the future, her voice light. I'm going to look at houses tomorrow afternoon. I hope everything goes smoothly. It will. Chen Xi's tone was firm and steady, carrying an undeniable, reassuring strength, as if simply by his saying so, there would be no more obstacles ahead. Chapter 467 Warmth. Chen Xi drove steadily, taking Li Jingyi to her destination. Pushing open the apartment door, the space was indeed not large, a standard one-bedroom, one-living room layout, but as Li Jingyi had described earlier, the interior was clean and tidy, and the lighting was particularly surprising. Bright sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entire room, and outside the windows, lush green trees painted a vibrant, lively scene. Even better, it was only a 10-minute walk from here to the clinic where she would soon be working. Almost the moment she stepped into the living room, Li Jingyi fell in love with the place. The small space exuded a unique sense of warmth. She stood in the center of the living room, imagining the future days when sunlight would fill the entire room, and an eager anticipation for her new life bloomed uncontrollably on her face. With hardly any hesitation, she decided on the spot and cheerfully secured the apartment. This is great. This place is really wonderful. Li Jingyi happily surveyed the still somewhat empty room, her eyes already full of expectation, as if she was quickly calculating in her mind how to arrange it into a warm little nest. Yes, the location and environment are both quite good, it's a nice place. Chen Xi stood beside her, his gaze falling on the brilliant sparkle in her eyes. Her pure joy also infected him, and a long-lost sense of tranquility arose within him. It was as if the brutal conflicts and endless slaughter of the distant 40K universe were temporarily isolated beyond the barriers of space and time. At this moment, what occupied his senses was only this vibrant, hopeful person before him, and this tranquil city of the 3K era, perhaps ordinary in the long river of history, but deeply cherished by him. Upon receiving the keys, Li Jingyi immediately couldn't contain her excitement to purchase necessities for her new home. Next up, she lightly jingled the brand new set of keys in her hand, her smile as bright as sunshine. It's big shopping time. Chen Xi, you said you'd help move heavy things, so now it's time to make good on that promise, isn't it? Of course, on call. Chen Xi agreed with a smile, his tone firm. Let's go, I know there's a pretty big supermarket nearby, they should have everything. The supermarket was bustling, lively, and filled with a rich sense of everyday life. Pushing the shopping cart through the aisles, Li Jingyi was in high spirits, carefully selecting and comparing everything from basic towels and toothbrushes to pots, pans, and bowls for the kitchen. Chen Xi automatically slipped into his role, serving as both a competent laborer and a reliable advisor. He naturally helped her retrieve items from high shelves. When she hesitated over choices, he offered timely, pertinent advice and quietly took the increasingly heavy shopping bags, placing them steadily into the cart. When the two reached the fresh produce section, Li Jingyi's gaze was immediately drawn to a pile of plump, purplish-red fruits. Ah, mangosteens! She exclaimed in surprise, quickly walking over to pick one up and examine it closely. They look so fresh and plump. Do you like eating these? Chen Xi followed beside her with the cart, noticing her undisguised fondness in her eyes. Yes. I love them, Li Jingyi nodded vigorously, a satisfied smile blooming on her face. They're sweet and juicy, but the shell is a bit hard to peel. When I was in Hainan, this season was peak harvest time. As she spoke, she skillfully picked a few mangosteens with shiny skins and a heavy feel from the pile, placing them into the shopping bag, her movements light and childlike. Chen Xi quietly noted her small preference, and seeing her happy profile because she found her favorite fruit, the corners of his own mouth unconsciously curved upward. Looks like I'll know what fruit to buy when I visit you from now on, he said with a hint of teasing, yet his tone was serious. Li Jingyi's face flushed slightly upon hearing this, and she gave him a chiding look, but the smile in her eyes deepened. She didn't directly respond to his words, but with a touch of playful pride, she added 2 more mangosteens to the bag, as if silently acknowledging his spoken promise with this action. The two pushed a shopping cart brimming with the essence of daily life, weaving through the bright lights and myriad shelves of the supermarket. The air was filled not only with the scent of a new home but also with a subtle, unspoken sweetness quietly blossoming between them. After finishing their shopping, Chen Xi helped Li Jingyi carry all the large and small bags of household items to her new apartment building downstairs. There was quite a lot of stuff, but the two worked together seamlessly, making the moving process quite efficient. Phew, finally got everything down. Li Jingyi looked at the small mountain of shopping bags at her feet. Although her body was a bit tired, she was mostly excited. She looked up, her gaze fixed on the balcony of her small apartment, where the warm sunlight was now falling. Her tone was full of anticipation for the future. It seems my new life is truly going to take root here. Yes, it's a very good start. Chen Xi stood beside her, his gaze following hers. The sunlight gently outlined the soft curves of her profile, illuminating the sparkle in her eyes. Watching all of this, his heart was filled with a soft tranquility. It was as if the burden of billions of lives on his shoulders had been temporarily lifted, and this ordinary, mundane world of human life now seemed incredibly precious. Did you get the keys? Chen Xi's gaze fell on the new access card and keys in Li Jingyi's hand, and he asked softly. Yes. Li Jingyi nodded, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the cool metal keys, her face a mix of anticipation for the future and the solid feeling of finally settling down. Next, it's about slowly arranging everything, little by little, to turn this into a real home. Need any help? Chen Xi naturally interjected, his gaze gently resting on her face, inadvertently sweeping over the conspicuous bag of purplish-red mangosteens on the ground. Like, carrying these things up? Or, he paused, his tone ordinary yet conveying undeniable thoughtfulness, helping you wash the mangosteens first. Li Jingyi looked up at him. The sunlight fell perfectly into his focused eyes, where she saw his familiar gentleness and reliability, and also that deepness that made her feel secure yet curious to explore. Her heart fluttered slightly, and a warmth of meticulous care quietly spread. She didn't answer immediately, but instead pursed her lips and smiled, with a hint of small dependence and a touch of testing. Well, let me sort things out first. I might really need your help again. As for the mangosteens, she winked playfully, we can save them to enjoy together next time you come to inspect my new home. Chen Xi also smiled, that smile completely dispelling any lingering solemnity on his brow, making him appear exceptionally bright and relaxed. No problem, always on standby. He paused, his voice softening even more, with an undeniable concern, don't stay up too late tonight. You just got discharged and have been busy all day, getting good rest is most important. This utterly normal reminder flowed into Li Jingyi's heart like a warm current. She softly hummed her cheeks flushed with a faint blush in the glow of the setting sun. A brief silence fell between them, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the evening breeze and the unspoken, warm affection flowing between them. So, I'll head up now. Li Jingyi gestured towards the building entrance, a hint of subtle reluctance in her eyes. Okay. Chen Xi nodded, his gaze still warmly lingering on her. If anything comes up, call anytime. Got it. Li Jingyi smiled and agreed, then turned to walk towards the building entrance. After a few steps, she looked back, the golden glow of the sunset outlining her bright silhouette, her smile warm and sincere. Today, thank you so much, Chen Xi. From picking me up from the hospital to dinner and a movie, and then helping me settle in, you've worked hard. You're welcome. Chen Xi returned her smile, watching her disappear into the stairwell entrance. He stood alone, feeling the gentle breeze of the late spring evening. The air seemed to still carry the faint scent of her hair, and that easy, pleasant warmth with the sweet aroma of mangosteens. Chapter 468, The Grand Performance. Having resolved his personal emotional issues, Chen Xi suppressed his chaotic thoughts and finally refocused his attention on the 40K matters. However, he was not in a hurry to return to that war-torn world. His phone screen lit up, displaying a logistics message indicating a successful delivery. He got up and went out, his destination clear, an important package awaiting him. At the entrance of the community's package station, a massive object was particularly eye-catching. It was a corrugated cardboard box, a meter square, with sharp edges. Its dusty grey body stood out among the many small packages like a silent giant beast. The oppressive size caused it to be placed separately in the open space outside the station. Mr. Chen, your package box is really big. His neighbor, Lu Yi, had just picked up his small package and, seeing the giant box, stopped in surprise and, without a word, stepped forward to lend a hand. It took their combined effort to move the heavy box onto the small cart Chen Xi had brought. I had a friend custom make a batch of things, and there was quite a lot, but I didn't expect him to send it all in one box, Chen Xi said, holding the edge of the box and showing a slightly troubled smile, as if genuinely bothered by its size and weight. The effort of moving it was only superficial for him. An invisible force subtly flowed through his fingertips, his psychic power, like the most obedient servant, effortlessly bore most of the box's weight, making it feel weightless. With his current psychic attainments, making a steel warship temporarily levitate was not difficult, but he still sincerely thanked the helpful Lu Yi. Bringing the box home, he tore open the sealing tape. Inside, 18 smaller individual boxes were neatly stacked, in 2 layers, 9 boxes per layer. Looking at these orderly arranged boxes, a genuine sense of comfort welled up from Chen Xi's heart. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, forming a mischievous smile tinged with anticipation and a hint of a grand performance. The prelude to a big event was at hand. He meticulously checked each individual box, confirming that they were well sealed and the contents were undamaged. After a brief thought, he did not take out all the items from all the boxes. He only selected one, with the Roman numeral 16 clearly marked on its lid. The remaining boxes were resealed and pushed into his dedicated model room, filled with models, tools, and paints, for temporary storage. As for the box marked 16, Chen Xi carefully took out its contents. The object gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the light. He did not examine it too much but directly placed it as a crucial chess piece into the special armory box in the corner of the room. When Chen Xi's consciousness once again descended into the 40K world, he did not possess his usual governor chess piece but instead chose an adjutant of the Ash Knights. At this moment, he was inside the Ash Knights chapter monastery, located deep within the gas giant RIfxFe 4. This fortress monastery was disguised as an unassuming gas collection and refining station, with crude metal pipes and roaring colossal distillation towers forming its external silhouette. However, in the internal core chamber where the adjutant was, a massive curved observation window replaced the heavy industrial walls, fully displaying the breathtaking cosmic panorama outside. Through the thick reinforced glass was the turbulent, spectacular view of the gas giant. An boundless ocean of liquid metallic hydrogen surged below, while sulfur yellow and rust red cloud bands, like oil paints freely splashed by a cosmic artisan, churned, intertwined, and reshaped at dazzling speeds. Gigantic ammonia ice crystal storms formed within them, rotating and pulling out cold, bluish-white glowing spiral arms extending for thousands of kilometers. Every violent roll of the clouds released terrifying lightning capable of tearing apart starships. These rampant thunderbolts, like the very pulse of the universe, exploded deep within the thick cloud layers, momentarily illuminating the deeper, denser, mysteriously dark purple-hued massive cyclonic storms below. The incessant low growl of thunder permeated through the ship's structure, forming a deep and constant background hum, constantly reminding those present that they were suspended above a world filled with endless energy and raw power. And standing before this colossal window, which reflected the grandeur and ferocity of the cosmos, was an exceptionally tall female. Even by the standards of a Primaris Astartes, she was still considered tall. She possessed an otherworldly, almost perfect body proportion, with healthy, wheat-toned skin that, under the shifting, sometimes pale, sometimes crimson light from outside the window, gleamed with an inhuman, metallic cold hardness. A thick mane of ink-black hair was intricately braided into a thick plait, cascading down to her broad yet smoothly contoured shoulders, with a few unruly strands brushing her sharply defined yet still softly feminine face. Most striking were her deep-set eyes, with pupils of molten gold, an amber hue, now glinting with sharp and complex light, mirroring the raging thunder outside the window. She wore a custom-fitted, sleek, and elegant yet powerful ivory-white Terminator power armor. The armor's surface shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster, and the shoulder and chest plates were engraved with majestic Aquilas and the Eye of Horus. A massive wolf-pelt cloak, the color of moonlight silver-gray, draped from her broad shoulders, silently telling of a hunting legend from a distant world. At her waist, she wore an ancient-looking yet sharp ceremonial dagger, with a miniature wolf head emblem set into the hilt made of ebony. And the two most striking weapons were: her left hand effortlessly held a massive, one-handed power hammer. The hammerhead was not of traditional blunt design but enveloped in a cerulean energy field, accompanied by a deep, earth-pulsating hum. Ancient inscriptions faintly appeared on the hammer's handle. This was a master-crafted replica of the legendary weapon World Breaker, its force field core containing terrifying power capable of shattering the foundations of stars. Her right hand wore a massive and master-crafted power claw, a perfect recreation of the Horus's claw. The streamlined silver blades gleamed coldly, with complex energy field generators cleverly integrated into the elegant wrist structure. Even more astonishing, a uniquely shaped storm bolter, full of ancient technological flair, was fixed to the armor from the wrist to the knuckles, with two ammunition belts feeding it from the right, silently indicating that it was not only a close combat weapon but also a deadly ranged killer. No words were needed, merely by standing there, her suffocating presence, stemming from the depths of her bloodline, was enough to make the entire space freeze. "Do I need to introduce myself?" the woman asked, gazing at the adjutant controlled by Chen Xi. Her voice was deep and magnetic, containing an undeniable power. "Although we all know who you are," Chen Xi said, looking back at her seriously, even with a hint of scrutiny, through the adjutant's eyes, "I still want to ask, are you clear about your identity?" He indeed wanted to create a big stir, but he didn't want it to turn into a mess. If this powerful being before him was unclear about her self-perception, he would rather immediately terminate this plan. The woman did not answer immediately. A complex ripple passed through the depths of her molten gold eyes that was the heavy burden of vast memories. After a brief silence, her back straightened further, and a nearly instinctive pride, etched deep into her gene seed, emerged. "I am Horus Lupercal, War Master of the Imperium, Lord of the 16th Legion, Gene Seed Primarch of the Shadow Wolves." Each title was delivered with resounding clarity, her tone carrying an undeniable sense of authority, as if reliving a glorious but vanished old dream. Chapter 469, Empire, I am back. But this pride receded as quickly as a tide, swallowed by the surging darkness deep within her memories. Her gaze lowered slightly, and her voice became deep, imbued with a profound, almost suffocating bitterness. "I am also the traitor who instigated the Great Rebellion. I betrayed Father, and personally destroyed everything we built together." Her fingers unconsciously tightened, and the servomotors in her power claw joints hummed softly. When the words "I messed everything up" left her lips, her voice seemed to have exhausted all its strength, leaving only a heavy weight suspended in the air. At that moment, she stood there, as if bearing the guilt of the entire galaxy, those memories belonging to Horus Lupercal like invisible chains, firmly pinning her in the shadow of the past. "No, you are not him." Chen Xi's voice was decisive, like a thunderclap cutting through the heavy atmosphere of the cabin. This denial was not a reprimand, but rather a sharp blade attempting to sever the chains. The woman suddenly lifted her head, and her molten gold eyes instantly erupted with a sharp, knife-like radiance, piercing directly into the sub-official's gaze. Deep within those mortal pupils, she clearly caught a majestic and warm golden light, not of this world, that was a manifestation of the Emperor's will, like a lighthouse piercing through the fog. She parted her lips slightly but did not speak immediately. The initial shock quickly settled in her sharp gaze, transforming into deeper contemplation and understanding. Pride and despondency flickered across her face like light and shadow, finally subsiding into an unprecedented clarity. She slowly nodded, her voice regaining its steadiness, yet containing a newfound strength. "You are right. I am not the one who has already fallen." This time, she was no longer passively bearing that heavy history, but actively taking on everything that this name represented: the good, the bad, and the possibility of change. "He made an irreparable mistake," her tone became firm and resolute, "and as a part of Horus Lupercal, I have the chance to make amends for all of it. This time, the opportunity to save the Empire is right before me, and I cannot miss it again." She slightly raised her head, her gaze burning as if piercing through the bulkhead. "I must seize it myself." "So I ask again," Chen Xi asked once more, this time, his tone carrying guidance and confirmation. Who exactly are you? This time, Hather did not hesitate in the slightest. Her gaze was as steady as the cornerstone of a star, her voice clear and powerful, every word carrying immense weight. I am Horus Lupercal, the Emperor's 16th son, Lord of the 16th Legion. Gene Seed Primarch of the Shadow Wolves. The Wolf God of the Empire. War Master. She recited those glorious titles again, but this time, it was not to wallow in past glory or sin, but to clearly recognize the power, responsibility and the future she, as an heir, must bear. Following that, her tone gained a resolve and self-awareness that transcended the past, but I am also new. I am me. Born from the same name, the same foundation of memory, I will reverse the mistakes of the past. Her voice was like an oath, every word clear, and regain glory for this name, saving this empire. Chen Xi looked at this being before him, who both inherited a heavy history and radiated a renewed will, and the stone in his heart finally settled. He nodded with satisfaction. The future of the empire is bleak. We know that the 13th will eventually regroup, but we cannot place all our hope on him alone. Now, a being with your source of power is invaluable. But your identity is too sensitive, whether it's the source of your power, or the past carried by the name Horus. Therefore, for now, you can only hide yourself as an ordinary human. I hope you can understand the necessity of this. Don't worry, the woman nodded in agreement. Even the past of the name Horus had a period of anonymity. She then patted the ivory-white Terminator armor she wore, her gaze sweeping over the dagger at her waist, the Warhammer in her left hand, and the power claw in her right. But my equipment. This set of exquisitely crafted weaponry, imbued with dark technology and ancient power, would be too conspicuous anywhere. Keep it here for now. Also, can you shrink your size? I remember, certain beings were in ordinary human form before returning to the Empire. Chen Xi asked, choosing his words carefully. The power bestowed by Father allows me to conceal my identity, the woman confirmed. That's good. Afterwards, you will go to the Star District Governor as an ordinary person and serve as my administrative secretary. I need someone to help me manage this territory. Chen Xi looked relieved, as if he had finally found a capable helper, although it's only a subsector. For mortals, managing such a vast territory is truly beyond their capabilities. I imagine that with a Primarch's ability, managing a subsector should be no problem. Of course, the woman did not reject the job, although not everyone is as skilled in management and operations as Guillemon. We can all fulfill this duty that originates from our gene seed. Chen Xi's relieved expression deepened, as if a 1,000-pound burden had finally been lifted. He casually added, with a hint of subtle teasing in his tone, I do believe that. Of course, Angren might be an exception. Regarding ability, the woman did not forget to ask Chen Xi, so, about this Astartes unit, do you need me to take over their training? Her voice was steady, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Their current performance is acceptable. But compared to the legions of the Great Crusade era, they are merely tall in stature. Her words were not disparaging, but based on standards ingrained in her bones. Although she could only be considered a clone, the military talent and vast memories belonging to Horus Lupercal were undiminished. That was the art of command, most skilled in strategy among all gene seed primarches, revered as the wolf god. Fulgrim of the Emperor's children, Corax of the Raven Guard, these famous primarches had all trained and learned under her, or rather, his, command. Training these Ashenites before her was as natural as breathing for her. Chen Xi did not answer immediately. He pondered for a moment, his gaze resting on Hather's calm and confident face. This inherent quality of a primarch was exactly what he urgently needed at this moment. If possible, he finally nodded, his tone carrying the solemnity of entrustment, I'll leave them to you for training. Changing the subject, Chen Xi raised a more practical question, also, what name do you plan to use? You can't keep using Horus, can you? Hather Lupka. The woman, or rather, Hather, who now officially had a new identity, clearly stated her choice. Hather, Chen Xi savored the name, a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, the name of Horus's wife in Egyptian mythology. A good choice. He nodded, approving this identity symbol that was both connected and distinctly different. With the name settled, Chen Xi's gaze lingered on Hather's splendid Primarch equipment, then he extended an invitation, perhaps you'd like to tour the place? Familiarizing yourself with the environment is always good. Also, we need to get you something more, well, more fitting for an administrative secretary. He deliberately emphasized the last 4 words, with a hint of knowing teasing. Hather nodded readily, an almost imperceptible anticipation flashing in her eyes, that's exactly what I intended. I also want to know what the Empire, and the Astartes are like now, after 10 millennia. Chapter 470, The Primarch's Review, 3rd Update. The metal deck of the internal passage within the fortress monastery vibrated slightly underfoot. Outside the window, the eternally churning sulfur-yellow and rust-red cloud sea of the Rostov 4 gas giant formed a magnificent yet dangerous backdrop, with massive ammonia ice storms appearing and disappearing like pale serpents within the cyclones. 10 years had passed. Nourished by gene seed and blood coffin technology provided by Call, and with Chen Xi's continuous investment of resources, this steel fortress, hidden deep within the gas giant, had expanded from a small outpost into a core of an astonishingly large war engine. The air was filled with a mixed scent of ozone, promethium fuel, newly cast metal, and the sweat of young life forms. Chen Xi walked ahead, his step steady. Half a step behind him was Hather Lupka, who had shed her Primarch gear and reduced her physique to that of a mortal. Although her physique was now no different from an ordinary person, Hather's posture remained tall and outstanding, appearing not at all short even when walking beside Primaris Astartes who were over 2.4 meters tall. She wore a well-fitted dark grey administrative uniform, with the insignia of the subsector governor's office on her epaulets, and her wheat-colored skin appeared healthy and natural under the cool light of the corridor. Only the occasional amber gold glint in her deep eyes, like molten gold, and the quiet aura that made one instinctively hold their breath, even with her size and power restrained, subtly revealed her extraordinary essence. Her iconic silver grey wolf fur cloak and ivory white Terminator armor, along with World Breaker and Horus's Claw, had all been properly sealed in the deepest part of the monastery. They were currently passing through the recruit training deck. Under the massive dome, hundreds of Primaris recruits in training power armor skeletons were engaged in close-quarters combat drills. Heavy training chain swords hummed deeply in the air, with the sounds of impact echoing continuously. The recruits moved swiftly and with astonishing power, far exceeding the limits of mortal warriors, each chop and thrust accompanied by a tearing hiss through the air. However, in Hather's eyes, these movements appeared overly standardized, and even, somewhat clumsy. Her amber gold gaze was sharp as a scanning array, instantly analyzing every detail of their movements and their overall posture. Basic physiological parameters and physical output, impeccable. Her voice was calm as she evaluated the Primaris Astartes recruits before her. This physique, explosive power, and neural reaction speed would have been sufficient to be assigned to any company's assault vanguard in the Great Crusade era. Chen Xi nodded slightly, not interjecting, knowing that the main point was yet to come. Hather's gaze precisely locked onto a group of recruits performing a simulated confrontation. One of them, facing a feigned flank attack from an imaginary enemy, was half a beat slow in adjusting his center of gravity, causing his block to deform and exposing a fatal gap in his torso. Strength is merely the foundation, her tone carried an undeniable sternness. Look at the tactical execution here, Governor. The movements are patterned, lacking battlefield awareness, the attack routes are singular, and defensive postures are rigid. They can mechanically react to preset attack sequences, but once they encounter a truly complex threat or lack information. She shook her head slightly, a gesture as if dismissing an unqualified combat plan. Their coordination efficiency will plummet, and individual advantages will be diluted by chaos. Guilliman's Codex has trained them into precise components, but it has neglected the battlefield adaptability and tactical flexibility required to assemble these components into a deadly weapon. It has stifled the soldier's instinct for immediate decision-making and creative responses based on the rapidly changing battle situation. This is the fundamental for the Legion's survival. Her words were like precise tactical analysis, directly addressing the core drawbacks of the Codex-based training system. While ensuring basic combat effectiveness, it sacrificed the unit's ability to survive and win in high-intensity, unpredictable real battlefield environments. The Codex is the cornerstone of the current Imperial Army military system, Hather, Chen Xi calmly replied, his gaze also sweeping across the training ground. It provides quantifiable standards and a template for rapidly generating combat power. Without this system, we would not have been able to expand the Ash Knights to their current size and maintain stable regional control within a decade, given our scarce resources and surrounding powerful enemies. He acknowledged the practical value of the Codex but also understood the fatal flaws Hather pointed out. Efficiency and survival are sometimes contradictory. Hather's voice was low and insightful. Her gaze penetrated the recruits before her, as if seeing countless possible future front lines. The Codex pursues the former, but sacrifices the latter. The legions of the Great Crusade era, even their recruit companies, were forged in continuous high-intensity conflicts. They learned to read the battlefield in desperation, find openings in chaos, and form tactical nodes independently when the chain of command broke. And these youngsters? She pointed to the training ground. Their battlefield is too clean, with too few variables. Guilliman's directives have molded them into efficient killing units, but have neglected to forge them into warriors who can independently survive, think, and ultimately dominate the battle in the fog of information and the crucible of flesh and blood. An Astartes is, first and foremost, a master of the battlefield, and only secondarily an executor of orders. Ahead in the corridor, there was the sound of synchronized footsteps and commands. A company of veterans, having completed their patrol mission and just returned to the fortress, was marching past in formation. Their MKX power armor was covered in subtle scratches and repair marks, their steps steady, their eyes sharp and restrained, and their movements carried an unspoken understanding and a quiet demeanor forged in battle, forming a stark contrast to the energetic but somewhat unrefined recruits on the training ground. Hather's gaze briefly lingered on this company of veterans, her sharp golden eyes like the most precise evaluation instruments, capturing every scratch on their armor, the unspoken coordination in their steps, and the settled alertness in their eyes. Finally seeing some living essence, she murmured, with a barely perceptible hint of approval. While still a far cry from the bone-deep battlefield intuition of Legion veterans, at least, the instinct for battlefield survival is beginning to sprout. It must have been accumulated in the continuous low-intensity conflicts on the edge of the Mariupol sector, right? This environment is a primary crucible for honing the core ability to survive. Yes, Chen Xi confirmed. Clearing out orc raiders, striking pirates, encountering small groups of chaos infiltrators. Casualties are the price of growth, but the survivors form the true combat backbone and experience repository of the chapter today. He paused, looking at Hather. The Codex provides the organizational framework and logistical support, allowing them to go out. But what gives them value, what transforms them from recruits into warriors, are the combat records written in blood and fire in the sector. Hather was silent for a moment, her gaze once again turning to the churning gaseous inferno outside the window, as if weighing the cruel price required for the future wars of the Imperium. When she turned back to Chen Xi, the meekness of an administrative secretary had faded from her eyes, replaced by the undeniable decisiveness of a war master and a hint of urgency to reshape power. The foundation needs to be solid, but the blade needs to be tempered, Governor. Hather's voice was steady, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Give these recruits these semi-finished products not yet fully tempered by battle, especially those showing tactical potential and a will to survive to me. The Codex gave them bones and muscles, I will give them nerves, claws, and the instinct to tear apart the battlefield and dominate the killing beyond Guilliman's regularized blueprint. This secretary of yours should also inject true Legion-level effectiveness into your core combat power. A faint, yet absolutely confident, curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. I can't possibly just help you calculate the subsector's grain output and promethium quotas, can I? Chen Xi looked at this secretary who had reigned in her Primarch's splendor yet still exuded a strategic oppressive aura, and a knowing smile also appeared on his lips. This is exactly what I expect, Ms. Hather. The training plan is entirely yours to formulate. I look forward to seeing not a group of well-trained recruits but warriors with nascent sharpness during my next inspection. He emphasized the last two words specifically. A similarly faint, yet tacitly understood, curve appeared at the corner of Hather's mouth, and the molten gold light in her eyes was like an ignited tactical projection map. Without words, a contract regarding the reshaping of power had been reached. The low growl of thunder outside the window seemed to roar in anticipation of the even harsher tempering to come. Chapter 471, The Primarch Debate Part 1. Although Hather agreed to train the Ashes Knights chapter at Chen Xi's request, she did not dedicate her primary efforts to it. Each day, she only set aside a fixed 2 hours to guide new recruits in combat skills, devoting the rest of her time to more pressing matters. Both Hather and Chen Xi understood clearly, the true foundation of an army's strength lay in efficient administration and robust logistical support, which were the cold lifeblood sustaining the Imperium's vast war machine. The shouts of training on the chapter's training grounds were far less frequent than the crisp clatter of abacus beads in the data chambers. Over the years, Chen Xi's governor's office had been upgraded, becoming far more luxurious and imposing than before. The walls, adorned with dark ebony carvings, gleamed with a faint light. Dark hardwood wainscoting, imperial aquillas, crimson carpets, and a painted dome depicting the Imperium's history made the place resemble a solemn palace. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting scenes of the Great Crusade era's battlefields onto the carpet. Yet, at this moment, the palace was almost submerged by a sea of documents. Mountains of parchment scrolls, flickering data slates, and heavy tomes occupied the desk, side tables, and even low cabinets, forming precarious document towers with the edges of the topmost reports already curled. Data cables tangled and hung like vines, while holographic projections flickered above the paper piles, displaying constantly updated fleet deployment data. This unending torrent of information was the cold reality of governing a subsector. At the heart of this paper mountain, Hather worked at an astonishing speed. The area in front of her was the only battlefield that had been efficiently cleared. Her ember gold eyes, like precise scanning arrays, needed only a few lines to scan an open parchment budget report before her fingers, holding a pen, signed flowing and authoritative florid annotations. Her left hand almost simultaneously picked up a data slate, her fingertips rapidly gliding across the suspended interface, retrieving data, comparing, correcting, and annotating. The entire process took no longer than a mortal's single deep breath. The freshly processed data slate was precisely dropped into the processed box, as her right hand already received an urgent report on a Forge World strike handed to her by a servitor. Her movements were without the slightest pause, flowing like a precise machine, her extraordinary brain, originating from a gene seed Primarch, operating at full capacity, processing a vast amount of information and complex decisions that would take a mortal days or even weeks to sort through. In this highly efficient and focused atmosphere, Hather's gaze swept over a lengthy report concerning agricultural world crop failures and tithe adjustments, and the movement of her fingertips paused almost imperceptibly. I once underestimated mortals, and I once questioned the Imperium's heavy tithe, but now, I finally understand, she uttered a low sigh, her voice remarkably clear in the silent room. She did not look up, her gaze still moving across key data, without billions of mortals sweating on Forge Worlds, digging deep in mines, toiling on farms, and silently turning within the vast and slow gears of the administrative machinery. Without this seemingly endless taxation, which extracts the very marrow from every world, the Imperium would never have been able to launch the Great Crusade, let alone establish this colossal entity spanning the star seas. She finally raised her eyes, her ember gold pupils reflecting the mountains of tax reports. Chen Xi sat behind his large obsidian desk opposite her, the imperial double-headed eagle edged on the desktop gleaming coldly. He was reviewing a suspended holographic star map, marking complex fleet patrol routes and resource nodes. Hearing her sigh, he looked up, the soft light illuminating his thoughtful expression and reflecting the equally piled, though slightly smaller, mountain of documents on his side, one of which was a half-open file marked with a red top secret stamp. Because warriors cannot lay down their weapons to farm, Chen Xi's voice was low and clear, his gaze passing over the piles of documents to rest on Hather. He put down the data slate, and the holographic projection extinguished. And to let Astartes manage civil affairs. He paused, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the cold obsidian desktop. They do possess that ability. An extraordinary brain, almost limitless energy, the ability to process vast amounts of information instantly, these are the cornerstones of an excellent administrator. But regrettably, he continued, his tone carrying the weight of history, during the Great Crusade era, only Guilliman truly transformed this potential into institutionalized power and implemented it across an entire legion. His eyes revealed a complex acknowledgement of that Primarch's unique talent. Surrounded by these paper mountains symbolizing the foundation of imperial rule, discussing Guilliman's achievements in internal affairs carried exceptional weight. The 13th Legion pushed the Astartes' superhuman qualities to their extreme. They used their extraordinary minds not just to deduce tactical sandboxes, but to handle the most complex and trivial civilian disputes, plan urban blueprints, and precisely allocate rations for tens of billions of people. It was because of this that the 500 worlds of Macrage could possess such terrifying war potential. It was not just a powerful recruitment base, but a nearly perfect, self-sustaining, and self-renewing core of a war engine. Yes, Hather's gaze held a trace of recollection and a sharp re-evaluation, her pen tip briefly suspended. At that time, Horace perhaps only saw the powerful surface of Guilliman's internal affairs, but failed to delve into its roots. Now, as Hather, she was striving to dissect the mistakes Horace had made. Especially after Chen Xi revealed to her political wisdom and profound analyses of class and interest relations that far surpassed the former Primarch's understanding, she realized with increasing clarity, whether it was father or us Primarchs, in some aspects, we seemed too naive. Perhaps among all of us, only Guilliman was truly mature, and closest to father's initial expectations for us. Her ember gold eyes swept over a new report, her voice clearly audible amidst the piles of documents. Looking back at the Great Crusade from the ruins of 10,000 years later, she had a completely different realization. In response, Chen Xi gazed at the silently rotating holographic star map. For the Emperor of the Great Crusade era, the purpose of the Gene Seed Primarch's existence was to conquer more worlds in the shortest possible time, to secure as many refuges for humanity as possible before the dark future fully descended. Since the collapse of civilization in the Old Night, humanity's only chance for resurgence was when the Dark Prince's cry briefly tore open the subspace storm that enveloped the galaxy. His fingertip lightly tapped the desktop, as if striking a historical note. At that moment, warp routes became viable again, and the Chaos Gods were temporarily preoccupied, allowing the Emperor to race against time to establish the Imperium and shelter the surviving remnants of humanity. It was precisely for this reason that he appeared so urgent. His gaze deepened, looking beyond the painted dome, urgent to hope that you Primarchs could conquer more territory. His words fell into the silence, broken only by the ticking of the grandfather clock. Chapter 472, The Primarch Debate Part 2. That's right. Hather echoed, her hands still busily processing documents. A newly signed dossier precisely dropped into its designated box. Father was always very urgent, and we didn't truly understand why at the time. A hint of bitter recollection flashed in her eyes, her gaze lingering for half a second on a line of data in a report. Chen Xi leaned slightly forward, deciding to guide the conversation deeper. Behind this urgency was the ticking countdown of humanity's survival. But Hather, have you ever considered that the Emperor's core purpose in initially creating you Gene Seed Primarchs might not have been merely to make you generals who conquer the star seas? Hather's pen tip, poised over a document, suddenly paused, a small ink blot spreading on the parchment. She looked up, her sharp gaze fixed on Chen Xi. Oh? What insights does Governor General have? She had indeed never delved into it from that angle. Not so much an insight, merely a deduction based on history. Chen Xi clasped his hands in front of him, calmly explaining, the Emperor, humanity's greatest scientist and ruler, poured his heart into creating you 20 nearly perfect genetic engineering creations. Your brain's computational power, information processing capabilities, and multi-threaded operational efficiency far exceed what mortals can imagine. Guilliman could precisely process battlefield information down to machine gun shifts 5 centimeters left, and could process thousands of administrative affairs and make decisions in an instant, like handling a surging waterfall of data. This ability was inherently designed for management, for constructing and operating a vast, complex, and efficient imperial machine. Hather was thoughtful, her mind racing, countless memory fragments and logical chains rapidly reorganizing. You mean? Yes, Chen Xi affirmed with a steady gaze, in the Emperor's initial grand blueprint, you 20 brothers were meant to be imperial administrators, each with your own specialties and responsibilities, the pillars supporting humanity's golden age of revival, the core ensuring the precise meshing of the Empire's gears. Leading armies in battle? That might have been part of your abilities, but definitely not your core positioning. Hather's eyes instantly became incredibly profound, as if piercing through 10,000 years of dust, gazing at that unfulfilled, orderly vision of the future. However, her voice deepened, carrying a trace of imperceptible cold amusement and buried anger. That foolish woman, seduced by the sweet lies of chaos, scattered us like seeds into the savage corners of the galaxy. She clenched her fist, knuckles slightly white from the effort, leaving clear indentations on the edge of the document. Our destinies were tainted by chaos, forcibly instilled with the poison of so-called free will, and ultimately, led to the bitter fruit of the Great Rebellion. Cold words echoed in the silent office. Chen Xi sighed, continuing the heavy topic, his gaze falling on the Imperial Aquila on the desk, and when you returned to the Empire one by one, after enduring hardships, the situation the Emperor faced no longer allowed him to calmly lay out his plans. That precious window of opportunity in the warp was fleeting, the shadow of chaos pressing closer, like a sword hanging overhead. He could only immediately deploy the returning Primarchs, and the Astartes legions prepared for them, into the most urgent battlefields the Great Crusade. Thus, conquerors became your primary identity label. This misalignment of destiny, coupled with vastly different upbringing environments, ultimately shaped your brothers' disparate personalities and ultimately forged your different fates. Hather was silent for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold parchment, as if re-examining the blurred silhouettes of herself and her other brothers. When she spoke again, her tone was complex and low, and I, as the first to return, spent 30 years by father's side. He personally taught me, trained me to be a commander. Her voice took on a touch of warmth from recollection, as if touching a long-ago warmth, that light piercing through 10,000 years of dust, softly illuminating the present. At that time, he yearned to be a good elder brother to all his siblings, enthusiastic, loving, like a rising star. This light was not illusory, it had truly shone upon the dawn of the Empire's rise. Known for his grace and charisma, he was more patient and willing to adapt to local customs than father when dealing with backward civilizations, trying to understand rather than forcibly crush. At the core of that light was respect for people, regardless of their status. He treated his subordinates, whether space marines or mortal officers, with respect. His humility was genuine, not a performance, and that sincerity once united countless hearts. Even in that hostile galaxy, he tried to sow a glimmer of rationality. Even when facing Xenos, he always offered civility before resorting to force, giving them a chance to choose. Ruthless towards enemies, warm towards brothers and subordinates, these seemingly contradictory traits were strangely integrated in him. It was this unique and powerful charisma, like a magnet, that attracted followers, yet also ultimately led them to the abyss. This shaped his personal charm, and it's why so many followed him and willingly fell into the abyss when he raised the banner of rebellion. Her eyes dimmed for a moment, as if the destructive flames that swept the galaxy were once again scorching her memories. This ability and prestige had been acknowledged by his brothers. He was appointed War Master, while Lion might have been unwilling, he also admitted that his ability was sufficient for the role. At that time, he earned the respect of almost all his brothers. Hather's voice carried a subtle sense of detachment, as if she was deliberately drawing an invisible line, striving to distinguish her as an observer and a reflective individual in the present, from him in her memories the one who shone brightly, carried countless expectations, and ultimately betrayed. But, Chen Xi keenly caught the turning point, your attitude towards the imperial bureaucracy seems distinctly different from your attitude towards warriors and brothers. The contradiction here is the key. Hather's pen clattered onto the document. Complex emotions surged in her ember gold eyes, cold analysis, and a hint of forcibly suppressed, residual anger from the past. She took a deep breath, shaking her head slightly, as if trying to shake off some sticky feeling of aversion. Her voice was no longer steady, tinged with a restrained, pained hoarseness. At that time, Horus, harbored a deep-seated, almost instinctive, loathing for those high-ranking mortal bureaucrats who never personally visited the front lines. Her fingertips unconsciously traced the hard wooden grain of the desk. Chapter 473, The Primarch's Debate 3. In his eyes, Hather's tone suddenly sharpened, carrying a hint of uncontrollable sarcasm. Those people. Had they ever shed a drop of blood for the Imperium? Had they ever faced the claws of Xenos or traitors on a burning battlefield? No. Yet they complacently and greedily enjoyed every drop of sweat and blood earned by the warriors' lives and sacrifices. Her words were like cold blades. Especially, when father left the front lines and assigned those so-called executors, those tax vampires in their lavish robes, to collect the tithe, her voice deepened, containing the suppression before a storm. This dissatisfaction, this feeling of betrayal, reached its peak. Hather recounted the history, her tone no longer a report, but a chilling reenactment of the scene. She relayed what he had said to his confidant, Gavril Loken, with a hint of icy mockery in her voice. If I had my choice, Loken, I'd kill every executor in the Imperium. But I suppose, we'd still get a tax bill from hell when we had breakfast the next day. Hather then emphasized, her tone suddenly turning cold. Loken laughed then, until he saw the cold, murderous intent in his eyes, which was clearly no joke. This sentence was a mixture of dark humor and bone-chilling coldness. Hather let that historical chill permeate, her voice containing restrained excitement, like a suppressed volcano. This is his truest thought. Naked and unmasked. The core of that belief was the conqueror's right of ownership. The galaxy was conquered inch by him and his brothers, leading the space marines with blood and fire. Therefore, the right to rule should rightfully belong only to the Primarchs and Astartes. Finally, she almost spat out her sharp questioning of the mortal bureaucrats through gritted teeth, her deep-seated contempt bursting forth. Those people, what right do they have to dictate? Horus's paranoia and arrogance from back then were still clearly discernible through her voice, like unextinguished embers. Governor Chen Xi held his breath, the core of the storm was revealing itself. Hather's chest rose and fell slightly, as if she was forcibly suppressing the old anger that had been ignited. Her voice became deep again, but more taut, like a fully drawn bowstring, poised to strike, and all of this, the ultimate ignition point for all this dissatisfaction and prejudice, was Malkador. This name was uttered by her with a heavy, almost suffocating weight, as if speaking a curse. Hather's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. After the 2nd and 11th Legions, along with their Primarchs, encountered that unspeakable incident. She suppressed the impact of blurred memories, her voice suddenly rising, filled with incredible anger and pain. Malkador, that mortal sitting under the throne of Terra. He dared to take such extreme measures. Erasure. Thorough and complete erasure. Erasing all traces of the two Primarchs' existence. From cold archival records, to the memories in the minds of us brothers. She clenched her fists, her knuckles white from the immense force. Continuing to recount that deadly conflict, every word seemed to burn, when Horus, as War Master, as their elder brother, went to question Malkador with the fury of betrayal and heart-wrenching confusion, that mortal. He actually used dirty psychic powers. Forcibly. Like wiping away a stain. He cleansed everything about those two brothers from Horus's mind. Even their names were erased along with them. As if they had never existed. Hather's voice was hoarse from anger suppressed to its limit. After a brief pause, her voice was tempered like steel. declaring the complete death of something. It was at that moment, the last shred of respect for mortal authority, even the faintest, was completely crushed. Vanished without a trace. In that confrontation filled with psychic pressure and angry roars, he shouted to Malkador, and to that entire damned imperial system, the words deeply buried in his heart, since we conquered the galaxy, then the right to rule should belong to the Primarches and Space Marines. Mortals have no right to dictate to us. Hather's gaze was sharp as an eagle, locked onto Chen Xi, stating it unequivocally. Governor Chen Xi, you must understand this. This conqueror's rule viewpoint is by no means a poison that chaos simply injected into his mind. Hather's tone was decisive and unquestionable. It was Horus's own deeply rooted understanding. It was a conclusion he naturally drew from personally observing the Imperium's operations, and personally experiencing those mortals usurping high positions and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Her tone was heavy, as if peeling back layers of ornate skin wrapped around a rotten core, revealing a deeper, internal truth. The Chaos Gods? They merely, precisely found this seed deeply buried in the fertile soil of his soul. She paused for a moment, as if gazing at the invisible, deadly root system. That poisonous seed nourished by anger, arrogance, and the pain of his brother's erasure. Every word carried a heavy weight. Then they spared no effort to water it. Amplify it. Twist it. Until it swelled into a vine of destruction that devoured reason, devoured loyalty, devoured everything. The scene of destruction seemed to materialize in her eyes. Hather took a deep breath, her voice filled with immense fatigue and profound remorse, as if bearing a cross of 10,000 years. Those mortal nobles, in his eyes, they usurped high positions, enjoyed the fruits of others' labor, and even dared to so cruelly erase the existence and memory of his brothers. Her voice was low and hoarse, filled with the pain of self-analysis, as if scraping bone with a blade. This deep-seated disdain, this complete negation of mortal rule, this was the most fatal, most primitive crack in his soul. This was the sheer cliff face that the vine of destruction could cling to. Finally, her voice was left with only cold resolve, as if pronouncing judgment. Erebus, that scum who deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces, he merely found this crack, and then firmly hammered that poisonous wedge into it. Simple, direct, deadly. With the narration finished, Hather seemed to have exhausted all the strength that sustained her, her tired gaze falling back onto the mountain of documents, the cold reality pulling her back from the scorching flames of history. Her fingers unconsciously, heavily, tapped the hard tabletop, making dull, rhythmic thuds. As if to nail that past, led to the abyss of destruction by prejudice, anger, and folly, firmly onto the pillar of historical shame. Each tap was like a heavy hammer blow. Chapter 474, Administrative Efficiency Improvement. Regardless of how much Horus once disdained the mundane bureaucracy, Hather now profoundly understood the indispensable role of these administrative managers within the colossal machinery of the Imperium. This realization stemmed from her deep reflection on the mistakes made during the Great Crusade era. Leveraging her extraordinary Primarch wisdom and exceptional information processing capabilities, Hather was thoroughly reforming the administrative structure of the Rostov subsector, propelling its efficiency to a qualitative leap. Since assuming the role of Governor Chen Xi's administrative secretary, the entire subsector's administrative efficiency had astonishingly increased by over 30%. This achievement was particularly commendable. Because in the past, the governor's office was buried under a mountain of pending documents, decision-making processes were protracted and cumbersome, and crucial information often became lost in the sea of paperwork. The current increase in efficiency far surpassed the approval processes that typically took decades for the imperial bureaucracy to complete. Under Hather's meticulous planning, the Rostov subsector's production engine was accelerating its operations. Focusing on the most deeply troubled specific areas, the improvements were especially significant. Weapon production efficiency directly doubled, completely overturning the previous predicament where power armor annual output was less than 10 sets, and production lines were long occupied by Titan manufacturing. The smoothness of resource transportation also doubled, greatly alleviating the inherent lengthy inefficiency and layers of embezzlement in imperial supply lines. At the same time, the optimization of overall production efficiency also effectively mitigated severe capacity bottlenecks caused by excessively long resource extraction and refining cycles. In this strong wave of improvement, Governor Chen Xi's vigorously promoted mutants policy also played a key role. When a report detailing the construction progress of mutant resettlement points and the initial output from the reform camps, which had been integrated into the logistics support system, was submitted, Chen Xi handed it over to Hather, who was efficiently reviewing allocation documents for a mining world. This administrative secretary, with her restrained power yet undiminished authority, swiftly reviewed the report data. A glint of assessment flashed in her ember gold eyes. Your policy direction is correct, Governor. Hather put down the data pad in her hand, her tone carrying the calm and clear approval characteristic of a strategic decision-maker. Without hesitation, even if their external form deviates from the standard human genetic template, their core still belongs to the human species. To simply view them as a burden to the Imperium or an alien species that must be eradicated is not only a tremendous waste of valuable resources but also a severe dereliction of duty at the governance level. She lightly tapped the genetic analysis identifier on the report with her finger, further explaining, undeniably, in certain special environments, their physiological and psychological structures may exhibit a relatively higher susceptibility to chaos corruption. This is an unavoidable objective risk. But before corruption occurs, and at a time when the Imperium urgently needs to mobilize every ounce of strength to resist external enemies and maintain systemic operation, they are members of humanity, individuals with the capacity for labor and the ability to create value. Allowing them to realize their own value, rather than arbitrarily pushing them to the opposite side or carrying out extermination, is a more efficient and strategically far-sighted governance strategy. She picked up the report, delivering a decisive conclusion: your arrangement for them to reclaim barren land, maintain basic machinery, and enter lower-risk production lines, exchanging labor for survival and dignity, is commendable. The Imperium needs to fully utilize every available strength. These mutants, provided with correct guidance and strict monitoring, can create significantly more value for the Imperium compared to simply eliminating them. Her clear and unequivocal support carried far more weight than the approval of any ordinary administrative official. As the mutants' policy steadily advanced on a pilot basis, the long-standing and once 10 million-strong qualified labor shortage that had plagued the subsector was effectively and substantially filled. Large numbers of mutants were placed into low-efficiency, grassroots positions previously barely sustained by marginalized social groups. The formal workers thus released were precisely redeployed to technology-intensive positions or crucial areas with severe personnel shortages, such as key defensive line construction and military-industrial production. Although the shortage had not completely disappeared, its severity had been fundamentally alleviated compared to the difficult period when people's livelihoods were in decline, public services were on the verge of collapse, and non-essential industries were largely shut down. Especially under Hather's strategic planning, her extraordinary ability to process massive amounts of information acted as a powerful catalyst, injected into every aspect of the entire administrative system of the subsector. The improvement in overall resource utilization and the significant increase in administrative operational efficiency allowed the full potential of existing human and material resources to be unleashed. This greatly reduced the absolute dependence on new resources. The steady growth in production efficiency, the rational absorption and integration of mutant labor resources, and the efficiency revolution brought by Hather finally coalesced. This allowed the Rostov subsector, a war machine that was once on the verge of stagnation, to regain a stable and powerful operational core. The current situation of the subsector has achieved a relatively significant improvement compared to the past. Weapon production efficiency has increased by approximately 30% due to the rise in overall resource utilization and the effective replenishment of qualified labor. More destructive equipment is continuously rolling off the assembly lines. The most crucial change occurred deep within the crust of Rostov 3. In that forge temple, where mechanical prayers echoed and the smell of oil smoke permeated the air, the production line for the Saturn Terminator power armor was now roaring, like an awakened ancient titan beast, producing deadly steel warsuits. These legendary armors originated from ancient lost technology and were personally refined by the Primarch Vulcan. They possessed impenetrable adamantium composite armor, astonishingly powerful heavy weaponry, and the most core equipment, a coordinated array system capable of precise, seamless teleportation between Terminator assault squad members. These characteristics made the Saturn Terminator power armor an almost mythical existence throughout the Imperium. Initially, Governor Chen Xi sent unpainted blank armor as a friendly gift, like quietly sowing a seed. Now, under Hather's profound strategic vision and precise deployment, this seed had finally borne abundant fruit. Hather deeply understood the Imperium's laws of survival and logic of power. She skillfully utilized the cutting-edge Saturn Terminator power armor and master-crafted Primaris space marine weapons produced by the Rostov Forge world, transforming them into highly attractive strategic equivalents for strategic material trade with the space marine chapters with whom Chen Xi had established initial cooperative relationships. She fully understood these Emperor's Angels of Death's intense desire to rediscover lost technology and their relentless pursuit of continuously enhancing their combat power. This resource exchange, based on practical interests, was the normal state of survival at the Imperium's grassroots level. Chapter 475, Building an Alliance System. While most chapters adhering to the Codex Astartes do not directly rule resource worlds, their military might is undoubtedly one of the strongest forces in the galaxy. When a Space Marine chapter launches a holy crusade in the name of the Emperor, rushing to the aid of a world on the brink of destruction to purge threats from Xenos, heretics, or space pirates, its chapter master or envoy naturally has the right to make corresponding demands to the local planetary governor. Such demands might include rare strategic minerals, special energy crystals, refined promethium fuel, or even entire shiploads of slave labor, all of which can be considered legitimate compensation for the rescue operation. Admittedly, not all chapters pursue such direct methods of resource acquisition. However, for those fleet-based chapters that lack a fixed home world and must constantly wander the vast star sea, their very survival depends more deeply on this pragmatic rule of exchanging military might for supplies. Hather, with her precise strategic vision, discerned the core desire of these fleet-based chapters to replenish their top-tier combat strength. She meticulously chose the Rostov subsector's unique Saturn Terminator power armor, which embodies ancient lost technology and devastating power, along with masterfully forged Primaris Space Marine exclusive weapons, as the most attractive bargaining chips. A complete set of Saturn Terminator armor holds immense value, perhaps enough to offset several years of mining rights on a rich mineral planet. And an order for just a batch of custom bolters could cover the vast daily operating expenses of a small escort fleet. The fundamental reason why these seemingly arms trade activities are accepted by the proud chapters is that they precisely target the Space Marine's almost instinctive pursuit of ultimate power. More importantly, through this efficient and pragmatic resource exchange mechanism, the Rostov subsector is able to bind itself more closely to these powerful loyal imperial forces, driven by common interests, on the same thread of destiny. The strategic alliance thus forged far exceeds the value of the traded materials themselves. The channel for exchanging advanced weaponry for resources, established under Hather's leadership, is like injecting a continuous flow of precious fresh blood into the Rostov subsector's vast production system. This drives the entire subsector's industrial engine to roar at full power. It is precisely by virtue of a deep insight into the internal rules of the Imperium and a highly efficient and precise operational mechanism that the Rostov subsector's war machine, despite the difficulty of lacking large-scale external resource injection, achieved counter-trend growth and astonishing 5% overall expansion amidst continuous high-pressure, high-efficiency operation. Such a remarkable achievement, against the backdrop of pervasive despair and cruel stagnation in the Imperium's 40th millennium, is nothing short of a glaring, tearing light in the deep, dark universe. It most directly demonstrates Hather's extraordinary administrative efficiency as a Primarch-level management corps. It also conclusively proves the decisive leverage that the production capability of strategic high-end manufactured goods, such as Saturn Terminator armor, can wield within the vast, decaying bureaucratic body of the Imperium, enough to substantially alter the fate of a single sector. Indeed, the situation in the Rostov subsector has improved compared to the past. But in Hather's eyes, this limited progress, in the face of the world-ending catastrophe about to sweep the galaxy like a monstrous flood, seemed so minuscule, so pale and powerless, like trying to quench a raging wildfire with a cup of water. She clearly foresaw that terrifying future. The heart of the Imperium Holy Terra would eventually be engulfed by waves of demons. Before the Lion Gate, the custodes would shed their last drop of loyalty. The fortress world of Cadia, a pillar of the Imperium, was destined to fall, its destruction tearing a vast, irreparable rift in the fabric of reality across the galaxy. And now, the sky over Baal, the home of the Blood Angels, was completely shrouded by the terrifying, all-encompassing shadow of the Tyrannid swarm, destined to be chewed up and utterly consumed by their endless, destructive maw. This suffocating vision of the apocalypse is by no means a baseless prophecy. Hather understood this well. It was relentlessly approaching with the ticking seconds of a countdown, bearing down on reality like a robed reaper in less than 20 short years. I understand your concept of sustainable development. Hather's voice resonated like a heavy, clear warning bell in the silence, but the choice we face now is not about rise and fall 100 years from now, but about survival or annihilation 20 years from now. The Imperium has long lost the right to have a future. Her sharp, ember gold eyes seemed to pierce through the solid walls of the governor's office, looking directly at the cruel, irreversible fate carved by blood and fire ahead. If this were a time of peace, or a controllable expansion period like the Great Crusade era, your blueprint would be hailed as profoundly insightful foresight, and I would applaud you without reservation. Her tone suddenly shifted, and her fingers slammed down on the star map on the desk, which depicted the projected path of the Great Rift. However, at this moment, if we lose this gamble, it means complete annihilation. At that time, the entire Rostov subsector, along with everything it pursues and every sustainable concept you strive to uphold, will turn into the most minute dust in a subspace storm. Her words were steeped in an urgent, clear understanding, each word falling like a heavy hammer. Do you truly believe that when the terrifying Great Rift that tears the galaxy finally forms, and when the Imperium's millennia-old order collapses in the ensuing chaotic tide, you will still be able to bury your head in the sand like a self-deceiving ostrich, imagining that this small, peaceful corner can remain untouched? You must fully grasp a fundamental truth: when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. The more you shrink back and try to retreat into a small space, the faster the wave of destruction will rush towards you, increasing exponentially. The only way to gain a moment of respite for what you cherish in such an all-consuming catastrophe is to become the sole towering pillar that can stand firm amidst the raging tide of chaos. Only by transforming into such an existence can you truly possess the power to protect what is in your heart. Recall our Primarch's choice at the end of the Old Night. Had he not turned the tide then, forcefully integrating the remnants of humanity with thunderous might, you and I would likely have long ago become slaves eternally fallen beneath the claws of Xenos and the feet of chaotic devils, still emitting endless wails of despair in the boundless dark abyss. Are you criticizing my strategy as overly conservative? Faced with Hather's sharp questions and enumeration of pros and cons, Chen Xi's voice remained unusually calm, showing no anger despite the severe accusations. He knew the truth of the doomsday scenarios Hather described, and the suffocating snippets of prophecy, better than anyone. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take responsibility, rather, he deeply felt that his own power was still insufficient, that he was simply not up to the task. From being an ordinary governor who could initially only manage a single planet, to now barely maintaining the operation of a subsector with great effort, this was already the limit of his capabilities. For him to shoulder the heavy burden of protecting the entire Imperium, such a responsibility, even the Gene Seed Primarch Guilliman, who had awakened from long slumber, had felt utter despair and prematurely grayed over it. And how could he, a mere mortal administrative governor, dare to lightly accept such an unimaginably heavy burden? Perhaps conservative isn't entirely accurate. Your previous choice was a more stable path to survival, prioritizing the defense of the Foundation to protect yourself in the face of overwhelming waves. This is a natural and understandable reaction for mortals in a disaster. Hather did not harshly criticize Chen Xi here. But then, her words, like a sharp sword, went straight to the core. However, now, the power you command is far from what it once was. Unfortunately, it is your own excessive caution that has obscured your assessment of your own strength. Please calmly evaluate the power you possess: millions of Astra Militarum soldiers, tens of millions of fully equipped auxiliary troops, and thousands of Astartes monks, enough to move any chapter master. Such a scale of military force already far exceeds the limitations of the Holy Codex, and its sheer size is even comparable to a small expeditionary force. Not to mention your strategic alliance network, closely linked with numerous space marine chapters, and the strategic level armaments that are about to enter mass production such as the Saturn Terminator power armor, which embodies ancient glory and destructive power. Chen Xi, please recognize the reality: the power base you control at this moment, even in the context of the Great Crusade era of stellar conquest, is enough for me, or any of my brothers, to form a main expeditionary force around it and commit unreservedly to the great cause of expanding territory. In fact, the total power that many brothers' legions could mobilize when they first returned to the Emperor's command might not even exceed the scale you possess today. You expect me to step forward now and shoulder all of this? Chen Xi's voice was uncharacteristically tinged with a hint of confusion, and deeply hidden within it was an indescribable, heavy fear. In his heart, he understood where the obvious answer pointed. However, the mere word step forward carried an unimaginably suffocating, immense burden, a supreme responsibility that could exhaust even a gene seed primarch with immortal power and cause him to prematurely grey over long periods of time. Could he, a governor whose essence was still bound to a mortal body, truly bear such a weight? No one is born knowing how to bear the mission of an entire civilization's survival. Even the gene seed primarches, standing at the pinnacle of the starry sea, had their wisdom and responsibility forged and tempered only in the endless crucible of war and under the immense pressure of responsibility. Hather's tone added a touch of comforting warmth, but her core belief was as unyielding as an ancient rock. Moreover, you are not facing this dark void alone. Have you not realized that what you wield is a supreme authority, a power capable of commanding us to step into this torrent of destiny alongside you? At this moment, I stand by your side, and in the future, many more brothers will answer your call and be with you, sharing this fate that belongs to all humanity. Could it be, that what you fear is one day following in his footsteps? Are you worried that you too will be confined to that eternal, brilliant, yet cold golden throne? Following in his footsteps. The moment this possibility was clearly revealed, Chen Xi almost instinctively shook his head violently, a complex smile, a mix of bitterness and absolute rejection, tugging at the corners of his mouth, to become that eternal guardian. To be bound in brilliant yet dead silence, transforming into a cold symbol that sustains the galaxy. No, Hather. This so-called supreme glory, I absolutely refuse to accept. Chen Xi might be willing to turn the tide in times of crisis, but if he were to become the Emperor? That thought was utterly unacceptable. Neither transforming into a near emotionless existence like the Emperor nor being eternally confined to the Golden Throne and becoming an immortal symbol was the end he desired. If I save humanity, must I still endure such torment? I am not so sinful as to deserve this. Hather, standing by, was touched by Chen Xi's fierce resistance and showed a hint of helpless, faint smile. You misunderstand my meaning. I meant that, in the future, you have the potential to become a leader. A leader capable of rivaling my brothers, or even, my father, guiding humanity through the darkness and despair of its fate. When the Great Rift tears open the veil of the future, pouring darkness down, humanity will need a pioneer, a guide who can ignite the fire of hope in boundless chaos and illuminate the path forward. Let me think about it again. Chen Xi's response still carried hesitation. To become the guide of human civilization? These words indeed contained epic grandeur and heavy responsibility. However, the last emperor who wielded this authority to lead humanity forward is now eternally bound to the Golden Throne, transformed into a magnificent living corpse. And his successor, Gilliman, even with the power of a gene seed primarch, facing the Imperium's decaying and collapsing structure, also grayed under the immense pressure of endless affairs, sighing heavily. Chen Xi had no intention of sacrificing himself on such a cruel altar. Hather said nothing more. She knew that some maxims needed no elaboration. When the tide of destiny surges, no one can truly stand outside the current of the era. And some people are destined to be pushed to the forefront of history by that invisible giant wave, to shoulder that unavoidable mission regardless of whether they are willing in their hearts. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Chen Xi seemed disturbed by the heavy topic, reaching out to brush aside the documents and data pads in front of him, then stood up and said to Hather, thanks to you, recent official duties have been much smoother, and the Secretariat's efficiency has greatly improved, giving me some rare free time this afternoon. Perfect, come with me to inspect the Ash Knights chapter's new recruit training. His gaze shifted slightly, carrying a hint of inquiry. I also want to see with my own eyes how a Primarch instructs new recruits. Chapter 477, The Primarch's Combat Prowess. The cold light sources of the armored corridor cast an even glow, projecting a sterile metallic texture onto the heavy walls. Outside the window, the sulfur yellow and rust-red cloud bands of the gas giant Ristov 4 eternally surged and billowed, forming a dangerous yet magnificent cosmic tableau. Chen Xi and Hather walked side by side, their steps steady, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Speaking of which, Chen Xi said, his gaze fixed on the deep corridor ahead, his tone exploratory, I've always been curious, purely in terms of combat skill, what kind of insurmountable chasm separates a Primarch from an ordinary Astartes? Hather maintained the same pace as him, her ember gold eyes reflecting the shifting light and shadow of the gas clouds outside the window, a gentle curve gracing her lips. That's a question worth delving into. Tracing back to the Great Crusade, there indeed existed a few warriors who honed their martial arts to absolute perfection. On the training ground, under rules strictly limited to sparring and touch and go, they could even exchange blows with me or my brothers, appearing to be evenly matched. She paused slightly on martial arts and exchange blows for emphasis. However, she nodded slightly, her tone becoming incredibly resolute, that was ultimately confined within the framework of touch and go. Once you step onto a battlefield where there are no holds barred, where lives are on the line, the situation is entirely different. The scattered historical records of Space Marines injuring Primarches were all products of specific circumstances, meticulously planned ambushes, overwhelming sieges, or Primarches distracted and hampered by other matters. If it were a straightforward, pure duel, with both sides fully prepared. Hather raised one hand, palm down, making a steady, powerful gesture as if pressing down on an invisible weight. Even if the entire elite honor guard of one of my brothers were to attack, the most they could achieve would be to delay for a moment. And the length of that time would depend entirely on the urgency of the battle situation and the intensity of that Primarch's resolve. Chen Xi's face showed a knowing smile, and he naturally interjected, like Guilliman's honor guard, who always need to exert their utmost to safely bring him back when his gene seed Primarch selflessly charges into the most dangerous vortex. Robert. Hather's smile deepened, carrying the familiarity of a profound understanding of her brother. Purely in terms of combat skills, exquisite finesse and comprehensive tactical acumen, he indeed ranks among the foremost of us brothers. It's just that the foes he encounters are often too powerful, or the situations too complex to be resolved by mere brute force. His selfless charges are also a matter of duty. Who among the Ultramarines, besides him, could directly confront threats of such a terrifying level, capable of overturning an entire battle line? Chen Xi nodded in deep agreement. He turned his gaze to Hather, with a deeper curiosity about the essence of power. Then, from your personal experience, what level can a gene seed Primarch reach if he unleashes his full power without reservation? Hather pondered for a moment, a thoughtful glint in her molten gold eyes, as if measuring the scale of that power. It can be understood this way, she organized her words, her voice steady yet containing undeniable power. For us, on the scale of a conventional battlefield, the mere accumulation of numbers loses its meaning. Taking myself as an example, if it were a head-on confrontation, I am confident I could completely crush an entire Astartes chapter. And this is far from the limit of what I can achieve. As for destructive might, her gaze turned to the turbulent, energy-rich gas inferno outside the window. One need only recall Sanguinius's full power outburst during the siege of Terra under the omen of the end, or Engren's fury as he destroyed the god machines. An Emperor-class Titan is not an unbreakable eternal bulwark, and an entire legion cannot stop a Primarch who is giving his all. If there is no existence of a similar level on the battlefield to counterbalance him, a gene seed Primarch, unrestrained, is himself a mobile, walking natural disaster. She paused, her tone carrying an inevitable gravity. Therefore, it is an unavoidable destiny for Guilliman to personally confront those powerful enemies capable of threatening an entire battle line. I understand. Chen Xi nodded knowingly, his tone carrying a hint of sigh and also revealing concern for his subordinates. It seems my lads are in for a truly memorable experience during the assessment shortly. Miss Hather, I hope you will be merciful and not let their confidence be too severely shaken. He specifically used the word assessment, clarifying the nature of the upcoming test. Hather's lips curved slightly, with the composure and control characteristic of an instructor. Governor, rest assured, I know my limits. We shall see today what kind of sharpness the sweat of this period has forged. At this moment, they had reached the end of the corridor. Beyond the massive airtight blast door ahead, the clang of training weapons, the heavy thud of footsteps, and low shouts could be clearly heard, like the beating of war drums. The heavy blast door slid open silently, revealing the training hall. The dome soared, with massive alloy-ribbed arches edged with the imperial aquila and the chapter's ancient maxims, casting deep shadows under the cool lights from above. The air was mixed with the faint lingering scent of incense, the pungent odor characteristic of primordium lubricant, the steaming sweat of young bodies after intense exertion, and the metallic burnt smell left by repeated impacts of training weapons. On the heavy dark alloy wainscoting, stained glass windows depicting the Emperor's holy deeds and the Legion's epic campaigns were embedded, now illuminated by the shifting sulfur yellow and rust red light from the gas giant outside, creating a bizarre, kaleidoscopic effect, as if one were in a burning cosmic painting. Hundreds of Ash Knights stood in solemn formation, clad only in dark grey training jumpsuits that outlined their genetically enhanced physiques, their muscles bulging, full of explosive power. Their gazes, filled with offer power and a hint of anticipation for the test, were uniformly focused on Hather Lupka in the center of the hall, the instructor who, by the governor's command, had been guiding them in combat techniques for some time. She was dressed in a sharply tailored dark grey administrative uniform, her posture as straight as a pine, casually holding an unsharpened standard training power sword in her hand, her demeanor relaxed and composed, as if what was about to take place was not a fierce combat but a calm demonstration to assess results. The rules remain the same, Hather's voice rang out steadily, clearly penetrating the training ground and reaching everyone's ears, carrying the composure and undeniable authority of an assessor. Touch and go, but give it your all. Let me see what kind of sharpness the sweat poured out during this time has forged. Who wants to be the first to be tested? Chapter 478, Hather's Swordsmanship Guidance. In the solemn training ground, the air seemed to solidify, and hundreds of sharp eyes were fixed on the center of the arena. A tall recruit with muscles bulging like adamantium cables took a deep breath and suddenly stepped forward. A low battle cry rumbled in his throat, and the training power sword in his hand tore through the air, bringing a dull, thunderous roar as he delivered a lightning-fast thrust straight at Hather's vital center. Hather's figure remained motionless, as if that attack, capable of piercing ceramite, was merely a gentle breeze. Only her sword-wielding wrist casually flipped and delivered, like the most precise servo joint. The tip of the training sword, at this moment, was as precise as an Adeptus Mechanicus probe, lightly touching the recruit's sword near the guard, the most fragile and stress-concentrated point of its structure. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing explosion, far exceeding that of ordinary metal clashing, suddenly erupted. The recruit felt an incredibly subtle yet irresistible shockwave, like high-voltage electricity, instantly shoot up his arm from the sword hilt. His tiger's mouth throbbed with pain and numbness, and his 5 fingers involuntarily spread open. The heavy training sword whined as it flew from his grasp, tracing an uncontrolled arc, and then crashed with a clank onto the reinforced floor in the distance, still trembling. The recruit stumbled and barely managed to stand firm, his gene-enhanced face, which should have been as resolute as rock, now only showed incredible astonishment, his pupils slightly contracting from the sudden defeat. Intent too direct, overexertion of force, lack of variation, Hather's voice rang out steadily, her concise critique like a cold, mechanical judgment. Her gaze did not even linger on the recruit for another second, already calmly turning to the next poised challenger. Among the spectators by the side of the arena, a suppressed gasp rippled through the crowd. The recruits instinctively tensed their muscles, while the veterans exchanged grave and knowing glances. Just then, 3 veterans, their upper bodies covered in crisscrossing scars and their muscles bulging, quickly exchanged a look. No words were needed, the unspoken understanding forged over years of fighting side by side in blood and fire allowed them to instantly reach a consensus. The 3 moved as if driven by the same spring, simultaneously launching fierce attacks from 3 extremely tricky angles that sealed off any escape routes. One launched a frontal assault, his burly body erupting with terrifying strength, the training sword in his hand descending with the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, striking straight at Hather's head. Another, like a venomous snake, cut in from the flank, his sword taking an unorthodox path, at a bizarre and tricky angle, aiming directly for Hather's sword-wielding wrist joint, intending to lock and disarm her. The last one, like a phantom merged with shadows, moved with incredible speed to Hather's absolute blind spot, his training sword carrying an ear-piercing shriek as he thrust viciously at her undefended back. 3 streams of deadly killing intent instantly tightened like a noose. Hather's figure, at this moment, seemed to merely be brushed by an invisible current, swaying ever so slightly. The heavy sword blade, chopping down from the front, carried a tearing wind that narrowly missed the hem of her dark grey uniform over her shoulder. Her sword-wielding wrist casually flicked outwards, the movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Yet, the side attacker's sure-to-hit sword was gently deflected by an indescribably clever force, its blade perfectly positioned to block the path of the rear attacker's full-force thrust. At the same time, she didn't even turn around, casually blocking backwards with a backhand, her movement as fluid as if she had practiced it 1,000 times. Clap! A crisp parry sound accompanied a muffled grunt of ugh. The rear attacker's full-force thrust was precisely intercepted by the seemingly effortless block, and the immense counter-shock caused a searing numbness in his arm, bringing his attack to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, the 2 on the flanks, due to the guiding force of that seemingly casual flick, had their rhythm instantly disrupted, and their heavy bodies crashed into each other with a dull thud. The meticulously woven net of deadly combined attacks, like striking an invisible wall forged of adamantium and wool, instantly crumbled and fell apart. The 3 stumbled to regain their balance, their faces edged with surprise and defeat. The whispers from the sidelines instantly vanished, leaving only a deathly silence and shock at the incredible skill displayed. Coordination is acceptable, but the rhythm is rigid and lacks improvisation. Hather's voice rang out again, her critique still concise, her tone calm and unwavering, as if the deadly combined attack that could have instantly killed several elite Astartes was, in her eyes, merely an obvious basic tactical error on the training ground that needed correction. The current chapter champion strode out from the ranks. His physique was as imposing as a mountain, his bare upper body covered in old scars symbolizing honor. He gripped his heavy training power hammer, his gaze as stern as iron, and said in a deep voice, "Instructor, please guide me." Hather merely gestured with her eyes for him to begin, maintaining her relaxed posture. The champion instantly unleashed his full strength. The training power hammer, carrying the terrifying kinetic energy to crush everything, descended vertically towards Hather's head like a falling meteor. The air was compressed, emitting a dull roar. Facing this destructive, thunderous blow, Hather remained standing in place. Her sword-wielding arm rose at an astonishingly subtle angle and timing, the spine of the training sword not meeting the hammer head directly, but instead precisely meeting a barely perceptible weak point of stress on the side of the hammer's high-speed downward trajectory, while her wrist, with unimaginable dexterity, pulled and deflected inwards. Dong! A dull but incredibly impactful thud exploded in the training ground. Visible airwaves rolled and spread. A shocking scene unfolded, the heavy hammer, capable of flattening a lemon rust tank into a pancake, its terrifying impact seemed to vanish into thin air, guided, deflected, and neutralized by Hather's seemingly slender training sword with an incredible force-deflecting technique. Ha! The reinforced alloy floor beneath Hather's feet instantly dented and cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading out. This was due to the impact of the hammer itself, but she herself remained as steady as a rock, her figure not even swaying an inch. Purely by relying on her supremely refined force-deflecting technique and absolute control over force transmission, she neutralized this earth-shattering blow. Just as the champion was reeling from the immense recoil, his blood churning and his strength momentarily stagnating, Hather's wrist rotated and guided with extreme naturalness. "Let go," a calm but undeniable command. The champion felt an incredibly subtle, spiraling force instantly transmit up the hammer handle, and his fingers involuntarily loosened their grip. The heavy power hammer flew from his grasp, whistling as it deeply embedded itself into the thick cushioning layer of the distant wall, still trembling. And the cold tip of Hather's training sword, like a precise probe, lightly touched the skin in front of his Adam's apple. The entire training hall was dead silent, with only the low hum from the distant wall and the heavy breathing of the crowd. Chapter 47, Third Update. The champion slowly took a step back, his movements filled with an indescribable shock and utter reverence. He took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Hather, and performed the highest salute a warrior could offer a mentor. "I am utterly convinced of my defeat, Instructor Hather. Your skill is unfathomable." There was no longer a hint of doubt in his voice, only complete submission. Hather stood with her sword sheathed, her movements fluid and natural. Her ember gold gaze calmly swept across the entire field, and that gaze, like a tangible pressure, made every Ash Knight involuntarily straighten their backs. Remember this feeling. Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear, carrying the unique authority of an instructor, yet also containing a deep understanding forged through battle. This is not to defeat you, but to make you see the true starting point. Her gaze swept over the still unrefined but already incredibly resolute faces of the new recruits, and also over the honor-etched scars on the veterans' bodies, as if piercing through time to see her past self and the countless figures who followed her. What you have displayed today is the cornerstone, the essential path to higher halls. Her voice took on a profound quality forged by tempering, with less of a cold judgment and more of an elder's empathy. In the face of the truly cruel crucible of the battlefield, the strength and skill you are proud of now do indeed seem meager, but this is not the end, but the beginning of refinement. Your potential, like the light of the Astronomicon, has already pierced through the mist, clearly visible. Her tone became even more resolute, and her molten gold eyes gleamed with anticipation. But you still have a long way to go before you become true warriors capable of tearing apart powerful enemies in the darkest abyss of the galaxy and crawling out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The sacred texts have given you bones and muscles. This is good, a solid foundation. Now. Her voice was like quenched steel, carrying an undeniable conviction. You need to ignite the instinct for battle, sharpen the intuition for killing, and forge the iron will to survive even in desperate situations, all in the true fires and blood. A faint but real smile touched her lips, and her gaze swept across the field again, that expectation becoming more concrete and powerful, at least, compared to a certain reckless recruit I once guided who challenged me for the first time. Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, the resilience and potential you have displayed are more worthy of expectation. Keep moving forward, Ash Knights. Your path has just begun to unfold, and I look forward to witnessing the moment you truly take shape in the fires of war. Chen Xi stood at the side of the field, silently observing everything. Hathor used the most direct method to imprint the chasm of power levels and the essence of combat techniques into the heart of every Grey Knight. He assessed the flaws exposed by the new recruits, scrutinized the potential displayed by the veterans, and at the same time, planned the future path of refinement for this force in his mind. Just as the entire field was silent, immersed in the lingering resonance of Hathor's words, Chen Xi suddenly moved. He did not walk off the field, but slowly stepped into the central area of the training ground. His movements were unhurried, but his gaze, like the core of a burning star, fiercely locked onto Hathor. An excellent demonstration, Miss Hathor. Chen Xi's voice broke the silence, carrying a strange calmness, yet containing a surging undercurrent of power. This disparity is indeed impressive. However, I am very curious. He stopped a few steps away from Hathor, casually drew a training power sword identical to the one in Hathor's hand from a nearby weapon rack, and waited. How long could an opponent who is not a pure warrior, but relies on some unorthodox power, endure under your skill? Hathor's amber gold eyes narrowed slightly, and a flicker of understanding and subtle interest passed through them. She did not speak, merely adjusted her stance ever so slightly, and that seemingly casual posture instantly transformed into an impregnable combat fortress. The training sword in her hand pointed diagonally to the ground, waiting. Chen Xi said no more. He took a deep breath, and the dormant psychic torrent within him surged forth. Invisible power instantly filled his limbs, his muscle fibers, infused with psychic energy, erupted with density and strength far exceeding mortal limits. A faint, almost tangible, golden glow even appeared on the surface of his skin, a temporary enhancement of the physical body by pure psychic energy. At the same time, his consciousness seemed to plunge into a rapid river of time. Psychic precognition activated. The world before him was instantly covered by countless flickering, illusory fragments, Hathor's possible attack trajectories, his own evasion or parrying paths, the ripples of energy collisions. Countless futures were frantically simulated and filtered in his mind's superprocessor. He moved. Chen Xi's figure, empowered by psychic energy, transformed into a blurred golden afterimage, his speed far exceeding any Astartes before him. He chose not to probe, but launched the most ferocious surprise attack directly. The training sword tore through the air, emitting a sharp crack, stabbing directly at Hathor's throat. The pure speed and power of this strike already surpassed the strongest champion among the Ash Knights. Hathor's eyes gleamed sharply. Chen Xi's burst of speed caught her slightly off guard. She did not meet it head-on, her body sliding half a step with the smallest possible movement, and her training sword precisely parried, attempting to deflect Chen Xi's blade. However, just as the tip of her sword was about to touch Chen Xi's blade, Chen Xi seemed to have already anticipated her movement. The trajectory of his thrust impossibly underwent an extremely subtle deviation. With a flick of his wrist, the blade, like a venomous snake, bypassed Hathor's parry, strangely stabbing towards the exposed flank beneath her ribs, revealed by her movement. This change of attack was fast, precise, and ruthless, and it completely defied physical inertia, a supernatural combat intuition granted by psychic precognition. Oh! A faint, almost imperceptible hum of pure surprise escaped Hathor's throat. For the first time, true interest appeared in her eyes, an excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Her reaction was incredibly fast, as if Chen Xi's change of attack was also within her vast combat database of predictions. She forcibly halted her sideways slide, her waist bending backward with incredible flexibility, while her sword-wielding wrist snapped back like a whip, the training sword tracing a silver arc, striking Chen Xi's blade with absolute precision. Clang! A clang far heavier than any before it. Two forces collided violently. Chen Xi felt an overwhelming, irresistible force transmit along the sword hilt. Even with psychic enhancement, his arms instantly became excruciatingly sore and numb, his tiger's mouth feeling as if it would split. He was completely thrown backward by this force, plowing 2 clear marks on the reinforced floor, each step sinking deeply. Hathor, however, merely swayed slightly from the recoil. Chapter 480, Gavolokan. But this momentary clash was far from over. Chen Xi forcefully stabilized his center of gravity as he retreated, the psychic glow in his eyes burning fiercely. He precisely captured a fleeting, tiny moment of stiffness in Hathor due to her block a fatal flaw. Without the slightest hesitation, he ignored the intense numbness in his arm. The power training sword in his hand transformed into a metallic storm, dozens of indistinguishable real and illusory thrusts, like a bursting dam, precisely covering Hathor's defensive nodes. Each strike incorporated the trajectory of psychic foresight, with tricky angles and meticulous calculations, intending to seal off all space for conventional dodging and blocking. Hathor finally stopped holding her ground. Her figure suddenly transformed into a silver phantom, moving and dodging at high speed amidst Chen Xi's furious assault. The sword in her hand was no longer a simple block but a precise defensive matrix. Each swing accurately hit the critical points of Chen Xi's attacks, neutralizing the most threatening strikes in advance or skillfully deflecting them. The explosive clatter of colliding blades was as dense as rain, and sparks flew madly. Energy shockwaves continuously erupted between the two, shaking the entire training ground. All the Ash Knights watching held their breath, shocked by the governor's extraordinary speed and foresight, and even more by Hathor's absolute defensive posture, which seemed to perceive and control everything. This extreme psychic-driven assault lasted less than 10 seconds. Although Chen Xi's psychic foresight was strong, maintaining such high-intensity combat simulations and physical enhancements pushed his mental and physical burden to the limit. Just as an inevitable, slight delay appeared in his swordplay due to power consumption. Hathor's counterattack arrived. Her sword seemed to break free from the constraints of physical laws, thrusting from a logically impossible angle, with a speed that surpassed visual perception. Chen Xi's pupils contracted sharply, and psychic foresight warned him frantically. Countless images of future attack paths flooded his mind instantly. But this massive amount of precognitive information itself became an overwhelming burden. His brain's processing speed was instantly overwhelmed, and his body's reactive nerves were completely overloaded. The cold sword tip pinpointed the nerve cluster on his sword-wielding wrist with unparalleled precision. A subtle yet powerful shockwave emanated. Chen Xi grunted, and the training sword flew out of his hand. Hathor did not pursue, her sword tip retracted instantly after striking. She stood still, her breathing as steady as before, as if the exchange that would have left an ordinary Astartes dizzy was effortless for her. She looked at Chen Xi, who was slightly panting, his wrist aching intensely, and for the first time, her molten gold eyes showed undisguised, pure admiration. Impressive, Governor. Hathor's voice carried a hint of genuine warmth, an acknowledgement of true potential. Your application of future sight and your extreme enhancement of your mortal body, your proficiency far exceeds the basic level. She paused, then added, in terms of pure combat technique and battle instinct, you still need extensive refinement, but to be able to use precognitive abilities to this extent in actual combat is an extremely rare talent. Even among librarians who can integrate psychic foresight so efficiently into close quarters combat, they are not common. Chen Xi regulated his breathing, feeling the ebbing of the psychic tide within him and the soreness in his muscles, yet a relieved smile appeared on his face. To receive such praise from a primarch was, in itself, the highest affirmation. Just then, the heavy main airtight gate of the training ground emitted a low hum and slowly slid open. A crisp scent, a mix of rust, gunpowder, and promethium fuel, instantly rushed in, dispersing the lingering energy residue in the arena. An Ash Knight's captain, clad in distinctive black and white quartered power armor, strode in, carrying the undissipated smoke of battle and an air of grim determination. Cold stardust clung to the armor's crevices, and fresh, dark red splatter stains remained on the edges of his shoulder pads, proof of alien or traitor blood solidified in vacuum. His heavy adamantium boots echoed dully on the alloy floor, each step carrying the oppressive weight of one just returned from a crucible of flesh and blood. He had clearly received an urgent summons, teetering directly from some frontline outpost or a brutal patrol skirmish. The cold gaze behind his helmet's faceplate scanned like a laser beam, sweeping over the new and veteran recruits who had instantly fallen silent and held their breath at his intrusion, then over the dust still settling in the air. Finally, with a hint of an almost imperceptible, routine scrutiny, it fixed on the tall, unfamiliar female figure holding a training sword in the center of the arena. Gavolokan's steps abruptly halted. This was not a tactical pause, but a deeper, instantaneous short circuit originating from the core of his cognition. That figure, that posture, that indescribable rhythm in her every movement, like a faint electric current, unexpectedly pierced through the millennia-old ice of his sealed memories. An utterly absurd yet incredibly strong sense of déjà vu seized him. How could this be? This was insane. But why? Why did just this back view cause a sharp pang in a long numbed corner of his soul? Beneath his helmet, his resolute brows furrowed tightly, and his cold gaze was, for the first time, consumed by pure, deep confusion and bewilderment. He stood frozen, like an iron statue suddenly halted, his helmet slightly tilted, trying to dispel this untimely phantom and see more clearly. In that instant, the woman in the center of the arena seemed to sense something, turning slightly and adjusting her grip on the sword. That fleeting profile, the angle of her chin, and especially those raised eyes, which seemed to flash with a molten gold luster under the training ground lights. Buzz. Loken felt as if an invisible sledgehammer had violently struck the inside of his skull. Not a phantom. Not an illusion. That unique majesty of the gene seed Primarch, etched deep into the very marrow of every shadow wolf's soul, and betrayal. It was him. That name. That figure. The one who turned all glory to ash, trampled loyalty into mud, and stained brotherhood with the deepest darkness, the traitor. A supremely suppressed, almost bestial dying gasp escaped from his helmet's vox grill. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of all the Ash Knights, Gavel Loken made a move that froze the very air. He violently raised both hands, his movements so rough they were almost tearing, and grabbed his smoke-stained, cold, heavy helmet. Click. The crisp snap of the locks releasing echoed like thunder in the dead silent training ground. He yanked the helmet off. A weathered face, etched with the tough lines bestowed by years and war, was exposed to the harsh lights. Yet at this moment, on this face belonging to the legendary captain of the 10th Company, a member of the Council of Four Kings, there was no longer any trace of composure or wisdom. His features were distorted by extreme shock and uncontrollable fury. His eyes were no longer the calm eyes of an observer but had utterly transformed into two furnaces ignited by hellfire, erupting with terrifying blood-red light. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, burning with a blood feud spanning 10,000 years, the searing pain of betrayal by a loved one, and the purest, all-consuming desire for destruction directed at the very existence before him. Chapter 481, Loyalty and Betrayal. Time seemed to freeze for half a second at this horrifying sight. The training ground was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, only Loken's heavy, bellows-like breathing, filled with killing intent, echoed in the deathly silence. Then, a furious roar, filled with 10,000 years of pent-up bitterness, endless pain, and deep-seated hatred, like a world-destroying thunder suppressed for countless eons, finally tore through the silent curtain of the training ground, making the entire space hum and tremble. Horus. That roar was no longer human, it was more like the ultimate roar of an ancient beast, enraged by a blood feud, intending to tear the entire world, along with its enemy, into pieces. Gavel Loken, the former Shadow Wolves 10th Company captain, a member of the Council of Four, had completely transformed into a vengeful fiend. There was no hesitation, no tactical assessment, no verbal questioning. The moment he recognized his enemy, his body, his soul, and the monstrous rage accumulated over 10 millennia had made the only verdict for him, destruction. Boom. The power armor backpack on his feet roared violently, like a giant beast awakening. His heavy adamantium combat boots instantly dented and warped the alloy floor beneath them. The power sword at his waist, that legendary weapon once fought for the Empire and for the Primarch, was instantly unsheathed. A dazzling energy field hummed as it activated, emitting a soul-piercing shriek, drawing a deadly, pale arc of light that condensed all his strength, all his hatred, and all his will to destroy. This single sword strike, carrying the terrifying might to cleave a main battle tank in half, and the ultimate judgment against traitors, destroyers, and the enders of all beautiful things, was unleashed without reservation, with all his might, towards the figure named Hathor Lupka in the center of the arena. The instant Loken removed his helmet, revealing his true face, and let out that heart-rending roar, Hathor's molten gold eyes suddenly constricted. That familiar face, etched deep in her memory from 10,000 years ago, struck her thoughts like a thunderbolt. Gavel, she whispered in disbelief, her voice filled with genuine shock, and a deeper, more intense pain instantly surged into her heart. She recognized him. She recognized this 10th Company captain who had once fought alongside her through life and death, loyal unto death, and instantly understood the burning hatred in his eyes, unextinguished for 10,000 years, enough to incinerate reason. However, her body's instinctive reaction was faster. Facing the power sword howling with destructive energy, Hathor didn't even retreat half a step. She merely flicked her wrist, and the seemingly ordinary adamantium-reinforced training sword met it at an extremely precise angle. Clang. A massive clang, far more piercing and heavier than all previous collisions, erupted. The energy field and adamantium rubbed violently, sparking dazzling electrical flashes and molten metal fragments. The furious shockwave made the entire training ground tremble. Incredibly, the training sword did not break. Hathor stood rooted, unmoving, and with only the subtle power transmitted through her wrist and arm, she steadily parried Loken's full power strike, which was strong enough to cut through steel bars. The immense force was skillfully guided and deflected, dissipating from both sides of her body, making her thick, braided black hair fly. There was no coldness in her eyes, only a heavy, almost compassionate, complex light, a deep understanding of 10,000 years of hatred, and a profound lament for the now frenzied state of this once loyal and fierce warrior. Loken's attack failed, and the madness in his eyes intensified. He roared like a beast, his power sword instantly transforming into a furious storm of silver light, each strike unleashed with full force, carrying a reckless killing intent, madly attacking Hathor's vital points. The sword wind howled piercingly, and the energy field cut through the air with a shrill shriek. However, Hathor's figure, amidst Loken's furious assault, appeared remarkably calm, even with a hint of helplessness. Her movements were minimal, yet astonishingly efficient, every parry, deflection, and counterattack was precise to the extreme, as if she were trying to guide an out-of-control storm. She was not toying with him, rather, she seemed to be reluctantly, repeatedly trying to stop him with the least amount of harm. Loken delivered a powerful diagonal slash, and Hathor's sword tip, with a sigh-like gentleness, lightly touched the least stressed part of his sword spine, instantly deflecting the heavy power sword's trajectory, causing Loken's massive body to stumble. Loken spun around for a return slash, but Hathor seemed to have already anticipated his pain-driven trajectory. Her training sword moved faster, preemptively blocking the point of his rotational force, abruptly cutting off this destructive assault, the recoil force making Loken's arm numb, while her eyes showed pity for this persistent pain. Loken roared and lunged with a thrust. Hathor shifted slightly to the side, her training sword grazing the power sword's blade, then guiding and deflecting it with fluid motion, showing a restraint that was unwilling to inflict harm. Loken immediately lost his balance and lunged forward, only to be gently tapped on the shoulder guard by the side of Hather's sword, the force perfectly controlled, merely pushing him away rather than severely injuring him. Loken stumbled back several meters as if pushed by an invisible giant hand, crashing heavily against the alloy wall with a dull thud. But Gavil Loken was indeed a veteran of the Great Crusade era. Each time he was repelled or sent flying, the red glow in his eyes never dimmed, only intensifying with more fervent madness and an almost tragic stubbornness. He was like a wounded beast, never tiring, never giving up. Each time he fell, he sprang up with astonishing speed, ignoring the groaning of his power armor joints and the tearing sensation in his muscles, roaring again and lunging at Hather. His attacks were without pattern, driven only by pure strength, speed, and deep-seated hatred. Each charge carried the momentum of a mutual destruction. Hather consistently responded only with that training sword. The expression on her face gradually changed from initial shock and pain to a heavy, compassionate helplessness. Facing Loken's increasingly fierce and reckless charges, her defense and counterattacks remained flawless, yet always with a restraint that showed an unwillingness to truly harm him. Each clash caused Loken's offensive to crumble, and each contact sent this powerful Space Marine captain flying back in disarray. But the training sword in Hather's hand never aimed at his vital points. Each repulsion was more like a futile call to a lost soul. The training sword in her hand carried not killing intent, but a heavy, sorrowful attempt to awaken him, yet powerless to do so. The entire training ground was silent, with only the roar of power armor, the explosive clang of colliding blades, Loken's beast-like roars, and the heavy thuds of him hitting walls and the floor echoing repeatedly. All the Ash Knights held their breath, watching in shock this sudden, completely out of control and overwhelmingly disparate conflict. Chen Xi also frowned deeply. He could clearly sense the monstrous hatred on Loken that was almost burning away his reason, and Hather's inhumanly precise, yet profoundly compassionate, absolute control. This one-sided suppression, ignited by 10,000 years of resentment, continued. Loken was like a moth drawn to a flame, knowing he would fail, yet repeatedly charging into that cold, silver flame. And Hather, with each precise parry and deflection, silently expressed her sorrow and helplessness for this loyal veteran. Chapter 482, The Hidden Secret. Third update. The training ground floor groaned once more under Gavil Loken's heavy impact. He was again sent flying backward by Hather's exquisite and perfectly controlled strike, his heavy body crashing hard against the reinforced alloy wall in the distance, emitting a teeth-grinding thud. The power armor's shoulder emitted a piercing shriek of servo overload, and several joint buckles were twisted and deformed from the repeated impacts. Even in his initial outburst of rage, he had ripped off his helmet and slammed it to the ground, as if the obstructive adamantium prevented him from directly seeing his target. Now, his face, distorted by pain, anger, and severe physical exhaustion, was fully exposed, covered in sweat and mottled bloodstains. He struggled to prop himself up with his power sword, his arm muscles violently spasming, his lungs wheezing like a worn-out bellows, each breath carrying a heavy scent of rust. The bloodlust in his eyes had not extinguished, but that desperate madness had been replaced by a near-exhausted sense of frustration at being unable to shake his opponent. He stared intently at the center of the arena. Hather Lupka stood steadily in place, her training sword still gleaming, her dark grey administrative uniform not even stained with a speck of dust. Only her slightly hurried breathing proved that she had not easily withstood his storm-like attacks. Enough. Chen Xi's deep voice rang out, carrying an undeniable cold hardness, like a heavy hammer falling. Upon the command, two Terminator armor veterans immediately stepped forward, swiftly supporting Loken's almost unsupported body and dragging him up from the ground. Loken did not resist, letting them hold him, his legs dragging heavily, his head bowed, heavy gasps with blood foam dripping, leaving intermittent dark trails on the floor. But his bloodshot eyes still stared fixedly at Hather, burning with millennia of pent-up rage with nowhere to vent, and utter, suppressed despair. The discarded helmet lay forlornly in the corner, its cold eye lenses reflecting chaotic light and shadow. The heavy alloy door slid shut silently, cutting off the outside clamor and gazes. The secret room was small and cold, with only a table and a few chairs. The walls were bare metal, an emergency light in the corner cast a pale white glow, and the air purifier hummed softly. The veteran settled Loken onto a chair. He slumped like an emptied shell, his power armor covered in dents and scratches, his exposed skin bruised and purple, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Each inhale brought a sharp pain like broken ribs, yet he seemed oblivious, only hanging his head, his heavy breathing particularly jarring in the silence. Hather stood before him, complex emotions swirling deep within her molten gold eyes. She could clearly feel the strong physiological resonance within Loken, originating from the gene seed, specifically directed at a gene seed primarch, like a call from deep within his bloodline, far exceeding the scope of memory. Have you calmed down, Gavil? Hather's voice was low, carrying a weariness that transcended time. You are still the same as before, loyalty, persistent, unable to tolerate a single grain of betrayal in your eyes. Before. Loken suddenly looked up, grunting from the pain of his injuries, his blood-red eyes fixed on her face, his voice hoarse like grinding sandpaper. You talked to me about before. Tell me. Why? Why are you still standing here? Why can recognize you? This feeling, it's not memory. It's. He gasped violently, trying to grasp the tremor originating from the core of his being. It's my blood boiling. It's my bones screaming. It recognizes you. Recognizes that source. Definitely not memory. He was referring to the Astartes gene's instinctive, physiological recognition in reaction to a Primarch's genetic imprint. Hather's gaze sharpened instantly, and the pressure intensified. She had to block this path of inquiry in front of Chen Xi. She took a step forward, and an invisible, substantial biological pressure, originating from the gene sequence and belonging to the Primarch level, enveloped Loken. Because you are Gavil Loken. Her voice was decisive, carrying an undeniable authority, deliberately avoiding deep inquiry into the physiological reaction. Your loyalty, your memories, your very essence as an Astartes, are all engraved with the knowledge of your gene seed Primarch. Regardless of my form, the imprint from the gene seed will make you instinctively perceive the pressure belonging to the War Master, belonging to a gene seed Primarch, and that source of betrayal. She cleverly attributed Loken's strong physiological reaction to the Astartes gene's instinctive recognition of a Primarch's imprint. As for why I am here, Hather's voice deepened, carrying a heavy resolve, her gaze meeting his hate-filled eyes frankly, I am not him. That Horus Lupercal who wielded the butcher's knife at Istvan, who slammed the world breaker against the walls of Terra to shatter the Father, his will has been completely consumed and ended by chaos. Standing before you is Hather Lupka. Her tone was firm, like proclaiming an unalterable decree. I carry the imprint of that past. Her wording was extremely cautious, strictly limited to the genetic and spiritual levels, knowing all of his glory and his sins. But this body, this will, has chosen a completely opposite path to atone, to prevent a disaster even more terrifying than the Great Rebellion, one that is about to engulf the galaxy. Her gaze turned to Chen Xi, with a hint of seeking support and confirmation. Chen Xi spoke at the opportune moment. He perceived Loken's strong gene-based reaction and understood his confusion. His voice was steady, carrying insight that cut through the confusion, looking directly into Loken's bloodshot eyes, slightly widened in shock. Captain Loken, let go of your confusion. The essence is the same. You are both pawns projected by the military chest. You are a projection of Gavil Loken, and she is a projection of Horus Lupercal. Carrying his memories, power imprints, and even characteristics, but the will belongs to Hather Lupka. His voice echoed in the small secret room, carrying an undeniable authority. The Emperor's will accepts and relies on this power. Her path, her choices, everything she has done for the Imperium, are all real. Your resonance with her stems from the same miracle. Accept her, just as you accept your own rebirth here. The future needs your strength. Loken's body trembled violently at these words. In his blood-red eyes, madness, hatred, and extreme confusion instantly solidified and cracked under the impact of the cold word projection, like magma thrown into ice water. Projection, pawn, his voice was hoarse, like grinding sand. This explanation was cold and direct, yet like a precise surgical knife, it instantly cut through his tangled thoughts. Millennia of resentment could not dissipate instantly, and the instinctive genetic response to the source within him still stubbornly hummed. But Chen Xi's explanation itself, combined with the unquestionable supreme endorsement of the Emperor's will, acted like a heavy cornerstone, suppressing Loken's impulse to seek ultimate answers at this moment. The bloodlust in Loken's eyes receded like a tide, leaving only boundless exhaustion and a blankness after his cognition was completely overturned. He looked at Hather, that face still majestic yet bearing complex emotions, then at Chen Xi, his calm and resolute gaze. Finally, his sight fell back to his own bloodied, trembling hands. Projection, pawn, his voice was faint, almost inaudible. A heavy silence enveloped the secret room. His heavy breathing gradually calmed, leaving only suppressed gasps with blood foam. Finally, he did not look up, exhausted, and nodded very slowly and heavily. No promise, no forgiveness, no trust. Only a weary acceptance, forced into his cognition by reality. He accepted the existence of Hather Lupka, just as he accepted that he was a projection of Gavil Loken. A temporary compromise based on the current situation. That fervent killing intent, under the dual pressure of the projection truth and the Emperor's will, temporarily lay dormant. Hather looked at his bowed head and heavy nod, feeling no relief in her heart. That core secret was still firmly guarded by her, but Loken's acceptance was only built on the cold projection theory. How long could this fragile balance, built on concealment, last? She could not predict, but at least for now, certain secrets had to be kept. Chapter 483, Loken's new mission. Time passed amidst heavy gasps and congealed blood. Hours later, in a secret chamber deep within the Ashes Knights Chapter's monastery. The air here was cold, permeated with the scent of metal, incense, ozone, and a faint hint of promethium fuel. Pale emergency lights filtered down from the sturdy grates overhead, casting Chen Xi's solemn figure onto the cold adamantium walls, like a judge. Gavil Loken leaned against a cold wall engraved with the imperial aquila. He was no longer on the verge of breaking, but more like a war machine whose internal conflicts were still raging, forcibly halted. His power armor was covered in dents and scratches from battle, and the damaged servos emitted intermittent wails. His helmet had long been discarded, and sweat, blood, and profound pain carved furrows into his face. Sweat and blood had been wiped from his face, but his sunken eyes and tightly pursed lips still bore the marks of extreme pain and exhaustion. Several thick sedative needles were still stuck near the neural interfaces on his neck and arms, continuously pumping a small amount of medication, forcibly suppressing the rage that had almost incinerated his reason. Every inhalation was accompanied by a sharp pain, like broken ribs, but he refused to sit down, his chest still heaving violently under the influence of the drugs. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Chen Xi, a silent question like a raging inferno forcibly confined within a furnace. 10 millennia of accumulated hatred was temporarily sealed by cold reality and the Emperor's will, but it had not extinguished. Now, it mingled with a deeper, drug-suppressed confusion and a sense of almost humiliating powerlessness. Chen Xi gave him no respite. He walked directly in front of Loken, close enough for the latter to feel the crushing weight of a will as heavy as a mountain, originating from psychic power. Gavo Loken, Chen Xi's voice was low and cold, each word like a blacksmith's hammer striking a red-hot ingot, reverberating in the cold air. You lost control. In the core area of the chapter, openly attacking the governor's office as senior administrative secretary, no matter what ancient resentment is branded deep within your soul, this act itself is an open trampling of imperial iron laws and chapter order. Loken's Adam's apple bobbed violently, as if he wanted to retort that it was by no means an administrative secretary, but... Yet the chaotic mist in his mind, caused by the upheaval of identity recognition and powerful sedatives, still churned. Chen Xi raised his hand, a simple gesture yet carrying an undeniable will, like an invisible power lock, forcibly suppressing any roar that might have erupted from Loken's throat. His gaze was as sharp as a probe, as if it could directly scan the flaws of the soul. I know what you perceived, that tremor originating from your gene seed, that eternal trauma of loyalty and betrayal interwoven deep within steel and flesh. Chen Xi's voice carried an absolute certainty, as if discerning the core, but listen carefully, Captain Loken, what you resonated with is not that fallen shadow who wielded the world breaker on the walls of Terra, dragging the Imperium into an abyss of 10,000 calamities. Standing before you is Hather Lukka. He paused deliberately, letting the name Hather Lukka echo in the dead silence of the secret chamber, as if forging a new definition. She is the vessel carrying the gene seed imprint, memory fragments, and unfinished mission of redemption of Horus Lupercal. Chen Xi's words were precise and ruthless. The Emperor's will perceives all, knows of her existence, and has granted her the sole permission to atone for the Imperium and fight for humanity's survival. This is a decree from Terra. It is a supreme directive that transcends your personal hatred and mortal understanding. Decree from Terra, Loken repeated hoarsely, his voice muffled by the sedatives, the blood-red light in his eyes fluctuating violently under the impact of the ultimate name, Emperor's will. However, that deep-seated vigilance and distrust of the source, originating from the depths of his gene seed, was as stubborn as an adamantium core, by no means easily extinguished by drugs or words. Precisely. Chen Xi's voice suddenly rose, and the invisible psychic pressure instantly intensified, causing Loken's breath to catch. Your loyalty, your pain, your doubts, all of this, the Emperor and his chosen representative are aware of. But what the Imperium needs is not a berserker whose reason is burned away by hatred, destroying its own great wall, but a warrior who can distinguish friend from foe in the Dark Age, guard the flame, and accurately monitor potential threats. He took another step closer, the psychic pressure almost crushing Loken into the cold adamantium wall behind him. Therefore, I assign you a new mission, Captain Loken. No, I should call you the Last Shadow Wolves. Chen Xi's voice was decisive, carrying an irresistible final command, put away your meaningless, blind killing intent that could lead to the destruction of valuable combat power. Transform it. Transform it into the cold gaze of supervision and inspection. Loken abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with violent, conflicting chaos, as if the gears of his soul were forcibly engaged and on the verge of shattering. I appoint you as adjutant to Hather Lukka's training team just as you served 10,000 years ago. Chen Xi clearly uttered this title, as if engraving an unchangeable command on the chapter's archives. Your duty is to observe her closely. Examine her with your most rigorous, most critical gaze, steeped in the blood of the battlefield and logical analysis. Examine whether her every command conforms to the Imperium's survival. Examine whether her every tactical decision maximally serves the chapter and humanity. Examine whether her so-called will for redemption is sufficiently resilient, whether it is worthy of the power and the authority of a gene seed primarch she carries, when facing the whispers of chaos, immense pressure, and the temptation of power. Chen Xi's gaze was like a sharp sword, burning Loken's soul. I want you to monitor her. Scrutinize her ceaselessly with your gaze steeped in battlefield blood and 10,000 years of pain. Scrutinize whether her every command conforms to the Imperium's survival. Scrutinize whether her every tactical decision maximally serves the chapter and humanity. And even more, scrutinize whether her so-called will for redemption is wavering when facing the whispers of chaos, immense pressure, and the temptation of power. Is the power she carries sliding towards the edge of the abyss? Your hatred is the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. Chen Xi's voice was like a cold verdict. It will become the last warning line to protect the Imperium and prevent that ancient sin from reoccurring. This is an order, Gavil Loken. In the name of the Emperor and the Governor. Dead silence fell within the secret chamber. Only the faint hum of the emergency lights on the wall, the discordant whine of the servos, Loken's still heavy breathing forcibly suppressed by the drugs, and the thunderous power contained within Chen Xi's words echoed between the cold adamantium walls. The immense internal conflict almost tore Loken apart. On one side was 10 millennia of accumulated resentment, the instinctive distrust of his gene seed, and a warrior's pride, on the other, the supreme directive of the Emperor's oracle and the mountain-like pressure exerted by Chen Xi. After a long, suffocating silence, Loken nodded very slowly, very heavily. He did not speak, but in the depths of his eyes, raised again from beneath his lowered head, the blood-red rage had not extinguished. It was merely forcibly compressed, sealed, transformed, and tempered into a cold, piercing, never-sleeping vigilance and suspicion. This gaze would constantly scan his own tormented core, and it would also constantly scan the target he was ordered to evaluate, Hather Lukka. At your command. Your Excellency, Governor. The hoarse voice, like static from a damaged communicator, announced the beginning of a new, imposed, and dangerous duty. Chapter 484, Refreshing the Legion, Part 1. Cold blue light streamed down from the hovering holographic star map, outlining the vast and treacherous contours of the Mariupol sector. Flickering points marked fleets, resource nodes, and several threat areas emanating ominous crimson and light devouring purplish-black glows. The air was a mix of the slightly acrid smell of burnt primordium, the ozone scent of precision instruments, and the low hum of countless data slates, the cold heartbeat of the Imperium's vast war machine. Chen Xi stood before the star map, his gaze deeply scrutinizing the crimson blotch representing the broken tooth star system. He wore a well-tailored governor's uniform, a short cloak with a crimson lining draped over his left shoulder, and an inquisitor's rosette forged from adamantium pinned to his chest, reflecting a cool gleam under the dim blue light. His presence was like the gravitational center of the star map, naturally drawing all eyes in the command center to him. A half-step beside him, Hathor Lukka's presence was like a drawn blade. Her posture was erect, her dark grey administrative uniform unable to conceal the inherent majesty from her deep lineage, and her ember gold eyes sharply scanned the star map. The Ash Knight's strength is growing. We currently have approximately 4,000 Astartes, including about 2,700 full Astartes and around 1,200 recruits. This is a very powerful force. Hathor's voice was steady and clear, instantly drawing all attention in the command center. Her fingertip precisely touched the crimson broken tooth area on the holographic star map. However, while the Codex Astartes provides us with a framework for organization and logistics, it also subtly restricts tactical flexibility and adaptability on the battlefield. Her gaze swept over the Ash Knights high command gathered at their side. For this military meeting, Commander Shidong and the 3 Legionnaire commanders Chen Xi had brought in were all summoned, and even Ahriman was present. Although these individuals were all shocked by Hathor's presence because Loken and Chen Xi had already smoothed things over with them, their reactions were not as extreme as Loken's. The shadow of the Great Rift is closing in, her voice carried an undeniable urgency. Mere qualified guardsmen are insufficient to counter the world-ending storm about to engulf the galaxy. What we need are Legion-level blades capable of cleaving through darkness and dominating the battlefield, the very backbone that supported the Great Crusade. She leaned slightly forward, drawing a circle around the broken tooth star system with her finger. Tempering Plan's core objective is clear: use actual combat as the furnace, and coordination as the anvil. Recruits need to build a solid foundation, understanding the pulse and rhythm of large-scale operations. Veterans must regain the resilience, adaptability, and autonomous decision-making in treacherous situations through coordinated combat. Time waits for no one, and the overall leap in the chapter's effectiveness is key to our race against time. Her fingertip steadily pressed on the crimson area. The broken tooth star system will be the furnace for the first phase, targeting a remnant orc force that has fallen into Warhammer, lost due to infighting among its leaders. They are still ferocious but leaderless, posing a moderate and controllable threat. She looked at Sigismund and Ventanus, who were attending the meeting. For your recruit companies, this is an excellent training ground. Training emphasis will be on cross-company coordination, battlefield information flow, stabilizing the front line amidst orc-induced chaos, and strict adherence to operational procedures under veteran guidance. We are forging the cornerstone of coordinated combat, not merely pursuing kill counts. Chen Xi's gaze swept over the crimson blotch on the star map, and he calmly took over the conversation. Ms. Hathor's plan hits the nail on the head. The orcs of the broken tooth star system, chaotic but unorganized, are indeed the ideal whetstone for honing recruit coordination. He turned to Sigismund, his eyes filled with approval and expectation. Commander Sigismund, the essence of Legion-level defense lies in unity of will and precision of action. This anvil battle is a crucial opportunity to instill this essence into new blood. What is your vision for this battle? Sigismund immediately stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the densest cluster of orc light points, his voice as resonant as adamantium striking adamantium. Governor, you see clearly. The essence is seamless integration under a unified will. He clasped his hands together, mimicking the meshing of gears. Firepower and assault must be as tightly integrated as siege engines. Veterans are not just the spearhead, but also guides allowing recruits to feel the pulse of their comrades amidst the orcs' roars, and understand the true meaning of commands. They must understand that individual valor, only when integrated into the overall torrent, can tear through steel. The Codex provides the skeleton. This battle will inject it with the soul of the Legion, the ability to precisely execute complex coordination amidst chaos. Chen Xi nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Ventanus. Commander Ventanus, translating objectives into executable plans and ensuring controllable risks is your expertise. How will you use steps to guide the recruits, both training coordination and solidifying their foundation? Ventanus nodded steadily, his finger rapidly tracing over the cursor on the control panel, pulling up a preset tactical projection map. Governor, Commander Sigismund is absolutely right. The orcs being scattered is exactly to my liking. He pointed to several light points on the outer edge of the star map. First, precise firepower coverage of the outer nodes to establish a secure control zone driving the orcs into a preset pocket, minimizing initial chaotic contact and losses for the recruits. Then, he circled several preset training areas. Second, within the control zone, organize recruits for multi-wave coordinated assaults and firepower coverage drills, repeatedly honing their teamwork. Each wave will have clear objectives, emphasizing immediate responses between assault teams and fire teams, with veteran squads embedded at key nodes responsible for real-time guidance and correction. Finally, his finger pointed to the preset decisive battle zone. When the orcs are cornered, organize a recruit-led, veteran-supported annihilation battle to complete the practical combat loop. This ensures controllable risk and maximizes coordination experience. Chen Xi's gaze fell upon Ahriman, carrying a hint of undeniable gravity. Librarian Ahriman, orc psyker kids are the most unstable cracks in the coordination chain. How can the recruits' will and coordination remain stable amidst a potential warp storm? Ahriman's gaze swept over the orc gathering area, the shadows beneath his hood shifting slightly. his voice carrying the deep resonance characteristic of a psyker. Governor, your insight is sharp. Commander Ventinus's strategy is sound, but if hidden psyker kids erupt, it would be disastrous for recruit coordination. He turned to Chen Xi and Hather. The librarian will establish a psychic monitoring network in the main combat zone and embed psychic support teams within recruit squads, providing early warning and counter barriers. This battle is also a mandatory lesson for the recruits to hone communication, discipline, and execution under warp whispers and psychic shocks. Iron will is the cornerstone against chaos, and also the lifeline of coordination. I will ensure interference is suppressed to a controllable range, and the tempering process remains undisturbed. Chen Xi's gaze finally rested on Shidong, carrying a clear entrustment. Chapter Master Shidong, the integration and execution of the Anvil operation are your undeniable responsibilities. He paused, his voice imbued with power. The growth of the recruits, the cohesion of the soul of coordination, is the core of this battle. Ventinus's steps are the framework, Sigismund's soul is the essence, and Ahriman's barrier is the guarantee. Forge them into a sharp sword, to be wielded by you. Chapter 485, Blade Forging 3rd Update. Chapter Master Shidong stepped forward, his right fist heavily knocking against his chest plate, emitting a dull metallic echo. Understood, Planetary Governor. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over Sigismund and Ventinus. The framework is clear, the essence is set. You two will coordinate the command. Remember, veterans are guides, pillars, not nannies. New recruits must never be relegated to spectators. Let them learn to listen to commands, perceive the battlefield, and feel the pulse of coordination in real combat, executing tactics precisely amidst chaos. He turned to Ahriman, his tone decisive. Librarian Ahriman, your psychic early warning network is crucial to success. Ensure timely and effective support, transforming psychic threats into forging nourishment. No interference with the core objective is allowed. Chen Xi's gaze returned to the crimson broken tooth star system on the star map. A moment of silence enveloped the command center, with only data streams silently flowing. He finally nodded gently, tapping the star map control console once, emitting a crisp and decisive confirmation sound. Objective, remaining orc forces in the broken tooth star system. Core, forging the soul of coordination. Operation authorization. Chapter Master Shidong has full command. Captain Sigismund and Ventinus are responsible for frontline tactical implementation and coordination training. Librarian Ahriman ensures psychic safety. Ms. Hather and I will monitor the progress. He surveyed everyone, his gaze deep as an abyss. Let the flames of the Ash Knights prove in that star system that we not only possess power but also know how to condense it into a legionary spear that tears through darkness. Hather nodded slightly, her gaze then piercing like a blade towards the unsettling, purplish-black vortex on the star map that seemed to absorb light planet Dirge 7. Phase 2, Dirge 7. Her voice took on a cold, metallic quality, like a power sword being drawn. The Inquisition has designated it a fallen world, confirming the existence of a warp rift anchor point or a secondary daemon world projection zone. It is occupied by the Kern Chaos Warband, the Skull Reapers. She surveyed the Ash Knights High Command present, the 5th Company and elite veterans. Your ultimate test is here. Key points: maintaining coordinated communication under severe psychic interference, rapid decision-making in a fog of intelligence, resisting chaos's corruption of spirit and coordination bonds, and mastering multi-arm synthetic cluster operations under extreme pressure. The time has come to test whether you can regain Legion-level resilience and adaptability. That place itself is a chaos beast. Ventinus immediately pulled up the planetary geological scan of Dirge 7, where purplish-black corrupted areas gnawed at the map like festering wounds. His pace quickened, his finger tracing between the corrupted and relatively clean areas. Psychic pollution will distort senses and tear communication chains. Stable orbital control and forward bases are the lifeblood of coordination. Ground operations must be a clenched iron fist of synthetic tactical clusters. Our core exercise is to maintain internal and external coordination within the cluster in the quagmire of chaos, real-time intelligence sharing and tactical adjustments, and coordinated removal of high-value purification nodes. Forge the troops so that even under chaos corruption, they can operate in coordination like precise war machines. Ahriman's voice was even deeper, carrying the gravity of one who has glimpsed the abyss. The level of corruption here demands strategic intervention from the Liberium. Large-scale psychic suppression rituals must be performed before landing to open up a relatively stable operational space for the troops. Accompanying librarians will monitor the mental state connections of the troops throughout, focusing on guiding how to maintain the will to coordinate under chaos psychic interference. His gaze locked onto the crimson light point representing the enemy's command core. Identifying and suppressing enemy chaos sorcerers or dark apostles is the highest priority. This itself is a core exercise against chaos's disruptive tactics. At the same time, this is also a severe test of the librarius's own large-scale coordinated spellcasting ability. Sigismund let out a low, battlefield grunt, his power gauntlet clenching, emitting a faint hum from the servo joints. Destroying the Skull Reaper's command nodes is the anvil for testing the efficiency of veteran coordinated assaults. I will personally lead a 1st Company Terminator squad, supported by our librarian brothers, to execute a precise strike. His eyes burned with the fires of war. The focus of this operation is to practice rapid coordination, information fusion, and decisive strikes by elite units and librarian support forces in a highly chaotic and counteractive environment. Smash their skull thrones with power fists. Cut off their blasphemous rituals with chainswords. Half a step behind Hather, the new adjutant Loken stood like a silent shadow. His brand new power armor gleamed coldly, and the 2 points of dim light from his helmet's oculars, like the most precise sensor arrays, silently scanned every detail of the meeting's progress. When Ventanus emphasized the difficulty of environmental coordination, Ahriman expounded on the fragility of mental connections, and Sigismund planned the key points of assault coordination. Loken's helmet would turn its angle ever so slightly. His silence itself was the most rigorous stress test for Hather's decision-making system. Hather's gaze, like the searchlight beam of a battleship's main cannon, finally focused on Chen Xi. The planetary governor has provided us with crucial theater-level strategic intelligence support through the Inquisition's channels and ensured the highest priority for the logistical supply chain. This operation must succeed, no failure is permitted. Chen Xi interjected, his voice carrying the authority of a planetary governor and an unquestionable foresight. The Legion forging plan is fully implemented, and Ms. Hather holds supreme command throughout. His gaze swept over each commander, pausing briefly on Loken's silent faceplate. All of you, remember, the essence of forging is to exchange necessary investment for a structural leap in overall combat power. Every deployment, every coordinated exercise, is to ensure that the Ash Knights truly possess Legion-level strength to stand alone and turn the tide against future cataclysms. For the Emperor. Chapter Master Shidong's right fist once again heavily struck his chest plate, emitting a dull metallic clang like thunder. For the Emperor. For the Ash Knights. All chapter members, execute the forging plan. New blood will forge the cornerstone of coordination. Veterans will reforge their blades in the flames of evil demons. Very good. Hather's voice became the final executive order, her finger tracing 2 clear assault routes on the holographic star map. Strategic deployment confirmed. 3rd and 4th new recruit companies, assigned to the 1st Company Tactical Guidance Group and Librarian Support Detachment, will execute the coordinated forging mission in the Broken Tooth Star System, codenamed Anvil. The 5th Company, 1st Company Terminator Assault Squad, and the main Liberized Task Force will execute the veteran forging mission on Planet Dirge 7, codenamed Furnace. I will personally be present in the Furnace War Zone, with Adjutant Loken accompanying me, responsible for War Zone coordination, efficacy assessment and information integration. She surveyed everyone one last time, her gaze sharp as the Emperor's sword of judgment, that decisiveness stemming from the Wolf Priest making the air itself congeal. Execute according to the established strategic framework. Core requirement, all actions must serve the core objective of forging to temper Legion-level coordinated combat capability. Maintain smooth information flow, and evaluate coordination efficacy in real time. Let the Emperor witness how the Ash Knights reforge their former Legion soul in the fires of war. For the Emperor. The low roars of the chapter high command converged into a chilling torrent, surging and swirling within the command center, permeated with promethium, ozone, data hums, and iron-blooded resolve. On the star map, the crimson and purplish-black points of light, like 2 malevolent evil eyes, stared fixedly at the force about to undergo forging. The forging had already begun. Chapter 486, The Inquisition's Inquiry. Although the number of Astartes monks mobilized for this operation was not extremely high, the mere act of deploying Astartes on such a scale was already a rather thorny issue. It's important to note that despite the Ashes Knights chapter's rapid development over the past decade, it now boasts nearly 4,000 Astartes monks. However, Chen Xi could never commit all these thousands of Astartes to the battlefield at this stage. In fact, even when considering the deployment of a higher than usual number of Ash Knights, Chen Xi had to weigh his options carefully and thoroughly to ensure he wouldn't attract excessive attention and vigilance from the Imperium. He knew that within the Imperium, this vast and sensitive machine, power was both a shield to defend its territories and a lightning rod that could invite suspicion. After all, the lessons of the Badab War were still fresh, and the Imperium had always maintained a high degree of vigilance regarding the scale and actions of Astartes chapters. While the Ristov expedition could serve as a strong excuse and cover, allowing the Ash Knights' slight overstrength to be temporarily condoned or shelved by various parties, this absolutely did not mean that Chen Xi could directly deploy thousands of Astartes monks in uniform to the battlefield. Such an action, besides leading the Imperium's high lords to believe he had malicious intentions, was almost impossible to interpret otherwise. Even a powerful chapter like the Black Templars, which numbers thousands of Astartes, consistently divides its entire chapter into numerous small expeditionary forces operating dispersed, and has never appeared concentrated in a force larger than a standard chapter organization. In fact, in the current imperial environment, the simultaneous appearance of more than a few hundred Astartes from the same chapter on the battlefield is a signal strong enough to intensely trigger the sensitive nerves of the High Lords of Terra and the Inquisition. Because, normally, only in major wars affecting an entire planet, or even an entire star system, would one witness so many Astartes fighting side by side. If hundreds of Astartes were to be deployed simultaneously without such a large-scale war breaking out? What do you intend to do? Reenact the Badab War, or attempt a so-called cleansing of the Emperor's side against Holy Terra? It's worth noting that, under normal circumstances, seeing Astartes deployed in company strength for a mission is already quite remarkable. Were it not for the grand backdrop of the Rostov expedition, and Chen Xi's nominal authority as the expeditionary force's supreme commander to mobilize a large number of Astartes, he would indeed need to expend immense political wisdom and diplomatic skill to clearly explain to the Imperium the true intent and necessity of the Ash Knights chapter deploying 500 or 600 Astartes monks at once. Although the forces currently deployed account for only about 1/8 of the Ash Knights chapter's total strength. This was already greatly testing the tolerance limits of the Imperium's Inquisition and the High Lords of Terra. In fact, just as Chen Xi began mobilizing the Ash Knights and preparing for the quenching plan, the Star Sector Tribunal immediately sent a cautiously worded but implicitly sharp inquiry, demanding that Chen Xi explain the strategic purpose of mobilizing so many Astartes monks. This official document was like a stone thrown into water, foreshadowing potential turbulent waves. For the notoriously unyielding Inquisition, this was already considered a rather restrained and considerate response. If it were any other commander, an inquisitor would likely have already personally appeared at his doorstep, demanding a loyalty assessment. Fortunately, Chen Xi himself is a Lord Inquisitor of the Inquisition's pacification order, possessing the legitimate authority to mobilize Astartes. Coupled with his current role as the Supreme Commander of the Rostov expedition, these dual identities form his unique protective charm in operational space. He only needed to explain to the Star Sector Tribunal that this was a military operation targeting orcs and heretics, and the matter could be temporarily explained away. But this still served as a reminder to Chen Xi that operating within the Imperium's rusty machine, any movement that is too fast could get stuck in its rigid joints, requiring extra strategic caution. So he sought out Hather, clearly stating the situation to her and asking if she had a good solution. He needed not just a technical answer, but a wise strategy that could cleverly carve a path through the labyrinth of Imperial rules. After listening to Chen Xi's clear and logical presentation, a very clear trace of impatience flickered deep within Hather Lupka's molten gold eyes, like a strategist whose strategic deductions had been disturbed by mundane matters. She put down the data pad in her hand, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the cold surface of the table, producing a dull thud. The Inquisition? The High Lords of Terra. Her voice was low, carrying an almost instinctive disdain from the depths of ancient memory, a group of bureaucrats who have never set foot on a true front line, who have never directly faced the deepest darkness of the galaxy. What right do they have to dictate to a commander who wields heavy forces and bears the responsibility of turning the tide in the eye of the storm? Her questioning carried the weight of the Legion era. Her thoughts inevitably drifted deep into Horus's memories, those tax enforcers in their ornate robes, those Terran nobles who enjoyed the fruits of conquest but were indifferent to the sacrifices on the front lines, and Malkador, who sat beneath the throne and dared to erase the Primarch's existence. A cold anger silently churned in her chest. However, this hatred from the past, like churning clouds, violently collided and compressed in her eyes, finally being forcibly suppressed by her powerful willpower, turning into a low hum filled with restraint and displeasure. She took a deep breath, and the storm in her molten gold pupils gradually subsided, refocusing on the real predicament Chen Xi had brought. In the Great Crusade era, Hather's voice carried the undeniable authority of a war master, but her tone had become calm and analytical. When a Primarch mobilized his legion to conquer worlds and crush powerful enemies, no one dared to question its necessity. Power is the conqueror's natural privilege, and the cornerstone of order. Those mortals, they are only fit to provide the flesh and ore needed to keep the war machine running, on the territories carved out by warriors with blood and fire. Scrutiny? Inquiry? This is a desecration of power, an interference with duty. Despite her efforts to control it, that deeply ingrained contempt for mortal authority still subtly lingered at the edges of her words. Chen Xi calmly watched the golden light in her eyes surge and then forcibly calm, clearly sensing that the profound disdain for mortal power, stemming from Horus's memories, was being painstakingly suppressed by her willpower. He did not directly refute this value system from another era, but instead steadily pushed a datapad labeled Great Rift Prediction Model towards her. This action itself was a silent guidance. Chapter 487, Crossing the Sea Under False Pretenses. Miss Hather, Chen Xi's voice was steady and strong, like a mighty ship anchoring a storm, carrying a calmness that saw through the whole situation. I understand your feelings stemming from the past, but what we face is not the controllable expansion of the Great Crusade era, but a cataclysm 20 years from now. The Empire, this decaying machine, with its bureaucracy and red tape, is indeed hateful, but at this moment, it is the reality within whose framework we must operate. His words precisely severed emotion from reality. His finger pointed at the hideous, galaxy-rending predicted fissure on the holographic star map, as if pointing at the pulse of fate. The Inquisition's inquiries, the High Lord's suspicions, are the inevitable noise and friction produced when this decaying machine operates. Directly confronting them, expending precious energy to fight against the inertia of the entire imperial system, will only cause the resources and time we should be investing in countering the true threat to be lost more quickly in this meaningless internal attrition. What we need is efficiency, to buy time, not to ignite the sparks of another civil war right now, even if it's just a localized administrative conflict. Chen Xi's gaze met Hather's, sharp and resolute. Patience is not submission, but strategy. For the ultimate goal, we must, like a sharp blade entering the shadows, temporarily sheath our edge. We need to utilize the rules, not be tripped by them, especially before our power is sufficient to completely disregard or reshape the rules. His analysis was calm and practical, closely linking the grand crisis with the immediate constraints, clearly expounding the core philosophy of survival and action under the Imperial Iron Curtain. Hather's molten gold pupils were locked onto the shocking fissure on the star map. Chen Xi's words were like a rain of calm reason, thoroughly extinguishing the embers of anger in her heart ignited by memories. She was silent for a few breaths. The War Master's instinct for weighing pros and cons finally overcame Horus's lingering arrogance. Outside the window, the gaseous giant's clouds churned, like her thoughts settling into calm after an intense internal struggle. You are right, Governor. Hather's voice returned to the steady tone of an administrative secretary. The helplessness and forbearance were clearly discernible, but the previous intense emotions had been replaced by deeper strategic considerations. For the ultimate goal, to make up for past mistakes, we must move forward in this suffocating quagmire. She closed her eyes slightly, as if forcefully suppressing her instinctive aversion to inefficiency and constraints. For a greater salvation, she chose temporary restraint. When she opened her eyes again, the molten gold light flickered with the cunning and pragmatism of a legion commander. Since the single chapter designation Ash Knights for thousands of Astartes is too sensitive and easily irritates those bureaucrats' fragile nerves, then why should we cling to one name? Let them see the scale they want to see. Her thinking instantly became clear and aggressive. Hather's finger traced an imaginary line on the tabletop, as if outlining deployments on the star map. In my era, the immense power of the legions often operated dispersed under the names of expeditionary detachments or special strike groups. We can emulate its essence, but more thoroughly. She proposed a bold and practical plan: disperse the power of the Ash Knights, in company or battle group units, giving them different, temporary sub-designations. For example, Rostov Expeditionary Force Vanguard Strike Group, Mariupol Eradication Task Force, Inquisition Authorized Heretic Purification Company, and so on. The key is to have different actual companies use the same standard company designation for external operations and written reports. For example, when the 1st, 5th, and 7th companies operate externally, they all uniformly refer to themselves as 4th Battle Company or 7th Strike Company. Which numerical designation is used isn't important, what's important is to make outsiders believe it's always the same, appropriately sized company performing different missions. Externally, it will be announced that this is to deal with different types of threats in different areas within the subsector, with various chapters or combat units temporarily integrated and allocated by you, the Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Force, and the Inquisitor Lord of the Pacification Order, according to authorization. Actual command authority and logistical supply will still be controlled by the Ash Knights chapter headquarters. This way, a faint arc, tinged with the wisdom of the Legion era and mockery of bureaucratic rules, appeared at the corner of Hather's mouth. On the surface, what we are mobilizing are only individual combat units that conform to codex size or are even always the same company designation. The Inquisition and the High Lords will see dispersed, clearly defined combat formations, or simply believe it's the same company performing missions in different locations, rather than a single chapter entity so vast as to be terrifying. Their fragile bottom line of tolerance will naturally not be easily touched. As for internal unified command and coordinated operations, as long as we ourselves know whose power it is, the designations on flags and documents are merely smoke and mirrors, a numbers game to deceive mortals. This proposal cleverly bypassed the imperial bureaucratic system's rigid scrutiny of the size of single Astartes organizations, utilized the ambiguous authority granted by Chen Xi's dual identity, and hid immense power under the guise of multiple legitimate tactical units, even further blurring the actual troop strength through shared designations. This was both a compromise with reality and a pragmatic evasion and mockery of rules, characteristic of the Legion era. Chen Xi seriously considered this suggestion. He quickly assessed the feasibility of the plan. This plan is feasible, Ms. Hather. It can indeed largely alleviate the current concern issue. Designations as shields, numbers as mist. It cleverly utilizes the unwritten rules of imperial operation and the inertia of those bureaucrats' thinking. He approved the plan, his tone decisive, especially the idea of shared designations can greatly reduce the risk of detection. He instructed the chapter's staff to immediately begin formulating detailed sub-designation plans, corresponding mission briefings, and rotation rules for shared designations. It seems we'll have to prepare several more flags with the same numbers for the warriors, and a matching script. Hather nodded slightly. As she turned to look at the churning sea of sulfur clouds outside the window, deep within her molten gold eyes, the ingrained impatience and disdain for the mortal bureaucratic system had not vanished, like eternal thunder deep within the clouds, but it was now covered by a cold, pragmatic calculation. Patience and disguise were for the ultimate reckoning, whether against chaos, or against these decaying shackles that hindered humanity's survival. For the goal, she could temporarily play the role of a secretary within the rules, and cleverly twist those rules. Chapter 488, New Blood Dons Armor. Within the turbulent planetary atmosphere of the Rostov 4 gas giant, inside the Ashes Knights chapter's fortress monastery, the chapter's new recruits were undergoing the honorable arming ceremony, making their final preparations for deployment. The cold, circulating air, carrying the mixed scent of promethium and sacred oils, permeated every pore of the new recruits. Mikhail stood in the ranks of the 3rd Company's new recruits, clad only in a sweat-absorbing black training bodysuit, his bulging muscles taut in the dim light, like a bowstring poised to release. On the wall, the colossal black and white Maltese cross emblem, illuminated by the cold light, seemed to float in the void, silently overseeing these warriors about to embark on their campaign. An emotionless broadcast voice pierced the silence. 3rd Recruit Company, serial number 9-03. Code name, Anvil. Target star system, Broken Tooth Star System. Mission, coordinated eradication of orc remnants. Readiness level, Alpha. Arming ceremony, 1 hour later, to be held in the Steadfast Forge Sanctum. Mikhail instinctively straightened his spine. The second son of a military noble family on the Rostov 2 planet that was his sealed identity, a distant and blurry starting point. The path to the Astartes Sanctum was by no means an ordinary one. Fragments of memory, like a cold stream, glided through his consciousness. On the frozen tundra of Rostov 2, every step was a challenge to the limits of life. During gene seed implantation, the pain of flesh and bone being reshaped nearly tore his soul apart. On the training grounds, countless times he was knocked down by battle-hardened veterans, only to struggle back up from the ashes of his will, with dizziness and severe pain becoming the norm. These rigorous trials, each stage a sacred crucible set by the Emperor, from which only an iron will and pure loyalty could be forged, becoming vessels to bear his grace. He was a survivor who emerged from those refining flames, one chosen by the Emperor and the chapter. Now, this cold and sacred ceramite, which he was about to don, was the ultimate proof of his existence here and his supreme glory. Orcs, this word once lay dormant in cold training manuals, and now, under the roar of his chainswords, it would transform into splattering, foul blood, becoming his first offering to the Emperor. A mix of pure yearning for the sacred combat role and an indescribable tremor of first fulfilling his mission subtly pulsed deep within his chest, like the low hum before an engine starts. Stepping into the steadfast forge sanctum, his senses were instantly enveloped by another reality. Servitor skulls hovered beneath the vaulted ceiling, their eerie blue light interweaving with the countless flickering golden candle flames of the altar, casting shifting shadows on walls adorned with pipes, gear reliefs, and holy runes. The air was hot and thick, filled with a mixture of incense, hot metal, and blessed machine oil. The low binary canticles, like the eternal meshing of gears in prayer, permeated his bones. Mikhail's bare feet stepped onto the cold adamantium floor, walking towards the arming platform bathed in a central halo of light. Priests, cloaked in scarlet robes and with mostly cold mechanical limbs, stood solemnly like holy icons. Their servitor arms moved with precision, preparing the holy relics, silver basins holding consecrated machine oil, censers burning with an eerie blue flame, and power armor backpack connectors inscribed with prayers. The chief priest slowly turned, his head mostly covered by metal and crystal sensors. A multi-jointed mechanical arm silently lifted, a calibration laser sweeping Mikhail's chest like a cold gaze. New blood, serial 9-03-47, Mikhail. The priest's voice was a pure metallic synthesis, devoid of inflection, yet it held an unquestionable divine majesty, like a hammer striking adamantium. Your mortal flesh is about to be clad in the Emperor's and Omniscia's sacred steel. Is your soul prepared to bear this supreme weight? I am prepared, esteemed priest. Mikhail's voice was remarkably clear amidst the humming of the sanctum, and he strove to maintain a rigid posture. His past aristocratic sense of responsibility had entirely transformed into a burning loyalty to the Emperor and the chapter. That characteristic belonging to the second son of a Rostov II military noble was now completely integrated into the iron torrent of the Ashes Knights. What is honor? The priest's question fell like a hammer of judgment. Honor is every battle scar on my armor, the foul blood of heretics on the edge of my chain swords. It is fighting for the Emperor and humanity until death, my name eternally etched upon the immortal monument in the chapter's sanctum. Mikhail roared, the creed etched into his soul. What is duty? The scarlet light in the priest's mechanical eyes focused, as if it could pierce his soul. Duty is to protect the silent billions behind us. It is to uphold the sacred integrity of the Imperium's territories. It is to fulfill the immortal oath of the Ash Knights to burn all threats in the cosmos with our unquenchable flame. Sweat seeped from Mikhail's taut forehead, dripping onto the cold adamantium platform, dissipating with a hiss into white smoke. This armor is more than just protection. One of the priest's servitor arms pointed precisely at the suspended Mk10 power armor. Its newly painted black and white quartered livery was sharply defined in the light and shadow, and the black and white Maltese cross emblem in the center of the chest plate gleamed. This is your new skin, your mobile sanctuary. The sacred machine spirit slumbering within it thirsts for the blood of heretics. Are you willing to offer your life as a sacrifice, your loyalty as an oath, to serve its awakening? I am willing. With my blood as the catalyst, my soul as the sacrifice, and my eternal loyalty as the oath, I shall serve. Mikhail roared decisively. Omniscia Volt. The chief priest uttered a high-pitched metallic synthesis chant, and all the tech priests present echoed him. The binary canticles' pitch abruptly rose, becoming rapid and grand, like the solemn roar of a battleship engine operating at full power during a sacred ritual. The cold ceramite components were precisely fitted by servitor arms. Leg armor clicked into place, immediately bringing a sense of weight, followed by the waist and chest armor. Warm, consecrated machine oil was applied to the joints, accompanied by ancient prayers and binary blessings. When the heavy, black, and white quartered shoulder pads clicked into place, a profound sense of belonging welled up. The back interface connected with the black and white quartered power armor backpack, a faint hum and hydraulic hiss sounded, and a sense of power spread along his spine. Finally, the cold helmet, bearing a majestic Maltese cross relief, descended, sealing off the outside world. The eyepieces lit up, tactical data streams washed across his vision, and the static of the comms channel and the sound of his own breathing were clearly audible. He received his weapons, the cold bolter, the savagely serrated chainswords. There was no ornate decoration, only basic tools of slaughter, bearing the heaviest of missions. Serial 9-03-47, Mikhail, arming complete. The sacred machine spirit has been awakened. Fight for the Emperor and the Omniscia. The priest's declaration echoed in the lingering canticles, like fate's final seal. For the Emperor. Mikhail's voice emerged from the helmet's vox grill, deep, resolute, with a metallic resonance. He turned, the ceramite rubbing together with subtle sounds as he moved, joining the iron ranks of those similarly armored, looking as if they had stepped from ancient mythical reliefs. The distinct black and white Maltese cross shone on each chest plate, converging into a moving, silent wall of faith. Mikhail, serial 9-03-47, was about to write his first page as an Ash Knights in the blood and fire of the Orcs. Chapter 489, Landing Operation. Deep within the massive hangar of the Gabbro, the engine's roar was a low, continuous hum, and vibrations subtly emanated from the adamantium deck beneath their feet. The air was a mixture of the slightly acrid smell of burning promethium, the pungent odor of ozone, and the heavy metallic scent of machine oil. Mikhail and his 9 brothers stood motionless beside their Thunderhawk transporter. Their brand new Mk10 power armor gleamed with a cold, hard luminescence under the intense hangar lights, the black and white Maltese cross emblem on the center of their breastplates strikingly conspicuous. The sacred ritual of donning armor had just concluded. They were no longer recruits on the training ground, but Space Marines of the Ashes Knights chapter. They weren't the only squad in the entire hangar. As far as the eye could see, dozens of warriors, also clad in new ceramite, were making their final preparations beside their respective Thunderhawks or Storm Raven gunships. The hum of power armor servo systems, the monotonous clanging of servitors striking metal, and the low-pitched instructions of other Vesely in the distance intertwined in the vast space. The clack of bolter being cocked echoed occasionally, and the whirring of chain swords starting up briefly cut through the air before falling silent again. A tense atmosphere, mixed with the smell of oil, sweat, and unburnt propellant, enveloped the entire hangar. A veteran Vesely stood before their formation, his posture as solid as if he were part of the deck beneath his feet. Mikhail's gaze swept over the senior who would soon lead them into battle. The dark ceramite power armor was covered in fine scratches and several repaired dents, silently recounting past battles. On his pauldrons, several deep indentations marked significant kills. The veteran Vesely did not wear his helmet, holding it in the crook of his arm, revealing a weather-beaten face. It was sharply defined, an old scar diagonally cutting across his tightly pressed lips, and in his deep-set eyes, his gaze was sharp and calm, like cold sensors scanning a target. His equipment was distinctive, a bolter with a slightly longer barrel and a precision scope was slung on his right hip, while a worn, gleaming, antique power sword hilt hung from his left. His eyes swept over each new recruit. New blood, the veteran Vesely's voice rang out, low and clear, cutting through the hangar's din. I am Vesely, your Vesely, and the commander who will lead you into battle. Look at the chapter emblem on your chest. From this moment on, you are no longer fledglings. You are the Emperor's Ash Knights, his angels of death. This ceramite is your second skin, a mobile sanctuary, and above all, supreme honor and heavy responsibility. He paused, his voice like quenched steel. Remember, your every action impacts the chapter's glory. On the battlefield, you are each other's support, your brother's blades. Trust your brothers as you trust your own arm. Coordination is strength, discipline is life. Do not let recklessness tarnish the glory of the cross emblem, and do not let cowardice betray the Emperor's grace. Today, in the foul blood of the heretic, prove with your actions that you are worthy of this armor. For the Emperor. Into the ashes. For the Emperor. Into the ashes. The 10 new recruits roared in unison, their voices resonating within their helmets, merging with the similar shouts rising and falling throughout the hangar. Veteran Vesely nodded slightly, bored. Prepare for departure. Magnetic lock boots clanged on the cold adamantium ramp of the Thunderhawk transporter. Mikhail and his brothers entered in sequence, securing themselves in the cold seats according to positions rehearsed countless times. Their heavy ceramite bodies vibrated slightly as the magnetic locks engaged. The hatch slowly closed with the hiss of hydraulic systems, sealing off the hangar's dazzling light, the shuttling vehicles, the flashing warning lights, the shrill cries of the servitor skulls, and the increasingly loud roar of the engines. Inside the cabin, only the low hum of circulating air and the faint operational sounds of each power armor's servo system remained. Veteran Vesely was the last to step into the cabin. He did not sit down, but stood steadily beside the closed hatch, his right hand habitually resting on the barrel of his customized bolter, his left hand on the power sword hilt at his waist. His mere presence filled the cramped troop compartment with an aura of steadfastness. The engine's roar intensified abruptly, and the Thunderhawk transporter was propelled by immense force from the hangar's restraints, its tail spewing blinding blue-white plasma flames as it plunged into the cold void of planet Broken Tooth 3. The moment the craft detached from its mothership, the Gabbro, the impact of inertia caused their bodies, secured in their seats, to sway. Through the narrow observation window, the rust-colored planet rapidly expanded in their view, transforming from a dim speck into a suffocatingly desolate world that filled the entire viewport. The massive craft trembled violently in the thin atmosphere. Through the observation window, which glowed faintly red from friction with the high-speed air currents, Mikhail saw the scene below. A relatively open rocky platform on the edge of Iron Jaw Canyon had been cleared and constructed into a temporary landing zone. Astra Militarum soldiers were busy behind makeshift shelters and sandbags, clad in the earth yellow and dark brown coarse wool uniforms of the Rostov 17th Regiment. Heavy weapons teams operated their ponderous lascannons and heavy bolters, pouring fire into the depths of the canyon, suppressing the sporadic greenskins attempting to swarm up. Further in the distance, the flashes of bolter explosions and the hum of chain swords were faintly visible from deep within the canyon, indicating that other Ash Knights squads had already engaged in battle. The Iron Jaw Canyon, like a monstrous maw agape, was clearly visible, with towering, steep, barren red rock walls on either side, and its floor covered with crude fortresses, bunkers, and shacks built by orcs from scrap metal, rocks, and rags, all painted with chaotic symbols. The air was thick with a visible, rust-colored dust-laden haze. Even through the viewport and the roar of the engines, the deafening noise faintly penetrated. Innumerable crude, off-key roars, the monotonous and frenzied firing of bang-bang guns, the grating metallic crashes, and a raw, savage Wadaik energy field, almost capable of distorting the air, assailed their senses like an invisible tidal wave. Prepare for landing. Briefing initiated. Vasili's voice rang out on the comms channel, overriding the engine's shriek. Almost simultaneously, tactical data streamed like a waterfall across Mikhail's helmet display. Mission briefing. Target area, Iron Jaw Canyon Core Hive, grid coordinates Delta 7. Primary threat, Orc Remnant concentration point. Confirmed presence of heavy weapon boy clusters, possible signs of Orc knobs and meat boy activity. Wadaik. Energy field readings extremely high, severe interference. Friendly status, Astra Militarum Rostov 17th Regiment responsible for consolidating the landing zone and outer defenses. They have endured multiple greenskin counterattacks and urgently require our deep strike to relieve pressure. Friendly squads are currently clearing stubborn resistance deep within the canyon. Squad mission. Team A, directly commanded by Vesely, will penetrate the canyon core along the designated route Anvil Road, destroying heavy weapon strongholds and eliminating key resistance nodes. Team B, commanded by Ivanov, will seize the left flank high ground, Eagle's Nest Rock, establish a fire support point, and suppress the green tide emerging from the canyon flank. Both teams will advance cooperatively, clearing their paths. Execution points: maintain wedge assault formation. Prioritize elimination of heavy fire threats. Beware of underground tunnel assaults. Trust your brothers, trust your weapons. For the Emperor. Chapter 490, Fierce Battle with the Orcs. As the Thunderhawk transporter sharply dipped, its retro thrusters roared deafeningly, and the scorching plasma stream instantly melted the rocks below into a glassy state. The Thunderhawk transporter jolted violently, its heavy landing gear precisely touching down within the marked landing zone, kicking up a cloud of reddish-brown dust. The ramp slid open with a violent shudder and a screech of hydraulics, revealing the chaos outside. Instantly, the hot, dry air, thick with dust, gunpowder, decaying organic matter, the scent of blood, and the unique primal stench of orcs, slammed into the interior like a scorching fist. The tsunami-like noise lost its last barrier, completely engulfing the aircraft's cabin. The scene on the landing zone became clearer. Soldiers of the Rostov 17th Regiment were stubbornly firing from behind makeshift cover. Laser beams and bolter fire crisscrossed at the canyon entrance, and explosions were incessant. Several bodies of Astra Militarum soldiers, torn apart by heavy weapons, and green-skinned remnants were scattered across the scorched earth. Nearby, the ramps of other Thunderhawk transporters had also opened, and more Ash Knights, clad in black and white power armor, were leaping into the fray, heading towards their respective mission areas. Mikhail glimpsed Sergeant Ivanov, commander of B Team, a similarly bulky figure, waving his squad to rally, his chapter insignia on his chest plate faintly visible through the smoke and dust. Rostov 17th Regiment calling Ash Knights. Landing zone pressure is critical, greenskins are pouring out of the tunnels. Request immediate support to clear the entrance threat. A voice with a thick local accent and an urgent tone cut into the Ash Knights comms channel, with a backdrop of intense gunfire and orc howls. All units, attention. Landing zone clear out is priority. A calmer, more authoritative voice resonated on the general command channel. It was the chapter's adjutant, deployed with the ship. A Team, B Team. Assist the Astra Militarum in clearing the greenskins emerging from the landing zone tunnels. Vesely, Ivanov, execute. The orders were clear and direct. Vesely and Ivanov responded almost simultaneously. A Team understood. Target, landing zone tunnel entrance. Suppressive fire, eliminate threat. Vasely's voice rang out on the A Team channel. B Team acknowledged. Establish temporary firing points, cover the tunnel area. Ivanov's voice followed closely. The two Astartes squads, originally poised to charge directly into the canyon entrance, instantly adjusted their direction. Ivanov's B Team rapidly deployed like a bulwark on the edge of the landing zone, the dull roar of their heavy bolter leading the charge. Precise long bursts and short, synchronized volleys swept down swathes of orc boys who had just poked their heads out of the tunnel entrances, attempting to assault the Astra Militarum's defensive lines, like an iron broom. Bolts exploded on the crude tunnel fortifications, sending shrapnel and twisted metal flying, effectively suppressing the greenskin surge. Simultaneously, Vasely's A Team, like a drawn blade, plunged directly into the densest concentration of orcs at the tunnel entrance. Their movements were swifter than any mortal could imagine. Heavy power armor moved at high speed over the rocky ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The bolter fire was crisp and lethal, with almost no wasted ammunition. Each burst precisely brought down a charging orc boy, the green figure collapsing or being incapacitated by the bolter's impact. The hum of chainswords briefly rose then quickly subsided, signifying the clean and efficient dispatch of close-quarters greenskins by the power-driven teeth. Mikhail followed closely beside Vesely. On his helmet's optical display, red skull markers indicating threats flickered wildly in the tunnel entrance area, but as A Team advanced, these markers were extinguished at an astonishing rate. He saw an orc, shouldering a crude rocket launcher, just poking half its body out of the tunnel when Vasely's specially modified bolter gave a soft pop, and the orc's head, along with the rocket launcher's barrel, erupted in a flash of fire and smoke. Another orc knob, wielding a massive choppa and charging forward, was instantly focused by the crossfire of two A Team brothers. A barrage of bolts slammed into its crude armor plates, the immense impact force driving it back repeatedly, until a precise bolt finally ended it. The combat was efficient, ruthless, and hardly devolved into true close-quarters entanglement. The pressure on the Astra Militarum soldiers visibly eased. They were able to catch their breath, reorganize their defenses, and redirect their firepower towards the more distant canyon entrance. Landing zone threat cleared. Rostov 17th Regiment thanks you for your support. The Astra Militarum commander's voice rang out again, this time filled with relief and genuine awe. Received. B Team. As per original plan, objective Eagle's Nest Rock. Immediately establish fire suppression point. Open a path for A Team. Sergeant Ivanov's rough roar once again cut through the battlefield noise. His squad quickly disengaged from their temporary firing point and moved towards the designated high ground. A Team. Objective Iron Jaw Canyon entrance. Move. Vasely's voice showed no waver, clearly issuing the command on the A Team channel. He was the first to turn, his movements fluid and swift, his bolter once again shouldered, dispatching an orc Shuda boy peeking out from behind an entrance cover with a single shot. Mikhail and his brothers followed closely, their heavy power armor boots treading on the solid but rubble-strewn and cratered ground of the landing zone. The immense power of the Mk10 surged into his limbs. The tactical display on his helmet's optical screen instantly refreshed, and dense clusters of crude red skull markers once again poured out like a boiling ant swarm from the shadows of the canyon entrance and the crevices of ruins. The orc boys were massive, with oily green skin and bulging muscles. They charged chaotically, brandishing crude choppas, slug gas, and even rocket launchers cobbled together from scrap metal and pipes, letting out savage war cries. This sight was far more brutal, chaotic, and filled with raw vitality than any holographic projection in a training ground, but the rapid clear-out at the landing zone had instilled a calm confidence in Mikhail. Open fire. Suppress the green tide surging from the left flank. Clear a path for A-Team. The new recruits of B-Team roared their response under Ivanov's command, and the synchronized fire of their bolter and heavy bolter erupted like a storm, dense explosions ripping through the charging orc horde, temporarily curbing their insane momentum. Mikhail raised his weapon, helping to clear out a few scattered greenskins attempting to flank A-Team. A bolt accurately struck the chest of an orc boy wielding a massive hammer and charging at the front, the high-explosive warhead blasting him to the ground. A-Team. Target, the cluster of cover at the canyon entrance ahead. Clear obstacles. Chain swords ready. Charge. Vasily's voice rang out again on the A-Team channel, and simultaneously, the power sword in his hand activated with a hum, its blade instantly enveloped in a disruption field, emitting a high-frequency tremor and a chilling blue glow. He moved like a silver-gray lightning bolt, charging first towards the crude cluster of cover made of scrap metal and rocks at the canyon entrance, which was spewing intense slug of fire. Mikhail suppressed the momentary trepidation brought on by facing such a savage sight for the first time, propelled his power armor, and followed closely on the sergeant's flank, charging into the maw of Iron Jaw Canyon, facing the crude ammunition unleashed by the orcs. The true tempering had only just begun. Chapter 491, Slaying the Orc Boss. 2 men. Target the heavy weapon orc kid behind that cover ahead, carrying a big banger. Activate chainswords. Charge. Vasily's voice echoed again on A-Team's channel. The power sword in his hand shimmered with blue light as he charged forward first. Mikhail forced himself to focus entirely on the target, formation, and communication, driving his power armor close to the officer's flank. Another orc roared, swinging a steel pipe with jagged teeth welded to it, rushing at him. Mikhail calmly adjusted his aim, a short burst, 3 bolter rounds precisely hitting the orc's vital points, sending him toppling backward. Mikhail. Front right, that rocket boy hiding behind the wrecked car. He's reloading. Take him out. Vasily's urgent and precise command came through his earpiece from beside him. Almost simultaneously, a string of bolter rounds whistled past Mikhail's shoulder plate, accurately sending another orc boy, who was attempting a sneak attack from the side with a cleaver, flying backward. It was Vasily. He maintained his situational awareness during the high-speed assault, using his accurate bolter to resolve the crisis for Mikhail. Mikhail didn't hesitate for a moment, instantly redirecting his weapon. His optics quickly locked onto the target, an unusually tall orc, clumsily stuffing a terrifyingly thick, red-tipped rocket into a launcher cobbled together from oil drums and exhaust pipes. Stay calm, he murmured, reciting the training doctrine, as the power armor's servo system assisted him in steadying his weapon. He pulled the trigger, 3 precise single shots. The first round struck the rocket's tail, violently knocking it askew. The second and third bolter rounds accurately drilled deep into the orc boy's open, tusk-filled maw. A muffled explosion erupted, and the orc's figure was instantly engulfed by the explosive flash and thick smoke. Well done. Keep moving, don't stop. Vasily's concise and powerful affirmation was like a shot in the arm, invigorating Mikhail and quickening his pace. However, the battle quickly devolved into brutal, close-quarters melee. The number of orcs far exceeded pre-battle intelligence estimates, and the ferocity of these remnants showed no signs of diminishing. Mikhail experienced his first true power armor close combat engagement. An unusually tall orc boss, covered in scrap metal and crude armor plates like a mobile fortress, roared as he crashed through a volley of bolter fire, ignoring the sparks and debris hitting his body. His small eyes, burning with destructive intent, locked onto Mikhail. It swung a massive power claw, crackling with a crude energy field and carrying a malevolent wind strong enough to shatter rock, smashing it down precisely where he stood. Adrenaline instantly seared his nerves, and instincts honed by thousands of training sessions took over his body. Mikhail didn't hesitate. The power armor's servo system roared lowly, driving his heavy body to slide sideways, dodging the attack. The heavy power claw slammed down with a tearing shriek. Boom. The ground where he had just stood shattered and collapsed, the hard rock exploding as if struck by a heavy hammer. Shrapnel like gravel and clods of earth splattered, drumming against his armor. The thought of counterattacking flashed like lightning. Just as the orc boss lost its balance from the full force strike, Mikhail, using the momentum from his dodge, twisted his body and put all his strength into it. The power armor's backpack hummed louder as he swung his chain sword with all his might. The high-speed rotating teeth emitted a piercing shriek, cutting fiercely into the orc boss's left arm, which was covered in crude iron plating and as thick as a tree trunk. Zzzzz crunch. Sssssssss. The grating sound of tearing metal and the shattering of bone being violently gnawed by the saw teeth instantly erupted. Viscous, foul-smelling fluorescent green blood jetted out like a fountain, mixed with flying iron fragments and white bone splinters, instantly coating Mikhail's visor and chest plate. However, the orc boss's bones were tougher than imagined. The chainsword's furious teeth bit deep into the arm bone but failed to sever it completely. Instead, they became stubbornly lodged deep within the unusually dense bone. The saw teeth shrieked as if overloaded and hissed with friction, the sword hilt vibrating violently in Mikhail's hand, almost slipping from his grasp. Why-ay-ay-ay-ay. The orc boss let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain. The intense pain completely ignited its ferocity. Its remaining right claw, with a tearing shriek through the air, swept horizontally with an overwhelming force. The huge, unstable energy-wrapped claw tip aimed directly at the most vulnerable part of Mikhail's helmet, the visor. The shadow of death instantly descended. Dug. In the comms channel, Vasily's roar was like thunder, filled with undeniable urgency. Absolute trust overrode everything. Mikhail didn't even think, his body's absolute obedience to the command took effect instantly. He suddenly poured strength into his waist servo joints. The power armor frame groaned under the strain as he executed an extreme ducking motion, his head sinking sharply downwards. Bang boom. A .75 heavy bolter round from the rear high ground fire team, with a muffled boom and a scorching trajectory, passed precisely over the very edge of his helmet's top. The scorching air blast that passed by instantly raised the temperature of the helmet's surface. The lethal projectile did not deviate in the slightest, smashing fiercely into the orc boss's most thinly armored chest, which was fully exposed due to its full force claw swing. The high explosive warhead instantly unleashed destructive impact. A muffled tearing sound was followed by a deafening explosion. The orc boss's thick muscle and flimsy iron plating were torn and pulverized like rags. A massive, charred, and curled-edged hole, smoking and reeking of burnt meat, appeared in the center of its chest. Green organ fragments and broken bones were violently ejected. The colossal, mountain-like green body stiffened abruptly, then collapsed backward with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Mikhail gasped as he straightened up, his helmet visor splattered with viscous green grime and grey-brown dust. He suddenly raised a hand and ripped off his helmet. Hot air instantly rushed into his lungs, mixed with the smell of gunpowder, rust, and heavy blood, stimulating his burning respiratory tract like countless tiny ice needles. He gulped for air, his sweat-soaked hair clinging to his skin, each inhale bringing a tearing, burning sensation in his chest. He could feel the soreness in his arms from continuous shooting and blocking, and his lungs burned in the hot, smoke and rust-filled air. Smoke and dust permeated the air, his vision filled with the flashes of bolter fire, the glint of chainswords, the surging green forms of orcs, and the stark black and white silhouettes of the Ash Knights. The black and white Maltese cross emblem on his chest plate, under the baptism of blood and fire and covered in dust and grime, did not dull but instead appeared even more weighty, cold, and real, like a brand seared into his soul. He violently shook his chainsword, flinging off the grime between the teeth, and gripped the hilt again. The cold touch made him even more alert. His gaze, like a hawk's, swept across the chaotic and noisy battlefield, searching for the next target to purify. Rostov 17th Regiment calling Ash Knights A-Team. Firepower from the cover ahead of you has weakened. Do you wish to continue advancing? The voice with a local accent came again, with a hint of anticipation. We will maintain fire support. A-Team reports, strong resistance encountered, orc boss eliminated. Reforming formation, continuing to push towards the core. Vasily replied steadily, simultaneously signaling his team members to check their equipment and prepare for the next assault. Ivanov, how's the visibility from Eagle's Nest Rock? We need flank cover. Visibility is good. Heavy bolters have locked onto the green-skinned machine gun nest behind the cover ahead of you. Prepare for volley fire. Ivanov's voice came from another channel, filled with the exhilaration of battle. Understood. A-Team. After fire support, assault again. For the Emperor. Vasily raised his power sword, its tip pointing directly into the swirling smoke deep within the canyon. Chapter 492, Phase 2. In the core of the Gabros Bridge, the deep blue holographic star chart silently rotated, its cold gleam outlining the blood and fire veins of Iron Jaw Canyon. A projection of Broken Tooth 3 hovered within a large depression on the bridge. The silver-gray markers representing the Ash Knight's 3rd Neophyte Company were clearly visible on the star chart, stubbornly wedging into the outer perimeter of the Orcs' core stronghold, Delta 7, along the assault axis Anvil Road. On the flanking high ground, Eagle's Nest Rock, the 4th Company's blue markers formed a firing position, with the light blue arcs indicating their stable suppression fire. Outside the landing zone, the sand-yellow defensive line markers of the Rostov 17th Regiment Astra Militarum flickered like candles in the wind, repeatedly assailed by the constantly emerging, crude red markers representing the Orc tide. The cold glow of the star chart illuminated Chen Xi's serene profile and fell upon Hathor Lupka's rigid, arms-crossed figure. Inside the bridge, the low, constant hum of the circulation system intertwined with the metallic scent of promethium fuel. In the encrypted communication channel, the rigid, precise tactical reports from the mortal crew intermittently sounded. Chen Xi's fingertips silently glided across the control panel, and a data stream cascaded down. The adjacent screen instantly displayed real-time battlefield footage. The 3rd Company's assault squad, in a wedge formation, pressed against the Orc defenses along Anvil Road, their bolters' precise short bursts continuously suppressing firing points behind cover, with the overall advance rhythm conforming to tactical expectations. The offensive axis is advancing steadily, Chen Xi's voice calmly stated. Ventinus's stair-step coordination is effective, and casualties are controllable. His gaze quickly swept across the data stream, catching a minor delay in the tactical confirmation action within the overall coordination chain after a covered advance. Rhythm. Hathor's voice was as sharp as colliding adamantium, her molten gold pupils reflecting the bursting fire on the star chart. Orders are executed flawlessly, but look here. She pointed her finger, and the holographic image instantly zoomed in. 2 3rd Company neophytes, after completing their staggered advance, simultaneously paused, bending down to inspect the ruins of a destroyed cover. The area clear confirmation procedure was completed, Hather pointed out, her voice carrying a cold scrutiny. The battlefield will not pause for it. The screen seamlessly switched to a temporary orc firing point on the flank. A burly greenskin was crudely stuffing a rocket into a launcher, but was immediately shot in the head by a bolt round fired by a veteran. Had it not been for the veteran in the rear fire team, who, relying on their battle-hardened instincts, opened fire half a second earlier to suppress, Hather's voice was as sharp as a blade. Those two wildly fired rockets would have landed in the gap between the squad's cohesion. A Primaris body is an advantage, but not everything. The battlefield perception of veterans who truly emerged from the blood and fire of the Legion era is like an invisible net. They are still new blood. The gaps in their coordination still need to be mended by the experience of veterans. Chen Xi silently pulled up the real-time report, which indicated 3 minor injuries and no fatalities. His fingertips hovered for half a second over the flickering data stream, his gaze quickly flitting between the cold casualty figures and the battlefield gaps Hather had pointed out. Hather's gaze, like a tangible probe, precisely pierced the virtual projection of the Codex Astartes in the corner of the star chart. As for that pamphlet by Guilliman, elevated to a divine status. Her voice was as solid as 10,000-year-old cold iron. I understand Robert Guilliman's original intention. In the darkest hour of M32, with order crumbling and the legions disbanded, it was a necessary guide, providing a framework and guidelines for scattered sparks, but only that. A complex glimmer, unique to Gene Seed Primarches, flashed in her molten gold pupils. But look now. 10,000 years. 10 millennia steeped in blood and fire, betrayal and sacrifice. The veil of the galaxy has been torn, and demons nest on the wreckage of reality. And what is Holy Terra's response? Her lips curled into a cold, emotionless arc. They have elevated this tactical reference book into an unquestionable, sacred iron law. Every punctuation mark has become a shackle, every page a prison that confines thought. When warp tides distort communications, when the enemy tramples physical laws with blasphemous power, when the Imperium, a giant, riddled with holes, desperately needs the sharpest blade to cleave a path to survival in the storm of destruction. Those parasites deep within the Terra Towers are still bickering and backstabbing over company organization and paint scheme regulations, dead bureaucracies established by Robot back then for efficient management and identification. Hather turned to Chen Xi, her molten gold eyes churning with a profound gravity and barely suppressed fury. Like an abyss, they are suffocating the wisdom of the living with the cold corpse of the Holy Codex, twisting a tool for salvation into an instrument of torture that imprisons souls. This is the most fatal tumor in the Imperium's body, a complete betrayal of the Primarch's wisdom, irrefutable proof of the Imperium's decay, ossification, and self-destruction. The bridge fell into a deathly silence. Even the hum of the circulation system seemed frozen by that cold fury. Chen Xi met Hather's burning gaze. He could feel the suppressed rage in her eyes. The chronic ailments of the Terra Towers cannot be cured by anger, Hather. The Imperium's accumulated problems over 10 millennia are not something you and I can shake at this moment. His gaze shifted to the core of the star chart, calming Hather's emotions while also pointing out the problem they currently faced. But on this broken-tooth planet, what we can decide is whether the new blood can survive the next wave of impact. Delta 7's counterattack is imminent. That is where all your anger is needed. Hather's molten gold pupils suddenly locked onto Delta 7's pulsating crimson core. Her chest heaved abruptly, and a suppressed, heavy gasp was clearly audible in the silent bridge. The surging torrent of rage seemed to be confined. Hather controlled her emotions, quickly regaining her composure and casting her gaze onto the star chart. The 3rd Company's marker cluster had already penetrated deep into the canyon along Anvil Road. The 4th Company's fire suppression zone extended steadily from Eagle's Nest Rock. However, the crimson blotch representing the Orc Core stronghold, Delta 7, was pulsating violently. More dense red threat markers were continuously emerging, forming a foul tide of blood, fiercely impacting the outer defense line, each impact causing the sand-yellow marker clusters to flicker erratically. The planned assault axis has breached the outer defenses, and the Eagle's Nest Rock firing position is stable. Chen Xi's voice was steady and taut, his fingertips gliding across the panel to display a dazzling deep red heat map of Orc forces, current phase combat objective achieved. His gaze pierced through the star chart into the depths of the canyon, into the continuously thickening deep red area symbolizing Orc reserves and core strength. The true pressure test is about to begin. When the greenskins realize their core stronghold is threatened, they will counterattack recklessly. The warriors need to be prepared. Hather nodded slightly, her molten gold eyes fixed intently on Delta 7. A cornered beast's counterattack is the most lethal. Let the new blood remember the order of this moment. The next phase will be a pure, chaotic assault that tears apart all established tactics. That will be the true crucible for testing their resilience in coordinated combat. The bridge fell into a brief silence. Only the low hum of the circulation, the ticking of data, and the dense, restless crimson pulsations on the star chart were like the dull heartbeat before a storm. The tempering of the broken tooth star system entered a higher intensity phase. Chapter 493, Swarm Tactics. On the surface of planet Broken Tooth 3, in the heart of Iron Jaw Canyon. Each scorching breath was like swallowing scalding grit, tearing at Mikhail's throat. The air was a hellish mixture: dust, gunpowder smoke, the nauseating stench of orcs, and a thick, almost palpable smell of blood, so dense it could almost be wrung out. Mikhail felt the ground beneath his mag boots, the wreckage of the Emperor's fury colliding with orc savagery, craters like open wounds on the earth, intermingled with rubble, twisted metal fragments, and fluorescent green, viscous pools of blood. Shredded Astra Militarum uniforms and fragments of crude orc armor dotted the death-laden landscape. The towering crimson rock walls on either side of the canyon, illuminated by explosions, cast enormous, distorted shadows, like the ribs of ancient beasts. Deafening noise was the sole tyrant here, the insane Waik, roars of the orcs, like a physical sledgehammer, repeatedly pounded his eardrums and helmet, the sharp shrieks of bolters, the low, bloodthirsty hum of chainswords, the sizzling hiss of laser weapons evaporating energy, all wove into a symphony of death. In the distance, the dull roar of heavy artillery was the painful heartbeat of the earth. Higher up, thick smoke clouds were repeatedly torn by dazzling energy beams. Those were the macro cannons or lance batteries of orbital warships, mercilessly suppressing this hellish zone. The thunderous rumble of engines overhead was a familiar sound of salvation. The Ash Knight's Thunderhawk gunship fleet, circling high above, weaving a blanket of deadly fire, Mikhail could feel the reassuring shadows they cast. Team A. Reform into a wedge assault formation. Objective, Delta 7 Core Bunker Complex. Bolter volley ready. Advance. Sergeant Vasily's command, like a cold steel needle, pierced through the chaos, clear and precise. Mikhail's tactical interface on his helmet's optical display instantly refreshed, blue dots rapidly converging. He and 9 brothers, led by Vasily, crushed ground debris with their heavy mag boots, their 10 Mk10 power armor shoulder plates pressing together, forming an indestructible steel wedge pointing deep into the canyon. Mikhail could feel the vibration of his brother's armor beside him, sensing the synchronized determination to advance. Fire. Vasily's slow growl was the signal to detonate. 10 bolters, like the fangs of a living behemoth, simultaneously spat out destructive tongues of fire. Dense bolt rounds tore through the air, converging into a storm of steel, slamming into the orcs stubbornly resisting ahead, entrenched behind scrap piles, rocks, and natural caves. The explosive flashes instantly merged into a churning, roaring wall of fire. The orcs' crude fortifications shattered and exploded like paper under the concentrated firepower of the Astartes. The hiding greenskins were torn apart and flung into the air by the furious shockwaves and high-velocity shrapnel, their internal organs and shattered bones splattering. This precise volley ripped open a burning, death-filled passage of flesh and metal debris in the orc defense line. Forward. For the Emperor. Ashes eternal. Vasily raised his activated power sword, its ethereal blue dismembering field emitting a high-frequency, chilling hum of death, and was the first to step into the passage carved by fire. Mikhail kept tight to the right flank of the wedge's vanguard, his chain swords humming, ready, like a hungry beast. On his tactical display, the blue markers representing friendly forces continuously streamed into the breach they had torn in the defense line, like a breaking dam. From the towering Eagle's Nest rock high ground on the left flank, the 4th Company's heavy bolter teams and missile launchers roared ceaselessly, their concentrated explosions precisely landing among the green tide attempting to flank them from the side tunnels, each explosion raising a wave of green. A Stormclaw assault boat, with a piercing shriek, schemed low, almost grazing their helmets, its wing-mounted twin-linked bolters and rocket pods unleashing a devastating torrent of projectiles onto the orc reserve assembly area below, instantly creating a burning vacuum. Mikhail could clearly feel the side-mounted gun of the Thunderhawk gunship overhead shifting its fire in sync, its scorching ammunition belt, like a flaming whip wielded by a god, precisely sweeping the outer perimeter of the Stormclaw strike zone, sealing off the orcs' escape routes. At the canyon entrance, several impulsor armored personnel carriers steadily advanced like mobile steel fortresses, their heavy armor shrugging off sporadic fire, while their mounted heavy bolter arrays provided solid and continuous mobile fire support for the following Astra Militarum infantry, blue laser beams and bolt rounds weaving a protective net around the impulsors. Further out on the open flank, Storm Speeder Thunderstrike gunships belonging to the Ash Knights support company darted like enraged metal hornets, their multi-meltaguns and heavy bolters firing fiercely, instantly vaporizing or shredding any orc vehicles or small groups of enemies attempting to outflank them, their highly mobile firepower sweeping the edges of the battlefield. Team B reporting. Flank secured. Green tide effectively suppressed. Sergeant Ivanov's voice came through the comms channel, with the dull, reassuring roar of heavy bolters in the background. Received. Team A. Maintain wedge formation. Full speed ahead. Crush them. Vasily's response was decisive. The bolters continued their deadly shriek, and their heavy footsteps never faltered. They were like a adamantium ram, superheated by the Emperor's will, deeply wedging into the heart of the orc defense line. Massed volleys were their language, each one precisely striking at the weak points of the orc defenses. Bunkers disintegrated, and exposed Shuta nests or rocket boys carrying rockets were quickly reduced to parts and gore by the precise point-blank fire of the wedge formation. The few orc knobs who charged forward with brute force were instantly shredded by the chain swords and power weapons, poised like venomous snakes within the wedge formation. Mikhail swung his chain swords with precise and efficient movements, utilizing the perfect gaps in his brother's suppressive fire to eliminate close-quarters enemies, the high-speed rotating teeth easily tearing through the orc's crude armor and tough muscles, raising plumes of green blood mist. His peripheral vision, like a radar, constantly scanned the flanks, his bolter occasionally firing precise shots, timely supporting brothers whose positions were slightly exposed. He could clearly perceive from the shared information stream of the tactical link that the Storm Speeder Thunderstrike gunships on the flank had also turned their guns, joining the fire blockade on the remaining tunnel exits, and the air-ground coordinated noose was tightening. However, just as they approached the deepest part of the canyon, the crimson marker for the Delta 7 core area on his tactical display suddenly flashed wildly. A piercing alarm blared almost simultaneously inside his helmet. The interface was instantly overwhelmed by even denser, more dazzling red threat indicators. Countless new signal sources, like magma erupting from underground, surged frantically from the subterranean network of crisscrossing tunnels in the depths of the ruins. The orc's last and most ferocious strength had been completely unleashed. The intensity of the Warhammer energy field instantly surged to its peak, the primal roar of war almost materializing, the air vibrating violently with the sound waves. Mikhail's power armor sensors emitted a series of sharp overload humming alerts, and his optical display even experienced temporary interference ripples. A violent impact wave, carrying a barbaric stench, washed over him. Chapter 494, Integrated Air-Ground Operation. All 3rd Company units. Highest alert. Large-scale underground tunnel counterattack. Confirm heavy weapon clusters. Report pressure coordinates. The company adjutant's voice pierced through all the clamor, cold, authoritative, and with an undeniable urgency. Hold steady. Reform. Circular defense. Concentrate fire to prioritize clearing heavy weapon units. Chain swords ready for close combat. Vesely immediately ordered, his voice as steady as a mountain, instantly dispelling the slight chill that had just risen in Mikhail's heart. 10 Astartes warriors, like precise war machines, instantly tightened their formation, back to back, shoulder plates touching, forming an indestructible steel circle of death. All bolter muzzles turned, and a deadly rain of bullets accurately poured onto the crude rocket launcher, multi-barreled bang-bang cannon, and flamer-wielding orc heavy weapon lads. But the scale and ferocity of this counterattack far exceeded expectations. The tunnel exits were like a viper's nest, extending in all directions, with heavy fire points scattered and numerous. The bolter storm tore apart several target groups, but more bang-bang gun barrages and crooked, smoke-trailing rockets slammed like deadly hail onto the Astartes' circular defensive perimeter. Sparks flew wildly from the ceramite power armor, and the screeching scrapes and dull thuds were incessant. Mikhail's power armor servo system constantly hummed with fine adjustments, resisting the impact. A rocket exploded less than 5 meters to his front side, and the violent blast wave, carrying scorching debris and sharp metal fragments, slammed like a heavy hammer onto his chest and shoulder plates. The dull impact force caused the balance assist system to hum and adjust instantly, pushing him back half a step. His optics were completely covered by the thick smoke and splattered green blood stirred up by the explosion, leaving only a frantically flashing, almost continuous, red threat indicator on his tactical interface. He could hear the Thunderhawk gunship's gunfire shifting high above, now bombarding the most threatening orc strongholds with more ferocious firepower, attempting to suppress the fire points. The Stormclaw, more daringly, lowered its altitude, almost skimming the rock face, using precise bolter and rocket fire to eliminate scattered heavy weapon targets that had survived the chaos, relieving pressure on the ground's circular defensive line. The roar of the Storm Talon gunships on the flanks suddenly intensified, clearly accelerating their maneuvers, seeking the best firing angles to seal off new tunnel entrances. Rostov 17th Regiment Fire Control Center. This is Ash Knight's A-Team. Request heavy artillery fire. Coordinates Delta 7 Alpha to Gamma Sector. Saturation strike. Immediately. Repeat, immediately. Vesely roared over the general tactical channel, precise coordinate data streaming instantly. In a lull in his intense firing, Mikhail glanced at the coordinate range. It was precisely the core area from which orc heavy weapons and fresh forces were pouring out. 3rd Company Command Node confirms coordinates Alpha to Gamma. Rostov Artillery, execute highest priority fire support. Completely clear this area. Orbital strike platform, prepare Retribution class Lance strike, target Delta 7 core structure, execute after ground units confirm withdrawal to safety zone. The company adjutant's voice was decisive, mobilizing the power of the entire battlefield. For the Emperor. For Rostov. Heavy artillery group. Full charge high explosive shells. Cover the coordinate area. Rapid fire. Fire. The human artillery officer's hoarse, breaking shout, filled with desperate resolve, clearly reached Mikhail's ears through the comms channel. The next moment, a world-shattering roar exploded. It drowned out all the clamor in the canyon. The sound did not come from overhead or in front, but from behind, from the direction of the landing zone, carrying the very tremor of the earth. Boom. Whoosh boom. The Astra Militarum heavy artillery group deployed on the high ground behind the landing zone let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound wave of dozens of large-caliber heavy cannons firing in unison was like a physical giant hammer, slamming violently into the entire canyon. Deadly shells, with the shriek of death, tore through the smoke-filled sky, accurately plunging into the designated fan-shaped area. A destructive inferno instantly surged skyward. The ground trembled violently as if trampled by a giant god. Gigantic mushroom clouds, mixed with dirt, rubble, metal fragments, and flesh, shot up into the sky. Several exposed orc heavy weapon teams, along with their cover, and even the tunnel exits themselves, were instantly obliterated under this devastating artillery barrage. The violent shockwave, like an invisible tsunami, made the ground beneath the Astartes forming the circular defense shake wildly. Mikhail was almost unable to stand, relying on the power armor's powerful stabilization system to steady himself. Hot air, carrying debris and a foul stench, rushed at him. Dense smoke and blinding fire completely obscured his vision. Mikhail felt the rock layers beneath his feet groaning, as if about to collapse at any moment. Almost simultaneously, the Astra Militarum heavy bolter teams and lascannon teams on the flanks also opened fire in full support, laser beams and a denser barrage of bolter rounds sweeping away survivors on the edge of the bombardment. Storm Talon gunships circled the periphery like keen hounds, filling the gaps in the artillery fire with their mobile firepower, ensuring no stragglers escaped. This fierce, precise, and timely human artillery support, like an anvil dropped by the Emperor, struck down heavily, becoming the final straw that broke this deadly orc counterattack. The orc Wadaik. Roars were instantly drowned out by the roar of artillery and the wails of death. Fire support confirmed effective. Report damage and ammunition status. Reform assault formation. Target Delta 7 Core. Full speed advance. Orbital standby status maintained. The company adjutant's voice remained calm and efficient, as if the destructive strike just now was merely part of the plan. Mikhail quickly scanned his status readings. Power armor lightly damaged, ammunition more than half expended but still sustainable. Brief replies came through the comms channel from his brothers. Combat ready. Ammunition sufficient. Proceed. Circular line. Assault. Crush the remnants. Target the core. For the Emperor. To ash. Vesely seized this fleeting opportunity, his power sword glowing intensely blue, its blade pointing directly at the orcs, who were plunged into chaos and fear amidst the artillery's afterglow. The steel circle of death suddenly expanded outwards, once again transforming into an unstoppable assault wedge, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Mikhail took a deep breath of the air, which was still hot but no longer as suffocating, and propelled by his surging power armor, he followed the steel vanguard forward. His bolter roared again with its familiar, exhilarating sound. His movements were perfectly coordinated with the entire wedge formation, every shot, every step, every swing of his chainsword contributed precisely to maintaining the sharpness and thrust of this spear of destruction. He could feel the crossfire cover provided by his brothers on the flanks, like an invisible shield. His helmet's audio pickup caught the roar of the human artillery positions shifting their fire, that sound now resembled the drums of victory. Above him, a Thunderhawk gunship roared as it lowered its altitude, its ramp wide open, and another fully armed Ash Knights Primaris tactical squad descended like divine soldiers, sliding precisely into the most intense core area of the battle, instantly joining the blade of the wedge assault. Several impulsor armored vehicles also seized the opportunity, engines roaring, and under the cross-cover of Storm Talon gunships, accelerated towards the breakthrough, their vehicle-mounted heavy weapons spitting fire, providing continuous flank fire support for the assault team. Air-ground coordination reached its climax at this moment, with orbital, aerial, armored, and infantry fire perfectly interwoven, forming a destructive net targeting the orc core positions. Chapter 495, Attacking the Orc Lair. On the tactical display, the glaring crimson light of the Delta 7 core flickered violently a few times, its glow noticeably dimming like the eyes of a dying beast, signifying its core was about to be exposed to the Emperor's wrath, all under the unwavering advance of the Astartes, the deterrent residual power of mortal artillery, the cold gaze of orbital destructive force, and the fierce strikes of newly deployed aerial and armored forces. From a high vantage point in the distance, the heavy bolter array at Eagle's Nest Rock was emitting a series of dull, continuous roars, each shot causing the sturdy rock platform to tremble slightly. Sergeant Ivanov's B team stood like a rock at this critical choke point overlooking the battlefield. Their firepower was precise and lethal, like an unseen scythe, covering the flanks of the narrow canyon below, tearing apart any orcs attempting to surge out and support the core area, with blood and dismembered limbs splattering in the explosions. This was B team clearing crucial blind spots after successfully capturing Eagle's Nest Rock, blocking the orcs' usual tidal reinforcements for A team's core assault below. Mikhail slightly lowered his head during a lull in the advance, the black and white Maltese cross insignia on his breastplate, covered in gunpowder, thick dust, and the viscous blood of orcs, still stubbornly reflected a cold and unwavering steadfast glow, illuminated by the flickering flames deep within the canyon. Each shockwave from a heavy explosion, transmitted through the Mk10 power armor's servo systems and dampening layers, felt like a heavy heartbeat. Each feedback of resistance and tearing sensation when a chainsword ripped through tough orc muscle and bone was clearly imprinted on his combat nerves. Each time he looked up and saw aerial support precisely unleashing destruction on key nodes. Each time he felt the roar of the mortal artillery from the rear turning the tide when the defensive line was on the verge of collapse. This burning canyon, filled with savagery and destruction, this symphony of death played by the coordinated Astartes, Astra Militarum, armored, and aerial forces, was forging his steel will as an Ash Knight's recruit in the most brutal way. The initial burning in his lungs and the oppressive feeling of facing an endless green tide had long been replaced by a cold, efficient killer instinct and an even more unshakable faith. He clearly realized that he was no longer an isolated individual on the battlefield but an indispensable cog in the vast war machine, operating in sync with his brothers amidst the storm of destruction, steadily advancing. The Emperor's will, through this combined air-ground iron fist of destruction, was riding victory stroke by stroke on the barren land of Broken Tooth 3. He tightened his grip on the roaring chainswords in his hand, his steps becoming even more resolute as he advanced towards the dimming red light of the core deep within the canyon, the end of this battle and the beginning of glory. However, the final passage to the Delta 7 core was by no means easy. Having breached the outer low wall's defenses, A team was not met with a direct, open core area but a narrow, bottlenecked passage deliberately blocked and layered with obstacles by the orcs. This place seemed like a display of orc cunning and violence. Scrap metal, shattered vehicle wrecks, and even massive rocks were haphazardly piled into crude but thick barricades, behind which hordes of orc boys were setting up crude heavy weapons, large caliber shuttas, green smoking rocket launchers, and even flamers modified from starship wreckage were furiously spewing flames. Especially those shuttas, their barrages poured down like water, the dense, crude projectiles striking the Mk10 ceramite power armor with continuous, deafening clang sounds, sending up dense, dazzling sparks, and the powerful impact, even if it couldn't penetrate immediately, was enough to cause damage or dents to the ceramite armor, causing the wearer's steps to momentarily falter. Worse still, several rocket boys, equipped with crude rocket packs, let out shrill, destructive howls as they clumsily swooped down from the jagged, steep rock walls on both sides, wielding high-speed spinning chain swords, choppas or heavy power hammers, attempting to disrupt the Astartes' tight formation from above and create chaos. Suppress left flank barricade fire. Maintain advance rhythm. Vasily's voice, amidst the roar of bolters, the screams of orcs, and the shriek of rocket packs, penetrated the comms channel with rock-like steadiness. This battle-hardened veteran was a team's anchor. The power sword in his hand, polished bright from wear, vibrating at high frequency when activated, its blade enveloped in a cold, deadly blue glow, traced a lethal arc under his precise control. A rocket boy, who had swooped down too fast and tried to directly smash into him, was bisected in midair by this precise sword stroke, foul blood and shattered organs spraying onto the scorching rocks below like dirty rain, sizzling. Mikhail. Right flank. Bolter cover. Flanking fire team, clear the fleas on the rock wall. Don't let them interfere with the assault. The commands were clear, decisive, carrying undeniable authority and battlefield intuition. Mikhail and his brothers beside him executed the orders without the slightest hesitation. The bolters shifted from precise single shots to short, powerful bursts, their formidable firepower instantly suppressing several orc firing points peeking out from behind the right side barricade, smashing those ugly green heads along with their crude helmets. Fire support from the rear and flanks of the squad instinctively took care of the targets swooping down from the rock wall. Several precise bolters whistled in, blasting the diving orcs, along with their unreliable rocket packs, into burning green flamed fragments in midair, like a brief, foul meteor shower. The entire squad, under the command of the seasoned sergeant, moved like a precise and efficient killing machine, advancing, shooting, covering, parrying, their actions fluid and their coordination seamless. The roar of chainswords rose and fell, emitting screams that tore through air and flesh. Any orc daring to leap out from behind cover, attempting to engage in close combat with brute force, was transformed into splattering fragments and burning debris in the Ash Knight's deadly coordinated strikes, amidst the intertwining of bolters and chainswords. B-Team's comms intermittently sounded in the channel, interspersed with the characteristic dull roar and explosions of heavy bolters in the background. Eagle's Nest Rock reporting, heavy bolters continuously covering the left flank tunnel entrance, green tide effectively suppressed. Maintaining current fire fan, ensuring passage is clear. Sergeant Ivanov's roar was full of power, the heavy firepower he commanded acted like an invisible gate, firmly holding the flank, gaining precious breathing room and advancement opportunities for A-Team's difficult push below. Deep within the passage, an orc mech cunningly attempted to detonate a haphazard pile of rusty fuel barrels to create greater chaos, hindering or even crippling the assault team. Blast! Blast these tin cans to death! An orc mech, clad in a dirty leather apron and covered in grease, shrieked, lighting a thick fuse with trembling hands, a cruel anticipation on his ugly face. But Vasily's reaction was as swift as a leopard's. Grenade! Cover the fuel barrel pile! Clear the threat! He ordered sharply, simultaneously throwing a frag grenade himself. Several lethal metal canisters arced in precise parabolas, carrying the will of the Ash Knights, and landed in the dangerous area of fuel barrels. A violent explosion occurred instantly, an orange-red fireball shot into the sky, and a scorching blast wave, laden with metal fragments and burning orc remains, surged outwards. The mech who lit the fuse and the surrounding orc boys attempting to cover him, along with some obstacles, were blown away and ignited by the immense force, turning into charred remains. The fire and shockwave generated by this explosion, instead, briefly illuminated the even more chaotic and dangerous path ahead for the assault team and cleared a large area of obstacles. They pushed through the scorching blast wave that hit them head-on and the hot metal fragments that flew like bullets, stepping over the still-burning, foul-smelling orc remains and twisted, deformed scrap metal piles. Veteran Vesely remained at the very front, like the sharp edge of a blade. Every swing of the power sword in his hand carried the lethal efficiency of 1,000 refinements, the ethereal blue light of the sword flickering in the dim passage, precisely slicing through green-skin throats and cleaving crude armor, carving a path paved with blood and steel for his brothers behind him. Mikhail followed closely on the sergeant's flank, his chain swords roaring at maximum power, each heavy chop or swift thrust claiming a greenskin life. He could clearly feel the coordinated operation of his superhuman muscles beneath the power armor, the power feedback transmitted by the servo systems, and even more, the perfect rhythm of intertwined firepower and mutual cover with his brothers beside him. In this brutal passage-clearing battle, the veteran's experience and calm command were like a forge, rapidly tempering the recruits' combat instincts into more efficient, lethal killing techniques. Every successful parry, every effective kill, every cooperation with a brother, further solidified his confidence and will. Finally, when the roar of the chainswords and the hiss of the bolters converged into a destructive torrent, tearing open the last low barrier wall piled high with thick scrap metal plates, huge orc bones, and still burning vehicle wrecks, the view suddenly opened up. An odor 100 times more intense than that in the canyon outside, almost suffocating, a pungent smell of oil, blood, mixed with a primal, frenzied, unsettling energy pulsation, rushed forward like a viscous, tangible turbid flow, instantly clogging the power armor's breathing grills. Even after filtration, the smell was still nauseating. They had entered the true heart of the orc lair, the Delta 7 core area. This was a massive natural cavern, hollowed out of the mountain by orcs using brute force and crude tools, spacious enough to accommodate several main battle tanks. The cavern walls were covered with crude trophies, rusty, broken human weapons, fragments of xenocarapaces, and skulls of various sizes strung together with chains and thick ropes. Vast patches of huge fungi, glowing with an eerie luminescence, grew in abundance, emitting eerie green or dark purple light, subtly writhing like living things, providing a sickly light source for the entire space. In the center of the cavern, a massive furnace, repurposed from the core of a derelict starship's main engine, roared furiously, spewing thick black smoke and scorching Mars, with thick pipes connecting to it like blood vessels, pumping unknown fuel and energy into it. The sound emitted by this furnace was like 1,000 blacksmiths hammering simultaneously, or like a huge and savage heart beating madly. It was the energy core of the entire orc stronghold and the embodiment of its brutal soul. And standing before the furnace, with his back to that hellish light and heat, like a mobile, purely malicious small mountain of a massive green shadow, was the core source of all this chaos, violence, and destruction, the orc warboss, the tyrant of the broken-toothed tribe. The warboss before them was even larger and more ferocious than intelligence estimated. He stood there, nearly 3 meters tall, like a monster made of scrap metal and muscle. His body was covered in armor several inches thick, crudely cut and welded from heavy starship armor plates, with crooked welding seams, covered in rust and impact dents. Countless rusted spikes, broken saw teeth, and skull trophies, pale, empty human skulls, hideous orc skulls, and even some unrecognizable xeno skulls, exuding the aura of death, were welded onto the armor plates, suspended by thick iron chains. The end of one of his arms was equipped with an enormous power claw, wrapped in an unstable, crackling crimson energy field, the low hum emitted by that field like an overloaded engine, full of destructive power. His other arm casually carried an absurdly large Gatling-style super Shuda, its barrel as thick as a tree trunk, with 6 barrels still emitting wisps of smoke, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. His tusked maw opened, letting out a deafening roar, full of primal power and fury, each heavy stomp shaking the entire cavern floor. Pure Waaic energy, condensed from the battle lust of countless orcs, visibly warped the air around him like a tangible shockwave, forming a blurry force field barrier, demonstrating his unparalleled savage power. At the same time, tiny gravel and dust continuously sifted down from the cavern ceiling, accompanied by a constant, dull, rolling thunder of heavy artillery. This was the artillery cluster of the Astra Militarum Rostov 17th Regiment from the landing zone's safe area, faithfully executing a saturation bombardment mission. Their heavy high-explosive shells, like dense raindrops, continuously slammed into the mountainside surrounding the core area and near the entrance passage, huge explosions raising towering dirt and debris, effectively deterring and suppressing the orc reserves attempting to pour out of other tunnels to support the warboss. In the distance, the rumbling advance of Chimera armored personnel carriers' engines could be faintly heard, their mounted heavy bolters emitting a continuous roar, providing solid and reliable fire support for the Astra Militarum infantry who were clearing remaining enemies and consolidating the front lines in the outer perimeter. The sky also echoed with the shriek of Stormfang and Stormclaw engines, which circled at low altitude like deadly dragonflies, sweeping exposed scattered targets with their autocannons and melta-guns, ensuring the safety of the assault team's rear and flanks. The entire battlefield, from sky to ground, from the periphery to the core, formed a three-dimensional, coordinated web of destruction.